Xiao Ran, congratulations on winning the Clash of Clans Global Championship. As the first person from Huaxiao in history to claim this honor, what would you like to say about your victory? On the night of the Clash of Clans Global Championship Finals, a blinding beam of light poured down on the very center of the stage, illuminating the handsome face of a youth in white at the peak of his prime. Below the stage, flowers clustered like clouds and thunderous applause roared, countless fervent gazes all fixed upon this young man. Xiao Ran, Xiao Ran, Xiao Ran. The shrill screams of fangirls intertwined with the roaring shouts of men weaving together into a single, surging wave of adoration. He's incredible. Every single match was a 100% destruction. His troop selections, his damage calculations, he pushed everything to the extreme, utterly flawless. And the key is his own village is fortified like iron walls and bronze ramparts impregnable. Who would have thought that in the vast land of Huaxiao such a gaming prodigy was hidden? Remarkable. Xiao Ran is a legend. This isn't even his first championship. He also took the titles for Hearthstone and a true Huaxiao prodigy. Xiao Ran lifted his head slightly. The sharp lines of his face were made even more striking by the glow of the lights. What I want to say is, before the words could leave his mouth, a sudden searing pain exploded in Xiao Ran's mind. The agony intensified until he felt as though his skull were about to burst apart. What's happening? The revelry of song and dance and the sea of people before his eyes vanished in an instant without a trace. The scene shifted like a dreamscape. He did not know how much time had passed when Xiao Ran finally opened his eyes again, and before him gradually emerged a face furrowed with wrinkles, an old man with a white beard and hair. Chief, you have finally returned. As he spoke, tears spilled uncontrollably from the old man's eyes, and in moments his face was streaming with snot and tears. Behind the old man, a group of barbarians, village women, and builders clung to one another, wailing loudly. In the dilapidated hut, their cries were all that remained. Xiao Ran. Wasn't I standing on the championship podium just now? How did I suddenly end up here? A rickety wooden hut, a plank bed steeped in the heavy scent of flowers and wood, and before him a brawny barbarian and tattered village women. Had he returned to some primordial age? And his head hurt so much. The old man hunched his back, leaning on a cane as he slowly straightened up. After glancing at Xiao Ran, a trace of long-awaited relief finally surfaced on his face. The old man lifted his head and through the gaps in the ragged roof looked toward the sky. Both hands rested on the dragon head top of his cane, his gaze ancient and weary. He said, Chief, we have waited for you for 10 years. 10 years ago, Moonlight City reigned supreme over Huaxiao, intimidating the barbarians. It was hailed as the Eastern Fortress that never sleeps, destined never to fall. But ever since you abandoned us 10 years ago, Moonlight City has been left with no one fit to serve at court, no warriors in the nation, no generals in the camps. Powerful enemies eye us like tigers from without, corrupt officials commit their crimes within. We have long been tormented by calamities, both internal and external. In those days, our level 10 fortress that shook the four corners of the land has now become nothing but shattered walls and broken tiles with wolves howling through the night. At this point, the old man gazed up at the heavens, tears streaming down his face. Even my own granddaughter was seized by the enemy and reduced to a lowly slave. The veins on the old man's hand bulged as he gripped his cane, and he suddenly smashed it against the ground with a resounding bang, his face contorted with such fury it seemed about to split apart. The old man changed his tone and fixed his gaze on Xiao Ran. Then he continued, bowing to the suffering masses amidst ceaseless flames of war. Because of the fall of our Moonlight City, the Huaxiao tribes have declined from prosperity into decay. Everywhere are scenes of misery and distress, the people unable to make a living, bullied by foreign barbarians for far too long. Last night this old man read the stars and saw 5 planets rising in the east. And today, with the chief's return, it must be that you are the hope to revive our Huaxiao, might drive back the barbarians and unify the realm. All my life I have exhausted myself in service to Moonlight City, sparing no effort, even unto death. To see the chief return, I harbor no more regrets. Yet there is one matter. Unless it is fulfilled, even if my bones are ground to dust, I shall die with my eyes unclosed. I beg the chief to grant this wish. With that, the old man dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, placing his cane beside his legs as he bowed his head low, not daring to rise. Xiao Ran scrambled up from the wooden bed in fright. Without having time to figure out what was happening, he saw the elder kneeling and hurried forward to help him up. Sir, please don't do this. The old man wept bitterly. Chief, back when you first made your name and established your fame, this old man had the intention of betrothing Miao Miao to you as a concubine. Yet Miao Miao was still too young then and would have been unable to serve the chief properly. Now that Miao Miao has been taken away, it has long been a thorn of agony in my heart. I beg the chief to send out troops as soon as possible and rescue Miao Miao. Sir, please get up and speak. As a prodigious youth who had received 9 years of compulsory education, Xiao Ran felt utterly unworthy of accepting the kneeling salute of this man already past 50. Chief, if you refuse, even if I die, I will never die in peace. The old man wailed incessantly, while the surrounding villagers were also plunged into deep grief. Then, sir, give me a troop of soldiers, and I will go at once to rescue Meow Meow for you. Seeing the elders so stubborn and unyielding, Xiao Ran had no choice but to agree. Yet at the mention of a troop of soldiers, the old man's crying grew even louder. A village woman said, Chief, we don't have any army left. The village has been razed to the ground thousands of times, and anything of value has long been plundered. If I hadn't hidden in a cave each time, I would have lost my life as well. She sobbed quietly. The old man added, Chief, although we have no army now, we believe in you. As long as you have returned, Yuliang City will soon regain its former splendor. Avenging the fallen soldiers and sending out troops to save Meow Meow will not be far off. At this moment, what Xiao Ran cared about was neither Yuliang City nor the matter of rescuing Meow Meow, for he still had no idea what had actually happened. Where did you find me? Xiao Ran no longer felt as though he were dreaming. If he had gone missing or been kidnapped, he needed to clarify the circumstances first to understand what had truly transpired, and perhaps find a clue as to why he had suddenly appeared here. Chief, it was Shi Lang who found you beside the spring of life. The old man pointed toward a barbarian with cords of muscle bulging across his body, roughly 1.60 meters in height, robustly built with yellow hair and a yellow beard, who looked impossibly honest and simple. Hearing that they were talking about him, the barbarian, named Shi Lang, hastily raised his hand. He grinned broadly, revealing a neat row of large, gleaming white teeth. This? Xiao Ran studied the fellow from every angle and could not help feeling that this guy looked just like the barbarians from Clash of Clans. Forget it. Take me to see the Spring of Life first. Setting that question aside, Xiao Ran decided to first investigate the area around the Spring of Life. He then followed the old man, accompanied by 2 barbarians, 1 builder, and 1 village woman, and they all stepped outside. The moment they stepped outside, the scene before his eyes was refreshing and utterly novel. Xiao Ran felt as though he had returned to a primordial age. Looking out, he saw a stretch of lawn filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers where grass grew long and orioles flitted. It covered an area as large as 5 football fields. Butterflies of every hue fluttered among the blossoms, and the verdant blades of grass reached just high enough to submerge the ankles. Lowering his gaze, Xiao Ran finally noticed that his own attire was little different from that of the barbarians. His upper body was completely bare, while only a few leaves were wrapped around his lower body. Those leaves, he suspected, must have been painstakingly added by the elder and the others afterward. In the distance beyond the meadow rose an ancient forest of towering trees, winding paths vanishing into shaded depths. The farther one looked, the denser the forest became, and from within came faint tiger roars and wolf howls, sounds that made one's blood run cold and deterred any reckless entry. Taking in the scene before him, Xiao Ran felt as if he had returned to a level 0 village from Clash of Clans. There was nothing ready-made, everything had to be built with one's own hands. Wait a minute, the old man just mentioned a level 10 castle and something called Moon City. Could it be that he is referring to this paradise? Is this really the level 10 castle? As they walked, Xiao Ran voiced the doubts in his heart. The old man shed tears and said, Leader, you may have been away for too long and forgotten everything. Do you not know that every time a village is destroyed, it automatically degrades by 1 level? After you left, our Moon City was besieged by the 10 major tribes. That battle lasted for 7 days and nights. Our flying dragons and dragon treasures fought until the last second, and our witches burned their lives to empower the skeletal warriors, making them even more formidable. Our wild boar knights charged into battle unstoppable. Our giants and mages shed their last drops of blood to defend our homeland, yet we still failed. The old man's tears flowed uncontrollably, and the other attendants behind him also wept. The past is too painful to recall, especially the brutal wars. Our Moon City was brutally washed away by the 10 major tribes. Countless buildings were destroyed and countless citizens were taken away. The village's level dropped from a level 10 castle to a level 9 village. However, this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Since then, every month enemies have come to plunder us. This was something unimaginable before you left, and in the first year after your departure, our village was reduced to a level 0 village, the buildings razed to the ground, turning into a forest. Hearing the old man's tale, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes. A brutal assault by the 10 major tribes. Who dares to lay a hand on my castle? I, Xiao Ran, am the world champion. Who would be so blind as to attack my castle? Although Xiao Ran still did not fully understand his circumstances, the old man's words were deeply moving, so tragic and fierce. If this truly is my castle, then why did I leave here? Furthermore, where exactly is this place? At that moment, the old man said, Leader, although you have lost your memory, do not worry. The Fountain of Life hides all the secrets of this world. Once you see the Fountain of Life, everything will have its answer. Xiao Ran nodded. For now, it seems there is no other choice but to visit the Fountain of Life. Since the old man walked very slowly, what should have been a 10-minute journey took them half an hour to reach the vicinity of the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life is not a spring, but rather a 10-meter wide, glowing crystal hill. The hill is shaped like a regular polyhedron, and a misty vapor envelopes its surface. As one approaches, it reflects the shadows of those nearby. Leader, this is the Fountain of Life. Xiao Ran looked at the crystal hill with confusion, feeling as though a voice within the Fountain of Life was calling out to him. He slowly reached out to touch the Fountain of Life, and suddenly darkness enveloped him as countless pieces of information surged into his mind. A mechanical voice echoed within his consciousness. Welcome back, Master. Identifying Master Information. Master Information identification successful. Binding village system. System binding in progress 5-10-015. Binding successful. It is unclear how much time passed, but the information in his mind gradually dissipated, and all of Xiao Ran's doubts were resolved. It turns out that all of this was orchestrated by a system. The original owner of this system was also a leader named Xiao Ran, but this leader was not a human from Earth. He was a leader from another world, the very world where he now found himself. The condition for this system to activate was that once the level of Moon City dropped to 0, the system would search the entire universe for the next master, forcibly bringing him back to this world to complete an epic task, restoring the glory of Moon City. Unfortunate yet fortunate, Xiao Ran was chosen. Moon City, an unsinkable fortress on the land of Huaxia, is a spiritual symbol of the Huaxia people. Xiao Ran understood that the original owner of the system was none other than the deceased original leader of Moon City, Xiao Ran. He himself was the chosen one, the destined person. Upon understanding why he had appeared here, Xiao Ran felt much more relaxed. Although he was not from this place, his love for the tribe and fascination with strategies made him not only accept this new world, but also feel a sense of anticipation. Moreover, on Earth, he was an orphan with nothing to hold on to. Since he had arrived in a new world, he might as well go with the flow and make a grand effort. Now Xiao Ran was a bit eager to experience life in this new world. By the way, system, you brought me here, and I have no complaints, but I still want to know, can I return to Earth? Xiao Ran asked the question that weighed most heavily on his heart. Master, this world is a primordial world from the Genesis, endowed with infinite primordial power from the universe. When Master becomes powerful enough, you can traverse the void and go anywhere you wish. Indeed, the system is impressive. Xiao Ran was instantly filled with joy. This meant that after he completed the mission left by the original chief, he would still be free to go wherever he wanted. However, the road ahead is long and arduous. Building a level 10 castle is not something that can be achieved overnight. According to game design on Earth, it would take less than a year to reach this level at a fast pace. However, the tribal gameplay in this world is somewhat different, with many strange units and items. From the memories passed down by the system, Xiao Ran found many novel aspects that he needed to explore continuously. Opening the system attribute panel, Xiao Ran first checked the current situation of his village. Chief Xiao Ran. Chief attributes hidden. Chief skill evolving units SSS. Soul fragments 0. Village name Moon Village. Village level 0. Holy water 0. Gold 0. Black water 0. Diamonds 0. Heroes 0. Population 6. Others hidden. Seeing this data, Xiao Ran couldn't help but roll his eyes. No holy water, no gold, and apart from a few people, it was truly impoverished. The overall data situation had some minor differences compared to the Clash of Clans game, where he won the World Championship. For example, system, what does the chief skill mean? Master, all chiefs have a chance to gain hidden skills when signing a contract with the Fountain of Life. For example, the original chief skill is the level rule of the world, which boosts all unit combat power by 10 and increases builders' working efficiency by 10. Therefore, Moon Village not only upgrades quickly, but also has strong combat units. This is why Moon Village has become an unsinkable fortress in the East. Xiao Ran was thrilled to hear this. As a god-level player of Clash of Clans, he fully understood what a 10 boost in combat power meant. Players familiar with Clash of Clans should know that when a village is upgraded to the later stages, a massive amount of resources spent only increases the population capacity by 10. And rule the world directly enhances unit combat power, which is even more frightening than just increasing the population, so it's no wonder the original chief could lead Moon Village to dominance over millions of tribes in Huaxia. So what is the skill of evolving units? Xiao Ran asked. Master, when I signed the master-servant contract with you, I sensed the powerful strategies and tactics within you, so I matched you with an SS-level skill. Let me remind you that all SSS skills are growth-type skills. They may be 100 times stronger than S-level skills, or they may not even be as good as F-level skills. Whether you can unleash the full power of this skill depends entirely on you. The system explained briefly. Then the system began to explain the skill attributes. Evolving units, every time you kill an enemy, soul fragments will drop. Soul fragments can be used to evolve units, granting them special skills or attributes. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Ran suddenly realized. No wonder it's called a skill that is stronger than Slevel and weaker than Flevel. Because the attributes of units are interrelated and complementary, the intricacies of this are beyond the comprehension of non-top players. This SSS skill could turn a chief into a godlike existence, or it could make a chief become a useless player without any enemies attacking. But Xiao Ran's heart raced, evolving units. This was simply a tailor-made, heaven-defying skill for him. After understanding the situation in the village, Xiao Ran waved his hand and called out to the stout little man, "Dung Beetle, come here for a moment." Suddenly Xiao Ran thought of another question and turned to ask the old man, "By the way, why does he have to be called Dung Beetle? Dung Beetle, isn't that a creature that rolls dung?" It really struck Xiao Ran's funny bone inexplicably. The old man said with tears in his eyes, "Chief, are you pretending to be confused, or are you really confused? Our names were all given by you personally. You like to name us after flowers, trees, birds, and beasts, and Dung Beetle is a name you personally chose for him." Oh, my apologies. What about the names of the others?" Xiao Ran asked politely, albeit awkwardly. "I am called Huanga Tree. I am called Dung Beetle," the leading barbarian said. "I am called Golden Tortoise." Another barbarian chimed. "I am called Carnation. You can just call me Akong," Chief, a village girl said. "And you?" Xiao Ran looked at the last construction worker, holding 2 hammers. "I am called Turkey," the construction worker replied. "All right, it seems that the past me was quite talented." Xiao Ran imitated the manner of a chief, stroking his bald chin, his gaze darting around as he appeared to be deep in thought. Xiao Ran would not admit that this was talent, it was clearly just laziness. Huanga Tree continued, "Chief, since we are back, we must not delay. Please arrange for everyone to start rebuilding the village immediately so that we can form a military force and rescue Meow Meow. All right, let's head back and discuss this properly." After saying that, Xiao Ran waved his hand and led everyone back to the village's meeting hall. In a level 0 village, there wasn't even a base camp, only a drafty meeting hall. The urgent matter was to construct a level 1 base camp so that Xiao Ran and the others would have a temporary shelter. The group returned at a steady pace, and just before reaching the meeting hall, they suddenly heard a commotion. "Stop wasting time. You have 3 minutes to hand over 1,000 gold coins to this shabby village. If you miss even 1 coin, I will tear down your meeting hall and leave you with no place to stay." A fierce voice echoed in the wind. "Chief Blackwind, please have mercy and spare us. Our Moonlight village is already destitute and has run out of supplies. How could we possibly have 1,000 gold coins? Even if you dishonor me, I still can't produce 1,000 gold coins." The speaker was a village girl who had stayed behind to prepare food for Xiao Ran and the others under Huanga Tree's arrangement. "Dishonor you? Huh. I think you're just ugly dreaming of something pretty." The beautiful girls of Moonlight Village had already been taken away. The remaining village girls were not much to look at, which explained why even bandits found them distasteful. The leader, named Blackwind, then said, "Very well, since you can't produce the money, you will become my slave. Coincidentally, my village needs more hands. Come take her away. Let go of me. I want go. I want to wait for the chief to return." "Chief? Where did you get a chief?" Ha, save it. Today is my lucky day. I caught a village girl. Help, help. Dung Beetle, Golden Tortoise. Because Xiao Ran had taken away the only 2 barbarians guarding the village girl encountered danger in less than half an hour. Fortunately, the group returned in time. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Ran and the others hurried over. "Stop it." Huanga Tree stepped forward and scolded the bandits. Xiao Ran also saw the newcomers clearly. There were 8 people on the opposite side, and the leader was Blackwind. Blackwind wore a pitch-black vine armor that had been oiled, shining slickly, and he donned a pair of short fur pants with a hat made from dried animal skin on his head, and like other barbarians, he carried a shabby short knife at his waist. Behind Blackwind followed 5 barbarians and 2 archers. These barbarians were similar in appearance to Xiao Ran's, all about 1.6 meters tall, stout, and with an honest look, yet they showed no smiles and carried knives radiating a sense of danger. The archers were female wildlings dressed simply in leather clothes that wrapped around their chests and hugged their curves, carrying wooden bows and arrows, their figures both seductive and wild with sharp gazes. Compared to Blackwind's group, Xiao Ran's side only had Dung Beetle and Golden Tortoise. In a direct confrontation, they would undoubtedly perish. This battle could not be won by force. They could only rely on their wits. "Oh dear, everyone from Moonlight Village has gathered, huh? What do you want to save someone? With just you all, do you really think you can stop me, Hei Feng?" Hei Feng spoke arrogantly, his gaze sweeping over the 2 barbarians before settling on the Huanga Tree. The barbarians were the only fighting force Moonlight Village currently had, and they were the only ones Hei Feng truly feared. If it weren't for these 2 barbarians guarding the village, Moonlight Village would have been flattened long ago. Hei Feng looked down at Xiao Ran and the others, his voice rising and falling as he said, "Today, I will only take 1 village girl with me. I advise you not to act rashly. If you provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Huanga Tree replied with great distress, "Hei Feng, you are the renowned leader of a level 2 village. Why must you press us so hard, a level 0 village? In the past year, you have raided our village dozens of times, but don't you know whether we have any money left? You can take anything you want, but please spare her. She is our kin and belongs nowhere else. Nonsense. Hei Feng will capture whoever I want to do. I need your old mouth's permission. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. After saying this, Hei Feng drew his sword, and the barbarians behind him followed suit. The sunlight gleamed on the blades, momentarily blinding Xiao Ran's eyes. The two archers also took battle positions, drawing their bows and aiming at Xiao Ran and the others. The dung beetle and the golden tortoise stepped forward without hesitation, drawing their swords to confront Hei Feng and his men. At that moment, Xiao Ran took a few steps forward, speaking with elegance. Wait, we have no gold left, but we still have a small bag of diamonds. Xiao Ran raised a small burlap sack in his hand and waved it at Hei Feng. Inside the sack, a clinking sound echoed, hinting at the presence of metal, possibly diamonds. Diamonds are a universal trading currency capable of purchasing all sorts of resources, yet they are extremely rare, making them the most precious resource in this world. Seeing the sack in Xiao Ran's hand, Hei Feng's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, the construction worker touched his backside, pointed at the sack, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Ha ha ha, I knew that you Moonlight Village had hidden treasures. Just as I suspected, you have diamonds, such a treasure. Hurry, present it to your leader. Hei Feng pointed at the sack in Xiao Ran's hand, speaking in a rush. Xiao Ran nodded, walked to a distance of 10 steps from Hei Feng, bent down at a 180-degree angle, and raised the sack high, saying, "Thank you, leader, for sparing my life. Here are 100 diamonds, already counted for you. Please take a look." 100. My goodness, that's enough diamonds to buy a set of low-level leader equipment. Hei Feng felt as if he was about to faint from happiness, disregarding the need to send someone to take over from Xiao Ran. He quickly sheathed his sword and hurriedly ran towards Xiao Ran. Kid, I admire someone who knows how to negotiate. Hei Feng caught Xiao Ran's sack, his face lit with an ecstatic. By the way, kid, I don't think I've seen you before. Who are you? Hei Feng asked, puzzled. After speaking, he ignored Xiao Ran and lowered his head to open the sack. The sack was tied tightly by someone, causing Hei Feng to feel anxious. At that moment, Xiao Ran slowly straightened up and a strange voice floated from his mouth. The one here to take your life. What? At that moment, Hei Feng opened the sack in his hand, and inside were not diamonds, but nails and screws clinking together. Hei Feng raised his head, his eyes wide with rage. Xiao Ran then sprang forward like a leaping leopard, delivering a kick to Hei Feng's knee, knocking him to the ground, then swiftly drew Hei Feng's short blade and pressed it against his throat. A bead of sweat appeared on Xiao Ran's forehead, a sign of his intense nervousness. This entire series of movements was an instinctive reaction driven by a strong desire to survive. Having been an orphan for most of his life, he was taken in by a wandering monk, learning martial arts for several years before parting ways with his master when he could fend for himself. Xiao Ran had thought these skills were only useful for physical fitness. He never expected them to come in handy today. Arg. In seeing Hei Feng seized by Xiao Ran, the entire tribe of barbarians erupted in fury. "And protect our chieftain!" And some barbarians shouted. And instantly the mindless horde raised their blades and charged headlong, reckless and unthinking. 2 cold arrows whistled past Xiao Ran's ears, so close they nearly pierced his skull. And Xiao Ran roared, then commanded, "Cease at once, or your chieftain dies." And he cursed inwardly. These low-tier troops were truly obstinate fools. Did they not see their leader already in captivity? Xiao Ran tightened his grip on the short blade pressed against Hei Feng's throat. The edge bit deep, drawing beads of blood that rolled freely. The searing pain jolted Hei Feng into stark awareness of who now held dominion. Terrified beyond reason, he cried out, "Stop! Stop!" At Hei Feng's command, the barbarians froze mid-charge. And they glanced at one another, bewildered, uncertain what to do next. Only then did Xiao Ran exhale in quiet relief, then fixed Hei Feng with a gaze sharp with lethal intent. "And do you wish to die?" "And no? No. Master, spare me. I'll give you anything you demand." Terror flooded Hei Feng's eyes. His pupils shrank with raw primal dread of death. In this world, combat units were low-intelligence constructs, born from sacred water and dark water, and upon death they dissolved entirely, reverting to residual sacred and dark water. Chieftains, however, were different. If slain, they perished forever. Most chieftains remained hidden, avoiding exposure altogether. Battlefield command was delegated to deputies, to evade the ancient stratagem of capturing the leader first, and thus meeting an untimely end. Yet Hei Feng, the chieftain of this level 2 village, had never imagined Moon Village capable of resistance. Greed clouded his judgment, and so he fell straight into Xiao Ran's trap. Xiao Ran ordered, "Have your men lay down their weapons. I'll consider your fate. And drop your weapons. All of you, drop them now." And Hei Feng shouted frantically. At his command, barbarians and archers alike obediently cast their arms onto the ground. Huang Geshu and the others rushed forward, disarmed the troops, and bound them tightly with ropes, hands tied behind their backs. Not only after the enemy had been fully disarmed did Xiao Ran slowly turn back, ready to deal with Hei Feng. Xiao Ran asked Huang Geshu, "Elder Huang, how shall we handle this chieftain?" In Huang Geshu lifted his cane and struck He Feng squarely on the head. His mustache bristled with rage as he thundered, still daring to act so brazenly. Our chieftain has returned. How dare you storm Moon Village with such insolence? NCC chieftain. Moon City's Xiao Ran. He Feng stared dumbfounded. Ni's gaze shifted again to Xiao Ran, not with fear of death now, but with profound awe and bone-deep dread. Moon City, formerly known as Moon Village, earned its name upon ascending to level 10. Once a formidable level 10 stronghold, Moon City dominated the entire Huaxia continent. Its former chieftain Xiao Ran was legendary, known to all, feared by none. Yet for reasons unknown, Xiao Ran vanished without trace and never returned. The once mighty Moon City crumbled into a ghost town, repeatedly sacked by rival tribes. Its tribal alliance shattered, its walls reduced to rubble, its glory stripped away until it regressed to a primitive hamlet. In thus hearing that Moon City's chieftain had returned, He Feng voided his bowels on the spot. Wah! Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. I've erred. I'll never dare again. He Feng pleaded desperately, every past transgression against Moon Village now surfacing as damning evidence before his imminent end. Kill him, and kill him, and kill him. And before Xiao Ran could render judgment, Lao Huang A Kong and the others roared in unison, incensed beyond measure. Clearly He Feng had committed countless atrocities during Xiao Ran's absence. It's not that I lack mercy. It's that you've left me no choice. Xiao Ran sighed deeply. Had He Feng merely conducted raids, without cruelty or wanton destruction, he might have been spared. Under the world's unwritten laws, killing a chieftain outright was the least efficient recourse. Wasteful, irreversible, and strategically unsound. There were three conventional methods for handling captured chieftains. First, imprisonment. Upon capture, the chieftain was confined to a prison, where subordinates would periodically deliver tribute to sustain his life or pay an exorbitant ransom for his release. Yet prisons were exclusive to level 10 villages, unavailable to any settlement below that tier. Second, exile. Casting the chieftain adrift upon a wooden raft, surrendering him to the river's mercy. His village would then be relentlessly razed by rival chieftains, until only wilderness remained. This was the most merciful option suited for settlements bearing moderate enmity. Third, release. Setting the chieftain free, preserving his village intact, allowing it to grow prosperous once more, until the day it was ripe for re-exploitation. This final method was by far the most common. Most nomadic chieftains sought only sacred water and gold coins, not the grim business of hunting chieftains. These three constituted the principal approaches. Any alternative meant execution, and the total annihilation of the chieftain's village, turning it into a true dead fish ruin. Exiling you would be too lenient. Releasing you is unthinkable. So, Xiao Ran spoke with quiet regret. No, I submit, I swear fealty. Terrified beyond reason, He Feng chose the one path deemed impossible: submission. In plain terms, this meant entering a master-servant covenant. From the system's inherited lore, Xiao Ran recalled the precise conditions of submission. Beyond low-intelligence combat units, this world harbored numerous higher life forms, and chieftains ranked among them. Each chieftain was irrevocably bound to a life spring, a sentient system governing the village. Through it, the chieftain directed upgrades, modifications, and governance across all structures. This bond between chieftain and village was absolute, immutable by any means save death. Yet voluntary submission severed that ancient tie, and forged instead a new master-servant covenant wherein the chieftain's status, identity, and very being became subject to the absolute will of his new sovereign. Before Xiao Ran could react, a glacial voice echoed within his mind. Chieftain He Feng petitions for submission. Do you accept? Accept, of course. Accepting the submission of He Feng is far more beneficial than killing him. With the system's voice, Xiao Ran felt a wondrous connection established between him and He Feng. This connection made Xiao Ran feel as though he could control He Feng's life and death. Now, if he commanded He Feng to die, there would be no resistance whatsoever. Should He Feng rebel, he could obliterate him with a mere thought. Once the submission ended, Xiao Ran released. He Feng did not flee, instead bowing his head and bending low, humbly addressing him. I pay my respects to my master. From this day forth, I appoint you as the captain of the Barbarian squad, leading the Barbarians into battle. Do you understand your mission? Xiao Ran stated with an imposing demeanor without anger. He Feng acknowledges the command and will serve his master with utmost loyalty, even to the point of death. Thus Xiao Ran assigned He Feng a daunting task to lead the barbarian cannon fodder into certain death. Though he did not kill He Feng, being appointed to this position likely meant that He Feng would not survive for long. But what Xiao Ran did not know was that this servant, whom he thought would meet a quick demise, would thrive years later, evolving into a fearsome presence across the continent. However, that is a tale for another time. Returning to the matter at hand, just then a prompt suddenly appeared in Xiao Ran's mind. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired a new unit type Barbarian squad leader. Oh, One can directly appoint new unit types. This is an unexpected delight. Xiao Ran quickly opened the system's prompt panel to check He Feng's information. Name He Feng, Level 1. Unit type Barbarian Squad Leader Special Construction Resources Unknown Upgrade Conditions Unknown Health 90 Damage per second 16 Defense Reduction 10 Movement Speed 16 Population Occupancy 1 Training Time Unknown Attack Preference Unknown Damage Type Unknown Talent None Skills None. After reviewing He Feng's attributes, Xiao Ran, relying on his strong intuition regarding unit types, immediately compared them with the attributes of the barbarians behind him. Name Dung Beetle, Level 1. Unit type Barbarian Common Construction Resources 25 Holy Water Upgrade Path. Level 1 Laboratory Health 45 Damage per second 8 Defense Reduction 5 Movement Speed 16 Population Occupancy 1 Training Time 8 Minute Attack Preference None. Damage Type Single Target Talent None. Skills None. Wow, impressive. A comparison clearly showed that He Feng was twice as powerful as an ordinary barbarian, a typical leader among barbarians. However, barbarians are still barbarians belonging to a low-tier cannon fodder unit. In the early levels, they may be useful in villages, but later on they would struggle to find their worth. Behind him, Huang Geshu and the others gathered, pointing and scrutinizing He Feng. He Feng, our leader, is wise and has given you a chance to redeem yourself. You must repay our leader well from now on. We won't hold it against you for bullying us in the past. Now that the leader has returned, everything will become better. Golden Tortoise, look. We actually have a captain now. The captain is so cool. Huang Geshu and the others quickly mingled with He Feng, their former grievances melting away under Xiao Ran's authority. He Feng himself was quite intelligent, and after gaining the understanding of Huang Geshu and the others, he bowed his head in apology, demonstrating absolute loyalty to Xiao Ran's Moonlight City. After settling He Feng, Xiao Ran turned his attention to the bound barbarians and archers. After He Feng chose to submit, these barbarians and archers became leaderless, no longer under He Feng's control. Moreover, due to the low intelligence of the units, without a leader, the only command for these low-tier units was to defend their original village, and they would not obey anyone else's orders. Thus, the barbarians and archers became wildly violent, struggling against their ropes, shouting, "Let me go. I want to go home. I want to return to protect the village." Xiao Ran already understood this rule. With a sigh, he said to He Feng, "Take care of your original subordinate." "Understood, master." He Feng acknowledged the command, and then rushed towards the bound barbarians and archers with his knife. With a swift slash, streams of pink liquid splattered from the barbarians and archers, leaving no bloodstains, only traces of holy water. Noticing this detail, Xiao Ran understood that the units in this world were lifeless, akin to monsters in a game. Once killed, they would turn into mere data. Through the system, Xiao Ran saw the health of the units rapidly declining, soon dropping to 0, leaving behind a few drops of residual holy water that gradually vanished into the air. "Congratulations, master. You have obtained 30 holy water and 7 soul fragments." Soul fragments. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. What a good find. Soul fragments, the only item for evolving troops. Whether Xiao Ran can dominate this world depends entirely on this extraordinary SS level skill, evolve troops. Xiao Ran quickly opened the evolution interface for the barbarian to check the evolution options. Barbarian type troop, evolution times 0. Normal evolution consumes 100 soul fragments, 10 chance to train a swift blade barbarian. Swift Blade Barbarian adept at using short blades, possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of a regular barbarian and has an additional 50 increased attack speed. Normal evolution consumes 100 soul fragments, 10 chance to train a Stone Skin Barbarian. Stone Skin Barbarian born with thick armor, tough skin, and possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of a regular barbarian with damage reduction decreased by 50. Normal evolution consumes 100 soul fragments, 10 chance to train a Sprinting Barbarian. Sprinting Barbarian swift and battle-ready, agile and sharp, possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of a regular barbarian with an additional 20 increased movement speed. Normal evolution consumes 100 soul fragments, 10 chance to train an Ice Barbarian. Ice Barbarian possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of a regular barbarian and attacks enemies, will produce a freezing effect, reducing surrounding enemies' attack speed by 20. Note: only one direction can be chosen for each evolution, and once selected it cannot be changed. After reading the evolution rules, Xiao Ran was also speechless. The first evolution requires 100 soul fragments, which means the minimum cost is 100. With his current 7 soul fragments, it is truly pathetic. Moreover, after evolving troops, it is not a 100 chance to produce new mutated troops, but rather a probability output with only a 10 chance to trigger mutations. However, once a mutation is completed, the troop's basic attributes double along with an outrageous skill buff, and it is estimated that one can take on 10. Heaven-defying evolution indeed lives up to its name. Xiao Ran sorted out his thoughts. Currently, soul fragments are insufficient, But looking around he realized that it wasn't just soul fragments that were lacking, to be precise, they were lacking everything. Coming to terms with reality, Xiao Ran set aside the idea of evolving troops for now. The most pressing tasks were to build the base, reconstruct the gatherer, and more importantly, the barracks. The matter of saving Miao Miao, which Huang Ge had been thinking about, would have to wait until after the barracks were built. With a clear direction ahead, Xiao Ran began to assign tasks in the village. Heifeng, since you have submitted to me, your village is like a fish without a master. Later you will follow me to raid for Dung Beetle and Golden Tortoise. You two will march with us. Huang Lao, cooperate with the builders to make some repairs to the meeting hall. We will upgrade to level 1 base. Akong, you two village girls, look around the village to see if there are any valuable items left. Finally, Xiao Ran waved his hand and shouted, everyone split up and take action. I roll up your sleeves and get to work. All right, chief. As soon as Xiao Ran's words fell, a group of people rolled up their sleeves and responded in unison. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ran, with a wooden bow on his back, accompanied by Heifeng, Dung Beetle, and Golden Tortoise, took their first steps toward the sparse mountain forest. From the memories inherited from the system, Xiao Ran understood the basic environment around the village. The village is bordered on 4 sides. One side is against the mountains, one side is surrounded by water, one side is forested, and one side is a main road. On the mountain side, it is adjacent to the mysterious dark forest of the ancient continent. The dark forest is home to powerful magical creatures and hides many secrets of this world. When Moonlight Village was still a level 10 castle, it dared not step into it even once. On the water side, there are vast azure waves blending sea and sky, seemingly endless, with mysterious islands faintly visible within. However, the midnight songs of mermaids and the ever-changing storms on the sea still deter anyone from recklessly entering. To the south lies an ancient forest known as the Elven Forest, filled with numerous goblin kingdoms. Brave adventurers may even encounter mysterious elemental spirits. If they venture further, they will find the Dwarven Hills and Dragon's Nest, which yield high-level buildings or magical materials. As for the main road, it is the distribution hub for most villages. The environment near the main road is relatively safe, dotted with villages large and small, making it the most suitable route for fishing. Here let me explain the term fishing. Fishing is a specific term in Tribal Clash. Fish refers to those villages that have lost their leaders or where the leaders have been away for a long time. Without the command and control of a leader, these villages not only have weak defenses, but also loose management, often leading to a surplus of resources, making them ideal targets for leaders to plunder. Fishing does not require a full-scale attack. It ensures that the attacking side's troops can retreat unharmed. However, due to the inability to penetrate the heart of the village's resources, the gains from fishing are comparatively weak, and whether one can catch a big fish relies entirely on luck. Xiao Ran led a group of barbarians marching for an hour before finally arriving at Heifeng village. The rules of this world are simply absurd. Do I actually have to walk to fish? Xiao Ran couldn't help but vent his frustration. Perhaps this is the difference between games and reality. In the game, one could simply click to search for enemy villages, but in reality, it required the leader to lead the troops to search one by one. Looking at the nearby Heifeng village, Xiao Ran took a moment to calm his emotions before surveying the village. Heifeng village, a level 2 village, had few buildings, but they were arranged quite closely together. At a glance, there were about 10 structures. 2 gold mines, 2 holy water collectors, 1 treasury, 1 holy water bottle. Then there was 1 barracks, 2 training camps, 1 arrow tower, 2 cannons, and dilapidated walls on all sides. Xiao Ran looked around, and the first buildings he carefully observed were not the shimmering treasury or the rosy holy water bottle, but the towering arrow tower and the cannon tower, emanating a dark, ghostly glow. The arrow tower and cannon were the only defensive structures of a low-level village, and defensive buildings were the main facilities protecting a village. As long as they were destroyed, the entire enemy village could be taken. Thus, relying on his strong combat intuition and strategic talent, what Xiao Ran first observed were not resources, but the enemy's defensive structures. It should be noted that aside from defensive buildings, every village in this world would have defending troops, but their numbers were often small as diligent leaders led their armies into battle, relying mainly on defensive structures for village protection. This formation is very weak, or rather it's terrible. After observing, Xiao Ran turned to Heifeng and said, I say, Heifeng, are you sure this is your village? Heifeng's face flushed, and he lowered his head, saying, Yes, master. Heifeng, given that you are my servant, I initially only intended to grab some resources from your old village and leave, but seeing this formation, I might as well push you instead. If others find out my servant is using such a terrible formation, Xiao Ran would lose face. Xiao Ran said with disappointment. Heifeng's face turned red as he replied, Master, my formation is already the strongest level 2 village within a 10-mile radius. Within 10 miles? How many level 2 villages are there? Just me, master. Then what are you talking about? Xiao Ran kicked Heifeng's backside, sending him flying 3 meters away. Get ready, follow my lead in the attack. Xiao Ran waved his hand and spoke. Wait, master. Hefeng's expression froze as if realizing something. Looking at Xiao Ran with disbelief, he stuttered excitedly, asking, Master, are you saying, we, just a few of us, are going to attack a level 2 village? Hefeng's face seemed to scream the words, the master has gone mad. What else could it be? Xiao Ran turned to Hefeng with a relaxed demeanor. Whoa. Hefeng crawled over to Xiao Ran's side, hugging his leg tightly, while crying, Master, I Hefeng am wholeheartedly loyal to you, sacrificing everything for you. What did I do wrong to deserve this? Why must I go to my death? Wu, please reconsider, Master. Damn, did I say to send you to your death? Xiao Ran quickly kicked this pudgy man away. When others attack level 2 villages, they use dozens of barbarians together. We barely have 4 people. If that's not sending me to my death, then what is? Hefeng asked. Xiao Ran was also speechless and said, Don't worry about it, just follow my orders later. As the saying goes, summer insects cannot speak of ice, and Xiao Ran didn't bother to explain more to a foolish leader like Hefeng. Indeed, according to the normal thinking of a leader, attacking a level 2 village with both cannons and arrow towers could not be done without dozens of people. The reason so many were needed was entirely because level 2 villages were protected by walls. Most troops would be killed one by cannons and arrow towers due to the walls suffering heavy losses before even reaching the defensive structures, often ending up with very few left or none at all. However, Xiao Ran knew that if they charged head-on against the cannons and arrow towers, 2 barbarians could take down a level 1 arrow tower or cannon. Yet Hefeng's village had walls constructed like roadblocks with pieces scattered around, 1 cannon on the east, another on the west, and a lone arrow tower guarding the main camp. In Xiao Ran's eyes, such a formation could be termed defensive buildings, but it certainly could not be called a strong defense that would crumble at the slightest touch. Hefeng, you enter from the 6 o'clock direction and withstand the cannon's damage. Dung Beetle, Golden Tortoise, you two follow the captain, closely charged together, and once the 6 o'clock cannon is taken out, Hefeng will retreat, allowing Dung Beetle to go forward and take out the second cannon at 9 o'clock. Remember not to enter the village, avoid the arrow tower's attack range. After taking out the second cannon, Dung Beetle will retreat, letting Golden Tortoise go forward together to chop down the arrow tower. We must attack in this order, understood? Xiao Ran established a rigorous combat plan. In this world, the intelligence of troops was quite low. They could perform some basic thinking, but had almost no brains, only following the leader's commands. Leaders like Hefeng were somewhat smarter. However, Hefeng dared not disobey Xiao Ran's orders, forcing himself to comply. Understood. 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 Under Xiao Ran's authoritative gaze, Hefeng obediently complied. Good, I will count to 3, then charge. Then with a single command from Xiao Ran, the entire army surged forward. As the squad leader, Hefeng, tough and resilient, charged towards the village, wielding a dagger, the Dung Beetle and Golden Tortoise followed closely behind the 3 of them, rushing toward Hefeng village like a string of candied hawthorns. Xiao Ran drew the short bow from his back, ready to assist with some damage. Upon reaching 50 steps from Hefeng village, a cacophony of chaos erupted within as the villagers left behind scattered in fear, desperately seeking hiding places. Due to Hefeng taking the army away early, there were no defensive troops left in Hefeng village, only cannons and arrow towers fighting alone. The cannons in this world were different from the ones in the game Xiao Ran played. Here the cannons were equipped with a turret behind, which hit a barbarian. This meant that the cannons were actually controlled by the barbarians, and at that moment the barbarian hiding in the cannon turret frantically fired bullets, attacking Hefeng and the others. The arrow tower was also manned by an archer responsible for attacking both ground and aerial enemies. However, Xiao Ran chose an exceptionally tricky angle for his attack. Although the archer on the tower drew his bow full, the arrows fell just short of reaching Xiao Ran's army. Another cannon operated by a barbarian fired 2 booming shots that also failed to reach Hefeng and the others. Xiao Ran's chosen attack route had already exceeded the range of the arrow tower and the other cannon. Only the cannon facing a frontal assault could hit Xiao Ran's army. Boom, boom, boom. This cannon fired several rounds that struck the leading Hefeng. Yet Hefeng had thick health, double that of a normal barbarian. Normally 5 bullets would suffice to kill a barbarian, but this cannon had fired 7 or 8 rounds and still hadn't taken down Hefeng. Monster, it's a monster. The few villagers who were fleeing in panic screamed in terror upon seeing Hefeng's abnormality. In pain from the hits, Hefeng ran faster, furiously charging in front of the cannon, raising his dagger to slash at it wildly. The Dung Beetle and Golden Tortoise followed closely behind, successfully reaching the front of the cannon, swinging their daggers and making a clattering noise. Xiao Ran drew his bow and aimed at the barbarian inside the cannon turret, shooting an arrow. This arrow did not hit the barbarian, but was instead blocked by a magical energy enveloping the cannon turret, causing it to only chip away a few health points from the cannon, like other normal attacks. Not only the cannon, but all village structures were shrouded in a layer of magical energy. Unless their health points dropped to 0, the magical energy would not disappear. Due to the high damage from the cannon, Heifeng's health rapidly declined, leaving him with only a sliver of health. Heifeng closed his eyes, probably silently saying to himself, "Having a cruel master, I didn't even survive 3 chapters before being killed by my master." Tears of sorrow flowed from Heifeng. At that moment a loud bang echoed, and the cannon in front of him collapsed. It was successfully destroyed. Heifeng stared in disbelief at the fallen cannon, his expression blank. Behind Heifeng, the honest dung beetle let out a loud cry and immediately took Heifeng's place, charging towards the second cannon. "I am not dead," Heifeng mumbled to himself. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and help," came Xiao Ran's authoritative voice from afar. Heifeng was ecstatic. This master was too incredible. Just as he was about to meet his demise, the cannon exploded first. The calculation, the strategy was truly impressive. Not daring to delay, Heifeng quickly grabbed his dagger and followed closely behind the dung beetle, charging towards the second turret. Due to the shortened distance, they reached the turret more quickly this time, buying the dung beetle precious time to survive. Moreover, with Heifeng's high attack power relying on a sliver of health, he frantically dealt damage to the second turret. Just as the dung beetle was about to collapse, the 3 of them worked together to destroy the second cannon. Following this, the golden tortoise charged towards the last arrow tower. The arrow tower had a far range, but dealt less damage than the cannon. On the surface, it seemed that the golden tortoise was doomed, but the insufficient damage from the tower allowed him to narrowly escape death. It was as if everything was within Xiao Ran's calculations. If any other high-ranking leader had witnessed this scene, they would likely be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. 3 barbarians had taken down 3 defensive structures, equivalent to saying that 3 barbarians had pushed down a level 2 village. Was this something a human could achieve? This was a live broadcast of a rare sight. Boom. Half a minute later, the last arrow tower was shattered and collapsed. "Oh whoa, oh whoa, we did it, we did it." Heifeng, the dung beetle, and the golden tortoise waved their daggers, jumping and cheering loudly. With all defensive facilities destroyed, the level 2 village was within reach. Then Heifeng led the dung beetle and golden tortoise in a surge towards the surrounding buildings. Slash, slash, slash. In the end, the 3 barbarians surrounded the main camp together. Slash, slash, slash. The main camp was also enveloped by a layer of magical aura protected by the fountain of life. Unless the original villagers were present, others could not enter and could only destroy it. However, the main camp was the building with the thickest health in the entire village. After Heifeng and the others' arms grew sore from slashing, they finally destroyed the main camp. The health points of the main camp dropped to 0, the protective magical energy vanished in an instant, and the main camp turned into a pile of rubble. Ding dong. Congratulations to the master for destroying Heifeng village with a destruction rate of 100. Reward 1141 holy water, 1324 gold coins, and 3 soul fragments. Excellent. Excellent. Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the system's notification. All resources had automatically been transferred into his system warehouse. The rewards from this complete annihilation were sufficient to upgrade his village to level 1. Upgrading to a level 1 village required 500 gold coins. Constructing additional defensive structures would cost roughly another 500, while holy water demanded between 500 and 1,000. For an ordinary chieftain, amassing such resources would entail frugal labor for over a year. Yet Xiao Ran accomplished it all within a single day. Master, you are truly extraordinary. Master, you must be a deity sent by heaven to save our Huaxia tribe. Master, Black Wind's wisest decision in life was pledging himself as your servant. Black Wind and the others had withdrawn. Upon returning, he spared no praise, lavishing Xiao Ran with effusive, radiant flattery. Xiao Ran ignored the sycophant. Noticing that everyone's health was dangerously low, and knowing full recovery would take several hours, he deemed further delay unnecessary. The resources had been secured, and it was time to return home in triumph. Just as Xiao Ran prepared to depart, several timid, hunched figures suddenly caught his attention. These were the original villagers of Black Wind Village. Villagers were the world's indigenous inhabitants, living sentient humans who reproduced only among themselves with no other means of creation. Most possessed high intelligence, excelling in farming, craftsmanship, construction, logging, cultivation, and cooking, yet their combat ability remained negligible. Typically, during village conflicts, villagers would hide until the threat passed, then quietly return to resume their tranquil, secluded lives. Occasionally, exceptionally gifted villagers were chosen by the spring of life and entered into covenant with it, becoming chieftains destined to lead their villages toward prosperity and expansion. Thus, villagers conferred manifold tangible and intangible benefits upon their settlements. With Xiao Ran's village still in its infancy and urgently needing manpower, the sight of these skulking villagers sparked a fresh idea. "Come forth." Xiao Ran beckoned to them. Hearing his voice, the villagers dared not flee. Instead, led by a broad-shouldered man, 5 emerged hesitantly. "Your former chieftain has already sworn fealty to me. This village shall soon be reclaimed by nature." If you wish to live, you have but two choices: swear allegiance or face annihilation. Xiao Ran's intent was straightforward: to recruit them directly, assuming the authority of chieftain. Recruitment remained one of the principal means of acquiring villagers. Alternatively, one could seize them by force. But conquest demanded overwhelming martial strength, offered fewer developmental benefits than recruitment, and more critically, Xiao Ran currently lacked the military might to forcibly abduct even these few. The villagers exchanged glances, then fixed their gaze upon Black Wind beside Xiao Ran, fear flickering plainly in their eyes. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow thoughtfully, appraising the scene, then seized Black Wind, twisted his ear, and scolded, "Have you mistreated these villagers? Look how terrified they are. They dare not even pledge loyalty to me." Black Wind yelped in pain, Master, please let go. I'll never dare again." Xiao Ran released him, then turned to the villagers, "Fear not. Black Wind is now my servant and will harm you no longer. I swear it upon the name of Moonlight City." Moonlight City. At the name, their eyes lit up. The burly leader immediately asked, "Might you be Xiao Ran, the Lord of Moonlight City?" "Indeed," Xiao Ran affirmed with a nod. "Heavens above, I must be dreaming. We've long heard tales of Moonlight City's unmatched might and far-reaching prestige, its chieftain noble and bearing, resplendent in countenance. To behold you today is to witness true magnificence. To become subjects of Moonlight City is a blessing no mortal could earn in 8 lifetimes." The villagers gathered closely, gesturing and whispering, stealing furtive glances at Xiao Ran, exchanging silent, fervent thoughts. After a moment, the leader stepped forward, bowed deeply, and declared with reverent humility, "Grateful for your lordship's benevolence, we, on behalf of all Black Wind Village's people, humbly petition your lordship to grant us shelter and protection." Xiao Ran stood momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, he realized the sheer magnitude of Moonlight City's renown. Merely uttering its name had rendered formal recruitment superfluous. Loyalty had arrived unbidden. Xiao Ran drew a deep, steadying breath. As the ancient saying goes, the great Tao is never solitary. Indeed, the restoration of Moonlight City now seemed imminent. In Moonlight Village, dusk has fallen. Above the tranquil village, the azure sky appears to be brushed with vibrant watercolor strokes, the evening glow so beautiful it evokes a sense of a fairyland. The chief is back. The chief is back. Xiao Ran led 3 barbarians and 5 villagers, gradually revealing their figures on the horizon from the official road. The Huanghua tree and others who remained in the village all ran out to welcome them. "Is there anything new today?" Xiao Ran asked the Huanghua tree and the others with a smile. "Chief, I and the builders have repaired the council hall, just waiting for your return to upgrade it," Huanghua said. "While fetching water by the river, I found a pearl dedicated to my dear chief." Villager Akong presented a crystal-clear pearl, bending down to hand it to Xiao Ran. "While foraging wild vegetables in the north of the village, I discovered a stone tablet with inscriptions under a tree." Another villager named Sunflower, but commonly called Ayong, also reported to Xiao Ran. "Very good." Xiao Ran accepted the pearl offered by Akong, pinching it between 2 fingers and gazing at the sky. This pearl, the size of a marble, is milky white, completely natural and unpolluted, of high quality and excellent appearance. If sold on Earth, it would fetch tens of thousands. "Thank you, Akong." Xiao Ran accepted the pearl with satisfaction, casually tossing it to the builder Turkey, saying, "Make me a necklace out of it, and it must be a big gold chain." Turkey instantly wore a wretched expression, holding a hammer and asking Huanghua, "Elder Huang, am a builder, not a dwarf craftsman. How am I supposed to make a big gold chain for the chief?" Elder Huang raised his cane and struck Turkey on the head, flaring his mustache, and angrily said, "The chief trusts your talent by asking you to make it. Even if you have to hammer it out, you must produce a big gold chain for the chief. I will not disappoint the chief's expectations." Turkey clutched the pearl, his face a mask of struggle, reluctantly accepting this arduous task. The sky was getting dark, but for the village's construction, not a moment could be wasted. Xiao Ran led everyone to the site of the village council hall. "System, upgrade the base." Xiao Ran gazed at the council hall, speaking with an authoritative presence. Huang Lao and others suppressed their excited emotions, gazing at the council hall with hopeful expressions. After 10 years, they finally heard the chief's command to upgrade the base again, causing Huanghua to lose control of his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Accompanied by Xiao Ran's command, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, you currently have 1324 gold coins. Upgrading the base by 1 level costs 500, leaving you with 824. The required time is 12 hours. Please confirm, Master." "Confirm." As the words left his mouth, a dazzling light radiated from a distance. Xiao Ran squinted his eyes and turned his head, only to find that the Fountain of Life was glowing. The Fountain of Life is about 1,000 meters away from the council hall, still within sight. Waves of magical energy pulsated above the fountain, spreading in circles radiant and dazzling. At the same time, a similar energy fluctuation appeared above the council hall. "Get to work, get to work." Turkey, who was deep in thought with the pearl, suddenly seemed to receive some sort of mental stimulus. He quickly put away the pearl, lifted 2 hammers and dashed towards the council hall, wildly hammering away, without knowing what he was repairing. Xiao Ran could sense that the builders were being guided by a powerful force upgrading the base. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Xiao Ran's ears again. Please lead the villagers to gather some wood and ore. During the upgrade of the base, the builders will automatically use the corresponding materials. If materials are insufficient, construction will halt. Damn, this prompt was like a wake-up call. It seems that upgrading buildings in this world cannot be achieved solely with holy water and gold coins. Holy water and gold coins can only activate the upgrade function of the Fountain of Life. Corresponding resources are also needed during construction to complete the upgrade. Quick. Everyone follow me to chop some wood and dig some ore. Xiao Ran urged as night was approaching and the lack of resources was quite pressing. Don't panic, Chief. At this moment, Huang Lao's strong voice came through. Chief, we have waited for you for so many years. Although our wealth has been plundered, we still have plenty of wood and ore in stock. After saying this, Huang Lao instructed the dung beetle and the golden tortoise. You two go to the cave by the mountain and bring back some wood. We will go too. The newly arrived male villagers eagerly volunteered to help. Everyone has a part to play, don't panic. There's a cave by the river that stores, or you young men go and drag back 2 carts of ore. Huang Lao continued to give instructions. Also, Captain Blackwind, please follow the dung beetle and the others. The cave by the mountain is quite remote and wild beasts may appear at night. Having an extra person is an extra guarantee. Huang Lao addressed Blackwind. No problem, Elder Huang. Blackwind replied. I will go too. Chief, the night is a devil. You are not as strong as before, you must not venture out at night. Huang Lao waved his hands repeatedly, speaking earnestly. Right. The dung beetle and golden tortoise nodded earnestly like chicks pecking at rice. Seeing Elder Huang so serious, Xiao Ran had no choice but to give up. Then everyone moved quickly. The sooner we go, the sooner we come back. Xiao Ran said to Blackwind and the other barbarians as well as the villagers. Understood, Chief. Then a group of people split up and busied themselves. Before long, several village girls lit a bonfire illuminating the night sky. In the blazing firelight, one could see the bustling activity in the village. The newly joined young laborers quickly returned, dragging ore back and piling it beside the council hall. After unloading 1 cart, they picked up torches and headed back for a second load. Blackwind also brought back 2 carts of wood with the dung beetle and golden tortoise unloading the wood before heading back for a second trip. Huang Lao stood at the entrance of the council hall directing the villagers as they transported wood and ore, arranging everything neatly and orderly. After the village girls lit the fire, they took out stored food to prepare dinner for the working villagers, the sweet aroma of rice filling the entire village. After 2 full hours of work, the wood and ore beside the council hall had piled up like a mountain, enough for the village to upgrade to level 2. Everything was going smoothly, as if Xiao Ran would wake up tomorrow to see the level 1 base. However, just at that moment, a voice filled with terror echoed from the darkness. Master, something terrible has happened. Haifeng, who was in charge of hauling timber, ran back alone this time and returned empty-handed. Haifeng stumbled in his rattan armor in tatters. Patches of wheat-colored skin were exposed, mottled with fresh wounds. Blood had not yet dried. Deep claw marks streaked across his arms and shoulders. Where are Shiklang and Jin Guizi? Huang Lao stepped forward and asked anxiously. Haifeng immediately dropped to his knees, prostrating himself before Xiao Ran and banging his head on the ground as he sobbed. So sorry. Master, Shiklang and Jin Guizi. They are dead. Boom. Xiao Ran, still reveling in the joy of constructing the level 1 main base, felt his mind go blank at that announcement. What happened? Xiao Ran asked, his face grave. Through the combat system, he could see Haifeng's health reduced to a thread. Had he not fled so swiftly, he would likely have died as well. Haifeng, ignoring his wounds, wailed. We were carrying the last load of wood and were about to return when a wild wolf sprang out. It was tall and hulking, as large as an ox, and it could become invisible. We never stood a chance. Shiklang and Jin Guizi fought desperately to protect me and told me to run back and report it. I had no choice but to flee, but they... He sobbed. A wolf that could turn invisible. Xiao Ran was dumbfounded. Damn, what sort of monster was this? No wonder Huang Lao had begged him with all his might not to leave the village at night. According to Haifeng, it was not only Shiklang and Jin Guizi who were lost. Even if Xiao Ran had gone, whatever weight and lives it demanded would have taken them. His own 120 Jin would have been claimed as well. Hearing this, Huang Lao wept, openly beating his chest as he cried. It's the Enying Lang Wang. It's surely the Enying Lang Wang. Seeing Xiao Ran's puzzled expression, Huang Lao hurried to explain. Chief, the mountain range behind our village is called Dadao Ling. Many feral beasts hide within it. The lair of the Enying Lang Wang lies among them. But the Enying Lang Wang only prowls at night. Normally it leaves us alone, so who could have expected it to strike so viciously today? Xiao Ran understood at once they must have alarmed the Shadow Wolf King while hauling the timber and were hunted down as a result. Shik Lang and Jin Guizi had also fallen. The incident cast a sudden shadow over the once lively village. Xiao Ran's heart ached. Although Shik Lang and Jin Guizi were low-intellect units, they had likely lived alongside Huang Lao and the others for years. Their abrupt deaths could not help but wound him. Several village girls quietly wiped away their tears upon hearing the news. "It's my fault," Xiao Ran said, filled with remorse. Had he not been so eager to upgrade the village, they might not have provoked the Shadow Wolf King. "Chief, this is not your fault. As long as you are here, we will have thousands upon thousands more Shik Lang." Huang Lao sobbed, attempting to comfort him. Troops are renewable resources. When they die, they can be resurrected. Furthermore, if a unit has been named by the chief, it may choose to inherit its memories upon revival. So the death of troops is not the end of the world. The real catastrophe would be the death of the chief, and then everything would truly be over. I will avenge them. Tomorrow, once we build the barracks, I will re-summon Shik Lang and Jin Guizi and strike. Xiao Ran spoke with a face full of righteous fury. Strike back. Strike back. The villagers raised their fists and roared in agreement. With Xiao Ran among them, the Shadow Wolf King would not survive long. Do not leave the village tonight. Eat, rest well, and tomorrow we will see a renewed village. Xiao Ran steadied his emotions and addressed the people. We obey the chief's orders. The villagers ceased wandering, gathered around the bonfire, ate their supper, slept on the ground, and waited for dawn. Night passed. Xiao Ran could not sleep. It was his first night in this other world. The moon above differed from Earth's. A silvery, mournful orb of beauty, yet colder. The construction workers seemed like a species that did not need sleep. After laboring through the night, they remained vigorous, swinging hammers and nailing the beams of the council hall. As the sky paled, drowsiness finally overcame Xiao Ran. He crouched by the bonfire, buried his head in his knees, and sank into a deep sleep. Sometime later, a particularly pleasant sound rang inside his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master. Level 1 main base upgrade successful. The system's notification. Xiao Ran sprang awake to find the crowd dancing and cheering. The village erupted in ecstatic shouts. It's done, it's done. We finally have a main base. 10 years. Our Yueliang village has returned. Is it done? Xiao Ran jumped up excitedly, rushing towards the previously dilapidated conference hall. The dilapidated conference hall was gone, replaced by a larger, more aesthetically pleasing level 1 base radiating a soft yellow glow. The level 1 base, covering about 80 square meters, was the most important building in the village, serving administrative and livelihood functions. More importantly, the level 1 base was a prerequisite for constructing and upgrading all other lower-level buildings. The buildings that could be constructed at the level 1 base included 1 barracks, 1 training camp, 1 treasury, 1 holy water bottle, 1 holy water collector, 1 gold mine, and 2 cannons. Xiao Ran was so excited he spoke incoherently, waving his arms and shouting, "System, system," calling the system, "Hurry and build the barracks now. Immediately. Right now." The army is the soul of a village. Xiao Ran could forego upgrading a single collector, but the barracks must be raised to the highest level as quickly as possible. Please choose a construction location, Master. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Oh right, the location. Xiao Ran almost forgot. The village needs proper layout, as a good layout is key to defending against external enemies. For instance, the Black Wind village, which had at least a complete set of defenses as a level 2 village, was flattened by Xiao Ran and 3 barbarians. This served as a negative example in layout. After construction, can the buildings be moved? Xiao Ran asked. Yes, Master. Moving a building costs 10 of the upgrade resources. The system replied. 10 of the resources wasn't much, as long as it could be moved, that was fine. Xiao Ran pondered the village's terrain for 5 minutes, then slowly walked to the east side of the village, facing the official road. Xiao Ran looked up at the base, estimated the distance, and nodded in satisfaction. Build it here, system. Barracks level 1 capacity for 20 units, construction time 1 hour. Consumes 250 holy water, currently has 1170, 1 holy water, remaining 921. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. A vibrant glow rippled from the direction of the fountain of life. Beneath Xiao Ran's feet, magical light, resembling rippling water, appeared, enveloping the surrounding land of about 80 square meters. Not far away, a turkey that had just finished its work and was eating suddenly perked up, hurriedly dropping its bowl and grabbing 2 hammers nearby. Let's get to work, let's get to work. The turkey scampered off, raising the hammers above its head, rushing towards Xiao Ran with excitement and eagerness, ready to contribute. Xiao Ran. Indeed, construction workers don't need to rest. An hour later, under the turkey's diligent work, the level 1 barracks rose from the ground. The barracks resembled a football field with a bonfire in the center, serving as a place for the soldiers' daily activities and the home for all combat units. Without the barracks, the soldiers could not be trained. After the barracks was completed, the next step was to upgrade the training camp. The training camp was a building for producing soldiers, consuming holy water to transform it into corresponding units. Upgrading the training camp would unlock new soldier types, and as the number of training camps increased, the training time for soldiers would be reduced. Training camp level 1 unlocks the unit type barbarian, upgrade time 1 hour. Consumes 200 holy water, currently has 921 holy water, remaining 721. Please confirm, master. Confirm. The turkey picked up the hammer again and began constructing the building at the location specified by villagers such as Elder Huang, Akong, and Ayong helped lift timber and transport stones, facilitating the turkey's use of materials to avoid delaying the construction progress. Inside the village, a bustling scene of large-scale production unfolded. As the captain of the Barbarians, Black Wind, ran to the newly built barracks, performing a series of classic martial arts moves such as the lazy donkey, rolling hawk, flipping, and swift blade cutting, proudly declaring that he couldn't lose face as the Barbarian team leader. Master Elder Huang, Sister Kong, Sister Yang, how does my martial skill look? Does it have a flavor of being unrivaled in the world? Black Wind waved his short knife, shouting from a distance, seeking approval and attention. Elder Huang, not bad, not bad, your acrobatics are quite good. Give me a chest smash. Akong shouted. Let's do a steel rod throat strike, thank you. Black Wind helplessly dropped his arms, looking as if he could cry, but had no tears. An hour had passed. Though not a spectacle for the masses, it was still a building that Xiao Ran and others had eagerly awaited, and it had finally come into existence. A dazzling wave of magical light shaped like rippling water descended from the rooftop of the training camp, as if shedding an outer garment, slowly revealing the brand new level 1 training camp. Congratulations, master. The training camp has successfully upgraded. A cheer erupted throughout the crowd. Haifeng wrapped up his acrobatics performance and dashed to the entrance of the training camp, tidying his vine armor in anticipation of his little brother's appearance. Through the battle system, Xiao Ran found a control panel to manage the training camp. The avatars of the named Dung Beetle and Golden Tortoise appeared on the control panel, but they were displayed in gray, indicating they had perished and needed retraining. Train barbarians. Each barbarian consumes 25 holy water, training quantity 20, total holy water consumed 500, currently holding 721 holy water, remaining 221. Please confirm, master. Confirm. Xiao Ran chose 20 barbarians at once, which was the maximum capacity of the current barracks. Unlike in the game, the training time for units here was longer. Training for 1 barbarian took 8 minutes. Training 20 barbarians would take nearly 3 hours. But watching each barbarian march out of the training camp with valiant pride made the wait seem trivial. Welcome our heroes, Mr. Dung Beetle. Welcome our heroes, Lord Golden Tortoise. Huang Lao and Akang welcomed them on both sides, personally greeting the Dung Beetle and Golden Tortoise as they exited the training camp. Haifeng hugged his 2 little brothers, tears in his eyes, repeatedly saying thank you. Unlike the units, Haifeng was a high-level life form and could not be reborn, so if it weren't for the Dung Beetle and Golden Tortoise saving him, Haifeng might have ceased to exist. Similarly, Xiao Ran was a genuine carbon-based life form, not a being of holy water or dark water. Thus, if his physical body were destroyed, it would mean death. As one barbarian after another exited the training camp, the once desolate Moon Village finally began to gain some liveliness. With the army gradually taking shape, Xiao Ran had to start making the final preparations before departure. On the armor, the skilled Akang and Ayang worked overnight to create a vine armor for him similar to Haifeng's, both being very rudimentary defensive gear. As for the bows and arrows confiscated last time, Xiao Ran could still use them, but since he was not an archer, he could only utilize 70 of their power. More importantly, after searching for a long time, Xiao Ran could not find a suitable weapon for self-defense. Finally, his gaze landed on the waist of the barbarians. The short sword of a barbarian hung at their waist, from birth of average quality, but for Xiao Ran, having one was better. Hey little buddy, can I borrow your weapon? With no choice, Xiao Ran forcibly requisitioned a barbarian's short sword and hung it at his waist. The barbarian whose short sword was taken was momentarily stunned, as if realizing something, then scampered back into the training camp. Before long, he came out again, with another short sword hanging at his waist. What? Xiao Ran was left dumbfounded. How was this possible? Had he known that the barbarian's short swords were so cheap, he wouldn't have resorted to theft. Out of curiosity, Xiao Ran approached the entrance of the training camp and peeked inside, but due to the barrier of magical energy, he could not enter. Unable to see what was happening inside, where exactly did the barbarian's short sword come from? At that moment, the system's voice rang in Xiao Ran's mind. Master low-level weapons are automatically refined from the ores stored in the training camp. For example, the short sword at your waist. If the ores in the training camp are exhausted, you will need to add ores, wood, and other resources to continue training the units. Oh, the system's explanation cleared up the confusion. Xiao Ran shook his head, losing interest in thinking further. He then walked to the front of the barracks and shouted to a group of barbarians, all gather. Hearing their leader's command, the barbarians trotted over, slowly gathering before quickly lining up in an orderly. Next came a passionate war mobilization speech. Xiao Ran said, "Brave barbarian warriors, welcome back. The world is perilous and the people struggle to survive. Though our moon village has a glorious history, it has become a perilously desolate mountain village due to the persecution by corrupt officials and vile men. Even an ordinary magical beast nearby can bully us at will. May I ask everyone present, can you endure this?" "No." Huang Lao and others led the response. "No, no, no." The horde of barbarians clashed their weapons and roared with rage. "No magical beast shall challenge our moon village's status. Regardless of the cost, we must eradicate the beast threat and restore peace to our moon village. Do you all have confidence?" "Yes." The crowd roared. "All of you follow me into battle, slay the beasts, and defend our village. Slay the beasts, defend the village. Slay the beasts, defend the village. Slay the beasts, defend the village." Under this rallying cry, all the barbarians rolled up their sleeves, their fighting spirit soaring. Xiao Ran nodded with satisfaction, seeing that although these units were not clever, they had some intelligence. They could be affected by emotions, and once inspired, their combat capabilities would naturally improve. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Xiao Ran's mind. "Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, you have comprehended the A-level skill Commander. Commander, after activating the skill, enhances the combat power of all units by 10. Oh, comprehending a skill? There was such a pleasant surprise. What Xiao Ran never expected was that the SS level skill hadn't even been used yet, and he had unexpectedly picked up an A-level skill. Xiao Ran immediately deduced that many skills in this world could be actively learned or triggered. Moreover, this skill, which could enhance the combat power of units, was an A-level skill and would surely prove useful in the future. Xiao Ran suppressed his inner joy, thinking that the urgent task was to eliminate the Shadow Wolf King first. Determined, Xiao Ran commanded the barbarian army, marching to the rallying cry, basking in the scorching sunlight under Huang Lao's guidance towards the lair of the Shadow Wolf King. At Dadao Ridge, the mountains rise in layers and the forest roars under the midday sun. The lair of the Shadow Wolf King is backed by a rocky formation shaped like a concave letter, where besides the Wolf King, 4 guard wolves known as Swift Shadow Wolves also reside. The initial speed of the Swift Shadow Wolves is quite fast, allowing them to quickly close in on enemies, but they lack the stealth ability of the Shadow Wolf King. Xiao Ran led his army, lurking opposite the wolf pack's lair, parting the bushes as he surveyed the sleeping wolves. "Is this the wolf you said is as big as a cow, eh?" Xiao Ran drew his short sword and tapped Black Wind's head, his face particularly grim, as if water could drip from it. The Shadow Wolf King, with a robust physique exceeding 2.5 meters in length and around 2 meters in height, lay on the ground like a small mountain. "Yes indeed, Master," Black Wind said with a mournful face, squeezing out tears while putting on a tragic act. "Is this a cow? This is clearly a rhinoceros." "That's what I said," Xiao Ran scolded. "A rhinoceros is still a type of cow, Master. Get lost, I'm tired of explaining." Just by looking at the size of the Shadow Wolf King, Xiao Ran knew this would be a tough battle. The Shadow Wolf King was indeed too strong, and with 4 guard wolves, if he became careless, it wouldn't just be a matter of exterminating the wolf pack. He could very well be counterattacked by them. "Old Huang, do you have any suggestions?" To be safe, Xiao Ran first consulted Huang Gashushu, the most experienced in the village. "Chief, the Shadow Wolf is a level 1 magical beast characterized by its speed and ability to become invisible. Our barbarian army will certainly not be a match for the wolf pack. I suggest using strategy to lure and kill them, not to force an attack," Old Huang said gravely. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement, but silently sighed. He never expected such a strong Shadow Wolf King to only be a level 1 magical beast. This world is truly a marvel. After that, Xiao Ran led the barbarians to find a secluded open space and began digging traps. If brute force wouldn't work, then they had to use their brains. To deal with the wolf pack, Xiao Ran had all the barbarians join in to dig a massive pit trap, with sharpened wooden stakes inserted upside down inside, hiding 4 barbarians as cannon fodder. The trap was covered with fallen leaves and dirt, and at the center was a piece of raw meat used as bait. As soon as the wolf pack took the meat, the barbarians hidden in the trap would exert force together to sever all the supports, taking the wolves down with them. To ensure the trap would successfully trigger, Xiao Ran personally selected dung beetles and golden turtles for this honorable task, as this step was crucial for killing the wolf pack. If the trap failed to trigger, everyone would pay with their lives. As dusk approached, Xiao Ran's trap construction was finally complete. "Report, Chief, the wolf pack has started to stir." A barbarian ran back to report on the wolf pack situation. "Black Wind, take 5 people to lure them over. You must bring the entire wolf pack here," Xiao Ran instructed Black Wind. "Yes, Master, I will accomplish this task." Black Wind braced himself for this tough job. Then Xiao Ran turned to the remaining barbarians and said, "Everyone ambush around. If anything unexpected happens, follow my command and join the battle immediately." "Yes, Chief." After Xiao Ran finished speaking, one person climbed up a tree waiting for Black Wind's return. Not long after, chaotic footsteps sounded from afar along with Black Wind's cries of distress. help me, master, help. Behind Black Wind were 4 swift shadow wolves racing after him along with a shadow wolf king that resembled a small mountain. The swift shadow wolves fast as lightning immediately killed 4 barbarians upon spotting Black Wind, then continued their relentless pursuit. Climb the tree. Xiao Ran's brow furrowed. There was no time for Black Wind to escape, so he could only let Black Wind save himself for now. The wolf pack speed was too fast. Having the barbarians lure them was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. But this was also a last resort. Hearing Xiao Ran's command, Black Wind scrambled up the tree, narrowly avoiding disaster. The wolf pack couldn't climb trees, and after losing their target, they began to wander around the trap, quickly discovering the bait. Hope bloomed. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up, his heart racing. The wolf pack cautiously approached the bait, completely unguarded. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 swift shadow wolves entered the trap, but then something alarming happened. The trap showed no reaction at all. What the hell? What are the dung beetles and golden turtles doing? Cut the supports, cut the supports. Xiao Ran anxiously paced around. Could it be that these 2 barbarians suddenly lost their minds? Damn it, if the hunt failed, all the surrounding barbarians would die, and he and Old Huang hiding in the tree would have to stay there all night, only daring to return to the village the next day. Just as Xiao Ran was cursing, the 4 swift shadow wolves suddenly dispersed. It was over. Xiao Ran's vision darkened as he realized the wolf pack might be retreating, meaning the hunt was bound to fail. At this moment, in the center of the trap, a gigantic wolf shadow gradually materialized from the void, slowly solidifying. Is this the Shadow Wolf King? Amazing. Xiao Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. Hey, how did this big wolf manage to get in? Was it the Shadow Wolf King's invisibility skill? Just as Xiao Ran was deeply shocked, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the direction of the trap. Boom, boom, boom. The dung beetles and golden turtles had finally taken action. The ground where the wolf pack was standing, covering an area of 20 square meters, suddenly collapsed, and all 5 magical beasts fell into the trap. Beautiful. Xiao Ran was almost ready to applaud. This time the dung beetles and golden turtles had accomplished a great feat, capturing the entire wolf pack. Everyone charge. Xiao Ran shouted, and all the barbarians lurking around emerged from the bushes and rushed forward. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A furious roar suddenly erupted from within the trap. The Shadow Wolf King's figure leaped up, covered in blood, and actually jumped out. Xiao Ran was stunned. Was this really a level 1 magical beast? A 1-meter wooden stake didn't kill it, and it even jumped out of a 5-meter pit. No movie would dare to film this. Protect the chief. Old Huang shouted loudly, and the other barbarians finally came to their senses. Without hesitation, they waved their short swords and charged towards the Shadow Wolf King. Master, I'm coming. Black Wind also jumped down from the tree, charging towards the Shadow Wolf King alone, shouting, Beast, die. At that moment, the Shadow Wolf King had also sustained injuries, its attacks noticeably slower, no longer the imposing figure it once was, and against the swarm of barbarians, it could only bear the fight with its injuries, as both sides battled fiercely. Xiao Ran quickly calmed himself down, and discovered that a health bar was displayed above the Shadow Wolf King's head, specifically shown by the battle system. Xiao Ran's gaze sharpened. Being particularly keen, he immediately noticed that the Wolf King's health was less than half, meaning it had lost half its health due to the trap. Everyone stay calm, follow my command. With this revelation, Xiao Ran felt assured, drawing his bow, and began to command the battle. All barbarians form in groups of 4, corner the Wolf King at the edge of the trap, slash twice, then immediately retreat. The second group follows in, and the third group replaces the second, the fourth replaces the third, attacking in waves. Black Wind, you deal the highest damage. After every 3 slashes, take a rest to avoid drawing the Wolf King's ire. All units adjust immediately. 16 barbarians under Xiao Ran's command forced the Wolf King to the edge of the trap, dividing into 4 combat teams, launching attack after attack. The barbarians' damage was low, but their numbers and Xiao Ran's bloodware tactics meant that despite each blade cutting deep, the Wolf King felt little pain, yet its health gradually decreased. It was only a matter of time before it was worn down to death. Genius, genius. This is not just a battle, it's art. Old Huang, hiding in the tree, was so moved by the scene that tears streamed down his cheeks. This battle lasted half an hour. The barbarian army was completely wiped out. Only Black Wind, with a sliver of health left, gritted his teeth and delivered the final blow, causing the Shadow Wolf King to crash to the ground. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, for killing a level 1 magical beast, earning 100 soul fragments. 100. Holy crap, my troops can upgrade now. Xiao Ran never expected that a Shadow Wolf King would drop 100 soul shards. What a delightful surprise. However, considering the difficulty of defeating the Shadow Wolf King, it is not too surprising. If it weren't for Xiao Ran's tactical maneuvers, his 25 barbarians would have been insufficient to feed even 4 swift shadow wolves. By the way, after being killed by the trap, each swift shadow wolf also contributed 10 soul shards. Xiao Ran opened his attributes and checked current number of soul shards 147. Finally, I can evolve the barbarians. Xiao Ran let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of contentment appearing on his face. This battle was fought splendidly. Master, look quickly, what is this? At that moment He Feng stood beside the Wolf King's corpse, exclaiming in surprise. Hearing the sound, Xiao Ran hurried over only to see that the Wolf King's corpse was gradually disappearing into the air, and where the Wolf King had fallen a pile of items appeared, among which a cloak radiating a ghostly light stood out. Huh, equipment can drop too. Xiao Ran was taken aback again. This means that magical beasts are not carbon-based life forms, but magical life forms that can also be revived after death. It's just a matter of how long it takes to revive. Xiao Ran approached and picked up the loot dropped by the Wolf King. 1 cloak, 1 magic crystal, 1 wolf skin, and 2 wolf claws. Through the system, Xiao Ran checked the properties of the items. Shadow cloak, dark gold equipment, life, 100 attack, 100 movement speed, 20. In a non-combat state, it can activate a stealth skill, making the wearer invisible for 10 seconds with a 60-second cooldown, automatically becoming ineffective after an attack. Level 1 magic crystal contains powerful magical energy and can be used for character upgrades. Wolf skin, wolf claws, resources that can be traded. This was the first time Xiao Ran had obtained equipment, and he specifically consulted the system about the basic situation of the equipment. Master, all high-level life forms can wear equipment. Equipment is classified into 7 levels: common equipment, silver equipment, gold equipment, dark gold equipment, pink gold equipment, red gold equipment, and divine artifacts. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Killing boss-level magical beasts or leaders will yield equipment. Understood. Xiao Ran nodded, and then directly threw the cloak to He Feng, saying, this is for you. Dark gold equipment is already considered mid-high level equipment. He Feng never expected that Xiao Ran would just give it to him without a second thought. This terrifying attribute boost made He Feng's strength nearly double. Moreover, it also had a special stealth skill, a divine skill for launching surprise attacks and delivering fatal strikes. Master, you are too good to me. He Feng is willing to offer you my precious life. He Feng happily ran over, knelt in front of Xiao Ran, and passionately kissed Xiao Ran's grass shoes over 10 times without stopping. Prepare to return. Xiao Ran said no more, calling Huang Lao as the sky grew darker, ready to head home. By Master, He Feng has a request. At this moment, He Feng looked at the magic crystal in Xiao Ran's hand with shining eyes and said, you want this? Here, take it. Don't look at me like that. With that gaze, I thought a wolf was coming. Xiao Ran threw the magic crystal to He Feng, who swallowed it in one bite. Ding dong, congratulations, Master. He Feng has successfully leveled up. Huh. Xiao Ran paused, turning to look at He Feng. It turns out that He Feng needed to eat magic crystals to level up. He took another look at He Feng's attribute panel. Name: He Feng, level 3. Type: Barbarian, squad leader, special construction resource, unknown, upgrade condition, unknown, HP, 180 damage per second, 32 damage reduction, 20 movement speed, 24 population, occupation, 1 training time, unknown, attack preference, unknown, damage type, unknown, talent, none, skill, stealth from Shadow Cloak. Level up twice. Aside from a 50 speed increase, all other attributes doubled. Looking at He Feng, Xiao Ran smiled and said, since you level up by eating magic crystals, once our troops become stronger, I will have you hunt a few more. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. He Feng knelt on the ground, knocking his head repeatedly, showing immense loyalty. Xiao Ran did not know that He Feng was so grateful, because the magic crystal's upgrade function was not only applicable to servants like He Feng. Xiao Ran could also consume magic crystals to level up. By giving the magic crystal to He Feng instead of upgrading himself, Xiao Ran prioritized He Feng's survival, enhancing his ability to survive, which was the reason for He Feng's overwhelming gratitude. As night fell, the mountains echoed with tiger roars and wolf howls. Ghostly shadows danced. He Feng gathered the spoils. It's time to head home. Xiao Ran looked around and directed He Feng to carry the wolf skins and claws, heading down the mountain. Upon returning to the village, the first thing Xiao Ran did was evolve his troops. The Barbarians' first evolution had 4 directions: Quick Blade Barbarian, Stone Skin Barbarian, Sprinting Barbarian, and Ice Barbarian. System evolved to Stone Skin Barbarian. After careful consideration, Xiao Ran made his final choice. As a low-level troop that balances offense and defense, being able to withstand attacks is more important than being able to deal damage, so Xiao Ran chose defense. As for offense, he would leave that to the archers produced by the level 2 camp. Barbarian current evolution count 1, consumes 100 soul shards. Evolution type Stone Skin Barbarian, currently usable soul shards 147, remaining 47. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Congratulations, Master. Evolution successful. Xiao Ran walked to the training camp and converted all the remaining holy water 221 points into barbarians. For level 1 evolution, there is a 10 chance to produce a thick-skinned, resilient stone skin barbarian. Though still a barbarian, it has already mutated. 221 points of holy water trained out 8 barbarians. Xiao Ran stood guard at the training camp, watching one barbarian after another emerge. Out of the 7 barbarians that came out, all were still ordinary barbarians without any changes. This probability is a bit disappointing. Xiao Ran sighed. At that moment, the magic door of the training camp emitted a brownish wave, and a sturdy, muscular barbarian marched out with big strides. "Hail, Chief." The barbarian respectfully bowed to Xiao Ran, and Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. This skin, this thick armor, and this aura. Could it be? Xiao Ran hurriedly checked this barbarian's attributes. Name: Barbarian, Level 1 Type: Stone Skin Barbarian, Mutation Construction Resource, 25 Holy Water Upgrade Path, Level 1 Laboratory, HP 90 damage per second, 16 damage reduction, 10 movement speed, 16 population occupation, 1 training time, 8-minute attack preference, none damage type, single target talent, none skill. Stone skin damage taken reduced by 50. Stone Skin Barbarian successfully born. Upon first encountering the mutated warrior species, not only did Xiao Ran beam with joy, but Huang Lao, Akong Yang, and others also gathered around this stone-skinned barbarian, as if they had discovered a treasure, eagerly touching and admiring him, their expressions overflowing with envy and admiration. Huang Lao said, "Young man, those 8-pack abs are quite impressive." Akong exclaimed, "They feel amazing. Don't move, let me touch them for a bit." A Yang chimed in, "Wow, those abs and biceps give me such a sense of security." Villager A asked, "Big brother, how did you train those abs? Teach me. Even if you won't teach, don't steal my girl." The newly revived dung beetle and golden tortoise looked at the stone-skinned barbarian with faces full of envy and jealousy, each afflicted by a case of green-eyed monster. Xiao Ran patted the shoulder of the stone-skinned barbarian with satisfaction and said, "They'll give you a name. Oh, from now on you shall be called Xiao Chong." "Thank you for the name, Chief. Xiao Chong stands ready for your commands." Xiao Chong replied, bowing respectfully. "All right, from now on we are all family. Let's get organized. Tomorrow we march towards the Goblin Kingdom." Xiao Ran looked at the sky. The icy moonlight bathed the mountains and fields, casting a hazy outline of the village, while the surrounding area was filled with the rustling sounds of insects. Next, Xiao Ran wanted to visit the elf forest, which housed countless goblin villages and was said to conceal a powerful goblin kingdom. Currently, the village's resources were still scarce, lacking gold coins and holy water, and there wasn't even enough money to train soldiers, so Xiao Ran urgently needed to lead a troop to break the village's predicament. Goblin tribes were known for hoarding resources, their resource pools being plentiful, yet their defenses relatively weak, making them prime targets for early-stage leaders. To put it simply, they were soft targets. Who else but goblins would you attack? To ensure this expedition went off without a hitch, Xiao Ran worked through the night to construct cannon towers, placing them beside the main camp to protect the villagers' safety. By dawn the next day, the 2 cannon towers were completed, standing tall beside the main camp. Xiao Ran used the remaining gold coins to build 28 walls enclosing the 2 cannon towers. "Master, why protect the cannon towers? Shouldn't we protect the main camp?" Hei Feng questioned, puzzled as to why Xiao Ran was using the walls to protect the defensive structures instead of the main camp. "Which is more important, the main camp or the cannon towers?" Xiao Ran replied, while directing the workers to build the walls. "The main camp." "Then who will protect the main camp?" "The cannon towers." "So first protect the main camp or the cannon towers?" "Huh." Hei Feng was completely bewildered by Xiao Ran's reasoning, while only Huang Lao stroked his beard watching the construction with a smile, saying, "The chief is truly wise. Although he has forsaken the main camp, as long as the cannon towers are not destroyed, the enemy will find it impossible to push down the main camp while withstanding the damage from the cannon towers." Impressive. After simply setting up the defensive works, Xiao Ran led Hei Feng, 1 mutated barbarian, and 7 other barbarians toward the elf forest. In the elf forest, ancient trees towered above, and the air was sweet, providing an exceptionally comfortable experience. As they proceeded, various peculiar little animals occasionally darted around them. After walking for over 10 minutes, they found the first goblin camp in a spacious depression. This camp was small, seemingly just established, with the main camp consisting of a rudimentary tent, and not far away stood a cannon protecting the camp's safety. "Hei Feng," Xiao Ran called out to him, preparing to arrange the attack. Before he could finish speaking, Hei Feng drew his short knife and charged straight in. "Master, do I look handsome?" Hei Feng slashed at the cannon twice and turned back with a big grin. Xiao Ran's forehead immediately broke out in 2 black lines. This guy was actually trying to take credit. No fault there, but could be seen as being grateful. He gained an advantage yesterday and immediately sold his good behavior today. Quite the good child. "Look behind you." "What?" Hei Feng hadn't turned around yet when he suddenly yelped, covering his rear and jumping 2 meters high, exclaiming, "Ouch, who shot my butt?" From within the goblin's tent, 5 small, agile creatures with pointed ears and green skin, the goblin warriors, sprang out. Among these 5 goblins, 3 were ordinary goblin warriors and 2 were goblin archers. The archers drew their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows aimed directly at Hei Feng's rear. Charge, let's kill them. Xiao Ran led Xiao Chong, the dung beetle, the golden tortoise, and the others in a frenzied charge toward the goblin camp, swiftly cutting down these weak goblin warriors, and then toppled the goblin camp, returning it to nature. Congratulations, Master. You have destroyed a level 1 goblin camp, earning 500 holy water, 500 gold coins, and 5 soul fragments. With ease they collected 1,000 points of resources. Goblins truly were a treasure trove. Xiao Ran was quite satisfied. If this continued, the village would hardly lack resources. Let's go to the next one. After destroying this goblin camp, Xiao Ran led the team deeper into the forest. Perhaps because Moonlight Village had been desolate for too long, ever since the former chief left, no army had come to sweep through the goblins in the elf forest, leading to an overabundance of goblin tribes. After walking a few hundred meters, another goblin camp appeared in their view. It was still a level 1 goblin camp, with only a solitary cannon guarding it. With Heifeng's current combat power, he could easily demolish the cannon tower alone, not to mention he had Xiao Chong and the dung beetle among others. In less than 3 minutes, Xiao Ran led his troops to effortlessly level the second goblin camp. Congratulations, Master. You have destroyed a level 1 goblin camp, earning 500 holy water, 500 gold coins, and 4 soul fragments. By noon, Xiao Ran faced no obstacles and had taken down 10 goblin camps, earning 5,000 holy water, 5,000 gold coins, and 50 soul fragments. Afterward, Xiao Ran continued to sweep through goblin camps until dusk, when a system notification rang in his ears. Master, the resource warehouse of the current village is full, and you cannot continue to collect resources. It is recommended that you first consume the current resources or upgrade the village to build a treasury or holy water bottle. Full A. Xiao Ran opened his warehouse to see 1,000 gold coins and 1,000 holy water. It was already full. As for soul fragments, he had earned 150 plus the remaining 50, giving him a total of 200 soul fragments. With 200 fragments, he could finally allow the barbarians to undergo their second evolution. More importantly, the current resources were sufficient to upgrade the village to level 2. And with a level 2 village, a level 2 training camp and new archer units would be available to meet them tomorrow. Return trip back to the village. Xiao Ran waved his hand, leading Heifeng and the others out of the elf. Upon returning to the village, the construction of the level 2 village was in full swing. Master, you currently have 1,000 gold coins. Upgrading to a level 2 base costs 2,500 gold coins, leaving you with 7,500. The required time is 1 day. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Upon receiving Xiao Ran's confirmation, the turkey immediately rushed towards the base, getting to work with zeal. Upgrading to a level 2 base takes 1 day. During this day, Xiao Ran did not need to rush to lead his troops in a battle. It was the perfect opportunity to rest and adjust. The urgent task was to determine the direction of the barbarians' second evolution. Xiao Ran opened the evolution options to check. Normal evolution consumes 200 soul shards with a 10 chance to train a berserker barbarian. Berserker Barbarian possesses immense strength and unparalleled bravery, boasting 200 of the attack and defense attributes of a normal barbarian, with an additional 50 increase in damage dealt. Normal evolution consumes 200 soul shards with a 10 chance to train a strong barbarian. Strong Barbarian with a powerful physique possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of a normal barbarian and gains an additional 50 in health. Normal evolution consumes 200 soul shards with a 10 chance to train a Blink Barbarian. Blink Barbarian can traverse distances in an instant, leaving no trace in the snow, possessing 200 of the attack and defense attributes of a normal barbarian, and can perform a short distance teleport every 60 seconds. Normal evolution consumes 200 soul shards with a 10 chance to train a Poison Barbarian. Poison Barbarian possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of a normal barbarian, and inflicts a weakening effect on enemies upon hitting them, reducing all their attributes by 20. Note, only one evolution option can be selected each time, and once chosen it cannot be changed. As usual, it's still a 4-choice system. Each evolution direction left Xiao Ran salivating. However, how can one attain perfection in this world without sacrificing something? To ensure the uniformity of his forces, Xiao Ran had to painfully abandon the fierce Berserker Barbarian, the elusive Blink Barbarian, and the insidious Poison Barbarian. Infinite meat, choose the Strong Barbarian. Barbarian current evolution count 2. Consumes 200 soul shards. Evolution type, Strong Barbarian, currently holding 200 soul shards, remaining 0. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Congratulations, Master. Evolution successful. Beautiful. After the second evolution, each training of a barbarian has a 10 chance to produce a Stone Skin Barbarian or a Strong Barbarian. With a little time and resources, a full squad of mutated barbarians could be achieved. The method is simple. Just reforge all barbarians except for Xiao Chong, and after producing the mutated barbarians, stop reforging. If not produced, repeat the process. Of course, reforging comes at a cost. First, it does not return holy water, meaning every time Xiao Ran deletes a troop type, he incurs a loss of holy water. However, compared to his current resource gathering capability, he can still afford the barbarians at 25 holy water each. Second, and this is the most troublesome aspect, training troops in this world takes an exceedingly long time. One barbarian takes 8 minutes, training 20 barbarians requires 2 hours. Excluding potential failures in producing mutations, it nearly takes 10 times longer to train a mutated army than a regular barbarian army. For a whole day, Xiao Ran waited for the level 2 base to upgrade while training mutated barbarians. Currently, Xiao Ran only had one builder, which was quite a headache. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that diamonds were needed to exchange for builders. He then asked the system how to obtain diamonds. There are 4 methods: first, chopping trees, and digging graves, which might yield wild diamonds. Second, goblins like to collect gold and jewels, while level 3 or higher goblin camp has a chance to produce diamonds with higher levels yielding more diamonds. Third, certain magical beasts might drop diamonds. Fourth, trade with other characters. The methods exist, but none are practical. Xiao Ran checked the exchange conditions for builders. The first time costs 500 diamonds, with each subsequent exchange doubling the cost, allowing a maximum of 5 builders. Xiao Ran called over Huang Lao and others, explaining the situation regarding purchasing builders. For now, he asked the villagers to chop more trees and dig more graves, doing their utmost to gather diamonds near the village. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran prepared to continue his adventure in the elf forest. A level 3 goblin camp sounded intimidating, but once his archers were in position with mutated barbarians paired with archers, they could easily engage and retreat. The next evening at the level 1 base, the turkey struck the final blow. A brilliant light descended from the sky, cascading over the base, spreading in layers, as if competing with the evening glow in the sky, a beauty that left one dizzy. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, the level 2 base upgrade was successful. The system notification followed shortly after, echoing in Xiao Ran's mind. Add an extra drumstick for Comrade Huoji. Before the main base, Xiao Ran personally presided over this grand ribbon-cutting ceremony. A level 2 main base meant more buildings, more troop types, and significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. Add a drumstick. Add a drumstick. Add a drumstick. The villagers cheered like a tidal wave, their faces radiant with excitement and pride. Congratulations, Chief. Felicitations, Chief. You have successfully upgraded to a level 2 main base. With you at the helm, Moon Village shall surely ascend to supremacy across Huaxia. To follow such a chief is the highest honor of our lives. Elder Huang and others spared no praise for Xiao Ran. Lavish, effusive compliments poured forth without restraint. Indeed, had Xiao Ran not been so extraordinarily formidable, how could he possibly have ascended to a level 2 main base in merely 2 days? Huoji, you've worked hard. Tonight I assign you another task: complete both the level 2 barracks and the level 2 training camp before dawn. Xiao Ran clapped Huoji firmly on the shoulder, his tone brimming with deep trust and esteem. Serving the people. Huoji snapped off a crisp salute, and without even pausing for a meal, rushed back to labor tirelessly. The level 2 training camp unlocked a new troop type, the archer. The level 2 barracks increased population capacity by 10 units, bringing the total to 30. By midnight, both of these combat structures stood fully completed. Xiao Ran reviewed the archer's specifications, then allocated all remaining 10 population slots to train archers. Troop Archer, Level 1. Construction cost 50 holy water. Upgrade path, Level 1 laboratory. Hit points 20. Damage per second 7. Damage reduction 3. Movement speed 24. Population cost 1. Attack preference none. Damage type single target. Talent none. Skill none. Training 10 archers required 80 minutes. Rather than wait idly, Xiao Ran instructed Huoji to construct a gold storage jar, then retired to his tent, erected specially by a Kong and others, and fell asleep. The night passed in quietude. At dawn, golden light bathed the emerald hills, the breeze stirred not a leaf. Xiao Ran lifted the tent flap, stretched luxuriously beneath the serene mountain andriver vista, and relieved himself with tranquil satisfaction. Heavens! The chief is so shameless, urinating in broad daylight. Yes, but how magnificently masculine. A Kong and a Yang, returning from the river with water buckets, caught full sight of Xiao Ran's virile form. Damn it! Xiao Ran hastily pulled up his trousers, cleared his throat twice, and said, "Good morning, A Kong. Good morning, A Yang. Good morning, Chief." The 2 village maidens covered their mouths, giggling softly. Xiao Ran shook his head, a sudden pang of melancholy rising within him. These maidens looked more like middle-aged matrons, so unrefined that even addressing them as auntie would raise goose flesh. Not one stirred the faintest flicker of interest. Alas, this world is vast beyond measure, yet why does my goddess remain so long delayed? Just then a crisp, synchronized rhythm of marching feet and resonant battle cries drew steadily closer. Blackwind led his barbarian force, alongside 10 archers, in disciplined morning drills. Passing Xiao Ran, he bowed deeply and greeted respectfully, "Good morning, Master." 20 mutated barbarians and 10 standard archers snapped to attention, spines straight, chins high, and chorused in unison, "Good morning, Chief." "Well done, continue training." Xiao Ran waved dismissively, signaling them to carry on. Blackwind drew his short sword with practiced precision, his shadow cloak billowing dramatically in the wind, granting him at first glance the imposing bearing of a seasoned squad leader. He thrust the blade forward and commanded, "Forward march. Quick step. Yuria Yuria." Xiao Ran watched the formation with quiet satisfaction, his eyes narrowing slightly. Within them glimmered the unmistakable ambition of one destined to rule all under heaven. Indeed, this entire barbarian force consisted solely of mutated barbarians. To assemble this elite contingent, Xiao Ran had invested an entire day and expended over 4,000 units of holy water. It was scarcely imaginable each standard barbarian cost only 25 holy water, and yet for just 20 warriors Xiao Ran had repeatedly trained, dismissed, retrained, and dismissed again, spending 8 times the base resource cost to forge this pure legion of mutated barbarians. Within this force were 12 stone-skin barbarians and 8 mighty barbarians, each boasting double the attack and defense stats of ordinary barbarians, plus unique skill-based enhancements. In combat against standard barbarians, they could confidently defeat 5, or perhaps even 10, for every single warrior based on preliminary estimation. After brief reorganization, Xiao Ran waited while Huoji constructed 1 holy water vessel, taking 1 hour, and 1 archer tower, also 1 hour, then left behind 4,000 gold coins. All surplus gold and holy water were diverted exclusively toward wall reinforcement. Walls were the most resource-intensive structure in tribal warfare. Upgrading each wall segment demanded vast quantities of either gold or holy water. And though upgrading walls dramatically increased their hit points, even a level 1 earthen wall required 200 gold or holy water. A level 2 wall demanded 1,000 per segment alone. Thus, unless a village possessed extraordinary wealth, wall upgrades remained a luxury, especially early on when resources were urgently needed for building upgrades, troop training, and other critical developments. Yet for Xiao Ran, time was not a commodity to be spent slowly nurturing his village. His true ace lay not in passive defensive growth, but in his SSS-tier hidden ability, troop evolution. His priority was rapid troop advancement, requiring endless soul fragments. Idle resources served no purpose, better to fortify the walls now, and then march forth to war. Master, your current gold reserves stand at 4,000. Upgrading to a level 3 main base will consume exactly 4,000 gold, leaving 0 remaining. Estimated completion time 2 days. Please confirm, Master. Confirmed. Xiao Ran chose to invest the remaining 4,000 gold into further main base advancement. Progress swift and decisive. A level 3 main base required 2 full days to complete, giving Xiao Ran ample opportunity to launch a raid for resources. Yet before embarking on resource acquisition, Xiao Ran had one final matter to attend to. Blackwind. At that moment, Blackwind was competing with his subordinates on the training ground, testing who could endure the heaviest stone slab upon their chest. The victor would be hailed as Moon Village's most dazzling prodigy. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's voice, Blackwind, who hadn't yet finished the contest, grumbled furiously, "Damn it. Have these barbarians cheated? Their bodies are forged of bronze and iron harder than mine. I can barely breathe under one slab, yet they laugh and jest as if playing games." Then scampering over to Xiao Ran, Blackwind pointed tearfully at the troops and wailed, Master, I'm filing a formal complaint. These barbarians have no shame. Though they're my own underlings, they've mutated into monsters. I collapse beneath a single slab, but they grin and bear it effortlessly. Doesn't that infuriate you?" Xiao Ran gazed upon Blackwind, his expression inscrutable, laced with quiet amusement. He rose from the stone bench and stood with his back turned, hands clasped behind him. "Blackwind, you must leave." Xiao Ran gazed into the distance, silent for a long while before uttering those 3 words. "Leave? Master, where would you have me go?" Blackwind froze, stunned by the declaration. Xiao Ran continued to stare far away, where verdant mountains rose in majestic undulating waves, looming like a colossal beast poised to swallow the village whole. Slowly Xiao Ran exhaled 3 words, Dao Dao Ridge. Dao Dao Ridge. "Master, you're casting me aside." Blackwind burst into tears on the spot. "Yesterday I realized something: we no longer require your presence here. Yet Dao Dao Ridge is precisely where you must go to hone yourself. It holds the magic crystals you most need. With your current strength, you are already capable of surviving there. Moreover, I have activated auto-evolution for you. Once you gather sufficient soul fragments through hunting, the system will automatically grant you new attributes and skills, ensuring you grow ever stronger with each battle and retreat unscathed should danger arise. So go now. Master, don't cast me out, I beg you. What wrong have I done? I'll correct it instantly. I'll never perform stunts again, nor indulge in vanity. I cannot leave you." Blackwind collapsed to his knees and clung desperately, to Xiao Ran's leg, crying out with raw, heartrending anguish. "You must depart," Xiao Ran replied, his voice resolute, calm, and commanding. Blackwind's timidity and tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong were innate traits Xiao Ran could not alter. Yet this time, Xiao Ran demanded change. For the future held countless uncertainties, and keeping Blackwind close served little purpose for Xiao Ran while hindering Blackwind's own growth. In that instant, Blackwind knelt motionless, suddenly comprehending Xiao Ran's intent. That Xiao Ran had bestowed upon him the finest equipment spoke volumes about the profound expectations placed upon him. "Go forth, you are free." Xiao Ran turned, standing tall with a gentle, knowing smile. "Master, Blackwind understands your meaning. Master, I swear upon my life, I shall never betray your trust. You granted me a second life. When I return, I shall become the mightiest barbarian the world has ever known." Blackwind's eyes widened in sudden clarity. He bowed low, striking the earth 3 times with solemn reverence. Then rose, tears glistening as he cast one last lingering look at Elder Huang and the others whose gazes mirrored his own sorrowful farewell, before steeling his resolve and walking away. A gust of wind surged across the land, whipping Blackwind's shadow cloak into furious motion, a lone figure, short sword in hand, fading gradually into the mist-shrouded depths of Dao Dao Ridge. After bidding farewell to the Black Wind, a weight seemed to lift from Xiao Ran's heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep the Black Wind, the truth was, he simply couldn't afford to raise it. The Black Wind was a high-level carbon-based life form requiring not only magic crystals, but also consuming equipment. Just one shadow cloak had drained Xiao Ran's troops to their limits, not to mention the other armor pieces, weapons, rings, necklaces, and so on. What Xiao Ran found most unbearable were the evolution requirements for the Black Wind. Barbarian Team Leader Type Special Unit Evolution count 0 times. Normal evolution consumes 500 soul fragments. All attributes increase by 10. Can choose to learn one of the 4 skills: Quick Blade, Stone Skin, Sprint, or Ice. Exclusive evolution consumes 1000 soul fragments. All attributes increase by 20. Can choose to learn one of the 4 skills: Quick Blade, Stone Skin, Sprint, or Ice, and has a 50 chance to randomly acquire another skill. These are the evolution requirements for the Black Wind. Only at first glance they seem ordinary, but upon closer inspection, this is clearly not the evolution path of an ordinary barbarian. It is akin to a 4-legged golden beast. The evolution of the Black Wind is divided into normal and exclusive paths. Normal evolution consumes 5 times the soul fragments of other barbarians, while exclusive evolution is even more extravagant, consuming 10 times. Unlike other barbarians, each evolution of the Black Wind increases attributes by either 10 or 20 and immediately grants a new skill with an unlimited number of skills. For other barbarians, after a successful evolution, the overall mutation probability of the army increases, individual attributes double, but the number of skills remains unchanged. This means that with each evolution, the Black Wind grows stronger, while other barbarians, despite their increased evolution count, have similar combat power, but the overall strength of the army becomes stronger. To cultivate the Black Wind into a formidable barbarian warrior, normal evolution is not the best choice. Exclusive evolution is because it has a chance to gain an additional skill and the attributes of the unit increase to 20. Exclusive evolution requires 1000 soul fragments just for the first time. The first time costs 1000, the second time 2000, the third time 4000. How can Xiao Ran cultivate such a golden beast? In his own words, he could barely afford it, crying. Barbarians need to evolve, archers need to evolve, and other units are also waiting in line to evolve. Therefore, to cultivate the Black Wind, it is impossible to raise it in captivity. It is better to let it roam free. Before sending the Black Wind away, Xiao Ran set its evolution direction through the system. As long as the Black Wind hunted enough soul fragments, the system would automatically complete the evolution for it, locking in the first evolution skill, which is the first skill for barbarians, always offensive. This means the Black Wind will either grow into a terrifying killer that instills fear, or it will perish away from home, returning to its roots. As for what the Black Wind can evolve into, or even if it dies out there, it is no longer within Xiao Ran's control. He can only leave it to fate. Watching the Black Wind leave, Xiao Ran had a strong intuition that it would definitely return, and when it did, perhaps that would be the time he reigned supreme. The Elven Forest, the new day's hunting action slowly began. Kill. The peaceful goblin camp was shattered by an unstoppable attack order. 20 robust barbarians brandished their short swords, howling as they strode towards the goblin camp. 10 archers emerged from the bushes, pulling their bows in unison, unleashing waves of arrows upon the camp in a frenzied assault. The level 2 goblin camp under attack was like a rice field ravaged by a storm, quickly announcing its demise. Xiao Ran stepped out from the hidden grass, surveying the flattened camp, and said calmly, "Let's go on to the next one." For the entire day, Xiao Ran's army swept through goblin camps in the Elven Forest, one after another like a storm. Without the Black Wind, Xiao Ran's overall strength was somewhat diminished, but against the mutated barbarian army's onslaught, the low-level goblin camps still had no resistance. These goblin camps were located on the outskirts of the Elven Forest at very low levels, mostly level 1 and level 2 camps, with level 3 and above being rare. For Xiao Ran's mutated army, this was naturally insufficient. By the end of the day, the troops remained intact, still 30 strong, without losing a single soldier. As the sky gradually darkened, Xiao Ran recalled his troops back to the village. That day he uprooted all the goblin villages within 2 kilometers of the Elven Forest near the village, leaving not a single one behind. In terms of resources, he gained over 1,000 gold coins and holy water, but with the level 2 main camp, plus holy water bottles and treasure chests, the maximum resource capacity had increased to 500. Most importantly, he collected 203 soul fragments, just enough for the archers to evolve once. Archer type, normal unit evolution, count 0 times. Normal evolution consumes 200 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a swift archer. Swift archers, quick of eye and hand, possess an astonishing shooting speed with 200 of the attack and defense attributes of normal archers and an additional 50 increase in attack speed. Normal evolution consumes 200 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a diamond archer. Diamond archers, armored for protection, possess 200 of the attack and defense attributes of normal archers and take 50 less damage. Normal evolution consumes 200 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a sprinting archer. Sprinting archers, still as a statue but swift as a hare, possess 200 of the attack and defense attributes of normal archers with an additional 20 increase in movement speed. Normal evolution consumes 200 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train an ice archer. Ice archers, possessing 200 of the attack and defense attributes of normal archers, apply an ice effect on enemies upon hitting, reducing their movement speed by 20. Note, each evolution can only choose one direction, and once selected it cannot be changed. Unlike barbarians, the initial evolution of archers requires 200 soul fragments. Archers belong to the second tier of units. For each tier increase, the soul fragment cost increases by 100. The higher the tier of the unit, the more soul fragments are required for evolution. Xiao Ran had already made plans and soon determined the evolution direction for the archers. Archer current evolution count 1 time consumes 200 soul fragments. Evolution type Swift Archer currently has 203 soul fragments, 3 remaining. Please confirm, master. Confirm. No doubt archers are the violent units in Xiao Ran's eyes. Archers and barbarians follow 2 completely opposite evolution paths, with barbarians focusing on defense and archers on offense. With one focusing on attack and the other on defense, it ensures that Xiao Ran's early army can both strike and withstand, capable of battling even against foes that are vastly superior in number. After returning to the village, Xiao Ran oversaw the training camp, eager to produce mutated archers. First, he deleted the 10 lively normal archers, who automatically returned to the training camp. Then he chose an hour and a half later, the 10 archers completed retraining. Luck was on his side, as 2 mutated archers emerged, while the other 8 remained normal archers. Xiao Ran deleted the 8 again and retrained them separately, repeating the cycle. Due to probability issues, the further he went, the harder it became to mutate. After training 5 swift archers, he began to encounter situations where not a single mutation occurred. Xiao Ran patiently watched over the training camp, planning to train until around midnight before calling it a night. However, tonight's weather was unusually cold. In the evening, strong winds began to blow one after another, showing no signs of letting up. By the time Xiao Ran finished training the 5 mutated archers, the wind was still howling, and the relentless gales, mixed with the sounds of rustling trees and distant waves, created a chilling atmosphere, making one feel uneasy. The fierce wind whipped at the campfire, sending smoke and dust swirling throughout the village. Huang Lao and others approached Xiao Ran one after another, advising, "Chief, the weather is unusually severe tonight, and there may be disturbances. We have moved your bedding to the main camp. Please return quickly and rest." The main camp serves as the village's meeting hall, not Xiao Ran's bedroom, but due to the ominous weather, everyone in the village was on edge. Huang Lao and others, considering Xiao Ran's safety, temporarily arranged for him to sleep in the main camp. As an earthling, Xiao Ran was also a night owl, but with dark clouds looming and the wind raging, it quickly escalated to thunder and lightning. Xiao Ran had no choice but to put aside his training of the mutated archers. Accompanied by a Kong and a Yang, he returned to the main camp to prepare for sleep. Dung beetles, golden turtles, other barbarians and archers, all units, heed my command. Huang Lao summoned all units in front of the main camp. Dung beetles present. Golden turtles present. Barbarians ready. Archers ready. Tonight, increase patrols. Report any situation immediately to ensure village safety. Understood. As Xiao Ran lay down on the bed, a thunderous sound erupted from the clouds above, and a torrential downpour. The rain poured down onto the rooftops, flowers and muddy ground mingling with the sounds of wind and thunder, resembling an army of iron horses crossing a frozen river, awe-inspiring and heart-shattering. The newly established Moonlight Village stood amidst the raging storm, like a solitary boat in the vast ocean on the brink of capsizing. Xiao Ran lay in bed, unable to fall asleep, his mind troubled by the marauding barbarians and archers still patrolling outside. As the sacred water troops, the barbarians and archers did not need to sleep. If tired, they would nap on the ground, without a fixed sleep schedule, typically training during the day and patrolling at night, constantly safeguarding the village's safety. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Ran was on the verge of dozing off. Suddenly, a frantic shout came from outside the main camp. Chief, something bad has happened." Xiao Ran sprang up, asking, "What is it?" A dung beetle rushed in through the rain, not pausing for breath, pointing towards the east side of the village, panting, and said, We found a man covered in blood at the crossroads. He looks like he won't survive long. What should we do? Take me to see him." Xiao Ran's face darkened. Without further words, he grabbed a raincoat from the wall and followed the dung beetle towards the scene. Before long, braving the heavy rain, Xiao Ran arrived near the official road at the village's edge. Illuminated by a flash of lightning, he discovered a man lying crookedly on the ground beneath a large tree. Not far behind the man stood a horse-drawn carriage. If it weren't for the man's injuries and his faint condition, Xiao Ran would have thought he was merely passing through. "My lord, do you need assistance?" Xiao Ran stepped forward, inquiring kindly. However, the man seemed to have lost consciousness, and despite calling out several times, there was no response. Besides Xiao Ran were 7 or 8 accompanying barbarians. One of them, noticing the man's silence, impatiently approached and pushed him, saying, "Hey, are you dead? If not, respond, to our chief is asking you a question." Just as he finished speaking, the barbarian's words had barely settled when the man suddenly awakened, the sound of a sword being drawn ringing sharply, followed by a flash of sword light. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the rain like cutting through mud, cleaving the barbarian in half. The leading barbarian was immediately reduced to a drop of sacred water washed away by the rain. "Protect the chief." The dung beetle and the others were taken aback, quickly surrounding Xiao Ran for protection, drawing their short swords and glaring vigilantly at the man on the ground. Xiao Ran's expression also grew grim. This man had killed a barbarian without hesitation, and worse still, he had done so in a single stroke. The deceased barbarian was a mutated strong warrior. Even a cannon would require several shots to kill him, yet under this man's sword, he couldn't withstand a single exchange. Moreover, this man was on the verge of death. What would his combat power be at his peak? "Who goes there?" The man leaned on his sword, forcing himself to stand, his voice booming as he cautiously eyed Xiao Ran and the others. Xiao Ran steadied his mind, pushed aside the barbarian in front of him, and said, "My lord, I am Xiao Ran, the chief of Moonlight Village. You passed through our village and are gravely injured. I specifically brought people to check on you. May I inquire if you need help?" Moonlight Village. The man trembled, suddenly drawing his sword and pointing it at Xiao Ran's neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Moonlight Village no longer exists, and Xiao Ran has died an untimely death. Are you trying to deceive me? Tell me, are you from the Night Hawk?" The sword at his neck glimmered menacingly, causing Xiao Ran to feel a bit intimidated. This was serious. If this irritable fellow treated Xiao Ran like he did the barbarian and struck him down, it would be a grave mistake. "My lord, I am unarmed and quite frail. Why would I deceive you? Furthermore, if I intended to harm you, I could have acted while you were unconscious. Why wake you now? If you do not need help, we will not disturb you further. Farewell." Xiao Ran finished speaking and turned to leave. The other barbarians, seeing this, did not dare provoke the irritable man and followed Xiao Ran in retreat. The man's gaze sharpened, and after Xiao Ran had taken a few steps, he suddenly said, "Wait, are you really Xiao Ran?" "Yes." Xiao Ran stopped, turning back to respond. "May I borrow your hand for a moment?" the man suddenly asked. "No." At that moment, Lao Huang suddenly arrived with a Kong and others, saying to Xiao Ran, "Chief, he is a powerful magic warrior. If you give him your hand, he will be able to read all your information." A magic warrior. This was the first time Xiao Ran had heard of such a profession. However, the more he learned, the more curious he became. Seeing the sincerity in the magic warrior's eyes, he agreed. Xiao Ran extended his hand, and the magic warrior placed his palm on it. A faint yellow magical energy emanated from the magic warrior's palm, traveling up his arm and into Xiao Ran's mind. A system notification sound echoed in Xiao Ran's mind. "Ding dong. Master, it has been detected that someone is probing your information. Some key information has been hidden. Oh, please rest assured, Master." Xiao Ran was secretly astonished. He never expected such magical powers existed in this world. Even more impressive was that his system had a mode to prevent peeking. The magic warrior withdrew his hand, gazing at Xiao Ran in disbelief, trembling, and said, You really are Chief Xiao Ran. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic warrior suddenly bent down, coughed heavily, quickly covering his mouth. His hand loosened, and a flash of lightning revealed a mass of glaring, congealed blood. Just as Xiao Ran was about to speak, the magic warrior suddenly knelt on the ground, his sword planted beside him. Choking back tears, he said, "Chief Xiao, I never expected to meet you before my death. Being able to entrust the princess to you, my mission has been accomplished." The magic warrior unfastened a bundle from his waist and handed it to Xiao Ran, saying, "This is a relic of the late emperor. I now entrust it to you, Chief Xiao. I do not dare to have any expectations, only hope you can protect the princess safely and never allow her to fall into the hands of enemies. With no way to repay you, I can only kneel and thank you, Chief Xiao." The magic warrior bowed 3 times, seemingly exhausting all his strength, suddenly spat out blood, and collapsed dying. "He's dead." Lao Huang hurried forward, holding a firefly lantern, examining for a while, shaking his head in response. Just then A Kong let out a sharp cry, shouting, "Ah, Chief, there's a woman in the carriage." Under the flash of lightning, Xiao Ran was deeply struck by the girl before him. She was simply too beautiful. The girl lay on a goose-down blanket, dressed in a flowing white gown, curled up like a kitten, revealing her long, delicate legs, as white and tender as lotus roots. Her skin was fairer than snow, and her lips were naturally rosy. Beneath her graceful brows, her eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she were caught in a dream that was not particularly sweet. Her figure, beauty, attire, and even every cell of her body radiated a beauty that dared not be desecrated. Xiao Ran shook his head to regain his senses. "Clear the area, let's return to the village." Xiao Ran was still unclear about what had transpired, but the heavy burden in his hands and the stunning girl before him made him cautious. Taking advantage of the thick night and torrential rain, he could only keep everything hidden for now and plan further once he understood the situation. The rain continued to pour like tense emotions that showed no sign of easing. The storm calmed only as morning broke, the clouds dispersed, and the sky was exceptionally blue. Xiao Ran and several villagers huddled together in a thatched cottage, having slept through the night. Originally, this was not Xiao Ran's lot, but there were no extra places in the village, and his bed had already been claimed by someone else. "Chief, she has awakened." Early in the morning, the diligent Akang came to report to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran called away a nearby villager and entered the base alone to see the mysterious girl again. The mysterious girl was the very cause of Xiao Ran losing his bed. Wanting to prevent others from becoming suspicious about last night's events, Xiao Ran ordered that the girl's carriage and belongings be buried deep. Even the corpse of the demon tongue was buried to erase all traces. Only this girl remained in the village. At this moment, she sat quietly on the bed, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the sky outside the window, her flawless face untainted with her bangs fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were blue, seemingly hiding the vastness of the universe within, beautiful and enchanting. Xiao Ran quietly approached, but before he could speak, the girl spoke first. As soon as the girl spoke, tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string, breaking Xiao Ran's heart. "I am already a slave, am I not?" the girl asked. Xiao Ran was at a loss for words. He knew what had happened, but seeing the girl's demeanor made him feel a deep sense of sorrow. Seeing that Xiao Ran was silent, the girl seemed to confirm her thoughts. She lifted her head, her brilliant eyes gazing at Xiao Ran, tears swirling in her eyes as she fought not to cry. The girl said, "I can be your servant at your beck and call. I will yield to whatever you ask, but I have one request. If you do not agree, then even if I die, you shall not touch a single hair on my head." With a determined gaze, the girl exhibited a sense of gallant sacrifice. "What is it?" Xiao Ran asked. The girl replied, "Spare my subjects, do not slaughter them." As the words left her lips, she choked up, sobbing a couple of times before regaining her composure to continue. "I beg you, spare them. They are innocent." "Oh." Xiao Ran did not respond immediately, but calmly asked, "What is your name?" "Tess, my name is Tess." Tess replied. Xiao Ran looked deeply at Tess and let out a long sigh. Xiao Ran had thought that the girl before him was merely a goddess of unparalleled beauty. Now, listening to her words, he began to suspect that she was the princess mentioned by Mo Tong, perhaps even a queen of a nation. Xiao Ran pulled out a package from behind and tossed it to Tess, saying, "Calm down. Your attendant has died. This is his legacy left to me. My name is Xiao Ran, and you can stay here temporarily. If you wish to leave, I will not hold you back." After saying this, Xiao Ran closed the door and turned to leave. One barbarian had sacrificed himself last night, and the archers were still untrained. Xiao Ran needed to continue training his troops to prepare for battle. Today's objective is a level 3 goblin camp. The level 3 goblin camp happens to yield diamonds, which are the most needed resource for Xiao Ran at the moment. Only with enough diamonds can he exchange for construction workers and accelerate the village's upgrade. An hour later, Xiao Ran replenished the 20 mutated barbarians and asked Akang, "What is that girl doing now?" "She is standing there in a daze, Chief." Akang replied, "You all take care of her. Her emotions are quite unstable, and you should stop working and spend more time with her." Then Xiao Ran instructed Huang Lao, "Huang Lao, I will give you 2 barbarians. Take them and build a few decent houses and make one exclusively for that girl. Alright, chief. The village lacked housing, and even after several days back, Xiao Ran was still living in a tent. There was no way around it. In this world, housing and worker cabins were both luxuries that occupied the village's population and land. Xiao Ran had checked the construction requirements for housing. 100 diamonds could be exchanged for one house, increasing the number of villagers by 5. A maximum of 10 houses could be built accommodating 50 villagers. Once the village reached level 10 and upgraded to a castle, there would be a separate residential area. Until then, villagers had to live in tents exposed to the wind and rain, leading to a high mortality rate, which included Xiao Ran. For now, Xiao Ran had no choice but to let Huang Lao and the others build houses. Of course, the houses they built would not compare to the residential buildings exchanged through the system, which was a helpless choice. After making arrangements, Xiao Ran led his army preparing to march. All barbarians and archers heed my command, follow me to battle. Victory! 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 The 20 barbarians and archers clashed their short swords and long bows together, cheering as they set out. Just as they were about to take a step forward, a melodious voice suddenly came from the direction of the base. Wait! Xiao Ran turned to see Tess. Tess hurried over with a Kang following behind her. She approached Xiao Ran, looking up slightly at him, and said, "Can I go with you? Taking the goddess to battle?" "No, absolutely not. This is a battle, not a vacation." Xiao Ran shook. Tess stubbornly lifted her chin, her gaze resolute. Xiao Ran found himself in a difficult position. Upon closely examining Tess, he noticed her beauty. Fair skin, clean golden hair, and an exquisite gown that was spotless. How could someone who exuded elegance and luxury be involved in violent affairs? "Stay in the village, and Ah Kong and Ah Yang will keep you company," Xiao Ran said. "Locking me in the village is no different from imprisoning me. Since I am not a slave, let me help you. I also want to do what I can for the village. Please let me follow you." Tess placed her hands on her knees, leaning slightly forward, looking at Xiao Ran with a pleading expression. Her flawless white face and her star-like eyes seemed to speak, softening Xiao Ran's heart. "It's not that I don't want to agree, but we have to traverse mountains and valleys. How can you go in that outfit?" Xiao Ran said helplessly. "I'll then wait for me just a moment." Upon hearing this, Tess tugged at Ah Kong and returned to their base. A short while later, Tess emerged, the snow-white gown gone, replaced by a fur wrap and brown leather shorts. Her previously concealed figure now revealed a flat, fair abdomen, long, slender legs, and smooth shoulders, all exposed to the air. Xiao Ran turned around and saw her, instantly feeling a surge of blood, nearly spitting out a mouthful. The men working nearby were frozen in place, mesmerized by Tess' stunning beauty. Unaware of the effect she had, Tess walked up to Xiao Ran, the sounds of wood and stones crunching underfoot. "Chief, why are you pinching your nose? Do I look okay like this?" Tess walked up to him and circled around him. Hiss! Xiao Ran's nosebleed could no longer be contained, spurting out 3 meters away. Chief, what's wrong? You seem to be hurt." Tess rushed over, flustered, as she tried to help him stop the— No, fair maiden, men and women should keep their distance." Xiao Ran hurriedly stepped back, inwardly. However, Ah Kong and Ah Yang were villagers who labored day and night, their skin rough and wheat-colored, tall and skinny, lacking any allure. Even if they wore nothing in Xiao Ran's eyes, they were no different from wooden figures. But Tess had fair, delicate skin and a naturally beautiful figure. Coming out in a wrap and shorts was like a stunning beauty, suddenly walking the runway in a bikini, shocking enough to drive Xiao Ran to the brink of sin. All right, let's proceed as is. All troops follow my command, and let's set off." Xiao Ran did not delay any longer, pinching his nose, leading the goddess and the army towards the elven forest. Xiao Ran walked ahead with Tess following closely beside him. As they traveled, Xiao Ran tried not to glance sideways, but Tess was simply too beautiful, her figure alluring, her face enchanting, and she emitted a fragrance unlike anything from nature. With Tess by his side, Xiao Ran felt an uncontrollable stir in his heart. The journey was rather dull, so he chatted a bit with Tess, who was obedient and sensible. It turned out Tess was a princess from Alsace, a nation formed by the alliance of countless powerful tribes. As for the location of Alsace, after much questioning, Xiao Ran could not get a clear answer. Regrettably, the most powerful tribe of Alsace, the Amars tribe, colluded with enemy nations to dismember the kingdom from within, launching an attack alongside foreign invaders. Ultimately, the kingdom's coalition suffered a devastating defeat. Tess escaped under the desperate protection of Modding, fleeing for her life until she reached the outskirts of Xiao Ran's village, where he found her. "What are your plans now?" After hearing Tess' tragic backstory, Xiao Ran stopped and gently asked. "I don't know. My father died in battle and the royal guard was annihilated. Now I worry about my subjects who, once captured by Amars, will either submit or face execution, yet I can do nothing." As Tess spoke, her eyes filled with tears, and soon she was crying. Xiao Ran fell silent. He approached Tess, patted her shoulder, sighed, and said, "Don't cry. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. When our moon village grows stronger, we can fight back. Crying won't solve anything. And as for that Amars, we will cut them down." Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Tess instantly stopped crying, her innocent eyes wide open as she asked, Are you serious? Xiao Ran nodded affirmatively. Tess gazed at him for 3 seconds before suddenly throwing herself into his arms, tightly hugging his waist. In that moment, Xiao Ran's heart melted. Indeed, beauty brings disaster. Before Tess, Xiao Ran had almost no resistance. Any man would feel sympathy and empathy for such an ethereal beauty untouched by the mundane world. However, how easy would it be to restore Tess' kingdom? This was a nearly impossible promise of breathtaking commitment. Yet the moment Tess leaped into his embrace, Xiao Ran already had his answer. Xiao Ran reached out, unable to help, but wrap his arms around Tess' smooth shoulders. Tess looked up, their gazes locking, everything unspoken between them. Tess' sapphire-like eyes gradually closed, her elegant eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if signaling. In that moment, breaths halted, heartbeats quickened. Xiao Ran stared at Tess, cherry lips thin and tender, unable to resist leaning down. 10 centimeters, 8 centimeters, 6 centimeters, 4 centimeters. Just as Xiao Ran was about to close the distance of 0.0001 centimeters to Tess' lips, a rough voice unexpectedly broke the moment. Report, Chief. A goblin camp has been spotted ahead. Please give instructions. The air froze, the atmosphere awkwardly tense. Xiao Ran abruptly turned and kicked the barbarian delivering the report, cursing, Did you not see what I was doing? I'm instructing your second uncle. Get lost. Tess' face flushed crimson, embarrassed, and she ran away. His first kiss ungiven, Xiao Ran seethed with fury. Attack! The goblins blocking his path instantly bore the brunt of his wrath, becoming the perfect outlet for his simmering rage. The level 1 and level 2 goblin camps on the periphery of the elven forest had already been thoroughly sacked. Today Xiao Ran faced a far more formidable challenge, a level 3 goblin camp. At full defense, the level 3 goblin camp boasted towering walls with a staggering 700 hit points. Even Xiao Ran's level 1 mutated barbarian required nearly 40 to 50 strikes to breach a single wall. Beyond the walls stood 2 level 4 cannon towers, 1 level 3 archery tower, and a mortar capable of inflicting area effect damage. The level 4 cannons were terrifyingly potent. A standard level 1 barbarian could withstand no more than 3 hits before falling. Even a mutated barbarian barely survived 8 or 9. In addition to these defenses, the level 3 goblin camp housed 10 to 20 garrison troops, including a new unit unknown to Xiao Ran, the Goblin Colossus, a heavily armored frontline tank with exceptional durability. This layered defensive configuration imposed immense pressure on Xiao Ran's forces. Preliminary calculations suggested that each assault would inevitably incur troop losses. Yet for Xiao Ran, a single glance was enough to pierce through the enemy's defenses, to expose every flaw, every hidden vulnerability. This goblin camp was no exception. The camp adopted an inviting Thwolf and Tothi house formation, an inward curving concave layout. 3 sides were shielded by walls flanked by cannon and archery towers. At its center stood the main stronghold and the mortar, both garrisoned by elite defenders. A frontal assault on the stronghold would trigger fierce resistance from the goblin garrison and subject his troops to devastating crossfire from the high-damage cannons and archery towers. Even if he seized the village, victory would come at a ruinous cost. But a frontal assault? Utterly unthinkable. Xiao Ran never followed the script. Shiklang, you lead 1 barbarian, 3 swift archers, and 2 standard archers to neutralize the 2 cannons at the Ninio clock position. Jingwizi, you take 1 barbarian, 3 swift archers, and 2 standard archers to eliminate the cannon and archery tower at the 3 o'clock position. While assaulting the towers, barbarians must not strike the walls. Instead, circle them continuously. Archers will concentrate fire on each target in sequence, destroy one, then immediately shift focus to the next. Once all are eliminated, regroup without delay. The rest, follow me. Xiao Ran issued his pre-battle orders with unwavering authority. Tess stood beside him, her face radiant with admiration. Lang, their structures are so advanced. Can we truly win? Lang, a newly adopted term of endearment Tess used for Xiao Ran, whose origin even he could not fathom, having never witnessed Xiao Ran command troops or seen the extraordinary might of his barbarians. Tess still felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest as she gazed upon the towering archery towers and gleaming black cannons. Xiao Ran glanced at Tess, smiled faintly, and said, Stay close, don't get separated. Then drawing his short sword, he commanded, All forces, attack. Kill. 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 A wave of barbarians surged forward, divided into 3 coordinated columns, striking simultaneously from 3 directions. Xiao Ran personally led the frontal advance, deliberately drawing the garrison's attention and the cannon's fire. Yet after prolonged engagement, Tess realized his troops were merely feinting. No decisive push had yet begun. Frontline troops absorbed a volley of damage, then swiftly withdrew, allowing the second line of barbarians to step forward and absorb the next wave. 3 goblin colossi lumbered slowly toward the front lines, but Xiao Ran continued shouting, Maintain formation. Obey commands. Strike and retreat. No reckless advances. Tess crouched behind Xiao Ran, heart pounding. Though bewildered by his hesitation, she voiced no doubt. Her faith in his inevitable triumph remained absolute. Even seasoned warlords witnessing this tactic would surely be perplexed, commanding superior numbers, yet delaying the decisive charge. What strategy could possibly justify such restraint? At that very moment, Xiaoklang and Jingguizi reached their designated positions, at the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock flanks. Circling the walls to draw aggro, they diverted enemy fire while their archer squads, though low level, delivered astonishing output. 3 swift archers dealt double the base damage of standard archers, with a 50 faster attack speed augmented by 2 supplementary archers, yielding a combined damage per second of 77 points. Factoring in Xiao Ran's command skill bonus, the 5 archers' total DPS soared to 85 points. Each level 4 cannon possessed 570 hit points, meaning it could endure only 7 seconds under concentrated fire before crumbling. 7 seconds proved insufficient for any cannon or tower to fell Xiaoklang and his team. Thus, under relentless long-range assault, the flanking defenses collapsed in rapid succession. With both flanking towers destroyed, Xiaoklang and Jingguizi rejoined Xiao Ran, with 10 elite archers now fully integrated into the main force. Only then did Xiao Ran issue the final order: full assault, attack. All along, Xiao Ran had been waiting for those 10 elite archers. The full 30-strong army surged forward as one, converging upon the isolated garrison. The mortar, having drawn Xiao Ran's sustained aggro, had inflicted virtually no damage. The 10-man goblin garrison was swiftly annihilated. Then, under Xiao Ran's precise direction, his forces systematically dismantled the entire camp, leveling every structure to the ground. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master. You have destroyed a level 3 goblin camp. Rewards granted: 200 holy water, 200 gold coins, and 22 soul fragments. Tess watched awestruck as Xiao Ran razed the seemingly impregnable village without losing a single soldier, her sapphire blue eyes shimmering with sudden tender adoration. Lang, you are truly extraordinary. Tess murmured, her voice soft as silk. Her praise sent a cool, exhilarating rush through Xiao Ran, leaving him light-headed, almost euphoric. Praise from a goddess carried a singular, transcendent satisfaction, one that eclipsed even the triumph of conquering a level 3 goblin camp, filling him with sublime, soul-soaring delight. Nothing special. I'm just off my game today. Otherwise, I'd have taken on a level 4 camp. Xiao Ran declared, utterly unfazed by the extravagance of his boast. The audacity of the claim mattered less than the mutual conviction behind it. That's absolutely dazzling. Tess breathed, stars sparkling in her eyes, her voice a gentle, tingling caress as she rested her chin on her palm, utterly smitten. Indeed, princesses do fall for heroes. Case proven. Just then, Xiaoklang and Jingguizi approached, carrying a wooden chest between them, trailed by a jubilant entourage of barbarians. Thump. They set the chest down, the impact kicking up a small cloud of dust. Wiping sweat from his brow, Xiaoklang announced, "Chieftain, we've found a treasure chest. Please inspect it." The goblin surprisingly found a treasure chest. Encountering such a situation, it was the first time for Xiao Ran, like a young lady sitting in a flower palanquin. "Open it and see." Xiao Ran commanded. Boss, step back a bit. The dung beetle and the golden tortoise waved their short knives, hacking away at the rusty lock of the chest. When it was opened, a burst of dazzling golden light flashed out, instantly dazzling everyone's eyes. Wow, diamonds. A group of barbarians and archers all gazed at the treasure chest in surprise, uttering exclamations of astonishment. In addition to the diamonds, there were also a pair of gloves and a finely crafted mage robe. Xiao Ran picked up the gloves and the robe, weighing them in his hands as a string of system data appeared before his eyes. Goblin gauntlets, weapon, common equipment, attack 20, defense 5. Elven robe, top silver, equipment, attack 40, defense 20, magic damage 10. The gauntlets are weapons for giants, but Xiao Ran currently has no troops that can use them, so he put them in the system warehouse for now. The system comes with a 100-slot warehouse that can store weapons and equipment. To expand it, special items are needed. The elven robe, being clothing and specifically for women, was naturally meant for Tais. Tais, come over and try it on. Xiao Ran called Tais over and handed her the elven robe. Is this my gift? Tais' face turned red, shyly saying this. Yes. Hearing that Tais wanted a gift, Xiao Ran almost pulled his hand back. A piece of silver equipment, how could it possibly match Tais' status? Xiao Ran only thought Tais lacked clothing and wanted her to make do for the time being, not realizing it was prepared as a gift for her. But seeing Tais' nervous expression, Xiao Ran steeled himself and agreed. Tais carefully extended her hand to take the clothing from Xiao Ran, hurriedly making a gentle and adorable gesture to the group of barbarians and archers, waving her hands. Don't look, turn around, all of you. The barbarians and archers did not listen, all looking at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran said, "What Tais says is what I say." Upon hearing this, the barbarians and archers turned away, pushing and shoving. At this moment Tai shyly put on the robe, covering her snowy skin exposed to the air. How is it? Does it look good? After dressing, Tai looked at Xiao Ran with an expectant face and asked, It looks good. You're just tricking me, this isn't a chiffon dress from home, it must look terrible. Tai lowered her head, fiddling with the robe, expressing her disdain, yet a hint of sweet and shy smile secretly appeared on her face. Xiao Ran placed his hand on Tai's shoulder and said, There will be better ones, trust me. Thank you, Lang. Tai nodded obediently. Xiao Ran sighed deeply and secretly thought, as long as Tai is happy, anything is worth it. Then Xiao Ran stored the diamonds from the treasure chest into the system warehouse, totaling 15 diamonds the size of a thumb, very precious, one of the most important resources in this world, capable of purchasing all battle supplies. After cleaning up the battlefield, Xiao Ran looked up at the bustling army, waved his hand and shouted, Let's go to the next one. This battle was not the end, but the beginning of the day. The level 3 goblin camp was densely situated about 5 kilometers from the outer edge of the elven forest, with a staggering number, countless and tightly packed. The level 1 and 2 goblin camps were close to Moon Village, clearly on the edge of the forest and relatively small in area, so Xiao Ran quickly swept through them. However, the level 3 goblin camp was already somewhat deep into the elven forest, larger in area and wider in range. Xiao Ran estimated that it would take about 10 days to half a month to clear the level 3 goblin camp. With this, Xiao Ran didn't have to rush to upgrade the village. It was just right to farm a wave of soul shards to raise the levels and evolution levels of his troops. The level 3 goblin camp produced a significantly increased number of soul shards, especially the goblin giant, which yielded 5 soul shards per giant. Completing a camp could yield 20-40 soul shards. Xiao Ran fought all morning and by noon reached a small river. He ordered the army to rest and regroup. Xiao Ran also checked the results of the battle. In the morning, he had eliminated 8 level 3 goblin camps, earning 1740 gold coins, 182 holy water, 119 diamonds, and 207 soul shards. However, the pressure from the level 3 goblin camps was also great for Xiao Ran. If it were just a single attack, he could retreat safely, but in a cycle of attacks, the troops' health wouldn't recover. After a morning of intense combat, Xiao Ran lost 5 barbarians, including the 2 foolish dung beetles and golden tortoises, who bravely faced their demise. While Xiao Ran was tallying the results, a sudden voice, filled with curses, came from the jungle. Oh, what terrible luck! I've wandered around all morning and haven't caught a single fish. My treasury and holy water bottles at home are just decorations. These goblins are all crazy, each one hiding the collectors like treasures, making it impossible for me to steal any resources. It drives me mad. I finally stumbled upon a few camps that had the collectors out in the open, but they had already been flattened by someone beforehand. What terrible luck! Huh, someone's here. Xiao Ran followed the voice and saw a path open in the jungle where a young boy with a half-stalk of grass in his mouth and a tattered straw hat led the way. Wow! The boy was startled to see Xiao Ran, seemingly not expecting to encounter anyone else. Hey, but coming back to his senses, the boy with the grass stem in his mouth asked casually. Xiao Ran observed the boy and initially estimated that he was likely a leader from another village. Behind this boy, a group of warriors gradually emerged, including 5 giants, 3 mages, 3 barbarians, and 3 archers, along with about 10 green-skinned goblins. These goblins were not wild goblins, but combat troops from a tamed village. This type of unit was produced by a level 3 village having low combat power, but excelling at stealing resources, moving quickly, and dealing double damage to collectors and warehouses. However, Xiao Ran knew that this boy was not the leader of a level 3 village, as he spotted a blue-robed mage among the boy's troops. A mage, the troop type, from a level 5 village. This meant that the boy's village was at least level 5, 3 levels higher than Xiao Ran's village. Yes, the weather is nice, so I came out to fish. Xiao Ran laughed casually, naturally blocking ties behind him. Haha, kindred spirit. How was your haul today, buddy? The boy laughed heartily. I caught a few hundred coins, but no significant gains. I lost 5 barbarians though. Haha, buddy, you're quite unfortunate. The boy laughed loudly. After laughing, the boy noticed the army beside Xiao Ran, his expression slightly changing as he said, I must say, buddy, you are quite bold. This is the activity area of level 3 goblins, and you brought barbarians and archers here to fish. You might be a bit too reckless. Even I, Luffy, as the leader of a level 5 village, wouldn't easily mobilize troops. Just trying my luck. Xiao Ran replied with a smile. By the way, is this your sister-in-law? The boy finally noticed ties, and Xiao Ran's heart tightened, a deep and inscrutable killing intent flashing in his eyes. Tai's identity was very unusual, and many enemies were definitely searching for her, eager to eradicate her. Xiao Ran nodded without speaking. Impressive, brother. You have a beauty accompanying you in battle. When can I have such treatment? The boy laughed. Then the boy said to Xiao Ran, Brother, you went out with your sister-in-law and came back empty-handed. That's too unfortunate. Let me send you a few troops, as I need to return to the village. The boy turned to the giants behind him and said, A zhuang, a pang, and you few go help my brother. Hearing the boy's order, 3 giants, 2 mages, and several goblins left their formation and automatically joined Xiao Ran's side. This isn't necessary. Xiao Ran was momentarily stunned. What kind of operation is this? Just giving away troops for no reason. Seeing Xiao Ran's expression, the boy waved his hand and said generously, "Not at all, brother. If fate allows us to meet across 1,000 miles, then meeting is a bond. Luckily, I had a bountiful harvest today. Oh, I filled my warehouse in just an hour, so sending you a few troops is a small matter." Xiao Ran doubted his ears, wondering if he had misheard. "All right, brother, take your time fishing. I'm going home to upgrade my buildings. I have so many resources that I have nowhere to spend them. It's lonely." After saying this, the boy cheerfully walked away with the remaining troops. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and asked, "By the way, what's your name, brother?" "Xiao Ran. I'm Luffy, the leader of Luffy Village. Please come and visit often." Luffy's voice drifted away. When it comes to putting on a brave face, apart from Luffy, no one could hold a candle to Xiao Ran. Not only did Luffy fail to smash the warehouse within an hour, but he was also so poor that even the rats had rolled up their bedding and left. Xiao Ran had already overheard Luffy's mumblings. "This guy is quite amusing," Xiao Ran said as he watched Luffy leave, then glanced at the few giants and mages beside him, smiling. "Where's the amusement? It's not even a bit embarrassing." Tess blushed and said, "Embarrassing? What's embarrassing?" Seeing Tess' shy demeanor, Xiao Ran was a bit baffled. "You." Tess was a bit angry and reproached, "Didn't you hear what he said?" "What did he say?" Xiao Ran was even more confused. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Tess refused to explain and angrily walked away. Dazed, Xiao Ran was completely baffled by Tess. What on earth did Luffy say that made Tess suddenly angry? Unable to figure it out, Xiao Ran didn't bother thinking too much. He ate some rations he had brought and asked Tess if she wanted some, but Tess was too busy being angry to speak. Xiao Ran had no choice but to give up. After eating and drinking enough, he continued marching. The afternoon's battle began, continuing to sweep through the level 3 goblin camps. From Luffy's mouth, Xiao Ran learned that in this world, level 3 goblin camps were not easily attacked, even by leaders from level 5 villages like Luffy. Don't be fooled by the few defensive buildings of the level 3 goblin camp. Due to high wall levels and strong garrison, if an army from a level 5 village were to launch a large-scale attack, they could indeed conquer a level 3 goblin camp, but the spoils would be pitifully scarce, yielding only 2,000,300 gold coins, and holy water, which wasn't even enough to train troops. Thus, unless in a situation of absolute superiority, level 5 villages would not easily attack level 3 goblin camps. However, for Xiao Ran, the leader of a level 2 village, to raid resources from a level 3 goblin camp was something unimaginable for other leaders. The afternoon felt even longer than the morning, and Xiao Ran immersed himself wholeheartedly in the battle. By the end of the afternoon, he had taken down 15 level 3 goblin camps. This was nearly double the number of camps he had taken in the morning, but the cost was even more devastating. All the barbarians were wiped out. All the giants and mages donated by Luffy were sacrificed. On the way back, only 2 archers followed closely behind Xiao Ran and Tess. Despite the tragedy, the gains were astonishing. Xiao Ran checked his system warehouse. Gold and holy water, a full 5,000 completely at capacity. Diamonds, 301. Soul fragments, 623. Equipment, 1 elf staff, 1 pair of elf shoes, 3 goblin short swords, 2 goblin bows, 2 sets of goblin light armor, 1 goblin helmet. The elf series items were all silver equipment, the rest were ordinary equipment. Xiao Ran roughly calculated that a complete set of ordinary equipment's attribute enhancement could increase the combat power of a level 1 barbarian by around 100, which was quite good. However, the drop rate for equipment was very low. The day's yield was only enough to equip 2 barbarians and 1 archer, and Xiao Ran planned to distribute them to his troops after returning. As dusk approached and the wind howled fiercely, they were nearing the village, but today was destined to be extraordinary. Just as Xiao Ran stepped out of the elf forest and had not yet reached the main road, a chilling aura emanated from the direction of the village. Tess, who had been lost in thought, saw the scene above the village, and her face turned pale instantly. Xiao Ran's heart trembled violently. From afar, he saw terrifying dragons circling above the village. If he wasn't mistaken, that was Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon, also known as the Lightning Dragon, could unleash powerful chains of lightning and was a fearsome creature that only existed in level 11 strongholds. The leader capable of harnessing the Thunder Dragon held a status higher than a level 10 city lord, possibly even a level 15 lord or a level 20 king. Next to the Thunder Dragon, Xiao Ran also saw gigantic lava hounds and balloon soldiers circling overhead. The balloon soldiers were black, indicating they were the highest level of balloon soldiers. If the aerial forces were already terrifying, the ground forces were equally fearsome. On the ground there were squads of uniformed wild-born knights, heavily armored pickaxes with a chilling presence, and fierce valkyries who treated boulders like basketballs. Even from a distance, Xiao Ran felt a suffocating sense of dread. How could such a formation possibly appear in his level 2 village? His tiny level 2 village couldn't even serve as a toothpick for this army. You two take Tess and hide. No one is allowed to bring Tess back without my command, Xiao Ran said sternly to the two archers. No Lang, they must be looking for me, this has nothing to do with you. Tess had realized the unpredictable danger. As she spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably. In the face of such a massive army, Xiao Ran's village had no means of resistance. Unless she took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility, it would surely implicate the entire village. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Stay here and wait for my return." After finishing, Xiao Ran turned to leave, but just as he did, his left hand was grabbed. Tess clutched Xiao Ran's wrist tightly, as if letting go would mean losing not just a person, but her entire. Xiao Ran turned back to see Tess's tear-streaked face, shaking her head repeatedly, sobbing, her eyes filled with reluctance, despair, longing, and heartbreak. "Take Tess away." Xiao Ran remained unmoved. On his youthful, impetuous face, not a hint of emotion showed, even giving off a cold and domineering aura. The two archers nodded, forcibly dragging Tess back into the forest. At that moment, Xiao Ran slowly walked toward the village, and when he was still 500 steps away, someone finally noticed him. The countless flying dragons and ground pickaxes all turned to look at him in unison. Black clouds press upon the city, about to crumble, armor gleaming like golden scales in the sun. Xiao Ran murmured. In this scene, any other level 2 leader would have already been scared stiff. But Xiao Ran remained calm, as if he were walking through his own backyard, as if he were still the former world champion, unchanging. In Moonlight Village, there were only a handful of buildings enveloped in a shroud of deathly gloom. Huang Lao, A Kong, A Yang, and others were all captured, lined up in a queue at the village entrance, awaiting execution. The two savages who had originally remained in the village had already vanished without a trace, likely dead. The slaughter of the defensive troops and the capture of the villagers were precursors to the village being washed in blood. The root cause of such a terrifying army's arrival could not possibly be due to Xiao Ran offending some major figure. There was only one possibility. Xiao Ran could intuitively grasp it with his toes. That was Taisai. Yet because of Taisai, Xiao Ran did not retreat. He had no choice. Could he abandon Moonlight Village and flee with Taisai? As a man, he could not do that. No matter how dangerous or difficult it was, even if the sky were to fall, he must stand firm, because he was a man and his name was Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran stood 50 paces away from the army, not advancing any further. At that moment, the opposing army parted. From among the troops, a group emerged, led by a cute girl. The girl stood about 158 centimeters tall, wore a colorful magician's hat, a silk white undershirt, a pink bow tied at her chest, and draped a dark green robe over her. Her lower half was clad in black shorts, revealing two long, slender, graceful legs. Beneath her legs, wrapped in ribbons, were bright red pointed shoes. In her left hand, she held a crystal ball, and in her right hand, she wielded a translucent staff. The long magician's hat obscured her face, adding an air of mystery. By her side was a retinue, including a savage king holding a giant bow, a gallant archer queen, a spear-wielding warrior resembling Run Tu, and an elderly man with white hair, holding a tome. Against this backdrop, the girl appeared even more mysterious and noble. "May I ask this esteemed leader?" Xiao Ran began to speak, but was interrupted by a furious shout. "Unruly! Upon seeing our Lord Bifei, why do you not kneel?" The savage king waved the giant bone and roared. "Lord!" Although Xiao Ran had anticipated this, hearing the words of the savage king still shocked him. What is a lord? Xiao Ran already knew from the memories passed down through the system. In this world, villages were classified into many tiers. Level 5 villages could establish tribal alliances and upgrade to the position of chief. Level 10 villages could build prisons, control surrounding tribes, and were called city lords. Level 15 villages governed the city lords within a certain area, and all alliances dominating one side and claiming the title of lord. Level 20 villages commanded the allegiance of all lords ascending to kingship. For instance, Taisis' hometown of Alsace was a powerful kingdom. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran's former level 10 Moonlight City was merely a castle, but because he had been away for 10 years, Moonlight City had transformed into a formidable entity that could dominate the world if it had not been destroyed. Now, as the leader of a level 2 village, witnessing the appearance of a level 15 lord was a shock beyond imagining. All were max-level soldiers, max-level kings. Behind the max-level king followed several peculiar attendants, seemingly from other races. The appearance of such high-level figures created an intense visual impact. Xiao Ran shook his head and smiled. A man's knees are worth a fortune. One kneels to the heavens, the earth, and his parents. Why should I kneel to a lord? Oh, a curious voice emerged from under the magician's hat, as if Xiao Ran's words had piqued her interest. "Huh, I Gilligus like your tough spirit. The last village chief as tough as you is now nothing but dust." The savage king Gilligus brandished the giant bone, his expression fierce, licking his lips and revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Standing at about 1.8 meters tall, he strode forward, giant bone in hand, heading straight for Xiao Ran. The archer queen, the great guardian, the flying shield battle god, and the other three kings looked coldly at Xiao Ran, their eyes filled with mockery, as if they were observing a lowly ant oblivious to its imminent demise. Huang Lao and Akong and the others witnessing this scene were all filled with fear and cried out, "Leader, hurry and leave. Never come back. Will leader please run? Yang and I are not afraid of death." "Yes, leader, if we die, we die. You cannot die. To be your subjects is our only regret fulfilled." The villagers shouted in unison, but each was bound tightly, like a zongzi struggling desperately. Yet, in this world, all leaders, especially those of low-level villages, would hide at the first sign of danger. None would stand firm, like Xiao Ran. After all troops could be resurrected, villagers could be recruited, but the death of a leader meant everything was over. Gilligus raised the giant bone high, aiming for Xiao Ran's head. Along with the giant bone, a sinister grin appeared at the corner of Gilligus' mouth. Huang Lao pounded his chest in anger, while Akong and Yang closed their eyes in pain, unable to bear witnessing the scene of Xiao Ran's head being crushed. "Enough! Come back!" At the moment the giant bone was but a mere inch from Xiao Ran's head, a magical energy resonated from Bai Fei's staff, directly deflecting the savage king's giant bone. "You were lucky this time." Gilligus cursed, retreating with a huff. Bai Fei retracted her staff and slightly raised her head, appraising Xiao Ran. Similarly, Xiao Ran was assessing Bai Fei. The girl had an oval face, phoenix eyes, delicate eyebrows, thin lips, and a petite nose. Her pupils were very dark, sparkling with curiosity, and a faint smile danced on her lips, as if everything in the world was a mere toy in her eyes. 10 years ago I heard of the illustrious reputation of Moonlight Village and had been longing to visit one day. However, due to the long journey, I never realized it. Now that I see it, it truly is extraordinary." Bai Fei said playfully. "Ha ha ha." A chorus of laughter erupted behind Bai Fei. Huang Lao and the others looked humiliated, keenly aware of the insult and condescension emanating from Bai Fei. Indeed, the former Moonlight Village was feared far and wide, wielding immense power, a stark contrast to the current level 2 village, which was a world apart. "I apologize for disappointing you," Xiao Ran replied with a faint smile. The past glory was indeed gone. But Xiao Ran knew he was still here. His spirit and dignity remained. And that was the only eternal truth of Moonlight Village. Bai Fei continued, "I am not interested in indiscriminate killing. Hand over Taisai, and I will ensure your village remains unharmed." At this point, Bai Fei paused. She suddenly lowered her head, glancing at the crystal ball in her left hand, a cold smile forming at the corner of her mouth, obscured by the shadow of the magician's hat. "If not, I shall perform a magic trick, making Moonlight Village disappear forever." Why does Bai Fei know that Tai Si is in Moonlight Village? Xiao Ran's thoughts raced, finding it utterly perplexing. He had sent people to clean up all traces from last night. Moreover, with the storm raging last night, the natural purifying ability would also restore any traces of Tai Si's presence. Could it be that someone in the village has betrayed him? Xiao Ran turned his gaze to Elder Huang, and the others, a flicker of rage flashing in his eyes. Betrayal is the reverse scale of a dragon. Touch it, and you will die? However, Bai Fei seemed to have guessed Xiao Ran's thoughts, and said, "Your Excellency, please do not play tricks on me. I, Bai Fei, possess the only prophetic sphere in the world. Do you see it? It's right here." Bai Fei raised the crystal ball in her left hand, which was palm-sized, made of glass, and radiated a hazy pink. "This is a pink gold equipment. One level higher than dark gold equipment, second only to crimson gold equipment, and the 7-colored divine artifacts. So it is not that someone in the village has betrayed Xiao Ran, but that this prophetic sphere allowed Bai Fei to predict Tai Si's location in Moonlight Village." Realizing this, Xiao Ran set aside his prejudices and felt a sense of relief. "Since you can predict that Tai Si is in Moonlight Village, can you not predict whether I will give Tai Si to you?" After saying this, Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Fei's expression darkened, her tone slightly rising as she said, "So it seems we cannot negotiate. No matter who you are, or what your relationship with Tai Si is, please leave. My Moonlight Village does not welcome you, nor will I reveal Tai Si's location to you. If you insist on attacking my Moonlight Village, you may begin now." Xiao Ran turned around and glanced at the lonely arrow tower in the village, and the 2 level 1 cannon towers, unable to suppress a bitter smile. At this moment, he felt as if fate was playing a cruel joke on him. A level 2 village he was, but a level 2 village leader, yet he had to face a direct assault from a level 15 lord. One can imagine the scene of a level 2 village being bloodied by a horde of Picachus and Thunder Dragons. Even if the King of Heaven were to preside over it, he would not be able to stop it. To live as a hero, to die as a ghostly champion. Even so, Xiao Ran still did not back down. He. Bai Fei laughed, unable to contain herself. "Are you doubting the combat power of my army?" Bai Fei asked. "No." Xiao Ran shook his head and continued, "I bet that a level 15 lord would not attack a level 2 village. If other lords learned of your glorious achievement, it would surely be recorded in history." Bai Fei's expression slightly changed, becoming somewhat unsightly. Xiao Ran was right. A level 15 lord attacking a level 2 village would surely become a laughingstock, a tale for everyone's amusement. Bai Fei was not unaware of this. She coldly smiled and exchanged a glance with Jilagusi beside her. Your Excellency, I admire your courage, but my patience is limited. I could spare your village, but I cannot guarantee. At this, Jilagusi strode toward Xiao Ran, placing a large hand on Xiao Ran's shoulder and bellowing, kneel. Xiao Ran did not kneel, standing firm and unmoving. Jilagusi viciously pressed down on Xiao Ran's shoulder with immense strength, almost crushing Xiao Ran's arm. Intense pain shot through his shoulder, causing cold sweat to pour from Xiao Ran's brow, his face turning pale. Xiao Ran's body swayed, but no matter how hard Jilagusi pressed, Xiao Ran refused to kneel. The more steadfast Xiao Ran was, the worse Bai Fei's expression became. A strong person does not fear the weak, but fears those who dare to resist. Your Excellency, I will give you one last chance to reveal Tai Si's location. Bai Fei lifted her head, glaring at Xiao Ran, a murderous intent fully apparent. However, at this moment Xiao Ran's gaze was unwavering, the pain in his eyes suddenly overshadowed by a powerful resilience and defiance. He stared hard at Bai Fei, his whole body trembling violently, but the anger and hatred in his eyes were carving Bai Fei's image into his memory, making Bai Fei feel a chill down her spine. This was the first time Bai Fei had seen such a man. Perhaps only the former leader of Moonlight Village, Xiao Ran, could possess such an imposing and arrogant presence that commanded respect from all. I will count to 10. Reveal Tai Si's location, or die. As Bai Fei spoke, Jilagusi raised the giant bone in his hand high above his head, aimed at Xiao Ran's head. 10. The first count drew everyone's attention, the tension palpable. 9. The second count echoed with the sounds of dragons and horses' flags flying in the wind. 8. Xiao Ran took a deep breath, glanced at the sky, silently wondering, does true love at first sight really exist? That Tai Si, beautiful as a fairy tale with a smile, so pure it could melt hearts, was she really worth doing this for? How many young men and women in fairy tales spent their entire lives pursuing love? And a single word of love turned the beautiful fairy tale into an irreversible tragedy. On the edge of the village, Elder Huang and Ah Kong watched Xiao Ran with tearful eyes. This leader who had given them all hope was now willingly sacrificing his life for a woman. Yet even in the face of death, he revealed not a hint of Tai Si's whereabouts. 3. As Bai Fei called out this number, a chilling, killing intent swept past Xiao Ran's ear like a tangible force. 2. Jilagusi tightened his grip on the slippery, giant bone, locking his gaze on the back of Xiao Ran's head, his bloody grin growing more pronounced. 1. As Bai Fei's voice fell, a powerful wave of magical energy radiated from her, due to her emotions, her magical robe billowing, as if caught in a wind, creating a swirling storm of dust. Bai Fei was truly furious. No lord dared to defy her orders, especially not a mere level 2 village leader. Kill him. Bai Fei, unable to contain her fury, pointed at Xiao Ran and screamed. At this moment Xiao Ran's gaze was calm as water. The only image left in his mind was that of the pure girl. Tai Si. Just then, a sound of crying suddenly came from behind. Let him go. A figure rushed forward, sobbing, staggering as she lunged into Xiao Ran's embrace. Tai Si has returned. A collective sigh of relief rippled through everyone except Xiao Ran. When Bai Fei saw Tai Si unharmed, the heavy stone that had weighed on her heart finally fell away. Miss Tai Si, at last we've found you. Bai Fei waved her hand and signaled Jilagus to step back. Jilagus sheathed his massive bone weapon and withdrew to the camp. Who are you? Seeing Xiao Ran wounded, Tai Si looked at Bai Fei with reproach. She turned to Xiao Ran and wailed, My love, are you all right? Did they hurt you? It's all my fault, all my fault. At the word my love, Bai Fei's expression shifted subtly, and she glanced at Xiao Ran with a strange look. Xiao Ran, grave and embarrassed, rebuked Tai Si, Didn't I tell you not to come out? Tai Si, tears brimming, whimpered, I couldn't do it. Silent for a moment, Xiao Ran pulled Tai Si behind him and faced Bai Fei alone, composed as he declared, Tai Si is now a member of Yuelyang Village. If I refuse to let her go, she belongs to the village, and no one can take her away. Bai Fei couldn't help but laugh softly at Xiao Ran's words, and Jilagus behind her grinned broadly as well. The Grand Guardian, clutching a sacred tome, stepped forward 2 paces and spoke kindly. Chief Xiao Ran, we bear no hostility. Since you and Tai Si are friends, there is no cause for concern. The Grand Guardian, one of the village's chief champions, belonged to a higher life form, sharp of mind, capable of independent thought and judgment. The Grand Guardian cleared his throat and continued. A brief explanation. We hail from the Bai Fei territory of Xixilia, a great distance from your Huaxia continent. Our liege Bai Fei was once indebted to Menkakituo the Great, the king of Ersasi. With Ersasi now in turmoil, we share in their sorrow. Yet the kingdom of Xixilia has no wish to quarrel with Ersasi, nor can we contend with the shadowy power of Yiying. When our liege learned Tai Si was on the run, she activated the Seer's Eye, a privilege usable only once a year, and hurried here to Yuelyang Village. Rest assured, Chief Xiao Ran, we will not harm Miss Tai Si. Since you are her close friend, we will not harm you either. Earlier we pressed you only because the situation was urgent. Please do not take offense. We escorted her back solely for her protection. As he spoke, the Grand Guardian signaled the Valkyries at the village gate, and they untied Huang Lao and the others one by one. Bai Fei stretched like a lazy cat, and said casually, "Very well, mission accomplished, everything went smoothly." She bowed slightly to Xiao Ran. "Chief Xiao Ran, thank you for watching over Taisai. I apologize for what happened earlier. As compensation, we will give you some supplies to show our regret." Xiao Ran nearly choked on the sudden turn of events. After all, that they were not Taisis enemies at all, but allies. No wonder they had acted so harshly toward Xiao Ran. Taisis beauty alone could rile any leader, making them lose restraint and behave atrociously. That was why they had been so hostile to him. Though Bai Fei offered an apology, the pressure and disdain she had placed upon Xiao Ran could not be so easy. A level 15 lord, such rank, such terrifying authority, was an indelible imprint on Xiao Ran's mind. Then Bai Fei turned to Taisai and said, "Taisai, come with me. Your father once did me a favor. The only way I can repay him now is to ensure your safety. Return to my domain, and no one will be able to harm you." Taisai glanced at the formidable forces arrayed behind Bai Fei, then at the bedraggled villagers standing behind Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran nodded and said, "Go, Taisai. I cannot protect you now." As he spoke, his heart twitched in silence, sending sharp pangs through him. One could imagine if Taisis allies were figures at the level of a level 15 lord, then what manner of enemies? It was the unvarnished truth that Xiao Ran could not protect Taisai. The heights of a level 15 lord and a level 20 kingdom were realms far beyond his reach. Yet Taisis' reply stunned everyone. She shook her head and told Bai Fei, "Thank you, but I will not go. I will stay in Yueyang village." The smile that had just formed on Bai Fei's face froze instantly. Bai Fei's expression darkened. She spoke with growing urgency. "Taisai men from Amas and agents of Ying are scouring the world for you. If not for Motang's protection, you would already have been captured." She continued, "You know better than I how formidable their forces are. If you remain in Yueyang village, do you understand what the consequences will be?" Taisai nodded and replied, "I know, but I want to be with my love." The words left everyone dumbstruck. Bai Fei stared at Taisai in disbelief, then looked over at Xiao Ran. Bai Fei lifted a hand and rubbed her temples as if a headache had struck her. After hesitating, Bai Fei resumed her entreaty. "Taisai, I think you may be underestimating their power. Allow me to explain patiently." "No, thank you. Please leave." Taisai stood, and without looking at Bai Fei, gazed at the battered shoulder of Xiao Ran with tenderness. The vine armor he had worn that morning was shredded at the shoulder by Gilligus brute force. Behind Bai Fei, Man Wang knew Wang Yong Wang, and Run Tu glanced at one another, unsure what to do. Bai Fei's headache worsened. She muttered, "How could this be? How could this be?" Then an idea flashed across her face, and she asked, "How about this? Come back with me, yeah?" Xiao Ran shook his head. "Sorry, I have no interest in living under others' roofs, whether belonging to another man or to a woman." A flash of anger rose on Bai Fei's face. She ignored Xiao Ran and addressed Taisai sharply. "Taisai, I'll ask you one last time, will you come with me? I am here to protect you, not to imprison you. If you persist in your folly, do not blame me for being cold and unfeeling." Taisai, showing signs of impatience, said to Bai Fei, "Leave this place at once. You hurt my love, oh, I detest you all." At that moment, Bai Fei felt as if she might die of indignation. Her goodwill repaid with such ingratitude, she felt she had traveled leagues only to be humiliated. "Fine." Bai Fei shook her head. "No wonder people call me childish, I'm tired of myself too." She raised her staff and ordered her forces, "All troops withdraw." And so Taisai insisted on staying, and Bai Fei with no recourse pulled her forces back. Before departing, Bai Fei did two things. First, she tossed Xiao Ran 2 tokens, and said, "These are travel tokens from the Bai Fei territory. Within my lands, these talismans will secure the protection of all the lords. I hope you will think this over and not remain obstinate. I, Bai Fei, repay kindness and act with conscience." The second thing came to her as she was halfway away. "Hey Xiao Ran, do you know why Taisai refuses to leave?" Bai Fei called back. "I don't know," Xiao Ran answered. "Do you know why she calls you my love?" "I don't know that either." "Then let me tell you, in Ersasi, there is a custom. When a girl meets the one she loves, she will use this word in place of his name." "Well then, I'm off. Good luck to you. You have character. I hope you live a few more years yet. Do not disappoint me." With that, the sky filled with flying dragons and ground vehicles like a black cloud. They receded toward the distant horizon and vanished into the vast night. Bai Fei left, but the pain in Xiao Ran's shoulder constantly reminded him of his weakness and insignificance today. The thought of the terrifying level 15 lord made him feel as if the pain had vanished. Strength, strength, strength. At this moment, Xiao Ran longed to grow stronger, not only to restore the glory of Moonlight City, but also to protect Taisi. Fine, no more crying. He'll go replenish tomorrow's army first. You follow Ah Kong and the others to prepare dinner. After comforting Taisi for a while, Xiao Ran let Ah Kong and Ah Yang take her away. Before long, old Huang and the others found some herbs and applied them to Xiao Ran's shoulder. The injury wasn't severe, but the bruising would likely take 10 days to fade. When Bai Fei left, she kept her word. As compensation for offending Xiao Ran, she left behind a treasure chest containing 1,000 diamonds. With 1,000 diamonds, Xiao Ran could exchange for a construction worker's cottage or a residential house. Before encountering Bai Fei, he would have definitely chosen a residential house to ensure Tai's comfort. But now Xiao Ran only wanted to become stronger. His current strength was not enough to consider comfort in life. He merely wished to survive with Tai and nothing more. System exchange for a construction worker's cottage. Construction worker's cottage adds 1 construction worker, consumes 1,000 diamonds. Current diamond count 1301, remaining 301. Please confirm master. Confirm. Please choose the construction location master. Here. Xiao Ran walked to the edge of the barracks and confirmed the construction site. Please choose the human to be transformed. Huh. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Such a setting existed. Xiao Ran quickly read the system's construction worker exchange details. It turned out that in this world, exchanging for construction workers did not mean the system would conjure one out of thin air, but rather it transformed villagers into construction workers with formidable building capabilities. So that's how it is. Xiao Ran called over several villagers recruited from Haifeng village and asked, "Who among you is willing to be a construction worker?" The 5 villagers looked at each other, then bowed their heads and respectfully replied, "We await the chief's arrangement and are willing to offer our valuable blood and lives for the chief." Xiao Ran nodded. The loyalty of these ordinary villagers was almost as high as that of soldiers. He selected a villager resembling a turkey and confirmed the transformation target. "Master, please wait a moment." A magical energy surged from the direction of the fountain of life, enveloping the villager undergoing transformation. The villager's body gradually shrank and his coarse clothes were replaced with a working shirt. 2 hammers unique to construction workers appeared in his hands, and in a moment the transformation was complete. Ding dong. Congratulations, master, you have obtained a new construction worker. Please name the construction worker. Old Huang and the others gathered around the new construction worker, welcoming this new village builder. "From now on you shall be called Ducklet. Go assist Turkey with the village construction, it will be entrusted to you." Xiao Ran said, "Thank you for the chance to be reborn chief. I will not disappoint your expectations." Saying this, Ducklet identical to Turkey waved 2 hammers and hurried off to the unfinished level 3 base. In this world, constructions can be built by multiple workers simultaneously. For example, the level 3 base takes 2 days for 1 construction worker to build, but with 2 construction workers, it will only take 1 day. With Ducklet's addition, the progress of Xiao Ran's village construction would accelerate. He then walked towards the training camp to begin training tomorrow's troops. Before training, Xiao Ran checked his soul shards, finding 623, remaining sufficient for the 3rd evolution of Barbarians or the 2nd evolution of Archers, both requiring 400 soul shards. Let's go with the Barbarians. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ran ultimately chose to evolve the Barbarians. Barbarians type, ordinary troops, evolution ×2. Ordinary evolution consumes 400 soul shards, 10 chance to train Splash Barbarians. Splash Barbarians have 200 attack and defense attributes of ordinary Barbarians, and their normal attacks deal 50 splash damage to targets in a cone-shaped area around them. Ordinary evolution consumes 400 soul shards, 10 chance to train Self-Healing Barbarians. Self-Healing Barbarians have 200 attack and defense attributes of ordinary Barbarians, recovering 10 of their maximum health every 5 seconds. Ordinary evolution consumes 400 soul shards, 10 chance to train Mirror Barbarians. Mirror Barbarians have 200 attack and defense attributes of ordinary Barbarians and randomly create 4 Mirror Barbarians which do not possess attack power but can confuse opponents. Ordinary evolution consumes 400 soul shards, 10 chance to train Sand-Throwing Barbarians. Sand-Throwing Barbarians have 200 attack and defense attributes of ordinary Barbarians skilled in throwing sand, which blinds hit enemies, reducing their hit rate by 20. Note, only 1 evolution direction can be chosen each time, or once selected it cannot be changed. Barbarians' current evolution ×3 consumes 400 soul shards. Evolution type, Self-Healing Barbarians, current soul shards 623, remaining 223. Please confirm, master. Confirm. Congratulations, master. Self-Healing Barbarian evolution successful. After the 3rd evolution, the overall mutation probability of the Barbarians reached 30. Preliminary calculations suggest that after evolving 10 times, the mutation probability of the Barbarians would reach 100. Before that, Xiao Ran still had to use the clumsy method of repeated training and deletion to ensure all troop types could successfully mutate. This process was arduous and tormenting for Xiao Ran. However, once the mutation succeeded, his Barbarians would possess double the attributes of ordinary Barbarians and gain additional enhancement skills. A level 5 chief could only fish in a level 3 goblin camp, while Xiao Ran could steamroll through. This is the terrifying aspect of mutated troops. Yet this was still just the early stage of Xiao Ran's troop evolution. As the number of evolutions deepened, his troops would grow stronger and their combat power would become increasingly terrifying. Although the early stages were hard, it was all worth it. After a busy night, the troops consumed today were finally replenished. At that moment, a brilliant light shone from the direction of the base. All the villagers turned to look, their eyes filled with awe. Xiao Ran stood up, and a pleasant system prompt echoed, "Ding dong. Congratulations, Master Level 3 base upgrade successful. The third tier has ushered in a new era of tremendous power. The troop types in the third tier have not seen significant upgrades, adding goblins and bombers, representing a transitional phase from ordinary troops to powerful ones. However, the third tier introduced a brand new building called the laboratory. The laboratory can upgrade troop types, and as the level of the laboratory increases, so too does the level of the troops. Once upgraded, the health and attack power of the troops will see a substantial increase. In short, the higher the level of the troop type, the stronger the combat power. For Xiao Ran, the significance of upgrading troop types is even greater because the attributes post-mutation are based on the troop's base attributes. If the base health of a troop is only 100, then after mutation the attributes will only double to 200. However, after upgrading the troops, the base attributes improve, and the mutated attributes continue to double. This stacking effect will make the combat power of the barbarians exceptionally terrifying as their level increases. In addition to the laboratory, the third tier's barracks can be upgraded from level 2 to level 3, and another barracks can be constructed. With this, the army size can double, allowing for a total of 70 combat-ready units. Now Xiao Ran is not short on resources. Once the level 3 main base is completed, he immediately instructs Turkey and Psyduck to work overtime to construct the laboratory. Laboratory level 1 requires 2500 holy water for construction, takes 1 hour to build, current holy water 45700, remaining 20700. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Turkey and Psyduck received the order and immediately got to work diligently, completing the laboratory in half an hour. Barracks level 1 can accommodate 20 troop units, construction time 1 hour, consumes 250 holy water, current holy water 20700, remaining holy water 20450. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Barracks level 2 can accommodate 30 troop units, upgrade time 2 hours, consumes 250 holy water, current holy water 20450, remaining holy water 17950. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Barracks level 3 can accommodate 35 troop units, upgrade time 4 hours, consumes 100 holy water, current holy water 17950, remaining holy water 7950. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. On a moonless, windy night, while working overtime, Xiao Ran upgraded the laboratory and simultaneously upgraded the barracks to level 3. Only when he could no longer resist drowsiness did he return to his tent to rest. Upon waking up, Xiao Ran felt revitalized. Without getting out of bed, he heard the shouts of barbarians and archers filling the level 3 barracks. Last night, before going to bed, Xiao Ran spent all the remaining holy water on training barbarians and archers. Now Xiao Ran commands a massive army of 70 troops, including 27 mutated barbarians, 13 ordinary barbarians, 8 mutated archers, and 22 ordinary archers. While the size of the army has increased, Xiao Ran faces an embarrassing situation. The resources for upgrading troop types have run out. Both the laboratory and troop upgrades are bottomless pits that consume holy water. Constructing the laboratory costs 2500 holy water, while upgrading the level 2 barbarians and archers requires 500 holy water at a time. Naturally, Xiao Ran's supply of holy water has dwindled, forcing him to continue gathering resources today. After a filling breakfast, Xiao Ran organized his gear and prepared to set off. "Where's Tais?" he asked Akon. "Chief Tais went back to her room to rest after making breakfast for you. She said if you asked about her to tell you that she doesn't want to be a burden and to take care of yourself. She is waiting for you to return home," Akon replied. Xiao Ran looked towards Tais' room from a distance. It was a wooden house adorned with various grass stems and vines, which, despite its simplicity, was considered a mansion in the village. Xiao Ran understood that yesterday's events had a significant psychological impact on her. It is likely that Tais was affected as well. Since she wanted to be alone, he would let her be. Xiao Ran left 5 mutated barbarians and 5 ordinary archers as the village's guards. After instructing Turkey and Psyduck to upgrade the turrets, he ensured everything was in order before departing the village. Today's target remains the level 3 goblin camp. Unlike other chiefs who employ flexible and varied strategies to tackle goblins, Xiao Ran is different. When faced with heavily fortified goblin camps, most chiefs retreat and avoid battle. They only press forward with overwhelming force against camps with weaker defenses. When encountering resource-rich camps, they act like thieves, stealing resources and fleeing, avoiding battle. In this world, both holy water and gold are scarce resources. Even the wealthiest goblin camps struggle to offset the troop losses caused by a large-scale assault from most chiefs. But Xiao Ran is different. he disregards formations and resource capacities. As long as it is a level 3 camp, he will push through without hesitation. Yesterday, Xiao Ran only had 30 barbarians and archers, which made combat a bit challenging. However, today, aside from the guards left in the village, he now commands 60 units of troops, doubling his numbers from yesterday. Among them, the silly dung beetle and the foolish golden tortoise were equipped with a complete set of goblin gear. Additionally, Little Strong found a few pieces of silver equipment. After donning their gear, the combat power of the trio surged, with their health nearly matching that of the level 4 village giant. A single strike from them equated to 4 strikes from an ordinary barbarian. Leading the trio, they charged ahead like a bulldozer, overwhelming a group of goblin guards, leaving them in disarray and screaming in terror. Without ties by his side, Xiao Ran's killing intent intensified, shrouding him in an invisible aura of hostility throughout the day. By the end of the day, Xiao Ran had flattened 56 goblin camps, more than doubling yesterday's count of 23. The path was clear, and he hardly needed to think, taking them all out in one fell swoop. On the way back to the city, Xiao Ran began to tally his spoils. Today's casualties were far better than yesterday's. Out of the 60 barbarians and archers, he brought half back home. The other half, due to their health not recovering after intense battles, unfortunately met with the goddess of death. The resources in the warehouse included part of yesterday's surplus, and the figures were quite impressive. Gold 130000, holy water 12000, diamonds 1081, soul fragments 1754. Resources that would take other chiefs months or even half a year to gather, Xiao Ran accomplished in a single day. Of course, more importantly are the soul fragments. The harvest from this day is enough for the barbarian's 4th evolution and the archer's 2nd evolution. The barbarian undergoes its 4th evolution, consuming 800 soul fragments. The 4 evolution paths are bleeding, evasion, bloodthirsty, and paralysis. The bleeding barbarian possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary barbarian. Its normal attacks inflict a continuous bleeding effect on the target, dealing 20 of its attack power for 5 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 5 layers. The evasion barbarian boasts 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary barbarian, with a 20 chance to evade all physical attacks. The bloodthirsty barbarian has 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary barbarian, converting 20 of the damage dealt into its own health. The paralysis barbarian possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary barbarian, with a 20 chance to inflict a 1-second paralysis effect on the target. After reviewing the evolution paths, Xiao Ran chose the evasion barbarian. By now, his barbarian army had mastered 4 skills. These are stone skin strength, self-healing, and evasion. Xiao Ran could feel that the further the evolution progressed, the more powerful the skills became. For instance, self-healing and evasion, if utilized well, could render the barbarians nearly invincible under certain conditions. Of course, the pressure of the soul fragments required for each evolution was also considerable for Xiao Ran. Subsequently, he evolved the archers as well. Archer type, ordinary unit evolution, count 1 time. Regular evolution consumes 400 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a mighty archer. Mighty archer, immensely powerful, born with great strength, possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary archer, with an additional 50 increase in damage dealt. Regular evolution consumes 400 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a strong archer. Strong archer, naturally armored, tough, and resilient, possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary archer, with an additional 50 increase in health. Regular evolution consumes 400 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a blink archer. Blink archer, capable of moving short distances in an instant, possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary archer and can perform a short distance teleportation every 60 seconds. Regular evolution consumes 400 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a poisoned archer. Poisoned archer possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary archer, and upon hitting an enemy applies a weakening effect that reduces the enemy's attributes by 20. Note, only one path can be chosen for each evolution, and once selected it cannot be changed. For the archers, Xiao Ran continued down the attack route, selecting the mighty archer. At dusk, Xiao Ran arrived at Moonlight Village. Wisps of smoke rose from the village, resembling a beautiful painting of a utopian paradise. Seeing that the village was safe and sound, Xiao Ran finally revealed a gentle smile, easing the battle nerves that had been tense all day. Xiao Ran approached the training camp, activated the control panel, and deleted all ordinary archers and barbarians along with the sacrificed units to restart the training queue. 1 night's time was enough for the entire army to cycle through training twice. Currently, the mutation probability for barbarians reached 40, while that for archers was 20. Although the number of troops had increased, considering that training 1 barbarian or archer took 8 minutes, training 50 would take about 7 hours. However, with the level 3 base allowing for the construction of another training camp, both camps could train together, thus filling all 70 units in just 34 hours. The time for rest and regrouping at night was for Xiao Ran a time to replenish his forces. Subsequently, Xiao Ran headed to the laboratory. Besides training troops, there was an urgent matter at hand to upgrade the barbarians and archers to level 2. Xiao Ran summoned the control panel of the laboratory, silently reciting system upgrade to level 2. The system's voice promptly responded, Master, the resources required for the upgrade to level 2 barbarians are 500 holy water with an upgrade time of 6 hours. Currently you have 1200 holy water, leaving 7000. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Xiao Ran's resources accumulated today were sufficient for both the barbarians and archers to upgrade. After handling these two matters, Xiao Ran looked up and wondered where is Tais. Akong, have you seen Tais? Xiao Ran called out to Akong. Tais is busy behind the main camp. Akong, it's so late, what is she still busy with? Xiao Ran shook his head and headed toward the main camp. Behind the main camp, Tais was sitting among a tangle of vines with a vine armor resting on her thigh, a bone needle in her right hand, and gripping a vine with her left, carefully stitching the vine onto the armor, her demeanor focused, oblivious to the outside world. Tais, Xiao Ran called out. Hearing the voice, Tais instantly awoke, looking up as if unaware of how late it had become. However, in the dim light, Xiao Ran clearly saw that the moment Tais looked at him, her striking blue eyes seemed to shine, flashing with a particularly bright glimmer, filled with surprise, unexpected joy, and excitement. Leng, you're back. Wait for me, I'm almost done. Tais hurriedly increased her speed, quickly tearing off the fishing line, standing up from the pile of vines, holding the vine armor, and bouncing toward Xiao Ran. Leng, your vine armor was damaged, so I stitched a new one for you. Try it on and see if it fits. Tais' face was full of joy, proudly displaying the armor, gesturing to Xiao Ran. At Tais' uncontrollable joy, Xiao Ran was stunned. Earlier, Akong had said Tais was resting, and he had believed it, but now he realized that she was not resting at all, though she had been busy stitching armor for him. As a princess, Tais had never done such rough work before. Although the vine armor was finished, Xiao Ran grasped Tais' hand. She seemed to sense something, struggling to pull her hand back, her fingers curling tightly, reluctant to open. But Xiao Ran fixedly stared at Tais' hand, where delicate baby-soft fingers bore marks from the vine armor and pinpricks from the bone needle. Her fair skin was marred with bruises, and both hands were without exception covered in injuries. Looking at those hands, Xiao Ran's eyes instantly welled up, and his nose ached terribly. My hands don't look good, they're ugly. Leng, please let go of me. Tais struggled desperately. After a long while, Xiao Ran raised his head, staring intently at Tais. Under Xiao Ran's gaze, Tais' eyes darted around, unable to meet his stare. In the night, amidst the gentle breeze, Xiao Ran wrapped his arms around Tais' waist and leaned down to kiss her. Tais, who had been struggling, suddenly softened like a willow branch, without bones, graceful and limp. The vine armor slipped from Tais' hand, slowly falling to the ground, as two trembling hearts drew from strangers to intimacy, pressing closely together. Wearing the vine armor woven from moss, Xiao Ran took Tess' hand and went to have dinner with the villagers. After sharing a close moment, Tess became quite clingy, snuggling beside Xiao Ran during dinner, her beautiful eyes constantly flickering towards him. After dinner, Xiao Ran exchanged the over 100 diamonds he had worked hard to collect today for a residential house, which he built against the city wall. The size of the house was larger than Xiao Ran had imagined. It was a small building shaped like a courtyard, consisting of one main house and 3 auxiliary rooms, accommodating a total of 5 people, built within a day. However, tonight he couldn't stay in the courtyard, as Xiao Ran had to make do with sleeping in a tent. Once he had more money, he planned to build several more houses, allowing everyone in the village to live a healthy and secure life. As night deepened, Xiao Ran accompanied Tess for a while before letting Akong take her to rest, while he continued to guard the training camp, replenishing the troops for the next day. Due to the long training times for the troops, Xiao Ran didn't need to keep a constant watch over the training camp. During his free time, he directed Psyduck to improve other buildings, while the turkey was assigned to repair the courtyard. At present, Xiao Ran's level 3 village was basically taking shape. Aside from the collector and storage unit that had yet to be built, all other defensive facilities were completed. The entire level 3 construction included 50 city walls, 2 cannons, 1 arrow tower, 1 mortar, 2 hidden bombs, 3 gold mines, and holy water collectors, 2 treasure chests, 2 holy water vials, 2 barracks, 2 training camps, and 1 laboratory. Taking advantage of the free time tonight, Xiao Ran carefully arranged the village's formation. Xiao Ran employed a set of 3 formations he had previously developed as a world champion in Clash of Clans. The formations he set up were without exaggeration the strongest in the game. The city walls formed a square enclosing the main camp and all defensive facilities. 4 storage units were scattered around the main camp. Due to their robust health, they could withstand a significant amount of damage, effectively stalling enemy attacks. Other less crucial facilities like the training camp, collector, and barracks were placed outside the city walls to distract the enemy, with 2 hidden bombs located between the 2 barracks on the main route to attack the camp. In addition to the regular guards stationed in the village, this formation could withstand attacks, even from level 4 enemies, without suffering significant losses. After completing the village layout, Xiao Ran looked down at the arrangement through the system control interface. Not bad, he nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a mutated archer emerged from the training camp, and the pink magical glow on the roof of the camp slowly extinguished, indicating that there were no troops currently in training. After this round of training, including the mutated troops retained from yesterday, Xiao Ran had 40 barbarians, among which 32 were mutated along with 30 archers and 11 mutated archers. Xiao Ran continued to delete the 37 non-mutated soldiers, requeued them for training, and after assigning them to the training camp for automatic training, he no longer monitored them, as he didn't have time or energy to do so. To improve the mutation rate of the troops, he could only focus on upgrading their evolution levels. At that moment, a streak of light flashed above the laboratory, followed by the pleasant sound of the system. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master. Level 2 barbarians have successfully upgraded. 6 hours later, the level 2 barbarians completed their upgrade. Upgrading troops and evolving troops were equally important. Xiao Ran quickly opened the barbarians' data to check. Troop Barbarian Level 2, Construction Resources 40 Holy Water Upgrade Path, Level 3 Laboratory Health 54 Damage per second 11 Defense Reduction, 5 Movement Speed 16 Population, Occupied 1 Attack Preference, None Damage Type, Single Target Talent None Skill, None. The attributes of this upgrade, improved by approximately 30. Xiao Ran also checked the data of the Dung Beetle. Name Dung Beetle, Level 2. Troop Strong Barbarian, Mutated Construction Resources 40 Holy Water Upgrade Path, Level 3 Laboratory Health 266 Equipment Bonus 108 points Damage per second 44 Equipment Bonus 22 points Defense Reduction 7 Equipment Bonus 2 points Movement Speed 20 Equipment Bonus 4 points Population, Occupied 1 Attack Preference, None Damage Type, Single Target Talent None Skill. Strong gains 50 additional health under the dual enhancement of equipment and skills. The health of the Level 2 Dung Beetle was already approaching 300. In other villages, barbarians were still barbarians, but in Xiao Ran's village, barbarians had become even more formidable than giants. After comparing the data, Xiao Ran silently muttered 2 words in his heart: abnormal. His SS level hidden skill had doubled the combat power of the troops, while the complete set of helmet, clothes, pants, shoes, and weapons had again doubled their combat power. Such stacking was bound to be abnormal. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Ran adjusted the village layout, consumed 5 holy water, and initiated the upgrade of level 2 archers in the laboratory, then returned to the tent to rest. A peaceful night passed. The next day, the training of 70 units of combat troops was completed, and the level 2 archers also finished their upgrade. Troop Archer Level 2, Construction Resources 40 Holy Water Upgrade Path, Level 3 Laboratory Health 23 Damage per second 9 Defense Reduction, 5 Movement Speed 16 Population, Occupied 1 Attack Preference, None Damage Type, Single Target Talent None Skill, None. The upgrade of the archers increased their attack power by 2 points with no other changes. However, as a ranged output troop, even this small increase in attack power could accumulate to significant damage. The weather was nice today, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze that refreshed the spirit. After breakfast, Xiao Ran began to organize the troops preparing to set off. Before departure, he cleaned up the equipment he had obtained yesterday and gathered 4 complete sets of goblin gear, arming for barbarians. Standing solemnly in front of the barracks, Xiao Ran gazed at his army and couldn't help but wonder how far this army was from rescuing Miao Miao. Miao Miao, the granddaughter of Old Huang, was the only concern in Old Huang's heart, and Xiao Ran had not forgotten her. However, due to family circumstances, he didn't dare to ask Old Huang about Miao Miao's whereabouts before reaching level 5. Sighing silently, Xiao Ran shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts. The immediate priority was to strengthen his own power. Fortunately, Xiao Ran had a new plan today. If implemented properly, his progress and strength would achieve equality. Having made up his mind, Xiao Ran called out to Tess. Strangely, after breakfast, Tess had disappeared, and he didn't know what she was busy with. "Tess, I'm leaving." Hearing his voice, Tess ran out holding a bamboo basket drenched in sweat. "Lang, this is the military food I prepared for you. Keep it on you, eat a bit when you're hungry, and come back early." Tess ran to Xiao Ran's side, taking fruits, coarse grains, and other food from the bamboo basket, and stuffing them into Xiao Ran's bag. The food Tess prepared all at once was like a farewell gift, enough for Xiao Ran to eat for 3 days without finishing it. However, Tess seemed unaware of this, fearing Xiao Ran might go hungry outside, and stuffed him generously. Looking at the wild fruits Tess had found and the carefully made pancakes, Xiao Ran's heart melted again. In front of such a pure and kind woman, he just wanted to say one thing to her. "When I reign over the world, I will grant you a home across the seas. Wait for me to come back." He lightly kissed Tess on the forehead, then waved his hand, leading the assembled troops away from the village. In today's expedition, Xiao Ran took away all the mutated soldiers, leaving only 3 ordinary barbarians and 2 ordinary archers to guard the village. It wasn't that he didn't value the defense of the village, it was simply that for so many days he hadn't seen a single shadow of an enemy attacking the village, so keeping more troops would be a waste. Of course this did not include Bai Fei. But if a leader of Bai Fei's caliber truly came, no matter how many troops he kept, it would be useless. Today Xiao Ran also planned to execute a new combat strategy, and to ensure the smooth implementation of the new plan, it was a necessary choice to arrange more troops by his side. An hour later Xiao Ran and his army arrived at their destination. At this point the troops had already deepened into the goblin territory, surrounded by heavily defended goblin villages. Xiao Ran gathered the troops together for the final pre-battle deployment. Dung Beetle. Xiao Ran shouted, "Here, chief." The Dung Beetle stood tall and saluted Xiao Ran. "Dung Beetle, I will assign you 15 barbarians and 6 archers. You are responsible for attacking the goblin camp on my left." "Understood, chief." Golden Tortoise. "Here." Golden Tortoise also stood tall, dressed in a green goblin uniform, looking quite reminiscent of the East China Field Army. "Golden Tortoise, I will also assign you 15 barbarians and 6 archers. You are responsible for attacking the goblin camp on my right." "Understood, chief." Little Strong. "Here." Little Strong, I will also assign you 15 barbarians and 6 archers. You are responsible for sweeping the goblin camp directly in front of us." "Understood, chief." After the combat teams were assigned, tactical arrangements began. When the 3 squad leaders attack, they must remember the following points. First, only attack goblin camps of level 3 or below, including level 3. Attacking level 4 goblin camps is prohibited. Second, archers must work in groups of 3 and must not spread out their attacks. Third, barbarians must always stay within the shooting range of the archers. Fourth, regardless of the situation, focus fire on the nearest defensive structures. If there are no defensive structures, target the defending troops. Fifth, any warrior with less than 70 health must retreat immediately until they are away from all harm. These 5 military orders became the 5 iron laws of resource warfare that gradually gained popularity many years later, having an extremely far-reaching impact known to later generations as Xiao Ran's iron laws. Since their inception, although Xiao Ran's iron laws have undergone many revisions, their basic principles have remained largely unchanged. Xiao Ran himself utilized this set of tactics to lay a solid material foundation for the later fearsome Moon City that shook the entire continent. Of course, that is a story for later. Right now, what troubled Xiao Ran the most was how to make the 3 idiots in the village memorize these 5 military orders. After all, barbarians are barbarians with an incredibly poor memory. Without their chief, they would be nearly. Moreover, they do not think outside the box. As creatures of holy water, they can only follow orders. Whatever the chief says they do, and beyond that they know nothing. Considering the exceedingly low intelligence of the barbarians, Xiao Ran's military orders were also absolute commands. As long as the 3 idiots memorized this set of rules, it would suffice. Yet even so, Xiao Ran waited for half an hour before the Dung Beetle, Golden Tortoise, and Little Strong finally memorized the 5 military orders. As for the others, they only needed to follow their commands. With the supervision of the 3 idiots, the entire small squad would essentially not encounter problems. As for Xiao Ran himself, his duty was that of a grand commander responsible for overseeing the combat situation and efficiency of the 3 idiots, initially moving between the various small squads to help them familiarize themselves with the tactics, correcting any potential errors, allowing them to practice, and further take on the responsibilities of a small commander. Once the 3 idiots were proficient at leading the team, Xiao Ran would primarily be responsible for controlling the data regarding the strength and health of each battle squad, making reasonable adjustments. After the tactical arrangements were completed, the battle began. With a single command from Xiao Ran, Dung Beetle, Golden Tortoise, and Little Strong led their respective small squads, splitting into 3 routes, the battle lines drawn in a straight line, charging towards their assigned goblin camps. The strength of each small squad had been meticulously calculated by Xiao Ran. The 22-member small squads were primarily composed of mutated soldiers, all of whom had leveled up by 1 rank, resulting in an overall combat power increase of 30. Additionally, there were 6 fully equipped main offensive troops. These main troops, clad in goblin gear, possessed terrifying combat power, able to withstand 20 seconds of cannon fire without dying, and during those 20 seconds, with the cooperation of their comrades, as long as they quickly disabled the defensive structures and strictly executed Xiao Ran's retreat tactics, each small squad could easily achieve victory. In the first wave of attacks, not a single soldier was lost. The 3 goblin camps were flattened by Dung Beetle and the others leading their teams. In an instant, they smashed through the city walls, swarming in to slaughter the goblin defenders, trampling over their corpses and slashing the entire camp into pieces with swift strokes. Such a fierce impact made even Xiao Ran, the Grand Commander, feel somewhat embarrassed. This was even easier than his battles yesterday. Indeed, strength leads to miracles. However, there were drawbacks, as the 3 idiots could not calculate the health recovery of their teammates, while the earlier attacks were relatively easy. As the battle progressed, more and more barbarians fled midway. Due to inadequate health recovery, once a soldier's health dropped below 30, they would execute the command to retreat, only rejoining the attack after recovering a certain amount of health. By the end of the morning, each squad had lost 3 to 4 barbarians, leading into the lunchtime break for everyone to rest and replenish their health. The results of the morning's battles were incredibly impressive. They had taken down 61 camps in just one morning, more than they had in an entire day yesterday. This new strategy maximized the value of troop strength, increasing resource acquisition efficiency by nearly threefold. In the afternoon, Xiao Ran led the team to continue sweeping through goblin territory. As they advanced, Xiao Ran's army resembled a giant bulldozer, flattening all goblin camps in a straight line as if autumn winds swept away fallen leaves. Before the sun set, Xiao Ran had already conquered 100 goblin camps. He checked the spoils of war. Gold, 380000. Holy water, 32000. Diamonds, 2661. Soul fragments, 4591. Equipment, 7 pieces of silver equipment, 57 pieces of ordinary equipment. Originally, Xiao Ran had anticipated finishing level 3 goblin camps in half a month, but at this pace, he could clear them out in just 5 days. Just 1 more hour of fighting, and we can go home. Seeing the vast amount of resources in the warehouse, Xiao Ran took a deep breath of the fresh air from the elven forest, feeling exceptionally happy. However, at that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding dong. Warning, warning, warning. Your village is under attack. Master, it is advised not to return or wait until the enemy's attack is over before returning to the village. Hearing this prompt, Xiao Ran's mind went blank. The enemy has come. They couldn't have come earlier or later, but they decided to attack, just when Xiao Ran relaxed the village's defenses. According to the system's advice, when the village is under attack, the chief must escape quickly, allowing the village to defend itself, with the worst loss being the village being flattened, dropping 1 level at most. If the chief does not escape and returns to defend the village, if captured, it would be a major problem. But can Xiao Ran run away? Tess is still in the village. This system prompt made Xiao Ran's eyes turn red in an instant, and he frantically roared at the distant dung beetle, golden tortoise, and others. Come back, all of you, come back, return immediately, hurry. Hurry, hurry. In Moonlight Village, a chilling, killing intent loomed like frost, with armored figures resembling a dark veil. The leader of Wolf Fang Village, a level 5 latest-stage village, was greedily surveying the formation of Moonlight Village, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Look what I've discovered. A tiny level 3 village with gold and holy water spilling from their jars. It's simply unbelievable. Wolf Fang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed hungrily, unable to resist licking his dry lips. Other level 3 villages could barely hold a few thousand in gold and holy water, but Xiao Ran's village was on the verge of bursting with a total inventory of at least 400,000. Calculating the plunder ratio of 20 from a level 5 attacking a level 3, the profits from a single attack could reach an astounding 80,000. An entire 80,000. Wolf Fang thought to himself that if he could conquer this village, he would have enough resources to upgrade it to level 6. As a leader of a level 6 village, his status in the tribe would greatly enhance, granting him more confidence in speech and allowing him to walk with his head held high. All that stood between him and this glory was the village before him. Behind Wolf Fang, several giants and mages approached. One giant clad in full armor said, "Leader, this mere level 3 village does not require your direct involvement. Leave it to us, giant warriors." The nearby mage was dissatisfied, thinking that if the giants took down such a bountiful village, any rare equipment obtained would go to them. The mage quickly interjected, "Leader, this is a trivial matter. You need not worry, nor should the giants intervene. I can handle it with 10 of my subordinates and deliver results in 3 minutes." This time Wolf Fang casually assembled a full contingent of 15 giants and 15 mages, leading to an enormous battle force of 135 units. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran's current battle force consisted of only 70, revealing the stark contrast between a level 5 and a level 3 village. Moreover, as a latest-stage leader of a level 5 village, both giants and mages had reached level 2. In the face of such a terrifying army, Moonlight Village appeared as a lamb ready for slaughter, awaiting a fate of merciless destruction. At this moment, alarms rang throughout Moonlight Village. The archers atop the arrow towers, the barbarians manning the cannons, and the 5 guards were all on high alert. The wise and experienced Elder Huang hurriedly ordered Akong and Ayong to take Taisai to the back mountain to avoid the impending battle, while he led several villagers to the edge of the village walls. Xiao Ran had already upgraded the village walls to level 2, which consisted of a substandard stone wall that was 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. The villagers could enter and exit through a separate gate, which would automatically close upon an attack, blocking any enemy assault from any angle. However, the level 2 walls only had 500 hit points, rendering them as fragile as paper against the giant's powerful fists and the mage's formidable magic. Elder Huang, with the support of the villagers, tremblingly climbed atop a wall and shouted at Wolf Fang in the distance, Respected leader, the prosperity of Moonlight Village today did not come easily. I implore you to spare us. Spare you? Haha, old man, are you joking with me? Wolf Fong laughed heartily at the sound, as if he had heard the greatest joke. If you are willing to spare us, we will do our utmost to satisfy your demands. Elder Huang had ruled Moonlight Village alone for nearly a decade during Xiao Ran's absence, making him experienced and adept at handling such matters. At that moment, Taisai unexpectedly followed Akong and the others up to the wall. Elder Huang's expression changed instantly as he asked, "Why have you returned, my esteemed lady? In times of great peril, how could I flee the scene? I must wait here for my husband to return. If the village is destroyed, how will I explain it to him? Elder Huang, allow me to negotiate with this leader." Taisai spoke bravely and fearlessly. "My lady, you are more precious than any of us. You cannot take this risk." Akong Aong quickly take Taisai away. Elder Huang was frantic. But Taisai paid no heed and shouted at Wolf Fong, "Respected leader, as a distinguished level 5 leader, attacking our level 3 village would surely be a loss of face. While we possess abundant resources, you must consider the wise and capable leadership and the immensely powerful army behind these resources. If you strike against us in time, we will surely retaliate. I advise you to withdraw immediately and not test the waters." Faced with a formidable opponent, Taisai stepped forward, dignified and composed, displaying the grace of a former princess. However, in the face of absolute strength, all reasoning seemed utterly powerless. Upon hearing Taisai's words, Wolf Fong not only showed no sign of remorse, but also immediately fixated on Taisai's beauty. Wolf Fong leered at Taisai and shouted, "Haha, you, a mere level 3 village without even a tribal castle, think you can make me afraid? My Wolf Fong village is not only a latest level 5 village, but also enjoys the protection of the formidable Qiu tribe. Why would I fear you? It's laughable. Today not only will I plunder your village, but I will also take you back as my wife, ha." Behind Wolf Fong, the giants and mages erupted in laughter, their expressions filled with contempt and mockery. Then Wolf Fong commanded several giants and mages, saying, You and you take 2 others each and go block the exits of the other walls. Don't let this beauty escape." Hearing this, Taisai's face turned pale instantly. Elder Huang said urgently, "Respected leader, you absolutely cannot. Whatever resources you desire, just ask, and we will provide them, but please do not entertain any thoughts about this young lady." "Ha! Old man, on what grounds do you think you can negotiate with me? Not only will I take your resources, but this beauty will also belong to me. Anyone who tries to stop me will be killed." As Wolf Fong dispatched troops to block several exits of the village, Elder Huang and Akang's expressions turned. They were not afraid of death, but if anything happened to Taisai, it would be more painful than death. Even though they still referred to her as my lady in their hearts, they had already regarded her as the future leader's wife with a status as high as Xiao Ran's, untouchable by outsiders. Wolf Fong, having discovered Taisai, could hardly wait to seize her, shouting, "Everyone listen closely. Use all your strength to take down this little fishing village. Whoever captures that beauty will be rewarded with a piece of silver equipment. All troops charge." Wolf Fong drew his long sword from his waist, pointing it at Moonlight Village, and with a single command, 10 giants and mages swarmed forward. The giant, a troop unit from level 4 villages, stands towering and robust, low in attack power and sluggish in movement, yet extraordinarily resilient. A level 2 giant boasts a staggering 360 hit points, making it a true frontline tank. Behind the giants stand the wizards, troops native to level 5 villages. They condense ambient magical energy and hurl it forth from their palms. A level 2 wizard inflicts up to 90 damage per second, nearly tenfold that of an ordinary archer. Under the sheer might of this terrifying host, Moonlight Village, a tier 3 settlement, teeters on the brink of annihilation. Its destruction is merely a matter of time. Yet Xiao Ran remains. Xiao Ran, last night's meticulously laid defensive formation has severely disrupted the giants and wizards' assault rhythm. No sooner had the giants charged forward than they triggered 2 concealed bombs, one after another. The explosions erupted across a wide radius, stripping 40 hit points from each of 10 giants. Before the giants could even reach the ramparts, a deep muffled boom reverberated from within the watchtower. With a thunderous roar, the mortar launched a heavy lead shell, arcing high through the air before descending squarely upon the giants' heads, an unrelenting, devastating blow. The mortar possesses exceptional range but slow rate of fire, making it a formidable area damage structure in early engagements. This single shot drained 20 hit points from the giants. At last, as the giants drew near the walls, 2 level 2 cannons and 1 archery tower opened relentless fire, dealing nearly 50 damage per second. Though modest against the giants' immense vitality, every defensive structure in the village had already reached peak operational efficiency. Damn, it's way more firepower than expected. The lead giant, not yet breaching the wall, found his health critically depleted, far removed from the effortless conquest he'd anticipated. Langya, commanding the assault, sensed something uncanny about this village. Its seemingly fragile formation delivered sustained, unbroken damage, and those two lone bombs detonated with eerie precision, as if anticipating the enemy's exact approach vector. Langya's wizards, capable of obliterating defensive structures, were obstructed by two barracks. Hastily destroying them, he discovered not cannons or towers awaiting beyond, but a heavily armored storehouse, rendering any attempt to aid the giants utterly futile. Has this wretched village somehow acquired an advanced blueprint? Otherwise, how could such a masterful formation exist? Quite the stroke of luck, but luck remains luck. Before my army, it is still utterly defenseless. Langya muttered inwardly. Blueprints are rare artifacts in this world, not only guiding village layout, but also imbuing unique defensive properties. Yet they are exceedingly difficult to obtain, appearing almost exclusively in Tier 7 or higher settlements. While the giants labored to breach the wall, Xiao Ran's archers, left behind in the village, picked off the frontline giants from atop the ramparts. The first giant collapsed in bitter frustration long before the wall gave way. A second giant surged forward to continue the assault. Only after sacrificing two of their kin did the giants finally shatter the wall, and rushed headlong toward the defensive structures. Within the village, Elder Huang led Tess in a desperate flight, while villagers scattered in chaos. Akang and Ayang clung to each other, weeping uncontrollably. Moonlight Village was once again gripped by the same dread it had known when reduced, inch by inch, to a level 0 ruin. Helpless, they watched the enemy flood in flames and fury, consuming all in sight. Tess, hidden by Elder Huang inside the town hall, gazed out at the inferno, the despair in her eyes deepening with every passing moment. She and Xiao Ran had only just confessed their love. That very morning she had cleaned their newly built cottage, eagerly awaiting his return to dwell there together. Yet he never came. Instead, the enemy arrived first. If seized by force and made a warlord's consort, the consequences were too horrifying for Tess to fathom. And then, the first cannon fell. The second cannon followed. Within 10 minutes, every defensive structure in the village lay in ruins. Then the storehouses crumbled one by one, leaving the village a smoldering wasteland choked with acrid smoke. Triumphant Langya strode leisurely through Moonlight Village, searching everywhere for Tess, until finally outside the town hall, he spotted her hiding within. The town hall was shielded by a unique magical barrier. Outsiders could not forcibly enter unless its health was. Standing before the barrier, Langya clicked his tongue mockingly and leered, "My dear, no need to hide. Come with big brother. I'll treat you to feasts and fine wine. This pathetic village, it's unworthy of you. Come out. Brother can't wait any longer." "Ha, monster, I'd rather die than go with you," Tess retorted fiercely, tears welling as she beheld the ruins of her home, her chest burning with incandescent rage. "Filthy whore, dare to defy me. Men, demolish this town hall. I'll have her punished here and now." Langya, consumed by lust, bellowed with leering contempt. At that very moment, a voice pierced the chaos. Desperate, breathless, and impossibly distant. "Tess. Tess, are you all right?" I'm back." At the sound, Tess, Akang, and the others turned faces alight with sudden radiant joy. Xiao Ran, racing full speed across the scorched earth, had finally arrived. Xiao Ran had no time to search for ties, and upon entering the village he looked up and felt as though his lungs were about to explode with anger. The 3 camps he had just set up last night were utterly destroyed under the joint assault of the giant, and the mage's camps had no power to resist, and in a short, while only a lonely main camp remained. "Lang, you're back. You finally returned." Ties rushed out of the main camp and flew into Xiao Ran's embrace, her delicate body trembling as she sobbed fiercely. "I'm sorry, Lang. No matter how I pleaded, they still wouldn't let us go. Our home is gone." "Whoa." Xiao Ran gently stroked Tai's hair and let out a long sigh. The village could be rebuilt after being destroyed, but if something happened to Tais, he would not only be unable to forgive the enemy, but also himself. After calming Tais, Xiao Ran suddenly looked up and locked his gaze on the leader of the Wolf Fang. The Wolf Fang leader wore a loose outfit made from wild boar hide, his figure thin and frail, his face gaunt with deep-set eyes giving off an impression of malnutrition, a truly lecherous old man at first glance. "You bastard. Do you know the consequences of attacking my moon village?" Xiao Ran's voice was thunderous. "Consequences?" The Wolf Fang laughed heartily, patting his belly. "You think I can attack a mere 3-camp village without repercussions?" As he spoke, the Wolf Fang pointed at Xiao Ran's troops, scattered barbarians and archers, laughing even louder, slapping his belly and thighs, tears of laughter streaming down his face, then added, "What are you planning? To make me bear the consequences with this bunch of barbarians and archers?" "I'm so scared." The Wolf Fang turned to the giant and the mage, asking, "Are you afraid?" "We're scared too." The giants and mages burst into collective laughter, their disdain evident. The giants possessing 67 times the health of ordinary barbarians, and the mages boasting 910 times the attack power of ordinary archers, made the attacks of the barbarians seem trivial, while the mages could instantly eliminate the barbarians. Xiao Ran's fists clenched tightly, the powerful knuckles cracking with a series of pops. Hee laugh while you can because soon enough you won't be able to anymore. Xiao Ran coldly smiled and retrieved the spoils of today's battles from the warehouse. 7 pieces of silver equipment and over 50 pieces of ordinary gear were taken out, piling up into a small hill on the ground. Xiao Ran addressed his troops behind him. Put these on. They have destroyed our homeland. What do you say we should do? The dung beetle and the golden turtle's eyes instantly turned red. These 2 barbarians had followed Huang Lao for 10 years and had witnessed the humiliating history of the Moon Village. As history repeated itself, and they found the strength to resist, their thoughts became simpler revenge. Kill! The dung beetle and the golden turtle shouted in unison. Kill! 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 The other barbarians and archers followed suit, roaring in response. Then a group rushed towards the pile of equipment, hastily donning their gear. Each person wore 23 pieces of equipment. As the saying goes, man relies on clothing and horse on saddle. After equipping themselves, the army looked different, neat and imposing, exuding a murderous aura. Seeing Xiao Ran produce so much equipment at once, the Wolf Fang's smile instantly froze on his face. As a leader at the late stage of 5 camps, he had developed to this point, but only wore a set of silver equipment, having no surplus silver gear whatsoever. Moreover, his silver equipment was not earned through fighting. Most of it was purchased through trade. Aside from silver gear, the Wolf Fang village had only pieced together 2 sets of ordinary gear, one for the giants and one for the mages. Meanwhile, looking at Xiao Ran's troops clad in vibrant goblin outfits, several barbarians were fully equipped, and most extravagantly, one barbarian was even wearing a set of silver equipment. Seeing the silver equipment on Xiao Chong, the Wolf Fang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must have seen it wrong. How wealthy could this village be to allow even barbarians to wear silver equipment? Although the barbarians were still barbarians, seeing so many fully armed ones made the Wolf Fang shiver involuntarily. With a sullen face, the Wolf Fang said, "Although I don't know the relationship between your Moon Village and the former Moon City being able to produce so much equipment, I have indeed underestimated you. But what does having equipment matter? In front of my giants and mages you are still like a mayfly, trying to shake a tree, overestimating your strength. Today I will not only flatten your village, but also claim your equipment for myself. Ordinary equipment can at most double a unit's attributes, which is still far from the giants and mages. Dung beetle, golden turtle, Xiao Chong. Form up, attack in batches, hit hard." Xiao Ran waved his hand and launched the offensive. The Wolf Fang quickly retreated, and over a dozen giants surged forward while the mages lined up, gathering magical energy in their hands, ready to unleash. Kill! The trio of fools led the charge toward the giant army. Indeed, the giants had thick health, but Xiao Ran's barbarians were not ordinary ones. They were mutated barbarians. Their health was slightly lower than the level 2 giants, but they had extra skills and even higher attack power. In unknown combat, with a level 2 giant, they could easily dominate. The only downside was that Xiao Ran's archers had slightly lower damage. The mutated archers equipped dealt 4,050 damage per second, which was a bit less than the mages, which might be a disadvantage. But the problem was Xiao Ran's side had the numbers. The opposing giants and mages totaled only about 30, while Xiao Ran brought back over 50 troops, almost double their numbers. With as many as 30 mutated barbarians in the front line, they charged directly at the giants in a heated clash. With their numerical advantage, the barbarians took down giants 2-1, their high damage causing the giants to howl in pain, their health dropping rapidly. The archers' damage of 50 per second was even more exaggerated. After repeated training, Xiao Ran's archer troops had become accustomed to attacking in formation. In groups of 3, they dealt 150 damage in one volley, hitting giants as if they were pregnant, and in one encounter 5 giants from the Wolf Fang village fell instantly. Hiss! The giants moved slowly, and before even reaching their opponents, 5 of them had already fallen. This scene left the Wolf Fang stunned with wide eyes. What the hell is this? These archers can't even withstand my giants. The Wolf Fang furious cursed. Other archers could take down a giant even if 10 of them attacked together, but now giants were falling without even reaching the enemy. Behind the giants, the mage troops quickly unleashed their power, launching powerful magical orbs that struck the frontline barbarians. The barbarians, who should have been instantly killed, were still lively and showed no signs of dying, howling as they continued to battle the giants fiercely. The mages encountered this situation for the first time. In disbelief, they cast another magical projectile, yet the barbarians remained standing, exhibiting a demeanor of being unmoved by the winds from all directions. Monsters! Monsters! The Wolf Fang trembled as he pointed at Xiao Ran's barbarians and archers. What happened? No more laughter. Xiao Ran coldly gazed at the Wolf Fang and retorted. The Wolf Fang glanced at Xiao Ran, fear evident in his eyes. Before the battle ended, he emitted a wretched cry of despair. Retreat! Retreat! All troops retreat! Wolf Fang fled in disarray with the remnants of his troops. Xiao Ran pursued them, relentlessly reducing Wolf Fang to just 2 mages, yet he could not catch up, helplessly watching as they ran further away. Moon Village, you better watch out. The Akishan tribe will not let you go. Await your doom. From a distance, Wolf Fong shouted this fierce threat before reluctantly turning to leave. Xiao Ran had never heard of the Akishan tribe. After all, he was not from this world, and the memories passed down through the life crystal mainly contained the survival rules of this world along with some memories from the former leader without any mention of the Akishan tribe. However, if the other party was a member of the Akishan tribe, then Xiao Ran would be in trouble. In this world, once a village reaches level 5, it can restart the tribal castle within the village by fulfilling a series of conditions. The tribal castle is a prerequisite for a village to join other tribes, and serves as a link to other allied forces. Moreover, there is a trading system and a mercenary system that allows the acceptance of tasks issued by other leaders to earn commissions, making it extremely powerful. For lower-level villages, joining other tribes is akin to obtaining a shield, allowing them to receive protection from higher-level villages within the tribe. The higher the tribe level, the more powerful its members. Therefore, if Wolf Fong was a member of the Akishan tribe, then offending him was not merely a simple grudge, it could provoke other powerful members of the Akishan tribe to take action, which would be the most troublesome situation. Xiao Ran had no fear of Wolf Fang's level 5 village, but who knew what kind of powerful beings resided within the Akishan tribe? Old Huang. Xiao Ran thought it over, feeling somewhat anxious, and called for Old Huang. Do you know what tribe the Akishan tribe is? Are there any top experts? Before Xiao Ran could finish his question, Old Huang suddenly knelt down. Seeing this, Tais hurriedly rushed to support Old Huang, saying, Mr. Huang, why are you kneeling just like that? The Lord hasn't finished asking yet. Old Huang bowed his head, laid down his cane, and with tears streaming down his face, said, Leader, the Akishan tribe. The chief of the Akishan tribe, Akishan, has been making things difficult for us in Moon Village for many years, and he is the one who kidnapped Meow Meow. Now it all made sense, as Xiao Ran suddenly realized. He had been wondering who had reduced Moon Village to level 0 and kidnapped Meow Meow. He finally knew the answer. Including why Wolf Fang's level 5 village would come to Moon Village to fish was no longer strange. It was certain that there was some understanding within the Akishan tribe periodically coming to Moon Village to check in it. Coincidentally, this time, it was Wolf Fong who came and discovered that Moon Village had developed again, which led to today's incident. What level is the Akishan tribe now? Xiao Ran pressed on. Leader, the Akishan tribe was a level 3 tribe many years ago, but so much time has passed, I estimate it is now at least a level 7 tribe. The chief Akishan's village might be a level 9 village, or even a level 10 castle, I am not entirely sure. A level 7 tribe has an average village level of about level 7, while as the chief Akishan's village is likely level 9 or 10. Level 10 is a whole new watershed. The Pikachu superhuman, known as the strongest army type, is a product of level 10. A level 1 Pikachu superhuman has 2,800 health points, and after upgrades, it can reach a maximum of 5,100 health points, dealing over 800 damage per hit. If the Pikachu superhuman were to attack Xiao Ran's village, it would be a one-hit knockout for each building. In the face of a level 10 OE, Xiao Ran's current strength does not even qualify to battle. This matter still requires careful consideration. Xiao Ran took a deep breath to calm himself, then instructed, Old Huang, you may rise. There are numerous affairs in the village. Please take people to assist Turkey and Psyduck in repairing the village. Remind everyone to rest well tonight, and prepare to stock up on supplies for battle tomorrow. Leader, it is not yet time to stockpile supplies for battle. Do not panic. Old Huang trembled as he stood up slowly, saying, Why? Xiao Ran asked. Leader, it seems you have forgotten one thing. Every time a village is heavily destroyed, it receives the favor of the goddess of life. The village will automatically raise a shield, which will gradually disappear after a certain period. Our Moon Village relied on the Goddess of Life shield for 6 whole months before it fell to level 0. As he spoke of the past, Old Huang's voice choked up once again. Xiao Ran recalled that there was indeed such a rule in his memory. At this moment, magical energy was continuously spilling out from the destroyed buildings in the village like a ghost fire, ignited, rising higher and higher, and finally showering a halo over the entire village. Village Guardian Shield. The magical energy of this shield comes from the buildings within the village. As long as a building is destroyed, magical energy will overflow. The higher the building level, the more powerful the overflowed energy and the wider the coverage. This shield will automatically attack any other enemies left in the village and can prevent enemies from launching another attack on the village for a short period. The Guardian Shield activates after 20 of the village is destroyed, providing a one-time protection duration of 2 days. For every additional 10 of the area destroyed, the time increases by 1 day, up to a maximum of 10 days. This time, Xiao Ran's village was destroyed by 90, with only the main camp remaining. The raised Village Guardian Shield can protect the village from attacks from other villages for 9 days. After 9 days, whether Xiao Ran can withstand the retaliation from the Akishan tribe will depend on the fortunes of these 9 days. With Huang Lao's reminder, Xiao Ran felt much more relaxed. A shield for 9 days is certainly better than having none at all. Facing a level 7 tribe with just a small village of 3 houses would be akin to seeking death. At this moment night had fallen and Tais and Akong were responsible for dinner. Xiao Ran called over several male villagers and asked is there anyone else willing to contribute to the village's construction. Chief, we await your orders and are willing to offer our precious blood and lives for the village. These villagers recited their lines as if from a script, their words unchanged. Xiao Ran nodded and then communicated with the system, saying, System, I need another builder. Master, you currently have 2 builders. To add one more, it will cost 2,000 diamonds. You currently possess 4,591 diamonds, leaving you with 2,591. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Please select the construction site, Master. Here. Please select the person to be transformed. Him. Xiao Ran pointed casually at a villager. After confirming, the system deducted the diamonds and a magical energy enveloped the villager undergoing transformation, resulting in the birth of a new builder. Xiao Ran bestowed upon him the name Pigeon. After exchanging for Pigeon, Xiao Ran still had over 2,000 diamonds left. He planned to save up as the next builder would cost 4,000 diamonds and the 5th builder would be truly extravagant. Not 8,000, but 10,000 diamonds. But no matter how expensive, Xiao Ran had to make the purchase. Only with a full quota of builders could the village's upgrade speed soar like a rocket. With Pigeon's addition, the speed of village restoration increased significantly. In less than an hour, the dilapidated buildings were restored, including the residence Xiao Ran had specially built for Tais. While the village was being restored, Xiao Ran shared a not-so-sumptuous dinner with Tais. Currently, the village was short on manpower for hunting, and meals were quite meager. Dinner consisted of dried fish and rabbit meat, potatoes cooked in the ashes of a bonfire, some dried wild vegetables, and a few picked fruits. It was edible, but only sufficient to fill the stomach, and all the food was cooked, so it wasn't as bad as eating raw meat. Xiao Ran had no complaints about that. What moved Xiao Ran was Tais, who silently accompanied him. Tais ate the village's food slowly and in small amounts, not because she naturally ate slowly, but because she wasn't accustomed to it. Although Xiao Ran didn't know what delicacies Tais had eaten in the past, he could guess that it certainly wasn't under such living conditions. Yet even so, Tais didn't express a single complaint and occasionally looked up at Xiao Ran with a sweet smile. My dear, you focus on your tasks, don't mind me. Seeing Xiao Ran watching her, Tais squinted and smiled sweetly. It's fine, I'll keep you company. Xiao Ran picked up a nearby bamboo tube, handed it to Tais, and tilted it to let her sip some warm water. Then Xiao Ran wrapped his arms around Tais' slender waist, sitting by the bonfire, his eyes fixed on the flickering flames, feeling Tais' smooth skin and indescribable warmth, saying nothing and thinking of nothing. It wasn't until Tais was about 8 inches full that Xiao Ran finished dinner, escorted Tais back to her residence, and then walked towards the training camp to begin preparations for the army for the next day. Upon returning to the training camp, Xiao Ran closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and cleared his mind. Training troop types, upgrading buildings, and planning the village layout all require strategy. One must maintain a clear mind at all times to proceed systematically and avoid mistakes. Time flies. Tonight marks the 8th night since Xiao Ran arrived in this other world. Currently, the village has upgraded to 3 houses with 3 builders. Compared to other villages, this development speed is already extraordinary, but Xiao Ran knew it wasn't enough. Far from it. At his current strength, let alone protecting Tais or reclaiming Moonlight City, he might not even be able to pass the trial of the Qiutian tribe. He needed to speed up and strive to enhance his strength in a race against time. Xiao Ran's first task tonight was to evolve the troop types. Currently, the Barbarians had evolved 4 times, and the Archers had evolved twice. The 5th evolution of the Barbarians consumed soul fragments, reaching the limit for this first-tier troop type, 1,000 soul fragments. Every subsequent evolution would consume exactly 1,000 soul fragments, no more no less. The 3rd evolution of the Archers still doubled the consumption of soul fragments, requiring 800 fragments. The 4th evolution consumed 1,600 fragments, and by the 5th evolution the Archers would also reach the limit, 2,000 soul fragments for 1 evolution. Xiao Ran checked the number of soul fragments. Today he had a bountiful harvest, defeating goblins, acquiring 4,591 soul fragments, and later slaughtering the army at Wolf's Fong, gaining another 129 soul fragments, bringing the total to 4,720. This would allow for the Barbarians to evolve 4 times, or the Archers to evolve 3 times. After some thought, Xiao Ran decided to evolve the Archers first, as they had only evolved twice, making their mutation probability very low at only 20. A low mutation probability would result in insufficient numbers of mutated Archers, leading to inadequate output from the army, significantly affecting resource gathering efficiency. The 3rd evolution of the Archers had 4 directions. Archer type, regular troop evolution, count 2. Normal evolution consumes 800 soul fragments, 10 chance to train a piercing archer. Piercing archer with a heavy arrow in hand can pierce through the clouds, possessing 200 attack and defense attributes of a regular archer. Upon hitting a target, a piercing effect is inflicted, dealing equivalent damage to targets behind the initial target. Normal evolution consumes 800 soul fragments. 10 chance to train a bloodthirsty archer. Bloodthirsty archer who fights with zeal becomes braver in battle, possessing 200 attack and defense attributes of a regular archer. 20 of the damage dealt from normal attacks is converted into their own health. Normal evolution consumes 800 soul fragments. 10 chance to train a disguised archer. Disguised archer adept at deception and ambush possesses 200 attack and defense attributes of a regular archer. They can disguise themselves as small animals and automatically deactivate upon being attacked. Normal evolution consumes 800 soul fragments. 10 chance to train a blow dart archer. Blow dart archer mysterious in their blow darts, possessing 200 attack and defense attributes of a regular archer, will fire a poisonous dart every 5 seconds, causing a blinding effect for 2 seconds on the struck enemy. The skills of the archer's third evolution are all strong, but Xiao Ran's chosen direction remains solely focused on violent output. The piercing archer, a skill that enables the archer to achieve a Tubert's with an S-stone effect. Archer current evolution count 3 times, consumes 800 soul fragments. Evolution type piercing archer, currently possessing 4,720 soul fragments, remaining 3,920. Please confirm master. Confirm. Congratulations master, the evolution to piercing archer was successful. Immediately Xiao Ran began to examine the 4th evolution options for archers. The 4th evolution for archers includes the poison archer, holy shield archer, eagle eye archer, and the soul stealing archer. The poison archer inflicts 20 of their attack power as poison damage to the target, lasting for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. This skill is incredibly powerful. It can be understood that after the poison archer fires their 5th arrow, each subsequent damage dealt will be doubled, making it a formidable continuous damage skill. The Holy Shield Archer automatically raises a shield every 30 seconds that can block 1 instance of any magical damage. The Eagle Eye Archer possesses keen eyesight, excelling in long-range sniping with a range twice that of a normal archer. The Soul Stealing Archer steals magic points from the target with each attack, with a stealing rate of 20 of their attack. Archer current evolution count is 4, consuming 1,600 soul fragments. Evolution type is Poison Archer, currently holding 3,920 soul fragments, remaining 2,320. Please confirm master. Confirm. Congratulations master, the evolution to Poison Archer was successful. Completing the 4th evolution of the archer, the 5th one follows immediately. For the 5th evolution, the 4 evolution options for the archer are combo, feigned death, soul snatching, and knock. The combo archer has agile hands and a 50 chance to execute a combo when performing a normal attack, with the combo dealing 80 of the damage of a normal attack. The feigned death archer can activate feigned death every 60 seconds, during which they will not be considered a target by enemies. The soul snatching archer requires 50 fewer resources to train. The knockback archer launches a heavy arrow every 10 seconds, producing a knockback effect on living targets and a brief shockwave effect on buildings. Archer current evolution count is 5, consuming 2,000 soul fragments. Evolution type is combo archer, currently holding 2,320 soul fragments, remaining 320. Please confirm master. Confirm. Congratulations master, the evolution to combo archer was successful. The combo skill is incredibly powerful. Although it only has a 50 chance of triggering the effect of the double arrows, is certainly breathtaking. However, Xiao Ran was also tempted by the other skills. Unfortunately, he could only choose one, feeling quite helpless. He wondered if the troop could learn other skills at the final evolution. If possible, he believed he could save the world with the barbarian and archer. The 5th evolution of the archer has been completed, with the mutation probability increased to 50, which can basically meet Xiao Ran's combat needs. After arranging the troop evolution and training, Xiao Ran then began upgrading the village buildings. Xiao Ran contemplated that he must upgrade the village to Town Hall level 5 as quickly as possible. Level 5 is a watershed moment. From level 5 onwards, anti-air rockets can be built. Without them, relying solely on arrow towers would be insufficient to counter balloon troops from Town Hall levels 6 or 7. Moreover, the upgrade time for the Town Hall doubles. The upgrade time for a level 4 Town Hall is 4 days, while level 5 takes 8 days. At this moment, Turkey and others were busy upgrading the cannons and arrow towers. After today's events, Xiao Ran took every opportunity to strengthen the village's defenses, which could be described as racing against time. After a while, Turkey and the others upgraded the cannon to level 3. Subsequently, Xiao Ran directed Turkey and Siduk to team up and start upgrading to a level 4 town hall. Level 4 town hall upgrade time, 4 days, consumes 25000 gold. Master, you currently have 385790 gold, remaining 360790. Please confirm master. Confirm. Xiao Ran then called Pigeon to his side, using surplus resources to upgrade the walls. Upgrading one wall of the level 3 walls requires 500 gold, and with a total of 50 walls, upgrading them all at once consumed 250 gold. After finishing the wall upgrades, Xiao Ran had Pigeon join the team upgrading the town hall. With 3 people working together, what originally took 4 days to complete for the town hall now only needs 1. 3 days. It will be completed by late tomorrow night. Xiao Ran then returned to the training camp, opened the control panel for the training camp, deleted the troops that did not mutate successfully, and continued training. After finishing all of this, it was already late at night. Returning once more to the entrance of the town hall, Xiao Ran gazed at the slowly constructed level 4 town hall. Suddenly he felt a windbreaker draped over his shoulders, and 2 warm little hands like slippery loaches wrapped around his waist from behind. Lang, it's time to sleep. The soft voice of Tess sounded in his ear, instantly filling the air with tenderness as gentle as the moonlight. Xiao Ran trembled all over. He hadn't even noticed that it was already past midnight. What he didn't expect was that Tess had actually come out alone. When Xiao Ran turned around, he saw a pair of blue eyes sparkling with deep affection, gazing at him tenderly. Tess was simply too beautiful. At that moment, Xiao Ran couldn't help but reach out, embracing Tess' smooth back, leaning down to give her a greedy kiss, releasing her only when she could no longer breathe. Let's go, I'll take you back, my princess. Xiao Ran wrapped Tess in his arms, bent down, and cradled her in a princess carry back to the cottage. The cottage had 5 rooms. There were 2 main rooms and 3 side rooms. One side room was occupied by Elder Huang, while Akong and Ayong shared another, and the last side room was occupied by 2 other villagers. As for the 2 main rooms, they were designated for Xiao Ran and Tess. As for Turkey and Psyduck, they of course had their own building to stay in. Xiao Ran's room was already clean and tidy thanks to Tess. However, upon returning to the cottage, he did not go back to his own room, but directly carried Tess into her room. Tess' room was filled with fresh flowers. Upon entering, one could smell a fragrant aroma. The room was well furnished, giving a sense of luxury. After all, it was exchanged for 100 diamonds, which was indeed different from the shoddy goods he had built. Lifting the bed curtains in Tess' room, Xiao Ran gently placed her on the bed. Seeing Xiao Ran enter her room and carry her to the bed, Tess' face turned crimson, her eyes shimmering with water, looking at him timidly and nervously. The bright red bedding contrasted with the beauty of the pure white maiden, causing Xiao Ran's heart to race. I apologize for today's events. Oh, let's set off together tomorrow, Tess. Xiao Ran sat on the edge of the bed and spoke to Tess. Tess thought for a moment and nodded, her face inexplicably becoming even redder. Should I leave now? Xiao Ran finished speaking and prepared to stand up. Tess nodded, seeing that Xiao Ran was really getting up. She hurriedly shook her head, reached out her small hand, and grabbed his wrist. Her grip was very strong, preventing Xiao Ran from standing up. Looking down at Tess, he noticed her cheeks were especially flushed, her eyes filled with shyness as she said, You kiss me first. This. Xiao Ran thought to himself that this request for a kiss was probably similar to how couples on Earth ask for a goodnight kiss. Now Xiao Ran had implicitly accepted that he was in a relationship with Tess, so her request was quite reasonable. Xiao Ran smiled and leaned down, giving her a gentle kiss on the forehead. However, Tess' arms naturally wrapped around his neck and her lips whispered sweetly in his ear. Lang. Tonight. Don't go. Xiao Ran's mind went blank for a moment. With his years of playing cards experience, he reflexively thought of the next phrase. To battle until dawn. The night was dim and vast, the clouds shyly concealing the moon as the winds danced playfully. Classmate Xiao Ran's first experience was thus buried in the gentle embrace of Tess. After her initial taste of love, the innocent and charming Tess underwent subtle changes, her gaze filled with deep affection, her delicate face radiant, her skin carrying a hint of unique rosy luster, like a flower bud that had just fully blossomed, presenting an even more stunning beauty. Lost in the moment, Xiao Ran and Tess embraced each other, their sweat mingling and their feelings intertwined. Tess produced a ring from somewhere and naturally slid it onto the ring finger of Xiao Ran's left hand. If I wear this ring, does that mean I am a married man now, eh? Xiao Ran, holding Tess' smooth back, laughed upon seeing the ring that Tess seemed to have prepared in advance. Tess buried her head in Xiao Ran's chest without answering, instead asking, Do you know why my homeland has suffered disaster? Why, oi? This topic made Xiao Ran's smile fade, and his expression turned serious. It is because of this ring on your hand, Tess said softly. Xiao Ran gasped in surprise. What was happening? He hurriedly opened the system to check the attributes. The result. Ring of the undead level artifact, attribute none. Skill not recognized, invisible. Damn, an artifact. Xiao Ran was so shocked that every hair on his body stood on end. Even when facing Bai Fei or seeing the Thunder Dragon, he had never been this astonished. Of course, anyone would feel the same way if an artifact ring suddenly appeared on their finger. An artifact. To think that Bai Fei, as a level 15 lord, was regarded as the world's only eye of the prophet, and yet she only had pink gold equipment. Above pink gold equipment, there was red gold equipment, and above red gold equipment, only the 7-colored artifacts existed. It seemed clear that the fundamental reason for the downfall of the kingdom of Arthas was not internal strife, but rather this ring of the undead. This was a shocking secret. Xiao Ran never expected that this ring would fall into his own hands. Xiao Ran recalled the bundle that Mo Tung had given him. It was very likely that before the fall of Arthas, the former emperor secretly handed the ring to Mo Tung, who was supposed to escort Tess to safety. However, after being pursued and ultimately gravely injured, Mo Tung entrusted the bundle along with Tess to Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Ran did not know what was in the bundle and returned it to Tess the next day. Tess was clearly aware of the situation, and perhaps because of this her trust in Xiao Ran suddenly underwent a dramatic change. In the end, Tess made the same choice as Mo Tung, entrusting herself and the ring to Xiao Ran. Tess said, "My homeland Arthas has always cherished peace and avoided conflict, but 10 years ago a powerful dragon was born in the land of the undead adjacent to us. After the dragon's birth, the land of the undead continuously invaded surrounding tribes, leaving countless tribes in ruins. My father the emperor was furious and mobilized the entire nation to march into the land of the undead. Numerous lords from various kingdoms responded to the call and embarked on this epic war. Ultimately, we defeated the dragon at the cost of 1 million soldiers' lives and obtained this ring of the undead." After hearing Tess' words, Xiao Ran realized just how legendary the origin of this magical ring was. No wonder Bai Fei's equipment was at most pink gold. Even a level 20 king had to mobilize the entire nation to obtain an artifact. The difficulty in acquiring high-level equipment is clearly evident. Thinking of Bai Fei, Xiao Ran asked, "Does Bai Fei not know about this?" "Only my father and his close friend Amars know about the ring of the undead. No one else is aware. If it were to be made public, Arthas might have been doomed long ago," Tess replied. Xiao Ran began to understand the ring of the undead as an artifact was certainly not a good thing for Arthas, but rather a calamity. The same applied to Xiao Ran. However, given his current circumstances, it was unlikely he would encounter someone capable of recognizing the ring of the undead. Xiao Ran calmed himself and took a closer look at the ring on his finger. The ring was crafted from an unknown silvery white material topped with a pitch-black gemstone that was eerie and resembled a small black hole. Gazing intently at it gave a feeling of losing one's mind. This token of love was truly too generous. Thank you, Tess." Xiao Ran did not know what to say in the presence of an artifact. All words seemed so pale and powerless. "My dear, I am so scared. This ring is a disaster. Because of it I lost my father, my loved ones, and my homeland. But I don't want to lose you too." Tess buried her head in Xiao Ran's embrace, softly sobbing. Xiao Ran understood Amars would not let Tess go, not because she was so important, but because of the ring of the undead. "You will not lose me, I swear." Xiao Ran cupped Tess' face, gazing into her tear-streaked eyes, and spoke with utmost seriousness. With tears in her eyes, Tess nodded, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Xiao Ran exerted strength, flipping Tess beneath him. With the artifact in hand, he felt as if the world was his, and a surge of heroic passion rushed to be released. Tess let out a sharp scream, vigorously slapping Xiao Ran's chest, shouting, Get off. We aren't married yet. Today is an exception for you, but it can't happen again." "Ha ha ha." Xiao Ran laughed heartily. The night grew even deeper. A night in spring is worth 1,000 gold coins. The next day, Xiao Ran only emerged from his room when the sun had fully risen. Tai Si accompanied Xiao Ran, but today she seemed different than usual, walking slowly and limping, her brows furrowed after just a few steps. Huang Lao stood at the door, noticing Tai Si's gait. With a knowing expression, he hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "Good morning, Chief." "Good morning, Chief's wife." A Kong and a Yang, the village's wise ones, followed suit and lowered their heads to say, "Good morning, Chief." "Good morning, Chief's wife." Tai Si's face instantly flushed red as she pinched Xiao Ran's waist with her small hand. Xiao Ran winced in pain, but grinned foolishly, secretly giving a thumbs up to Huang Lao and the others. Suddenly Xiao Ran recalled the last time he met Lu Fei, when Tai Si inexplicably got angry. Could it be because Lu Fei casually called her sister-in-law, while Xiao Ran remained indifferent, and that might have upset the innocent and sensitive Tai Si? It was highly likely. Afterwards, Xiao Ran had breakfast with Huang Lao and the others. There was an unwritten rule in the village: if Xiao Ran hadn't eaten breakfast, yet Huang Lao and a Kong couldn't eat either, which was why they waited at the door for Xiao Ran and Tai Si to get up. After breakfast, a new day's battles began again. Since Tai Si was unable to move easily, Xiao Ran initially planned to take her with him, but considering the circumstances, he decided to leave her in the village. With the protection of the village's sacred shield, there was no need to worry about Tai Si's safety. The troops trained last night had also been formed, consisting of a total of 22 mutated barbarians, 31 mutated archers, and others were ordinary soldiers. Feeling the scarcity of equipment in this world, Xiao Ran redistributed the gear for the barbarians and archers, prioritizing the frontline meat shield barbarians and the rear main archers to equip them first with any surplus gear distributed among the other troops to ensure the main force had the strongest combat power. After the adjustments Xiao Ran counted, there were 10 fully equipped barbarians and 8 archers. With such combat power, it would be much easier to continue executing yesterday's battle plan. All troops heed my command, we set off. Under the watchful eyes of Tai Si and Huang Lao, Xiao Ran led the team out of Moonlight Village. An hour later, Xiao Ran arrived again at the Elven Forest. Xiao Ran chose an undeveloped goblin territory, splitting the army into 3 groups with the 3 fools each leading a team to continue raiding the goblin camps. After yesterday's practice, the 3 fools were now more adept at applying tactics. To ensure that all the barbarians and archers retained their tactical memory, Xiao Ran specifically assigned numbers to all the barbarians and archers. After naming them, even if a unit fell in battle, they would still retain some important memories during future training. As a result, the combat efficiency improved significantly. Xiao Ran let the 3 fools attack the goblin camp, while he found a piece of blue stone to lean against, and began studying the bone ring on his finger. System, how does one recognize the master of this thing? Xiao Ran asked. Master, just drip your blood on the ring. The system replied. Xiao Ran found a sharp branch, sliced open the index finger of his right hand, and let a drop of blood fall onto the bone ring. The blood lingered on the black gemstone for a few seconds before gradually disappearing, as if it had been devoured by the bone ring. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact, bone ring. With the recognition of the master completed, all attributes of the bone ring were unlocked. Bone ring level artifact. Master Xiao Ran. Attributes none. Skills exorcism, devouring summoning. Exorcism, creatures killed by the master of the bone ring have a 1 chance of being exorcised into undead beings, which are automatically stored in the bone ring. Devouring undead beings of the same level can devour each other, evolving into more powerful undead. Summon the undead beings within the bone ring to fight for oneself. After the battle ends, or during the battle, the undead can be recalled. If they perish, they will automatically disappear and cannot be summoned again. Wow. This artifact left Xiao Ran dumbfounded. This was no mere ring, it was clearly an army of the undead. This magic ring offered no skill enhancements, but it could exorcise all lives killed by Xiao Ran and store them within. Although there was only a 1 chance once exorcism was successful, it meant Xiao Ran would gain permanent additional troops, which could be infinitely stacked and summoned. In the early stages, this magic ring might seem rather useless, as it heavily relies on the master to exorcise the souls of the deceased, and the success rate is quite low. Building an army of the undead would be extremely difficult, but Xiao Ran was different. His hidden skills already required him to continuously hunt living beings to collect soul fragments. Combined with the skills of the bone ring, it was like adding wings to a tiger. One was overt, the other covert. In other words, the evolved troops were overt, while the hidden undead beings were covert, both enhancing Xiao Ran's power through 2 different paths. The terrifying nature of this was self-evident. An artifact truly worthy of being called an artifact. Cold sweat rolled down Xiao Ran's forehead, a mixture of excitement and dread. The bone ring was simply too frightening. Though it had no attributes, if the bone ring continued to grow in time, this magic ring would instill fear in everyone, making them tremble at its mention. Imagine a scene where during a standoff between 2 armies, suddenly one side's leader summons an army of the undead. Just as Xiao Ran felt a chill run down his spine, a ghostly light suddenly flashed across the bone ring. Ding dong, congratulations, master, you have obtained a goblin skeleton warrior. Xiao Ran looked up and saw the dung beetle squad slaughtering the goblin guards nearby. 1 goblin warrior was just killed, and black smoke began to rise from its body. At the same time, a ghostly light flashed on the bone ring, indicating it had successfully exorcised the goblin. Xiao Ran continued to inspect the bone ring through the system, and a new entry for an undead being appeared in the name: Goblin Skeleton Warrior, Level 3, Quantity 1, Devouring 0, Health 65 damage per second, 14 damage reduction, 0 movement speed 16, others none, except for the damage reduction becoming 0. All other attributes were identical to a Level 3 Goblin Warrior. Xiao Ran tried to summon it, and with a thought, a small Goblin Skeleton Warrior appeared before him. This goblin warrior had no flesh and blood left, only an empty skeleton. As it walked, it made creaking sounds, and a dark flame burned in its eye sockets, allowing it to see its surroundings clearly. It still held the blade it had in life, which had been confiscated by the bone ring. Perhaps due to the fragility of the skeleton, its damage reduction became 0, but everything else remained unchanged. Even so, Xiao Ran realized the power of the bone ring. If he had 100 such goblin skeleton warriors, he would no longer need barbarians and archers. Just with this magic ring, he could dominate the level 3 goblin territory. The probability of the bone ring helping to transcend the dead is indeed low. After a morning of battle, Xiao Ran's forces had destroyed 53 goblin camps, with a number of goblin soldiers killed ranging between 400 and 500, but only 3 souls were successfully transcended: 2 goblin skeleton warriors and 1 goblin skeleton archer. Thus, although the undead army was tempting, assembling a true undead army was not something that could be accomplished. Given the sluggish efficiency of the Bone Ring's ability to transcend the dead, Xiao Ran had to set aside his expectations and focus on collecting resources. After the morning ended, they took a brief moment to regroup for lunch before continuing the battle in the afternoon. The afternoon was even more relaxed than the morning, and with the village's holy shield protection, Xiao Ran did not need to worry about the safety of the village and could immerse himself fully in the fight. One after another goblin camps were uprooted by the trio led by Xiao Ran. Today, new mutated archers joined the army, achieving even greater efficiency than yesterday, especially the newly added piercing archer, poison archer, and rapid-fire archer, whose damage output was explosive compared to ordinary archers. Yesterday's output was slightly fatigued, but today there were no issues at all. Unfortunately, the numbers of these mutated archers were somewhat limited, otherwise the resource collection speed would have been even faster. It wasn't until the sun set that Xiao Ran organized the army to withdraw. On this day, Xiao Ran destroyed 184 goblin camps, and the gold coins and holy water combined with yesterday's surplus had completely filled his inventory. Upon opening the system warehouse, the harvest was bountiful and impressive. Gold 500000. Inventory full holy water 500000. Inventory full diamonds 3852. Soul shards 6031. Equipment 9 pieces of silver equipment, 67 pieces of ordinary equipment. Transcendence 3 goblin skeleton warriors, 2 goblin skeleton archers, 1 goblin skeleton giant. After returning to Moonlight Village, Xiao Ran walked next to the training camp and began to convert today's battle results into new combat power. 600 soul shards represented a qualitative leap for the evolution of Xiao Ran's troops. Currently, the Barbarians' evolution count is 4, requiring 100 soul shards for each subsequent evolution. With these 600 soul shards, he could evolve the Barbarians 6 times in one go, reaching the 10th evolution. The 10th evolution meant that the mutation probability of the Barbarians had finally reached 100. With a 100 mutation probability, no matter how they trained, the Barbarians would definitely mutate, gaining double attributes and special skills. However, Xiao Ran wanted to see if there would be any new changes with the 10th evolution of the Barbarians, as well as what the situation would be for the subsequent 11th evolution. Barbarian type, ordinary troop, evolution count 4. Ordinary evolution consumes 100 soul shards, 10 probability of training a retaliatory barbarian. Retaliatory barbarian possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary barbarian, with a 50 chance to launch a counterattack after being attacked, dealing 80 of the normal attack damage. Ordinary evolution consumes 100 soul shards, 10 probability of training a rebound. Rebound barbarian possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary barbarian, with a 10 chance to return all physical damage received back to the attacker. Ordinary evolution consumes 100 soul shards, 10 probability of training a soul-stealing barbarian. Soul-stealing barbarian possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary barbarian, and the training time for soul-stealing barbarians is 50 of that of ordinary barbarians. Ordinary evolution consumes 100 soul shards, 10 probability of training a taunting barbarian possesses 200 of the attack and defense attributes of an ordinary barbarian, forcing nearby enemies to attack him for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Note, each evolution can only choose one direction, once selected it cannot be changed. Barbarian current evolution count 5, consumes soul shards 100 evolution type, rebound barbarian current soul shards 6031, remaining 5031, please confirm master. Confirm. Congratulations master, the evolution to a rebound barbarian was successful. Subsequently, Xiao Ran completed the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th evolutions of the Barbarians in sequence. The 5 evolutions of the Barbarians were Thorn Barbarian, Holy Shield Barbarian, Dominating Barbarian, Divine Protection Barbarian, and Rebirth Barbarian. Thorn Barbarian doubles attack and defense attributes and reflects 10 of the physical damage received. Holy Shield Barbarian doubles attack and defense attributes, can block any magical damage once by activating the Holy Shield, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Dominating Barbarian doubles attack and defense attributes, immune to all control effects for 5 seconds while in dominating state, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Divine Protection Barbarian doubles attack and defense attributes, becomes invincible for 1 second in Divine Protection state, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Rebirth Barbarian doubles attack and defense attributes, has a 10 chance to revive with full health after death, can trigger infinitely. As expected, Xiao Ran was not surprised. The further the evolution of the mutated barbarians went, the more outrageous their skills became. The 10th evolution actually resulted in the incredible rebirth ability, with a probability of 10. Do not underestimate the 10 chance, as it means that out of 100 barbarians, 10 can rise again after dying and continue fighting, and each time they die there is another 10 chance to rise again. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Similarly, the skills from the 8th and 9th evolutions were also powerful. One grants immunity to control, and the other provides invincibility. If used well, the invincibility skill can make enemies question their existence. The earlier skills of Rebound and Thorn Barbarians were also commendable. Rebound is a physical immunity skill with a 10 chance to not only negate physical damage, but also reflect it back. The Thorn ability reflects all physical damage, albeit only 10, but it is effective in annoying opponents akin to slapping someone while hurting oneself in the process. In addition to these 6 skills, Xiao Ran also discarded several other skills. The attack direction skills from the 6th to 10th evolutions included Heavy Strike, Combo Fury, Undying Chase, and Flying Axe. The auxiliary direction skills from the 6th to 10th evolutions included Steel Light, Aid Self-Destruct, Battle Song, and Metallurgy. The control direction skills included Trample, Knockback, Silence, Launch, and Charge. The last 3 types of mutated barbarians in the attack direction are indeed incredibly fierce: Undying Chase and Flying Axe. The Undying Barbarian can retain 1 HP and continue fighting for 5 seconds. The Chase Barbarian increases attack speed and damage against targets with lower health, while the Flying Axe Barbarian is even more outrageous. Flying Axe Barbarian throws the weapon with immense force, dealing devastating damage to the target, with damage being 5 times that of a normal attack and a cooldown of 10 seconds. This single skill transformed the Barbarian from a melee troop into a ranged and aerial troop, truly worthy of being the climactic skill of the 10th evolution. However, between Flying Axe and Rebirth, Xiao Ran had to choose the Rebirth Barbarian to strengthen the Barbarian's durability rather than the Flying Axe Barbarian. Just as Xiao Ran felt secretly disappointed about the Flying Axe skill, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, you have completed the 10th evolution of the Barbarian. The reincarnation system is now activated. After completing reincarnation, the Barbarian can continue to evolve. Rebirth. Although Xiao Ran had long suspected that the evolution of the Barbarians would change after reaching a 100 mutation probability, he never expected it would be Rebirth. Summoning the system, he checked the Rebirth conditions for the Barbarians. Barbarian type, Ordinary Troop. Evolution times 0 turns 10 times. Mutation probability 100. Random skills: Stone Skin, Strength, Self-Healing, Evasion, Rebound, Thorns, Holy Shield, Dominator Body, Divine Protection. Rebirth. Rebirth condition 10000 Soul Shards. Rebirth attribute: select one skill to learn from 40 zero-turn skills. The Barbarian permanently gains this skill, and the Barbarian's basic attack and defense attributes permanently increase by 100, with damage reduction and movement speed permanently increasing by 20. This Rebirth system finally provided a solution to Xiao Ran's biggest headache: the Barbarian's insufficient basic attributes and the regrettable Flying Axe skill. As for the one-time 100 Soul Shards, compared to directly acquiring a new skill, it was completely worth it. However, after feeling the power of the Barbarian's 10 evolutions, Xiao Ran now wanted to quickly upgrade the Archer to 10 turns to enhance basic attributes and directly learn a skill. Otherwise, no matter how high the mutation probability of the Archer was, it still felt inadequate due to its low basic attributes. Overall, Soul Shards are lacking. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Ran felt particularly relaxed. In any case, the Barbarian finally had a 100 mutation probability, and he no longer needed to rely on clumsy methods to farm mutated Barbarians. He arranged for all the Barbarians he had lost today to undergo training. With a 100 mutation probability, a powerful mutated Barbarian would emerge from the training camp every 4 minutes. Watching the Rebound Barbarian clad in magical armor, the Thorns Barbarian draped in spikes, the Divine Protection Barbarian with a pair of tiny wings, and the Rebirth Barbarian glowing green, Xiao Ran could genuinely feel that his Barbarian army was becoming stronger. Old Huang, who didn't know when he had finished his tasks, waited beside Xiao Ran and sighed. With such a mighty warrior in our moon village and a wise leader like you, it is only a matter of time before we reach the pinnacle of Huaxia. Xiao Ran asked Old Huang, "Old Huang, do you have something to report to me?" "Yes, Chief." Old Huang humbly looked. He then slowly said, "Chief, you instructed us to search for diamonds near the village. In recent days we have cut down trees and dug the earth, thoroughly searching any suspicious areas, and we indeed discovered quite a few diamonds. Today I counted a total of 204. Please take a look." Saying this, Old Huang took out a bag from his waist and handed it to Xiao Ran. "Not bad." Xiao Ran's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected Old Huang to be so reliable. He had been busy mining diamonds in the goblin camp and had forgotten that Old Huang and the others were also mining diamonds in the village. With these 204 diamonds plus the more than 380 he had in his warehouse, it totaled over 400, just enough to exchange for the 4th builder. This progress made Xiao Ran unable to contain his excitement. "That young man, come here for a moment." Xiao Ran waved to a villager, and after some fuss, turned this villager into a builder. From today on, your name will be Big Fat Goose. Go help Turkey and the others, but we just need a little more for the level 4 main camp. Xiao Ran said to Big Fat Goose. Understood, Chief. Big Fat Goose said as he grabbed 2 hammers and rushed toward the soon-to-be-completed level 4 main camp. Turning back, Xiao Ran asked Old Huang, is there anything else? Old Huang withdrew his gaze from Big Fat Goose and hurriedly said, well, Chief, our village's construction progress has been too rapid lately, and wood and ore are in short supply. The original men have been turned into builders, and we are even more short-handed. Please recruit some villagers or purchase some slaves back. Recruitment I have done before, but I am not sure how to purchase slaves. Xiao Ran asked. Chief, 30 miles away from our village, there is a city of freedom called Chuyun City. In Chuyun City, leaders from all directions gather, and they sell various high-level materials in the town, including weapons, equipment, slaves, pets, mounts, and so on. If the chief has time, you can prepare enough diamonds and head to Chuyun City for procurement. Old Huang said. The City of Freedom is a special castle in this world built and managed by powerful nearby tribes. Each City of Freedom is jointly guarded by tribal alliances as it is a neutral entity, making the City of Freedom very prosperous, a holy place for leaders to trade and enjoy life. City of Freedom. Xiao Ran's eyes sparkled. In the City of Freedom, both gold coins and holy water can be traded, which would definitely be of great help for him to enhance his strength. However, Xiao Ran decided to first upgrade all troop types to 1 turn before heading to the City of Freedom. Let's use the village's garrison to hold on for now. I will deal with the issue of purchasing slaves as soon as possible. Alright, Chief. After Old Huang finished reporting, he withdrew. Xiao Ran then took out the equipment he had obtained today from the system warehouse, piling it into a small hill, marking the official start of the daily distribution activity. Who worked the hardest today? It's time for equipment and resources distribution. Dung Beetle, Golden Tortoise, Little Strong, come here, you will distribute. No fighting lineup to receive. Xiao Ran gathered the barbarians and archers to distribute a round of equipment. The complete set of equipment for the barbarians includes a helmet, clothes, pants, weapons, and shoes, making 5 pieces for a full set. Today he obtained about 10 sets, and some equipment suitable for giants was temporarily not usable, so it was set aside. Along with these 10 sets, Dung Beetle, Golden Tortoise, and Little Strong were now fully equipped in silver armor, while the other barbarians and archers wearing ordinary equipment reached a total of 25. The equipment was very precious. An army fully armed with 25 soldiers could be considered elite warriors. The trio of Dung Beetle in silver armor was the elite among the elite, capable of taking on 5 without any problem. Here, taking on 5 refers to 1 against 5 mutated barbarians. While Xiao Ran was vigorously distributing equipment, a more brilliant halo descended from the main camp like fireworks in the night, almost illuminating the entire village. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, the level 4 main camp has successfully upgraded. The era of 4 has arrived. Level 4 base, unlocking the new unit type giant. An additional arrow tower can be added. 4 more gold and holy water collectors can be constructed. Each storage can be increased by 1, and the barracks and laboratory levels can be upgraded by 1 level. Defensive structures like cannons, arrow towers, and walls can also be upgraded by 1 level with no significant changes elsewhere. The newly unlocked giant unit was not a concern for Xiao Ran for the time being. It wasn't that he didn't want the giant. He simply lacked the surplus soul fragments to upgrade other units. Moreover, Xiao Ran understood very well that rather than upgrading all unit types, it would be more beneficial to concentrate resources on strengthening 1 type. This approach yields far greater returns than a balanced distribution. Just like the classic tactics in many mobile games, wise players concentrate resources to develop a particular hero or general, ultimately nurturing an unbeatable powerhouse that decimates all opponents with balanced growth. For Xiao Ran at level 4, there was only 1 crucial task: upgrading the barracks. The level 4 barracks allows for a population increase of 5, with 2 barracks that totals 10, equating to 10 mutated barbarians. This is quite valuable, so it must be prioritized. The upgrade time for the level 4 barracks is 8 hours. Xiao Ran assigned Turkey and Psyduck to oversee the upgrade of the barracks, while Pigeon and Big Fat Goose were tasked with continuing the upgrade of the base. Barracks level 4 can accommodate 40 unit types. Upgrade time 8 hours. Consumes 1 holy water. Currently owns 5 holy water. Remaining holy water 0. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Base level 5. Upgrade time 8 days. Consumes 1 gold. Currently owns 5 gold. Remaining gold 3 Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Subsequently, Xiao Ran used his surplus gold to reinforce the level 4 walls, which cost 1 gold per wall, totaling 75 walls. After the upgrades, Xiao Ran had 3 gold and 4 holy water, perfectly filling the walls. After completing all this, night had fallen. A chilly evening breeze blew through the village. The bonfire gradually extinguished, and the buildings emitted a dim magical glow, illuminating the sparse village. Xiao Ran turned to look at the house, Tess' room, was still lit waiting for his return home. Xiao Ran walked back to the house, pushed open Tess' door, and quietly slipped inside. Lang, hearing the footsteps, Tess called out, as if sensing something. Due to Xiao Ran's ability to stay up late, Tess had gone to bed early, only leaving the light on and the door ajar for him. Upon entering, Xiao Ran immediately reached for the edge of the bed, swiftly throwing back the covers and diving into the bed, startling Tess into a series of screams. Once she recognized it was Xiao Ran, Tess burrowed into his embrace, rubbing her little head against his chest, clinging to him tightly. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, my dear." Xiao Ran embraced Tess, displaying a mischievous smile. "I'm so sorry, Lang, I was just too tired. I fell asleep waiting. Also, didn't we agree last night? We can only have one time, and since you haven't married me yet, you can't sneak into my room. Go back to your room, it's next door. Oh, I've tidied it up for you. Hurry up, hurry out." Tess blushed as she pushed him away, exclaiming. On the surface she was pushing him, but in reality she clung tightly to Xiao Ran's waist, showing no sign of letting go. "Don't be hasty. Didn't you say we can only have one time? That means we can have one time, right? So let's start off." Tess felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Then it settled. "Keep your voice down, my dear, so we don't disturb our neighbors." "Dizzy, I haven't agreed yet. It's late, good night." "Oh, so embarrassing." The next day there were still 8 days until the Guardian Shield closed. The 2 level 4 barracks were completed after a night of hard work, increasing the capacity for combat units to 80. Xiao Ran trained all the surplus 10 units as barbarians, finishing the training in just over half an hour. As the sun gradually rose, a new day of battle was about to commence. Just as Xiao Ran was preparing to set off, a group of unexpected guests suddenly appeared on the official road in front of the village. This was a troop of giants and mages accompanied by several barbarians and archers numbering around 30 or 40 individuals. The leading chief wore a straw hat, chewed on a piece of grass, and had his hands in his pockets, grumbling. As he walked, his voice could be heard from a distance. "What a tragic fate. I've had enough misfortunes. Then a few days ago I encountered someone even worse off than me, named Xiao. What was it again? Ugh, almost exposed myself. Now, after waiting for 2 days for the collectors to gather resources, I finally trained a wave of troops. The key is that in these past few days the spirit forest has been haunted and the level 3 goblin camp has largely disappeared, leaving me without a place to fish. I can only come to Big Blade Ridge and hope for some luck. Heaven help me." As the person approached, Xiao Ran looked up and realized it was none other than the boy he had encountered in the forest a few days ago, Luffy. Luffy also saw Moon Village, his gaze landing on the entrance where Xiao Ran was lined up preparing to set off. Luffy recognized Xiao Ran at a glance and quickly waved his hand to greet him, his face lighting up as he exclaimed, "Hey brother, what a coincidence. Out fishing, huh?" "Yes. Last time you left in a hurry, I didn't get a chance to thank you. Thank you for the giants and the mage." Xiao Ran stepped forward, chatting joyfully with Luffy. "Not at all. We have too many resources at home, and our strength doesn't allow it." Luffy scratched the back of his head, waving his hands dismissively. "It's nothing really." Xiao Ran almost burst out laughing. Luffy was really someone who would suffer for the sake of his pride. Luffy continued, "Hey brother, I've been here several times and have never seen a village here. Also, looking at the thickness of your village's shield, have you run into trouble?" It wasn't surprising that Luffy didn't know about the village, as Xiao Ran had only rebuilt Moon Village about 10 days. At this moment, Xiao Ran's Moon Village was enveloped in a haze of magical energy. The larger and thicker the magical barrier, the more devastating the destruction of the village. "It's not a big deal, at least the main camp is safe." Xiao Ran smiled. "That's too miserable. When I was your level, I was always bullied." "Sigh. Don't worry, I'm just outside your village at the right-hand turn. If you run into trouble, just mention my name. Forget it, in this world leaders are too busy fighting for resources and don't pay much attention to personal relationships. So just have someone come find me directly, and I'll rush over with troops to support you. Your matters are my matters. Our relationship can be summed up in one word: iron." Luffy patted his chest, laughing boldly, showing off his bright teeth. "Thanks in advance, brother. By the way, it's getting late, so let's not waste time. I'm off to fish now. We'll get together again when we have time." As Xiao Ran said this, he turned and waved his hand, signaling the dung beetles and others to set off. "Hey brother, are you heading to the Elven Forest?" No, let me tell you, recently the Elven Forest has been haunted. All the fishing spots I scouted earlier have disappeared. I don't know which idiot did it, but it made me furious." Luffy quickly tried to dissuade him. Xiao Ran's expression instantly darkened. "Brother, why do you look so bad? Are you sick?" Luffy said with a worried expression. "I'm not sick at all. You're clearly insulting me." Xiao Ran responded with immense frustration. "Oh, that does seem a bit strange. Never mind, I'll just wander around and try my luck." "Sigh. I'm not saying anything against you, brother, but you're a bunch of ragtag barbarians and these strange archers, even though I don't know where you got so much gear. Honestly, the troop types are still too weak. Why don't you come with me to Dodeo Ridge?" Looking at the army behind Xiao Ran, Luffy was first shocked by the bizarre variety of mutated troops. Stone-skinned barbarians with scabbed skin, plump strong barbarians, emaciated dodging barbarians, thorny barbarians with barbs, blessed barbarians with small wings, and reborn barbarians with green skin. And so on. At first glance, Xiao Ran's army's equipment was beyond extravagant. Even Luffy began to doubt if he had encountered a wealthy friend. But the more extravagant Xiao Ran was, the calmer Luffy appeared, with his face written with the words, "Just average third in the world." However, the envy in Luffy's eyes was almost heartbreaking. Xiao Ran took out 3 sets of goblin giant gear from the system warehouse and placed them on the ground beside him. This was all of his giant gear. "Here are 3 sets of giant gear. I haven't trained the giants yet, so it would be a waste to keep them. Brother, you can take them and use them," Xiao Ran said. "Oh my goodness, brother. 3 sets of giant gear." The level of extravagance left Luffy once again in shock. The previous Wolfang village was a battle-oriented village, but even with the entire village's strength, they could only gather 2 sets of ordinary gear. Now Xiao Ran was handing over 3 sets of gear, which amounted to a total of 15 pieces. Such abundant resources were undoubtedly a fortune. But Luffy's response was notable. Luffy took 3 steps back, his cheeks and neck flushed red, striking a pose that treated wealth like dirt, shouting, "Brother, do you look down on me? Just say it, do you look down on me? Do you think I, Luffy, am someone who lacks gear? You misunderstood. Don't look at how much gear I have, don't laugh at me. It's all just luck that I found them in the Elven Forest," Xiao Ran quickly explained. "Found them?" Luffy was taken aback. "Yes. Otherwise how would I dare to wander in the Elven Forest with my combat power?" Xiao Ran paused for a moment, and then explained slowly, "That day after I finished fishing, it was getting late, and I accidentally wandered into a foggy area where there were goblin gear everywhere piled up like mountains. I picked them up along the way until my hands were sore. So brother, don't be polite. The gear I found is for anyone who sees it." Luffy was completely convinced. "All right, brother, I'll remember this friendship." Luffy, with a pained expression, picked up the equipment from the ground, as if Xiao Ran's treatment of the gear was an act of squandering. Then Luffy distributed the gear piece by piece to his giants, saying, "Listen up, everyone. This gear was gifted by my brother. In the future, if my brother runs into trouble, even if it means death, you all must protect him. Got it?" "Understood," the giants replied in unison. "No need to be polite, brother. I'm off to fish now. See you later." Then Xiao Ran and Luffy bid farewell. Xiao Ran led his troops southward, charging toward the Elven Forest. Today Xiao Ran took 75 units of troops out, a total of 50 mutated barbarians and 25 mutated archers. Since the mutation probability of the barbarians reached 100, Xiao Ran directly trained all the unsuccessful archers into mutated barbarians. The current barbarian army can only be described with one word: fierce. If the previous stone-skinned and obese barbarians were just tough, then the countershock and thorn barbarians are both offensive and defensive, continuously rebounding physical damage equivalent to outputting damage to the enemy. If the barbarians are tough enough, they can even shake the enemy to death or rebound them to death. The Holy Shield barbarians and Divine Protection barbarians, on the other hand, are not particularly effective in attacking villages. Their skills are more suited for withstanding devastating damage, such as the ultimate moves of super bosses and top-tier experts. For instance, with a damage explosive combat unit like the Thunder Dragon, if it encounters a Holy Shield barbarian, the magic immunity shield continuously generated by the Holy Shield barbarian is enough to make the Thunder Dragon doubt its own existence. When attacking villages, the effectiveness of the Holy Shield and Divine Protection barbarians is weaker compared to the Countershock and Thorn barbarians. There is always a gain and a loss. It is the law of nature. But in any case, Xiao Ran's current military strength can sweep through level 3 goblin camps without any pressure. Once the battle began, the dung beetle, golden turtle, and cockroach split into 3 routes, advancing through the area designated by Xiao Ran, following the established tactics to continue exterminating goblins. The newly joined Countershock and Thorn barbarians were particularly fierce, directly stunning a group of goblin defenders. It is likely that these defenders would never understand why, when they clashed with the barbarians seemed completely unhurt, while the damage that rebounded was even more painful than what they dealt. After all, the basic attributes of the mutated barbarians are not on the same level as those of ordinary goblin warriors. After a day of fighting, Xiao Ran's side returned to a state of 0 casualties, with all 75 combat units surviving. The level 3 goblin camps that were eliminated reached 200. Under Xiao Ran's ruthless sweep, the nearby level 3 goblin camps suffered severe losses, with at least 60% being destroyed. During this process, Xiao Ran noticed a strange and even somewhat eerie phenomenon. Every goblin warrior killed by his army would produce a faint blood mist upon dying, which would drift towards him. At first it was not very noticeable, but it became increasingly apparent. Xiao Ran discovered this eerie situation while observing the bone ring's transcendence. What the hell? Xiao Ran tried to reach out to stop the blood mist, but it had no effect. Due to the speed at which the dung beetle and the others hunted goblins, Xiao Ran eventually saw the blood mist swirling around him, with the naked eye gradually merging into his body. Is it an issue with the bone ring? Or is it something else? As the sky gradually darkened, the dung beetle and others eliminated the last 3 goblin camps and prepared to return. At that moment, a system notification sound echoed in Xiao Ran's mind. Ding dong. Warning. Warning. Master, due to your excessive hunting of goblin warriors, your actions have angered the Goblin King, successfully triggering the hidden quest, The Goblin's Revenge. The Goblin's Revenge quest difficulty class level. Now the Goblin King has officially issued a revenge decree against you. In 12 hours, the Goblin army will launch an attack on your village. Please prepare in advance to defend against the enemy and protect the village. Damn. The Goblin's Revenge. Xiao Ran was instantly petrified. He was still puzzled as to why there was a warning with the Holy Shield's protection in the village, only to find out that the goblins were coming to attack the village. This is definitely an unprecedented phenomenon that Xiao Ran has never heard of or seen. In his understanding, there has always been only the chief attacking goblins, but strange things happen every year, especially this year. In this world, goblins can actually counterattack humans. System, don't I have a guardian Holy Shield? How can I be attacked by goblins? Xiao Ran was dumbfounded with a puzzled expression on his face. Master, monster sieges are not affected by village guardian Holy Shields. Once destroyed, equivalent penalties will be incurred, the system replied. Damn, this is the end. Xiao Ran hurriedly checked the system's introduction to monster sieges. Monster sieges are divided into 7 levels: serpent level, eagle level, elephant level, tiger level, dragon level, ghost level, and god level. Serpent level can cause significant casualties. Eagle level can cause severe damage or catastrophic disasters to villages. Elephant level can destroy 10 villages of the same level. Tiger level can annihilate a powerful monster or group of monsters from a tribal alliance. Dragon level can sweep across multiple territories, causing devastating damage to kingdoms. Ghost level affects an entire continent with terrifying monster infestations. God level is unpredictable and unresistible. After reading the introduction, Xiao Ran immediately thought of the sudden event that the kingdom of Arthas encountered. The dragon born from the land of bones must also belong to one of the monster siege events, and it is a dragon level. In the face of a dragon-level disaster, Arthas mobilized the entire nation to resist, resulting in countless casualties and severe losses. After paying a heavy price, they finally defeated the dragon. It was also due to this victory that Xiao Ran now wore this magical ring, the Bone Ring. Now faced with an elephant-level infestation that can destroy 10 villages of the same level, can he withstand it? At this moment, Xiao Ran's mood was extremely grim. It's no wonder that blood mist was continuously entering his body. This wasn't the Bone Ring causing trouble, it was simply because the goblins were accumulating revenge points. All troops, listen up. The time of life and death has come. Our moon village is about to face a catastrophic monster infestation. Tonight, everyone work overtime with me to fight soul fragments. Tomorrow, whether our village can survive depends on this wave of development. Let's give it our all. Let's give it our all. Let's give it our all. Kill. 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 The crescent moon hung like a hook and the forest waves surged with fury. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Although Xiao Ran was unclear about the strength of the monster's siege, he was certain that a Titan-level creature, which exceeded both serpent and eagle levels, was something his village of 4 could not withstand even at the cost of their lives. According to the system's introduction, a Titan's strength could normally destroy 10 villages of the same level, making it nearly impossible for Xiao Ran's village to resist such an assault. However, would Xiao Ran give up on the home he had worked so hard to build? Absolutely not. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he must not give up. If he were to give up once the village's shield was shattered, he would face a massive counterattack from the Chotian tribe, leaving him with no chance of recovery after dropping from a level 4 to a level 3 village. Thus it was not that Xiao Ran did not wish to retreat, rather he had no path to retreat. This wave of goblin vengeance must be blocked, and he had to survive. The more Xiao Ran thought about it, the more infuriated and unwilling he felt. He sent an ordinary archer back to the village to inform Elder Huang and Tai's, letting them prepare and assuring Tai's not to worry about his safety. Tonight he would frantically gather resources to prepare for the fierce battle tomorrow. Time trickled by. The moon gradually rose to its zenith, slowly tilting eastward. To speed up resource gathering, Xiao Ran also unleashed the warriors from the Bone Ring, and along with the undead he had summoned today, he had successfully summoned 3 goblin skeleton giants, 7 goblin skeleton archers, and 10 goblin skeleton warriors. The dung beetle, golden tortoise, and cockroach each led a team to attack the level 3 goblin encampment. Xiao Ran summoned these 20 undead warriors into their own team, forming the 4th army, which together with the 3 silly companions would bloodily sweep the goblin encampment. Xiao Ran understood that even if he lost tomorrow, he had to salvage some losses from the goblins tonight. Though this army had the lowest combat power under his direct command, and with new corpses being successfully summoned to replenish the undead army's losses, they were still able to keep pace with the dung beetle and others. At night, the elven forest was filled with ghostly shadows. Every goblin encampment lit bonfires, completely exposing themselves to Xiao Ran's army, eliminating the need for them to waste time searching. They could easily spot the hidden goblin encampments in the forest. Because it was nighttime, the vision of the barbarians and archers was severely hindered, making it difficult to distinguish between defensive structures and resource collectors. They could only attack whatever they saw, yet fortunately the combat power of the dung beetle and others was sufficiently overwhelming. Even with obstructed visibility, they could still crush the level 3 goblin encampments, and the progress of resource gathering was not significantly affected. Time passed second by second, and the time for the monster siege drew ever closer. Before dawn, Xiao Ran led the dung beetle and others back. According to the 12-hour attack schedule, the siege of monsters would commence at 6 in the morning. At 5, Xiao Ran finally arrived at the village. Elder Huang, Tais, and the others had not slept, waiting for his return at the village entrance. Chief Ai and Akang and Iang are weak and wish to share your burden, but we are truly powerless, Elder Huang said with a face full of shame. Xiao Ran's expression darkened as he said to Akang and Iang, "You two take Elder Huang to hide in the cave on the back mountain and get some good rest. There's nothing for you to do here." Akang and Iang exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and led Elder Huang away. Among the villagers there was still one male villager left, brought back from Haifeng village last time. Xiao Ran had yet to name him and did not know how to address him, so he directly said, "You need to run immediately, turn right after leaving the village on the official road, and find the leader of Lufei village to tell him we are in big trouble and hope he will come with troops to support us." "Understood, Chief." After receiving the order, the young man set off under the stars towards Lufei village. Tais. Xiao Ran looked at Tais, his heart aching for her. His woman had not slept a wink all night due to excessive worry. But now was not the time for romance, Xiao Ran said. "You should go with Akang and the others, don't worry about me." Tais leaned closer, tilting her head to look up at Xiao Ran with her star-like eyes, calmly reaching out to wipe the sweat from his forehead, softly saying, "I'm not going anywhere." The implication was clear: even if it meant death, she would not leave Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran saw the determination in Tais' eyes, a familiar expression that reminded him of the last time he faced Bifei, when Tais stood fearlessly before him, her will unshakable. Xiao Ran's heart trembled slightly. He nodded without saying anything further. Time was extremely tight, so Xiao Ran released Tais and shouted towards the direction of the main camp. "Turkey, duck, pigeon, you three, don't upgrade the main camp for now. Immediately upgrade the mortars and level them up as much as possible quickly. Big Fat Goose, come here. I have an honorable task for you." Xiao Ran instructed Big Fat Goose alone. "You are responsible for moving the training camp. Adjust the position of our training camp to the designated location." Through the village control system, Xiao Ran moved all the training camps that were originally outside the village to inside the walls, placing the 3 training camps behind the main camp in a row. Next, Xiao Ran adjusted the formation, with 75 walls protecting the main camp and training camps at the core, forming a hollow shape. The back of the hollow was thickened with double walls, ensuring no worries from the rear. In front of the hollow shape, artillery and arrow towers were placed on either side, protected by the outer walls, while sturdy resource collectors were placed behind the walls to avoid having the artillery and arrow towers situated at the front line of attack. Right in front of the main camp, mortars were placed, and there was nothing in the flat area in front of the artillery, not even walls. The characteristic of this formation was its stability in the back, but it had a defensive vacuum in the front. As long as enemies attacked from the front, they could reach the main camp unobstructed. Xiao Ran named this formation luring the enemy into the trap. After finishing the layout, Xiao Ran hurriedly began to evolve the troops. From yesterday morning to this morning, having not slept a wink, Xiao Ran had taken down over 300 goblin encampments in the Elven Forest. He had accumulated 800,000 gold coins and holy water, directly filling his inventory to capacity. The resource storage limit for a level 4 main camp was 1 million, but since Xiao Ran had no time to build and upgrade storage facilities, he filled it to 80,000 and reached maximum capacity. Most importantly, he had collected 16,335 soul fragments. In terms of equipment, he had obtained 13 pieces of silver equipment and 106 pieces of regular equipment. For the undead troops he had summoned, there were 11. System: I want to reincarnate the barbarians. Xiao Ran said coldly, yet resolutely. Barbarians, ordinary troop type, reincarnation count 1, reincarnation requirement 10,000 soul fragments, current soul fragments 16,335, remaining 6,335. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. After reincarnating, the barbarians' basic attack and defense attributes permanently increase by 100%, damage reduction and movement speed permanently increase by 20%, and they can learn 1 zero-turn skill. Please choose 1 skill from the 40 zero-turn skills to learn. Flying Axe. Once the reincarnation skill is confirmed, it cannot be changed. The currently chosen reincarnation skill is Flying Axe. throwing the weapon in hand with immense force to deliver devastating damage to the target, dealing 5 times normal attack damage with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. With Xiao Ran's voice, a splendid light descended upon all the 40-plus barbarians on duty were all bathed in a gentle holy light. Under the immersion of the holy light, the barbarians felt their muscles gaining strength, their physiques becoming more robust, and all their weapons transformed from short swords into flying axes. The leading dung beetle, eager to try, suddenly jumped out of the formation, swung its arm fiercely, and threw the flying axe drew a powerful arc in the air, spinning as it flew dozens of meters before circling back, safely caught by the dung beetle. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran heard the system's voice arrive late. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the barbarian reincarnation was successful, and the skill flying axe was learned successfully. After successfully reincarnating, Xiao Ran deliberately checked the attributes of the dung beetle. Name: Dung Beetle, Level 2. Unit type: Strong Barbarian Mutated. Evolution: Level 1 Transcendence, 0 times. Construction resource: 40 Holy Water. Upgrade path: Level 3 Laboratory. Health points: 594 Silver Equipment bonus, 270 points. Damage per second: 99 Silver Equipment bonus, 55 points. Defense reduction: 12 Silver Equipment bonus, 6 points. Movement speed: 26 Silver Equipment bonus, 6 points. Population: occupied 1. Attack preference: none. Damage type: single target. Talent: none. Skills: strengthened, gains 50 additional health. Flying axe, throws a flying axe every 10 seconds. The dung beetle is a strong barbarian boasting the thickest health and donning silver equipment that possesses base attributes 5 times that of ordinary gear, resulting in a somewhat terrifying health total close to 600. What does this data mean? Only an 8th level giant can have such health. Even if an 8th level giant were to come, it would be impossible for it to defeat the dung beetle, as the beetle's attack power is 45 times that of the giant, and its movement speed and damage reduction are also superior. Moreover, after reincarnation, all barbarians learned a skill: flying axe. Throwing a flying axe every 10 seconds deals damage 5 times that of a normal attack, resulting in 500 points of damage with a single axe. Giants below level 4 would die from just one axe strike. This illustrates that the terror of barbarians lies not in their high or low attributes, but in the skills they learn. A comparison reveals that the attribute enhancement brought by evolution is not particularly significant. On the contrary, the improvement from equipment to unit attributes is even more substantial than evolution. It's no wonder that equipment in this world is so scarce, especially for high-level units like giants and mages whose gear has an extremely low production rate. Conversely, the reason Xiao Ran's barbarians and archers can quickly acquire so much equipment is closely tied to their unit types. Xiao Ran has already amassed over 40 sets of equipment for his barbarians and archers, while only managing to obtain 3 sets of giant equipment. The difficulty in producing high-level unit gear becomes evident. Setting aside the equipment factor, the attack and defense attributes of ordinary mutated barbarians are not particularly exaggerated, with health typically around 200 points. After donning equipment, they can reach 300 points, which is already a standout for the barbarian unit type, but they still appear somewhat weak and powerless against truly formidable foes. After completing the reincarnation of the barbarians, Xiao Ran turned his attention to the remaining 6,000 soul fragments. All 6,000 soul fragments will be used to evolve the archers, allowing them to evolve to 0 transcendence 8 times. Unlike the barbarians, the archers require 2,000 soul fragments for each evolution after the 5th, which is double that of the barbarians. However, like the barbarians, Xiao Ran also desires for the archers to reincarnate as quickly as possible, enabling them to learn an additional skill, which would significantly enhance their combat power. Currently, the archers have evolved 0 transcendence 5 times, with the 5 random skills being haste, giant strength, venom piercing, and combo. The random skills added from the 6th to the 8th evolution are explosive kill, severe injury, and armor break. Explosive kill archer normal attacks have a 30 critical strike chance, with critical strikes dealing double damage, and can trigger simultaneously with combo. Severe injury archer normal attacks reduce the target's healing effectiveness by 50, lasting 10 seconds. Armor break archer normal attacks weaken the target's defense by 5, stacking up to 10 times. The skills from the 6th to the 8th evolution of the archers share a characteristic with those of the barbarians: they may not be very strong offensively or defensively, but they are highly functional. Under special conditions, these 3 skills of the archers can ensure that the overall damage of the army does not suffer significant reduction and can yield even more astonishing damage overall. Thus, the evolution progress of the archers has reached 0 transcendence 8 times, with an overall mutation probability of 80. However, compared to the already reincarnated barbarians, the archers appear much inferior. Xiao Ran adjusted the ratio of his forces. Currently, his combat population cap is 80, training with 60 barbarians and 20 archers, making barbarians the main fighting unit, while archers serve as auxiliary units to compensate for range damage and air defense. All equipment is prioritized for the barbarians, totaling 8 sets of silver equipment and 38 sets of ordinary equipment. After distributing the equipment, Xiao Ran climbed up the village wall and stood on the 2-meter-high wall to begin the final rally. All units assemble, Xiao Ran shouted. With his command, all units quickly gathered. Barbarians form groups of 10, split into 5 groups to guard the village entrance. Archers form groups of 5, split into 4 groups, standing behind the barbarians. The remaining group of barbarians follow my orders and be ready to assist at any moment. Warriors, this is a bloody battle, a grueling fight to the death. But we have no way out, for behind us is our homeland, our families. I have always believed that the ones standing before me are the bravest and most fearless warriors in the world. Your names will be etched on the monument of Moonlight Village, forever immortal. Now, with the great enemy approaching, Moonlight Village has reached a moment of life and death. Please tell me loudly, what should you do? With that, Xiao Ran drew his sword, a piece of silver equipment. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, it emitted a resounding dragon's roar. Kill! 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 All barbarians and archers raised their weapons in unison, roaring in a deafening battle cry. Ding dong, congratulations, Master. The commander skill has successfully activated, enhancing the combat power of all members by 10. Xiao Ran's gaze was fierce, and the atmosphere was filled with a chilling, killing intent. Everything is ready. In the east, the dawn is already breaking. In the elf forest, a rustling sound arose. On this windless morning, the leaves moved as if countless beings were hidden within the dense forest, making their way toward Moonlight Village in an orderly fashion. Xiao Ran turned around and looked up at the elf forest. He clearly remembered that in the past, as soon as dawn broke, beautiful birdsong would echo through the elf forest. However, today there was only a deathly silence, and the darkened sky was filled with a chilling aura. At that moment, the villager Xiao Ran had sent for reinforcements returned. The villager stood at the foot of the wall looking at Xiao Ran, crying helplessly, "Chief, I am incompetent. I was unable to bring back any reinforcements." "Why?" Xiao Ran asked sternly. "Chief Luffy is not at home. I inquired with his deputy about the reason. After Chief Luffy left yesterday, he has not returned and is missing." Hearing this reason, Xiao Ran's expression grew even more serious. After a moment of silence, he said to the villager, "You may go find Elder Huang and the others." "Thank you, Chief." After saying this, the villager suddenly turned around, casting a fearful glance at the elf forest, as if sensing something. His limbs went weak, and he stumbled away. Xiao Ran sighed. Luffy had not returned home. Now he could only rely on himself. Beside him, Tais arrived at some point, standing next to Xiao Ran, gazing towards the elf forest. Tais tightly grasped Xiao Ran's arm, so nervous that she could hardly breathe. At that moment, the elf forest seemed to be torn apart in an instant by an invisible giant hand. 2 terrifyingly large beasts led the charge, followed by countless goblin warriors, goblin archers, goblin cavalry, and goblin beast tamers marching powerfully towards Moonlight Village. Warning! 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 The alarm of the system beeped incessantly as the goblin army had yet to approach. "Master, your village is under siege by monsters. Current monster siege level, elephant level. The intensity of an elephant level siege is 10 times that of an eagle level, with a total of 10 waves. Please prepare yourself, Master. The first wave is about to start. 10 waves." Hearing the report from the system, Xiao Ran was stunned. This densely packed goblin army, seemingly endless, was actually going to come in 10 waves. What the hell is this? Not just Xiao Ran, even the battle-hardened dung beetle and golden tortoise, upon seeing the beast horde before them, felt their hands trembling around their weapons, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Even the holy water soldiers could clearly feel the immense pressure exerted by the goblin army, but let alone 10 waves, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one. Just how numerous were the goblins? Xiao Ran glanced around and couldn't even begin to count them. They were as dense as ants, forming an ocean of goblins. Xiao Ran estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of them. An elephant-level beast disaster. Truly, the system does not deceive me. With so many goblins, Xiao Ran's mere 80 barbarians and archers might not even suffice to fill the gaps. In front of the goblin army were 2 beasts towering over 3 meters tall, their height surpassing that of the walls of Moonlight Village. These beasts were not some magical creatures, but war machines made of alloy. They bore a wolf's head and body constructed from large steel plates, shining with a silvery metallic luster from afar. Just from their size and materials, one could imagine how terrifying their defense and lethality would be. In front of the giant beasts stood 4 goblin warriors clad in resplendent armor, which appeared to be a full set of golden gear. They were about 20 centimeters taller than ordinary goblins, their figures not nearly as terrifying as the alloy giants, but the bulging muscles exposed outside their armor revealed the astonishing explosive power hidden within their bodies. Behind these warriors stood a solitary and mysterious goblin warrior. This mysterious goblin warrior wore a hooded cloak, carried a cape on his back, and had an eastern sword at his waist. He stood with his arms crossed amidst the beast horde, surrounded by an empty space, as no one dared to encroach upon his position, making him quite eye-catching. Xiao Ran vaguely sensed that this person was the greatest boss behind this invasion. Through the war system, Xiao Ran checked their data. They were Goblin Royal Guards quantity 4, a level 40, attribute invisible. Alloy Armored Beasts quantity 2, level 45, attribute invisible. Goblin Elder quantity 1, a level 50, attribute invisible. Besides these three most prominent enemies, a few colorful strange fairies flitted through the air, flapping on the ground. There were even more types of soldiers: Goblin Cavalry, riding wild wolves, Goblin Beast Tamers commanding packs of wolves, wild boars, lions, and tigers. In addition, there were the Giants, Mages, Archers, and ordinary Goblin Warriors that Xiao Ran was more familiar with. Through the war system, Xiao Ran could also capture their names. Elemental Fairies quantity 8, level 30, a forest species that symbiotically coexists with goblins and can unleash powerful magical attacks on their foes. Jungle Beast Tamers quantity 15, level 25, a type of soldier capable of controlling ferocious beasts to deal devastating blows to enemies. Wolf Riders quantity 30, a level 20, possessing the attack power of wolves and the lethality of knights. They dance with wolves and are unstoppable. These three categories of monsters assaulting the city are also no pushovers, belonging to the second tier of strength rankings among the attacking monsters. Looking further down, there were densely packed mages, giants, and ordinary soldiers. Most goblin warriors and archers were between levels 110, the higher the level the stronger the combat power. The levels of the giant mages ranged from 10-20, but they were relatively scarce. The most numerous were the goblin warriors and archers below level 5. If this attack only consisted of goblins below level 20, Xiao Ran might have a glimmer of hope, but upon seeing the elemental fairies and alloy armored beasts, which seemed like the embodiment of advanced technology, Xiao Ran felt despair creeping in. Now Xiao Ran had no choice but to take one step at a time. All troops, heed my command, maintain formation, and never retreat. Xiao Ran raised his long sword high, his eyes blazing red as he faced the torrent of goblins surging towards him, letting out a roar of unwillingness. Never retreat. Never retreat. Never retreat. All barbarians stood firm at the village's entrance, shouting a thunderous battle cry, ready to face death. In the distance, the first wave of goblins had already closed in a dark mass of bodies. Just the first row of goblins numbered over 100, their imposing aura akin to a flood that could instantly engulf Moonlight Village. Flying axes. Prepare. Xiao Ran raised his long sword and issued orders to all barbarians. 50 barbarians spread their feet, raising their sharp axes high above their heads in 5 rows, forming the most solid defense line to guard the village. Closer, closer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. At 30 meters, they could even see the leg hair of the goblins. At the same time, Xiao Ran swung his long sword, pointing towards the goblin army. Fire! 50 flying axes were launched simultaneously, tracing a beautiful, yet deadly arc in the air, all crashing down towards the goblin army. Why did Xiao Ran leave the area in front of the village empty, not even a single city wall? Now the answer is finally revealed. Because Xiao Ran already knew that a level 4 village could not withstand an invasion from a colossal beast. Rather than using city walls for feudal resistance, it was better to encircle a battlefield with those walls, allowing the true main force to exert its power, which is Xiao Ran's mutated army. 50 flying axes struck the first row of goblins with devastating force, causing blood to splatter everywhere, and the goblins hit were instantly killed. The damage from the flying axes was simply too high. With 5 times the attack power, ordinary goblins could not endure it. Even goblin giants, if their levels were not high enough, could not withstand a flying axe's lethal blow. After penetrating the enemy ranks, the powerful spinning force of the axes sent them flying back, returning to the hands of the barbarians. The ultimate skill with 0 cooldown, used 10 times, can only be described in one word: fierce. 1 axe for 1 little goblin without any negotiation. However, the problem was that the flying axe skill had a 10-second cooldown. During this 10-second output vacuum, the barbarians had to endure the goblin army with their flesh and blood. After the 50 goblin warriors were killed, new goblin warriors quickly filled the gap, as if there were no losses at all, continuing their assault on the village. Dung Beetle, Golden Tortoise, Cockroach, each of you take a team to block the first row of goblins at the village, and the other 20 will fill the positions of the fallen comrades. Every 10 seconds, the barbarians in the back row will launch a flying axe skill. After 5 seconds, the barbarians in the front row will initiate another flying axe skill. Follow my commands without error. Xiao Ran adopted a brand new strategy to confront this monster siege. Previously, when facing a strong enemy, Xiao Ran used a tactic called the wheel warfare, grinding down the enemy until they were defeated. But today, Xiao Ran's strategy was called blood battle to the end, filling the gaps with lives, because the odds were slim, and only by fighting to the bitter end could there be a glimmer of hope. After hearing the orders, Dung Beetle, and the others each led their elite teams of barbarians to form the first line of defense blocking the advance of the goblin army. However, the goblins swarming in were simply too many. Their powerful and overwhelming impact nearly forced the line formed by Dung Beetle and the others to retreat step by step. They retreated 10 steps before barely stabilizing the defense. Behind the barbarian army, 20 mutated archers took their positions, drawing their bows ready to unleash their arrows. Archer team groups 1 and 2 prepare to aim at the second row of goblins. Ready, shoot. Archer team groups 3 and 4 prepare to aim at the third row of goblins. Ready, shoot. Under Xiao Ran's command, the archers' long-range support arrived with waves of arrows raining down. Due to the high damage of the mutated archers, a single arrow could take away a third of an ordinary goblin's health. Although they couldn't achieve one-hit kills, the substantial damage dealt to the goblins greatly relieved the pressure on the frontline barbarians. These goblins, like the Shadow Wolf King Xiao Ran killed 8 months ago, shared a common trait: upon death they would not leave behind corpses, but would gradually turn into a pool of blood or a few bones. Some would drop items while others would vanish without a trace. Presumably ordinary goblins and other holy water soldier types like barbarians were special magical life forms that quickly returned to nature upon death, leaving no corpses behind. Because of this, no matter how quickly Xiao Ran's side killed the goblins, it seemed there was an endless supply. Every time one died, new goblins would immediately surge forth, leaving no chance to breathe. At first Xiao Ran was still commanding the battle, but later he couldn't even shout anymore, because it was too exhausting. And there were just too many. The goblin army was like an endless swarm of ants. The first wave of the monster siege consisted entirely of level 13 low-level goblins, vast in number and densely packed. However, their combat power was nothing compared to the mutated barbarians. Once Dung Beetle and the others stabilized their footing, the goblins could not shake their defense in the slightest. Meanwhile, the soul fragments on Xiao Ran's side soared like a plane. In 10 minutes, the soul fragments exceeded 10,000. In 30 minutes, the soul fragments reached 30,000. In 60 minutes, the soul fragments reached 60,000. The skeletal ring on Xiao Ran's finger kept flashing with a strange ghostly light, never stopping. Xiao Ran glanced at the information in the skeletal ring. The number of goblin warriors successfully transcended had reached 600. Such terrifying soul fragment gains and the construction progress of the undead army made Xiao Ran start to doubt whether this was truly a monster siege or a monster gift of warmth. As the 60-minute mark arrived, the originally dense and tide-like goblins suddenly began to retreat. Xiao Ran's heart skipped a beat. The second wave of monsters attacking the city is completely different from the first. In the first wave, there were only goblin warriors of levels 1 to 5 charging forward, but in the second wave their levels have reached 10 and a new unit has been introduced, goblin archers. In the vast plains outside the village, a sea of goblins surged with countless goblin archers joining the offensive. The goblin army, which could only engage in close combat, transformed into a much more formidable force capable of both melee and ranged attacks. Goblin archers have reached a maximum level of 10, dealing 7 to 20 damage per second. The damage is not high, but there are just so many of them. Even if a single goblin archer only inflicts 10 damage per second, 10 would be 100, and 100 would be 1,000. Looking out over the sea of goblins, there are at least 5,000 goblin archers alone. With so many archers, even if the front line cannot stretch out, at most 500 archers can attack simultaneously. However, the volley of 500 archers hitting the city walls would cause the walls' health to plummet. Those at the front lines, like the beetles, can only withstand it with their bodies. Forget about the barbarians. Even if Pikachu came facing this, many archers would surely result in serious injury. Before Xiao Ran could gather his thoughts, the second wave of attack had already arrived. A torrent of arrows suddenly descended, resembling a swarm of locusts, dark and overwhelming, instilling a sense of fear of density, descending upon them in an instant. Hiss, 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 the goblins roared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows, thud, thud, thud. The rain of arrows struck the armor of the beetles, producing sounds like pearls dropping on a jade plate. Several barbarians in ordinary gear had their equipment instantly destroyed, pieces falling to the ground shattered into scrap. This is because equipment has durability, which diminishes upon taking damage. Once durability reaches 0, it will break. As the equipment shattered, the health of the beetles plummeted as well. After a wave of arrows, their health dropped significantly, losing at least half of their life. If another wave came, they would be completely annihilated. If it were not for Xiao Ran's mutated barbarians having thick health, complete equipment, and possessing special skills, they would struggle to withstand this wave of arrows. Moreover, due to the formidable skills of the mutated barbarians, especially the Thorn Barbarians and the Rebound Barbarians, under such concentrated attacks the probability of rebound is very high and the reflected damage is considerable. Some unfortunate goblin archers, without even understanding what happened, found themselves receiving damage indicators of 10, 3, 3. They hadn't even managed to kill the mutated barbarians before being killed themselves. Flying axes prepare the flying axes. The terrifying rain of arrows turned Xiao Ran's face pale. They hadn't even engaged the enemy, and were already falling apart. Fire! 60 mutated barbarians, including Xiao Ran's companions, all unleashed their flying axe skill, hurling a barrage of unstoppable flying axes at the goblin archers, instantly slaying 60 enemies. Archers prepare. 20 mutated archers tighten their bowstrings, ready to fire. Aim at the enemy, archers ready. Shoot! Xiao Ran hurriedly adjusted his tactics. His archers were particularly powerful, able to kill a goblin archer with just 2 arrows. The only drawback, which was also the biggest pain point, was the sheer numerical disadvantage. With thousands of enemy archers taking turns to attack, only 500 archers could attack at a time. Xiao Ran's 20 archers could only eliminate 110 of the enemy forces, no matter how hard they tried. All Rebound and Thorn Barbarians stand at the front. After realizing the immense value of the Rebound and Thorn Barbarians, Xiao Ran quickly adjusted their positions. Even if all the Rebound and Thorn Barbarians perished, they must block the deluge of arrows from these archers. However, the rain of arrows was merely a prelude to the second wave of the siege. In less than 2 minutes of engagement, his army, along with the arrow towers, cannons, and mortars from the village, had only managed to eliminate a few hundred enemy troops, while this wave of attackers still numbered close to 10,000. After the rain of arrows, the densely packed goblin warriors charged again. This wave of goblin warriors was even stronger, with an average level of 5 to 8. Previously, a single strike from the beetles could kill them. Now they require 2 strikes. Under the cover of the archers' fire, the goblin warriors successfully reached the walls on both sides, and a flurry of arrows struck the gathering and storage facilities outside the walls. The defensive structures set up by Xiao Ran at the outermost edge were quickly destroyed one after another. Kill. The beetles and the golden tortoises, as veterans of Moonlight Village for 10 years, had a deep emotional attachment to it. Seeing the enemy starting to destroy their buildings again, both of them instantly turned reedy, their eyes full of bloodshot veins and tears rolling down. With bulging veins in their arms, they exerted all their strength, tightly gripping their battle axes over a meter long. With a dual axe strike, they cleaved the attacking goblin warriors in half, their roars accompanied by the blood of goblins blooming like flowers on the battlefield. Row after row of goblin warriors fell under the desperate counterattack of the mutated barbarians. And finally, a barbarian warrior, unable to bear the weight, collapsed under the ferocious storm of attacks. Xiao Ran clenched his fists tightly, his face so grim it seemed he could squeeze out water. This was only the second wave. Not only had their equipment been destroyed, but they were also beginning to suffer personnel losses. How would they continue fighting? Indeed, a siege of this magnitude is incredibly challenging for a level 4 village like his to withstand. The bloody battle has finally arrived. There is no retreat nor any path to withdraw. As he watched his forces suffer losses, Xiao Ran hurriedly made his way to the 3 training camps located behind the main base, opening the control panel of the training camp. The reason why Xiao Ran did not prioritize protecting the main base this time, but instead placed the training camps in the safest position, lies here. If the main base is destroyed, the army remains, but if the training camp is lost, no one will come out to fight. Through the control panel of the training camp, Xiao Ran checked the losses of this wave of troops. 3 barbarians had already fallen. From the speed of casualties, 1 barbarian would fall every minute. With the continuous long-range fire support from the goblin archers, although the likes of the dung beetles could hold their ground, their health was steadily declining. Sacrificing for the country was only a matter of time. Outside, the sounds of killing filled the air. Xiao Ran stood alone beside the training camp, his brow furrowed, his thoughts racing. As a level 4 main base, Moonlight Village constructed 3 training camps. Training all 3 at once would produce 1 barbarian every 2 minutes, which means every 2 minutes 1 unit of troops would be lost. After 60 minutes, at least 30 barbarians would be lost. At this rate, the second wave of the siege could hold, but by the third wave the forces would be halved and the defensive structures would be riddled with holes. The village would surely be doomed. Thus, Xiao Ran not only needed to maximize the training of troops, but also to devise other strategies to enhance the army's combat strength, while training and fighting simultaneously. Otherwise, continuing like this would be akin to boiling a frog in warm water. They could hold out for 2 waves at most before surrendering, because they could not withstand it, and no one would stand in the way. Xiao Ran turned to look at the barbarian army, which was gradually diminishing. To counter the enemy's ranged archers, the real main force should not be the barbarians, but rather the archers. System: evolve the archers to 0 cycle 10 times, execute immediately. Xiao Ran said coldly. Please choose the evolution direction. The system's voice promptly sounded. In the system storage, a continuous influx of soul fragments provided Moonlight Village, which was on the brink, with another possibility for survival. Only Xiao Ran, who possessed the hidden skill SSS, dared to use this miraculous ability in such an environment against the formidable beast, tied, uttering 3 words: steal. To the end. Archer-type common troop evolution count 8 times. Common evolution consumes 2,000 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a slaughter archer. Slaughter archers possess 200 attack and defense attributes of common archers with a 1 chance to trigger slaughter ignoring defenses and dealing true damage equal to 0. 1 of the target's maximum health. Common evolution consumes 2,000 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a divine archer. Divine archers possess 200 attack and defense attributes of common archers and can activate the skill Divine Blessing, making them invincible for 1 second with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Common evolution consumes 2,000 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a mirror archer. Mirror archers possess 200 attack and defense attributes of common archers, randomly creating 4 illusions, which have no attacking power but can confuse the enemy. Common evolution consumes 2,000 soul fragments with a 10 chance to train a chaos archer. Chaos archers possess 200 attack and defense attributes of common archers. After hitting an enemy, they have a 20 chance to impose a 2-second chaos effect, attacking indiscriminately without distinguishing friend from foe. The 9th attack skill of the archers is the devastating slaughter. The slaughter skill is the only percentage damage skill, and it is true damage that ignores all defenses. When facing ordinary monsters, the impact of slaughter is not significant, but when facing a big boss with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of health, this skill, which forcibly deducts 1/10th of the health, can deal damage in the millions with a single shot. The strength of the skill ranks second to last. Confirmed Slaughter Archer. Xiao Ran said. Slaughter Archer consumes 2,000 soul fragments. Currently possessing 68931 soul fragments, remaining 66,931. Congratulations, Master Slaughter Archer evolution successful. Please choose the evolution direction for 0 cycle 10 times. For 0 cycle 10 times, the 4 skills are Doppelganger, Phantom, War Song, and Element. Doppelganger Archer summons 2 shadow doubles at the start, and each attack has a 10 chance to continue summoning doubles, each with 50 of the main bonus attributes, lasting for 30 seconds. Phantom Archer transforms into a ghost upon death, possessing 50 of the main bonus health, immune to all magical attacks. If not killed within 10 seconds, the Phantom Archer will resurrect. Warsong Archer activates Warsong, increasing the attack speed of up to 10 surrounding units by 5, lasting for 30 seconds, stacking up to 10 layers. Element Archer, each attack applies one of the 5 magical elements, wind, fire, water, thunder, earth, to the arrows, producing different attack effects based on the element. Confirmed Doppelganger Archer. Doppelganger Archer consumes 2,000 soul fragments, currently possessing 67,614 soul fragments, remaining 65,614. In the time it took to speak, the soul fragments surged by over 500, as if on a plane. If it weren't for the monster siege threatening Xiao Ran's life, he would fully support such goblin sieges coming every day. Master the evolution of archers has reached 0 cycle 10 times. Please reincarnate, first for continued evolution. Archer type common troop. Evolution count 0 cycle 10 times. Mutation probability 100. Random skills: swift, mighty, piercing, poison combo, critical, heavy, injury, armor break, slaughter, doppelganger. Reincarnation condition: 10,000 soul fragments. Reincarnation attributes: choose 1 skill from the 40 0 cycle skills. To learn, the archer permanently gains this skill, and their base attack and defense attributes increase by 100 permanently, with damage reduction and movement speed increasing by 20 permanently. Finally, the archers welcome their first reincarnation, an additional skill about to descend upon all archers. Xiao Ran carefully reviewed the archer's ultimate skills, and he was particularly drawn to War Song and Element. War Song, a group attack speed increase stacking up to 50, whether for output or auxiliary control, would be extremely powerful. Element is even more interesting. Wind Element fires a wind arrow, giving a teammate a 10 movement speed boost lasting for 60 seconds, stacking up to 5 layers. Fire Element fires a fire arrow, causing a burning effect upon hitting the target, dealing magical damage equal to one of the target's maximum health, capped at 10 times the attack power, lasting for 3 seconds. Water Element fires a water arrow, restoring 10 of a teammate's health, capped at 10 times the attack power. Thunder Element fires a thunder arrow, causing a 1-second paralysis effect on the target. This effect can only trigger once every 10 seconds on the same target. Earth Element fires an earth arrow, granting a layer of earth shield to a teammate, equivalent to 10 of their health, capped at 10 times the attack power, stacking up to 3 times. Xiao Ran could clearly determine that War Song is a violent group buff skill, while Element is a super auxiliary skill combining both attack and support. Faced with this choice, Xiao Ran found himself in a dilemma. Finally, gritting his teeth, he steeled his heart and said, "Learn Element, reincarnate immediately." The archer, a common class, requires 1000 soul shards for reincarnation and the ability to learn skills and elements. Currently, there are 66105 soul shards available, leaving 56105. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. The system and Xiao Ran confirmed once more, and the reincarnation commenced. A multicolored magical aura descended from the sky, enveloping every mutated archer, merging into their bodies from the outside in as a brilliant flow of light flickered from their bows. All the archers gazed at their hands in astonishment, realizing that their arms were stronger, and their skin appeared as if coated with a layer of wax with magical light flowing over it. Even their bows and arrows were infused with a layer of magical energy completely different from before. One of the archers attempted to shoot an arrow, and during the shot, they could freely choose from the 5 elemental forces: wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. This archer chose the earth element, with each element displaying a unique color. Wind was azure, fire was red, water was blue, lightning was white, and earth was brown. A brown magical light surged from the archer's palm towards the arrow, coating the ordinary iron arrow with a layer of brown magical energy. Soon the energy was fully charged, and the archer's gaze sharpened like an eagle's. They spread their arms and adjusted the bow's direction, aiming the arrowhead at the battling dung beetle. Draw the bow. Aim. Release. Shoot. This arrow was not aimed at the enemy, but at a teammate, the dung beetle. Except for fire and lightning, which targeted enemies, wind, water, and earth were all aimed at allies, and each elemental arrow had different magical effects. The earth element had the ability to grant shields to allies. However, the dung beetle was unaware that the arrow flying towards it was a gift from its comrades, and mistakenly thought it was a stray shot from them. Initially, it was already tough for the dung beetle to fight a group of goblins alone, and just as it was about to collapse, it was shot in the backside by its own teammates, causing it to burst with rage. The dung beetle paused its fight, and turned to glare at the archers furiously, exclaiming, "I see you all must be blind. None of you can hit the goblins properly, but you shoot my backside with such force. Are you deliberately bullying the honest ones? Just wait. I will report you all to the chief and get you dismissed. None of you will be left with a position, all will be unemployed. You've truly enraged this barbarian." The dung beetle was furious, with massive pressure on the front lines as comrades fell one after another. Moonlight Village was in turmoil, on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the archers in the rear continued to shoot at his backside. How could he not be enraged? The dung beetle stood at the village entrance, one hand on its backside, while scolding the archers behind it. However, the pitiful look on its face truly made the honest and simple dung beetle shed tears. At that moment, a yellow-brown earth magic gently pushed aside the dung beetle's hand, covering its backside, gradually spreading from the point where it was struck by the arrow, eventually enveloping its entire body. This layer of magical energy was exceptionally thick and warm, forming a brown energy shield that protected the dung beetle from all angles. Earth Shield, creating a shield with 10 of maximum health that can withstand all damage. At that moment, several arrows flew from the goblin army, striking the dung beetle's shield. The arrows that should have hit the dung beetle were all intercepted by the shield, falling harmlessly to the ground, without causing any damage. Oh, the dung beetle's eyes lit up. Could this shield be a result of the arrow that hit its backside? The dung beetle touched the shield, its eyes shining brightly. If only a few more shields could come, then there would be no need for defense. It could charge out and walk through the goblin army with ease. Shoot me, shoot me. Don't stop. Just keep shooting. At this, the dung beetle became ecstatic, turning back and charging towards the goblin army to fight valiantly. Xiao Ran witnessed all of this, utterly shocked. Was it the shield that amazed Xiao Ran? No, it was the critical hit. This shield left Xiao Ran almost dumbfounded, for the archer who shot this earth arrow happened to be a critical hit archer. The critical hit archer had a 30 chance of landing a critical hit, which would deal double damage. This earth magic arrow surprisingly scored a critical hit after striking the dung beetle. What should have dealt double damage instead became double the shield value, adding a layer of 20 health shield to the dung beetle with one shot. This ratio of shield value was already considerable, but what shocked Xiao Ran the most was that if the magical effect of the earth shield could be triggered by the archer's innate ability, it would mean that shield's healing and speed boosts could all critically hit and chain, allowing for massive buffs to multiple allies at once. Moreover, it could stack spell effects like poison, equating to continuous healing and acceleration. In this way, the earth shield, originally able to stack 3 times for 10 of maximum health each, and the speed boost halo, which could stack 5 times for 10, could potentially exceed 100 shield support, along with critical healing that disregards all healers, and continuous recovery and acceleration capabilities. The earth-shattering changes brought about by reincarnation to the combat power of the troops left Xiao Ran feeling completely overwhelmed. Now the mutation probability of archers has reached 100, their basic attack and defense attributes have doubled, and their damage per second has reached nearly 80 points. What does this mean? A mage that requires training from 5 villages just out of the womb only deals 50 points of damage per second. Thus, a first transmutation mutated archer can shoot down goblin warriors below level 5 and goblin archers below level 10 without needing critical hits or combos. Even the most ordinary attack lands perfectly. The violent output troops that Xiao Ran devoted himself to creating began to take shape the moment the elemental archer was born. Now Xiao Ran no longer worries about the situation with the dung beetle and others. With 21st transmutation archers stationed, even if they shot randomly, they could withstand the second wave of the goblin army. The power of the elemental archers can be summed up in one word: fierce. Due to their small numbers, the barbarian squad might suffer some losses in this wave, but it isn't a major issue. Xiao Ran is ready to replace the sacrificed barbarians with archers, adjusting the original ratio of 20 archers to 60 barbarians to a more balanced ratio of 40 archers to 40 barbarians. In the time following the second wave of the siege, Xiao Ran had no more worries. It is initially estimated that each wave of siege lasts for 1 hour. Only 10 minutes have passed, leaving another 50 minutes. During this time, Xiao Ran turned his attention to the next evolution of the barbarians. The 11th evolution, also known as the first transmutation, consumes 2,000 soul fragments and doubles the effect once more. The direction of evolution is dual skill barbarian. Dual skill barbarians possess 300 of the attack and defense attributes of ordinary barbarians with a 10 chance of successful evolution, and they randomly learn one skill from either stone skin or strength. In the subsequent 13th to 20th evolutions of the barbarians, the attribute bonuses and soul fragment consumption remain unchanged, but the probability of successful evolution gradually increases to 100 and the range of random skills becomes broader. By the 20th evolution, they can randomly learn 2 skills from a selection of 10 first transmutation skills. The 10 first transmutation skills include Stone Skin Strength, Self-Healing Evasion, Rebound, Thorn's Holy Shield Rampage, Divine Protection, and Rebirth. At this point, Xiao Ran finally understood the evolution rules of the barbarians. Before the first transmutation, they were in the foundational stage. After the first transmutation, they enter the stage of enhancing attributes and gaining skills. The further they go, the higher the attribute bonuses, and the more skills they learn until the final formidable 10 fully mastered skills. Let alone having 10 fully mastered skills, even a dual skill barbarian with just 1 strength skill gains 50 of their health, and 1 stone skin skill reduces damage taken by 50. This not only increases their tankiness by a simple addition of 11, but multiplies it geometrically. As time goes on, the barbarians will become increasingly resilient, so much so that when enemies see Xiao Ran's barbarians, they will feel nauseous and want to retreat, unable to fight, because it's just too disgusting. Imagine the most useless barbarian here, not only high health and defense, but also capable of dodging, reflecting damage, immune to control, and having invincibility time. Even if they are finally killed, they resurrect with full health and jump back into the fray. Facing such troops, anyone would feel nauseous. Rather than confronting them head-on, they would prefer to retreat early to avoid the hassle of not being able to harm or kill them. However, Xiao Ran isn't daring to hope for a god-level barbarian with 10 fully mastered skills yet, because he simply doesn't have enough soul fragments. Without further thought, the immediate priority is to evolve the barbarians. The answers will come in time. System: evolve the barbarians to first transmutation 10 times. Execute immediately. Xiao Ran commanded. Barbarians first transmutation 10 times. Cumulative consumption of 200 soul fragments. Currently, you have 57058 soul fragments remaining, 37958. Please check the evolution interface for confirmation. Barbarians type: ordinary troops. Evolution times: first transmutation 10 times. Evolution type: dual skill barbarian. Mutation probability 100. Random skills: Stone Skin Strength, Self-Healing Evasion, Rebound, Thorn's Holy Shield Rampage, Divine Protection, Rebirth. Reincarnation conditions: 200 soul fragments. Reincarnation attributes: choose 1 skill from 40 transmutation skills to learn. The barbarian permanently acquires this skill, and the barbarian's basic attack and defense attributes permanently increase by 100. Damage reduction and movement speed permanently increase by 20. Confirm. Please select the skill to evolve. The system opened a skill selection panel again, and all the 0 transmutation skills of the barbarians, which Xiao Ran had not paid much attention to, completely unfolded before him. Barbarians, all 0 transmutation skills. Attack skills: Quick Blade, Brutality, Splash, Bleed, Counterattack, Heavy Strike, Frenzy, Undying Chase, Flying Axe. Defense skills: Stone Skin Strength, Self-Healing Evasion, Rebound, Thorn's Holy Shield Rampage, Divine Protection, Rebirth. Support skills: Sprint, Blink, Mirror Image, Bloodthirst, Soul, Theft, Light, Steal, Aid, Self-Destruct, Battle Song, Metallurgy. Control skills: Ice, Poisoning, Sand, Throw, Paralysis, Taunt, Trample, Knockback, Silence, Knock-Up, Charge. With 40 skills aside from the 10 defense skills that will eventually be learned, and the already learned Flying Axe skill, there are still 29 skills left, and at this pivotal moment of reincarnation, 1 more skill can be learned. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment. There are 4 skills worth acquiring: Undying, Light Steel, Self-Destruct, and Charge. Undying: after receiving fatal damage, the barbarian can retain 1 health point and continue fighting for 5 seconds. Light Steel reduces the training time of the barbarian by 50. Self-Destruct: upon death, a violent explosion occurs, dealing 510 of maximum health as magical damage. Charge: charges at any target within a 50-meter range, dealing immense damage and knocking back all surrounding units with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Undying is a straightforward output skill second only to Chase and Flying Axe, and its power should not be. Light Steel may seem useless under normal circumstances, but now Xiao Ran is in a tough battle, and the length of troop training time is a matter of life and death. Self-Destruct: a typical human bomb. If I don't live, then you won't either, even if I die. Charge: the ultimate control skill. Although it is a control skill, it possesses astonishing magical damage, and is a long-range control skill affecting multiple targets. After acquiring this skill, the barbarian can both attack and defend, turning into a chaotic force on the battlefield. How to choose this second transmutation skill left Xiao Ran with decision fatigue. System: I choose. No. Charge. Steel. Forget it. I choose Self-Destruct. Reincarnate immediately. As the saying goes, only children make choices, adults want it all. However, the most awkward aspect of this SS-grade skill lies in the fact that all skills need to be chosen by Xiao Ran himself. Ultimately, whether the assembled units are godlike warriors or merely mediocre ones depends solely on Xiao Ran. A more powerful energy aura descended from the heavens. As a robust barbarian, the dung beetle's skin rapidly scabbed over at a visible rate, culminating in an indestructible stone skin. Other barbarians began to undergo a second mutation, resembling monsters. Some suddenly gained weight, while others developed solid stone skin, and the barbarian's attributes changed, receiving a 100 boost. Xiao Ran opened the dung beetle's attribute panel to check its data. Name: Dung Beetle, level 2. Unit type: dual skill barbarian. Evolution level: second evolution 0 times. Construction resources: 40 holy water. Upgrade path: level 3 laboratory. Health: 837, 270 points from silver equipment. Damage per second: 132, 55 points from silver equipment. Defense reduction: 14, 6 points from silver equipment. Movement speed: 28, 6 points from silver equipment. Population: occupied 1. Attack preference: none. Damage type: single target. Talent: none. Skills: strong, grants 50 extra health. Stone skin reduces damage taken by 50. Flying axe throws an axe every 10 seconds. Self-destruct explodes upon death. After the second evolution, the dung beetle's attack and defense attributes increased by nearly 50, with a terrifying health of 800 points. Excluding the strong skill and equipment bonuses, its naked health still reached 378 points, able to crush giants of the same level. Of course, even more terrifying is the skill section, which now has 4 skills. If this were a turn-based mobile game, it would be comparable to a pay-to-win character. After completing the second evolution of the barbarian, next is the second evolution of the archer. Starting from first evolution, each upgrade consumes 3,000 soul fragments, and to evolve to first evolution 10 times requires 3,000 soul fragments. The cost of reincarnation is even greater, requiring 3,000 at once. In total, the second evolution of the archer will need 6,000 soul fragments. At this moment, the second wave of the siege was still ongoing. After learning the self-destruct skill, the barbarians charged directly at the enemy forces as they were about to die, reminiscent of the martyrs in anti-Japanese dramas who strapped on belts of grenades, holding on with their last breath. Boom. With a resounding explosion, immense damage created a vacuum around them. The power of self-destruction is particularly astonishing, dealing higher damage than the flying axe and causing area damage. Using self-destruction for defense is akin to laying a field of landmines at the village entrance. The more fiercely the enemy attacks, the more triggered landmines there will be. This is why Xiao Ran chose self-destruction. As the battle continued, more and more soul fragments flowed into the system's warehouse, with only 2,000 soul fragments rapidly replenished. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. As the end of the second wave of siege drew closer, Xiao Ran finally gathered enough for 6,000 soul fragments, and the second evolution of the archer officially began. System: evolve the archer to the second evolution. Archer current evolution level: first evolution 0 times. Evolving to second evolution 0 times. Total consumption of 6,000 soul fragments. Remaining soul fragments 331. Please confirm, master. Confirm. Please select skills. All skills of the archer at 0 evolution level reopened. Archer all skills at 0 evolution level. Attack skills: swift, mighty, venomous, piercing combo, explosive kill, severe injury, armor break, execution clone. Defense skills: Diamond, Strong, Bloodthirsty, Holy Shield, Fake, Death, Evasion, Petrification, Body of Steel, Divine Protection, Phantom. Support skills: Sprint, Blink, Disguise, Eagle Eye, Soul Snatch, Light, Steel, Metallurgy, Stealth, Mirror Image, Battle Song. Control skills: Ice, Poisoning, Blow, Arrow, Soul Theft, Repel, Freeze, Assault, Frost, Chaos Elemental. Xiao Ran selected 5 optional skills. Phantom transforms into a ghost upon death, possessing 50 of the original bonus health, and immune to all magical attacks. If the ghost is not killed within 10 seconds, the ghostly archer will revive. Battle Song fires an arrow of Battle Song, increasing the attack speed of 10 surrounding units by 5 for 30 seconds, a stackable up to 10 layers. Light Steel reduces the training time of the unit by 50. Chaos 20 chance to inflict a 2-second chaos effect on enemies, causing indiscriminate attacks regardless of friend or foe. Eagle Eye doubles the archer's range. Xiao Ran pondered slightly over these 5 skills. Phantom as a pivotal skill allows the archer to revive indefinitely, but in ghost form, they can only escape and cannot attack. This equates to a 10-second respawn time, which is a fatal shortcoming. Nevertheless, the Phantom remains a powerful skill. The Battle Song needs no further explanation. It provides violent group support, and for any unit increasing attack speed, is an incredibly potent buff. Light Steel, similar to the Barbarians' Light Steel, is a skill of last-minute aid. It has little use in normal times, but once war breaks out it becomes a reliable support for logistics. Chaos is a skill that can cause enemies to turn on each other, which is truly remarkable. Eagle Eye allows the archer to target enemies at a greater distance, making its functionality significant. Learn Battle Song, execute immediately. In the end, Xiao Ran still chose the pivotal support skill to increase group attack speed. The attack speed buff can stack up to 10 times, but it can trigger critical hits and combo effects. If a group of mutated archers collectively receive buffs, a volley of arrows considering critical hits, combos, and poison effects could potentially increase attack speed by 200 or even higher. However, currently Xiao Ran's archers are only at the 2nd evolution. Achieving a 50 attack speed increase with 10 stacks is already impressive. The 200 increase would be in the late game, showcasing the extraordinary capabilities of the fully equipped archers. Congratulations, Master! The archer's reincarnation was successful. Current evolution level: 2nd evolution, 0 times. A magnificent reincarnation aura descended for the 2nd time within just 1 hour. The aura spread over all the archers, once again increasing each archer's attributes by 100, while immediately granting them the Battle Song skill. The archers appeared radiant, their dark skin glimmering with flowing light, looking even sharper than their 1st evolution. Xiao Ran opened the attributes of one archer and reviewed them. Unit type: dual skill archer, level 2. Evolution level: 2nd evolution, 0 times. Construction resources: 80 holy water. Upgrade path: level 3 laboratory. Health 161. Damage per second 63. Defense reduction 7. Movement speed 20. Population occupied 1. Attack preference none. Damage type single target. Talent none. Skills: Swift increases attack speed by 50, combo 50 chance to attack again, clone initial summon and chance summon of a clone. Battle Song increases attack speed for 10 units. As expected, the 2nd evolution archer's naked damage per second has reached 63. If the mighty skill is acquired, the base attack will increase by another 18 points. Adding Xiao Ran's commanding skill, which increases all attributes by 10, it means that without equipment the archer can deal a terrifying 89 points of damage per second. And what about the damage of a mage of the same level? It is only 70 points. But the mage is a 5th evolution. In other words, although Xiao Ran's main base is still at 4th evolution, the combat power of the units has far surpassed that of late 5th evolution villages. The 5th evolution adds another barracks, with the barracks level increased by 1. The true population cap is 453,135, which is 55 more than the 4th evolution. However, each mage occupies 4 units of population, unlike the archer's 1. This means that the maximum number of mages that can be trained at the 5th evolution is only 33. In contrast, how many mutated archers can Xiao Ran train at once? 80. These 80 archers not only have higher attributes than mages of the same level, but also possess various powerful skills. Forget about the 5th evolution. Even if a late-game leader from the 6th evolution came, they would have to steer clear of Xiao Ran's village. As he pondered, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, for successfully repelling the 2nd wave of monster sieges. Warning, warning, warning. 3rd wave of monster siege. Starting. The wind howled fiercely like a whale. The 3rd wave of monsters besieging the city, the 1015 level giants, made a powerful appearance. The goblin giants bore some differences from the ordinary village giants. The village giants, commonly known as the Fat Ones, had a simple and honest appearance, exuding no sense of it. In contrast, the goblin giants towered over 2 meters tall, their dark skin covered in beastly fur. Their muscles were as taut as the hills of the Lust Plateau, and they wielded a gleaming curved blade. At first glance they appeared not only robust, but also incredibly lethal. When Xiao Ran attacked the level 3 goblin camp he encountered giants, but those were low-level giants, only 510 levels possessing defense, without much attacking power. The giants before him, however, were the 1015 level goblin giants resembling ferocious beasts. They held curved blades lining up in more than 10 rows. From a distance, they resembled towering city walls marching forward step by step, shaking the earth with their imposing presence. Xiao Ran ascended the city wall once more as a grand war was about to begin anew. This time he showed no fear, drawing his long sword and pointing it directly at the battlefield. It was time to showcase the power of the elemental archers. Archers prepare earth element ready. Fire. Archers prepare wind element ready. Fire. Archers prepare battle song skill ready. Fire. Archers prepare fire element ready. Fire. Xiao Ran's voice was as cold as iron. Under his command the elemental archers unleashed a continuous volley of 4 rounds. The first round cast an earth element shield over all the barbarians, providing a shield with at least 30 of their maximum health, capable of absorbing 100,200 points of damage. The second round applied a speed enhancement aura to all barbarians, increasing their speed by up to 50 for 1 minute. The third round shot the battle song arrows, boosting the attack speed of all for 50, lasting 30 seconds. The fourth round targeted the goblin giants, raining down fire element magic arrows with burning damage upon their ranks. Each fire arrow not only carried the attack power of a level 2 archer, but also added 3 of the target's maximum health as magical damage. With the 10 level goblin giants having over 1,000 health points, each arrow would inflict an additional 30 points of magical damage. The first row of goblin giants, before they could approach Xiao Ran's village, had their health completely depleted, one after another collapsing. Xiao Ran's voice rang out like the Yama from the depths of the netherworld. Prepare the flying axes. Ready. At this moment Xiao Ran's troop composition was still unbalanced, temporarily consisting of 50 barbarians and 30 archers. With a single command, the 50 barbarians lined up in 5 rows and 50 flying axes carved a deadly arc. Before the second row of giants could near the village, one axe struck down, dealing a terrifying 800 points of damage as a greeting. Kill. Xiao Ran pointed his long sword at the goblin giant army. Kill. 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 Under the effects of battle songs, wind arrows, earth arrows, and other skills, the 50 level 2 barbarians wielded their sharp double axes like an unstoppable whirlwind, charging towards the enemy lines. 30 seconds later, the shields of the barbarian army were all shattered. The 1,000-strong goblin giants were directly cut down by the 50 barbarians, toppling 2 rows. 1 minute later, another row was cut down. The first row of goblin giants contained about 50 of them, while the third wave of monsters consisted of a staggering 2,000 giants. If the barbarians and archers had not reached level 2, even 100 goblin giants, each with 1,000 health points, could easily overwhelm Xiao Ran's defenses. However, now Xiao Ran's army was not only unbroken, but actively pushing into the enemy ranks, showcasing the power of unit reincarnation. In just 5 minutes, the barbarians suffered some health loss. Archers prepare water element ready. Fire. Archers prepare earth element ready. Fire. Archers prepare battle song skill ready. Fire. The second round of buffs arrived on schedule, restoring the health of all barbarians to full at a visible rate, while a new layer of shields was applied. The battle song arrows descended once more, dramatically increasing the attack speed of all barbarians, making them as if they had been injected with adrenaline, wildly slashing at the nearest giant, toppling them to the ground in seconds, and moving on to the next giant for another frenzy of strikes, brutally chopping down giants. This third wave of siege turned out to be the most composed response from Xiao Ran. Within less than an hour, the system's prompt sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully repelled the third wave of monster siege. Warning, warning, warning. The fourth wave of monster siege begins. In the distance, a surge of magical elements stirred as thousands of short figures draped in green robes, their faces obscured, appeared on the battlefield. The wind blew and, carrying an inexplicable chill, the goblin mages had arrived. Goblin mages levels 15-20 are higher than village mages belonging to the wild units. A level 20 goblin mage can deal up to 300 points of damage per second. What does 300 points mean? Even a strong stone-skinned dung beetle with 800 health can only endure 5 hits. The 6th hit would be fatal. The sight of these 1,000 mages caused a subtle seriousness to flicker across Xiao Ran's face. Moreover, these 1,000 mages did not fight separately, but were mixed in with 1,000 giants, each mage protected by a giant. Against such a terrifying army, who could withstand it? Even if the attacking mages numbered only 100, just 110 of the mages, Xiao Ran's 50 barbarians, could not withstand the relentless bombardment of 100 mages. Imagine the scene of 100 mages densely casting spells. Even a level 15 leader would struggle to deploy 100 mages to attack any village. Remember, mages deal area damage. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. Since they couldn't hold it, then the only option was to not hold it. Archers prepare wind element. Archers prepare earth element. Barbarians self-destruct. Prepare. Come on, it's time for the fish to perish with the net. Though the mage's damage is high, it has a fatal flaw. It is very fragile. Fragile means having low health. A level 20 mage capable of dealing 300 damage has only 300 health points. A barbarian single strike may not kill them, but if it's a self-explosion, the minimum damage is 500 points. Regardless of who the mage is, being caught in the blast means certain death. To confront an army of 1000 giants and 1000 mages, Xiao Ran has prepared for. He divided the barbarians into 5 teams to intercept the goblin army approaching the village, effectively trapping them outside. All the barbarians charged into the enemy ranks. Even if they were to fall in battle, their temporary ultimate strike could clear a space, achieving the goal of halting the enemy's advance. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran seized the time to continue training the barbarians, battling while holding off this 4th wave. The process might be painful, but there was still a glimmer of hope for Moonlight Village. The battle has begun. The first suicide squad, composed of barbarians, rushed to the battlefield. With a series of shields and acceleration skills, as well as the cover of flying axes and thunder arrows, the suicide squad smoothly charged into the enemy camp, and once inside they began to hunt down the mages, specifically targeting them. Barbarians can sacrifice themselves, but the mages must die. If the mages reach the front line, Xiao Ran's troops will not be able to withstand the onslaught. The frontline barbarians will crumble, and the archers in the back will fare no better. Furthermore, the village's defensive structures are as fragile as paper. Just a couple of hits from the mages would obliterate them. Archers, listen up. Switch to thunder element, cease concentrated fire, and switch to scatter shot. Xiao Ran positioned all 30 archers outside the village to engage the enemy heat-in. Elemental archers are unpredictable. The thunder arrows infused with the thunder element will inflict a 1-second paralysis effect on the enemy. This 1 second can effectively delay the enemy's offensive rhythm, allowing the charging barbarians to kill a few more mages and buying time to replenish their troops. Bang! 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 After 1 minute, a series of loud explosions erupted from the fallen barbarians. At the moment their health hit 0, their bodies rapidly expanded, as if undergoing some adverse chemical reaction, before exploding violently. The explosion's damage radius spans dozens of square meters. Each blast instantly vaporizes at least 10 mages, leaving not even a bone behind. The vacuum created by the explosions made it impossible for the already slow-moving goblin giants to fill the gaps immediately. Once the goblin army regrouped, Xiao Ran issued new orders. Suicide Squad 2nd Team, prepare. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. The number of Xiao Ran's barbarian army plummeted. No matter how fast they trained, they could not compensate for the massive losses at the front. Self-explosion, though incredibly powerful, involves living beings. They have memories and emotions, all for the village. Facing death unflinchingly. In the end, out of 50 barbarians, nearly all had died, once leaving only 30, as the training time simply could not keep pace with the losses at the front. This was still the result after the strong support of elemental archers. The only silver lining was that Xiao Ran, through the self-explosion tactic, had managed to block the mixed goblin army of fat mages just outside the village walls. The system's prompt was painfully slow, like a torturous torment. Finally, a voice that sounded like celestial music rang in Xiao Ran's ears. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully repelled the 4th wave of monster siege. But was it over? No. Not even half of the defense progress had been achieved. An even more chilling voice, not allowing a moment's respite, resounded once more. Warning. Warning. The 5th wave of monster siege has begun. The mixed goblin army had not yet dispersed, and suddenly the troops split in two. A cloud of dust approached from the direction of the elf forest, cutting through the fat mage army and heading straight for the front. This cloud of dust was not a natural phenomenon, but rather the wolf-riding knights of level 25. There were not many wolf-riding knights, only 32, far from even a fraction of the goblin warriors, goblin archers, goblin giants, and goblin mages. However, precisely because of their small number, these 32 goblin cavalry are all tough opponents. Killing even one of them is a challenge. The strength of the wolf-riding knights themselves is not formidable, but their mounts are. The mounts of the wolf-riding knights are a powerful magical beast of forest wolf species, even superior to the Shadow Wolf King, the Windrider Blue Wolf. The Windrider Blue Wolf, a level 5 magical beast, is fast and has strong attacks. It can unleash wind blades that possess tremendous power, far exceeding the magic balls of level 20 mages. The emergence of the Windrider Blue Wolf signifies the collapse of Xiao Ran's strategy to simply rely on self-explosions to keep the mages out of the village. In the face of a level 5 magical beast, especially a wind-type beast, Xiao Ran's barbarians might struggle to even touch a single hair of the Windrider Blue Wolf. With the arrival of these 32 wolf-riding knights, the fat mage army regrouped with the wolf-riding knights leading the charge towards the already precarious defense of Moonlight Village, heading straight for it. Roar, roar, roar. The arrival of the wolf-taming riders ignited the goblin horde's primal fury. Thousands of goblin giants erupted in a thunderous, sky-piercing roar. And likewise their arrival ignited Xiao Ran's wrath. How would this wave be fought? By evolving, once. No battlefield dilemma is insurmountable through evolution. If second evolution proves insufficient, then third evolution it shall be. A third evolution barbarian consumes 600 soul fragments, 300 for 10 second evolution upgrades, and another 300 for 1 reincarnation. After surviving the third and fourth waves of monster assaults, Xiao Ran's treasury held 700 soul fragments, a sharply diminished yield compared to earlier waves, as the goblin numbers dwindled with each wave, though their troop tiers rose steadily. System initiate third evolution for the barbarians, 0 iterations, immediately. Barbarian evolution level third evolution 0 iterations. Total soul fragments consumed 6000. Current soul fragments 71294. Remaining 11294. Please confirm, Master. Confirmed. Select a skill to learn. Undying. Congratulations, Master. The third evolution barbarians have successfully evolved. A torrent of overwhelming arcane energy washed over the barbarian host, doubling all base attributes, and bestowing upon them the undying skill. This doubling granted each barbarian an additional 216 hit points. Xiao, the toughest among them, now boasted a staggering 1043 HP. Yet what Xiao Ran needed most now was not merely enhanced stats, but the undying skill itself. Against a level 5 magical beast, even third evolution barbarians stood little chance. Recall how Xiao Ran once led his entire force to hunt the Shadow Wolf King of Dedeo Ridge. A single beast demanded a coordinated siege, elaborate traps, and over an hour of brutal, grueling combat, only for the king to burst forth and scathe fight on for another full hour and finally collapse in defiant death. The Shadow Wolf King was but a level 1 magical beast, whereas the wind-riding Azure Wolves were level 5 of 4 tiers above him. Xiao Ran could certainly overwhelm a single wind-riding Azure Wolf with superior numbers, but now he faced 32 such beasts backed by thousands of plump mages. This was no longer a battle, it was annihilation. In this dire predicament, Xiao Ran pinned his last hope on the undying skill. Even if they couldn't slay the wolf-taming riders, they could endure. Even if overwhelmed, they persist 5 seconds beyond death, and even in death, they would detonate where they fell. After all, each siege lasted only 1 hour. Merely surviving that long was victory enough. All barbarians, attention. Form a single file line, maintaining distance. Only one advances at a time, the rest provide ranged support with throwing axes. When the front line falls, the next steps forward, without hesitation. All archers, attention. 3 archers per squad, 3 squads per unit. Each squad shall assign 1 member to shield the frontline barbarian, 1 to heal, and 1 to boost attack speed. Upon triggering Undying Shift to lightning element scatter shots, all other archers maintain lightning scatter. Execute immediately. To counter the wolf-taming riders, Xiao Ran deployed a new tactical formation. The strategy was brilliantly precise. Concentrate all support on a single frontline barbarian endowed with Undying, using him as a living bulwark to disrupt the enemy's assault rhythm. Under relentless shielding, healing, and haste from elemental archers, the barbarian could endure far longer before Undying activated, then unleash furious mindless strikes for 5 seconds, culminating in a devastating explosion that, with luck, might even slay a wolf-taming rider. Yet ideals bloom lushly. Reality remains stark and unforgiving. The wolf-taming riders swiftly closed in on the village and engaged Xiao Ran's first frontline barbarian. That vanguard was none other than Xiao Ran's most trusted lieutenant, Xiao. The lead wolf-taming rider halted his wind-riding Azure Wolf 50 meters from Xiao. The wolf's sharp, watchful gaze swept over Xiao, an unervingly intelligent, calculating scrutiny utterly unlike the dull stares of low-tier troops, like giants or mages. Xiao Ran's heart lurched. This wolf was thinking. Xiao wasted no time standing idle. Seeing the riders approach, he seized his throwing axe, whirled his arm, and hurled it with lethal force. Then, astonishment. The axe, destined to cripple its target, was intercepted midair by raw magic. The wind-riding Azure Wolf opened its jaws wide. A swirling mass of azure vapor coalesced instantly and blasted forth in a searing collision with the axe. Boom. The axe lost all momentum, failing even to graze a single strand of fur, catapulted backward in utter defeat. An invincible weapon had failed. The wolf clearly sensed the axe's destructive power. Third evolution barbarians dealt 1-0 damage per throw, far exceeding the health pool of even giants. Though the wolf's own HP likely surpassed theirs, it remained modest for a level 25 creature. A few well-placed throws would still fell it. Alas, The axe never reached its mark. Intercepted, Xiao stood stunned. Before he could react, the wolf's maw gaped wide once more, another viscous projectile already churning within. Damn it! Xiao Ran cursed aloud. The beast not only deflected axes, but launched its own attacks twice as fast, one salvo every 5 seconds, outpacing even the barbarian's throws. Lightning arrows, ready, fire! Xiao Ran barked, summoning paralyzing bolts that rained down like storm-lashed hail upon the wolf mid-preparation. Paralysis did more than immobilize, it shattered spellcasting. A single arrow would force the beast to swallow its own venomous spittle. Xiao Ran's plan seemed flawless, until reality struck again. As the arrow storm descended, the wolf's eyes flickered with vivid, almost mocking disdain, and in a blur it vanished. No, not vanished. Xiao Ran's face hardened, it moved too fast. Wind elemental essence was synonymous with velocity. The Azure Wolf's greatest strength lay not in raw power, but in blinding speed. Every lightning arrow struck empty ground. Xiao Ran stared dumbfounded. How monstrous would a level 10 beast be if a level 5 already defied comprehension? Beasts in this world were ranked across multiple tiers. Wild beasts formed the lowest tier, magical beasts occupied the second, above them loomed fierce beasts, demonic beasts, spiritual beasts, sacred beasts, and at the apex divine beasts. If a mere level 5 magical beast could soar so high, what unspeakable horrors awaited among the fierce and demonic ranks. As Xiao Ran reeled, the wolf's shadow materialized, flanking Xiao from the side. Roar! Crash! A razor-edged gust of azure wind erupted from the wolf's maw, slamming into Xiao with cataclysmic force. Through the combat interface, Xiao Ran watched a horrifying number rise from Xiao's head. 1000. His blood ran cold. He nearly tumbled from the wall in shock. What did this number signify? Xiao had already mastered Stone Skin, a skill reducing incoming damage by 50%. Thus, this 1000 point blow represented damage after mitigation. In truth, the wolf's spittle dealt a terrifying 200 raw damage per strike, 6 times more potent than a level 20 mage's blast. Such sheer devastation left Xiao Ran breathless, his chest constricted, air denied, as if the very weight of impossibility pressed down upon him. Now the only thing Xiao Ran felt grateful for was that the magical skills all had casting intervals. Otherwise, this 2,000-unit thick phlegm would truly have become the phrase often said by earthlings, "It'll suffocate you with a mouthful of thick phlegm." The interval for the Kingling's thick phlegm attack is 5 seconds, faster than the flying axe, and its power is even more terrifying, but it still falls short of killing the dung beetle. Moreover, the Qingling is not adept at close combat. After spitting phlegm, it must wait 5 seconds to spit again. This 5-second window gives the dung beetle a glimmer of hope. After taking that mouthful of thick phlegm, the dung beetle was instantly left with very little health, but behind it, there were 9 elemental archers hidden at a distance providing support. 3 water elemental archers, 3 earth elemental archers, and 3 battle song archers. The 3 water elemental archers each restored 10 of the dung beetle's health per second. Within 3 seconds, the dung beetle's health was fully restored. The 3 earth elemental archers each restored 10 of the dung beetle's shield per second, with the shield stacking up to 3 times. Considering critical hits and combos, it could nearly boost the shield to 50. As a result, before the Qingling could spit out another mouthful of thick phlegm, the dung beetle had already regained its strength. A woo! The dung beetle let out 3 furious roars, wielding an axe in each hand and charging toward the goblin army. In the goblin camp, the 32 leading wolf riders saw that the dung beetle not only survived, but was actually charging at them, and their expressions changed slightly as they exchanged glances, seemingly communicating something. This scene was captured by Xiao Ran's gaze. Such a rare advanced troop not only possesses formidable combat power, but also has high intelligence. Since the opponent had intelligence, Xiao Ran understood even more clearly that this battle would be even more difficult. Sure enough, after the wolf riders communicated through their eyes, they immediately changed tactics. More than 10 wolf riders quickly charged out of the camp, and 10 Qingling lined up simultaneously, opening their mouths to aim at the dung beetle. This is a concentrated attack. If one mouthful of thick phlegm can't kill the dung beetle, then let's unleash 10 at once. Upon seeing this, Xiao Ran's expression changed drastically. The magical damage from the Qingling is highly effective against the barbarian skills. If the dung beetle is killed instantly, then the skills of immortality and self-detonation would be nearly useless. The remaining 30 barbarians would be wiped out by the enemy cavalry in under 3 minutes. This was not the outcome Xiao Ran desired. He must ensure that each barbarian survives for at least 30 seconds, or even a minute, otherwise his few dozen barbarians and archers would never withstand this 5th wave of monster siege. All barbarians heed my command. Prepare the flying axes. Xiao Ran shouted, and all the barbarians trembled, raising their flying axes in unison, aimed at the 10 Qingling across from them. Xiao Ran had 30 barbarians remaining, as he had just finished training one more to replenish their ranks. On the opposite side, there were 32 Qinglong with numbers being quite similar. Seeing all the barbarians raise their flying axes, the 32 wolf riders on the opposite side suddenly panicked. There was no time to worry about overwhelming the enemy. This was no longer a Tin-Toon situation, but rather a full-on brawl. All the wolf riders immediately abandoned their attack on the dung beetle, directing their focus toward Xiao Ran's barbarian army, their green wolf eyes flashing with a cold, bloodthirsty light. Except for the Qinglang that was still on cooldown, the other 31 Qinglang simultaneously opened their mouths, rapidly condensing blades of wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gigantic wind blades over 1 meter long shot out from the mouths of the Qinglong, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. At the same time, Xiao Ran also issued the attack command. Flying axes. Aim. Fire. The 30 barbarians hurled their powerful flying axes at the wolf cavalry. Boom, boom, boom. The wind blades collided with the flying axes, producing a violent explosion in the air reminiscent of fireworks bursting with dazzling light. The barbarians' strongest finishing skill matched evenly against the level 5 magical beast Qinglang's thick phlegm. Due to the shorter cooldown of the Qinglang skill, although they withstood the first wave, Xiao Ran would soon be at a disadvantage. Archers, prepare the lightning arrows ready. Fire. Xiao Ran immediately issued a new command. 20 archers stepped forward, aiming at the wolf cavalry's position, and launched a volley. The arrows, with a range greater than that of the mages, struck down upon the wolf cavalry. The paralyzing effect of the lightning arrows is something that mere level 5 magical beasts cannot withstand. After being hit by the lightning arrows, the Qinglong, which had been darting about like the wind, suddenly had their limbs cramp up. A few Qinglang that were in disarray due to their stiff limbs even stumbled and fell rolling over comically. The attack power of the 3 retire archers was not yet enough to kill the wolf riders, but the arrows infused with lightning effects caused the wolf riders to fall into chaos. Meanwhile, the dung beetle also charged into the wolf cavalry's ranks, swinging its axes wildly at the nearest wolf rider, pushing them back into the main force of the plump mage coalition. This story demonstrates that barbarians are indeed barbarians. They fight without reason. Thus, a confrontation that seemed utterly predictable was turned around by Xiao Ran's tactics. The dung beetle, single-handedly aided by the strong support of the 9 elemental archers, fought valiantly within the plump mage army, killing and retreating 3 times. Ultimately, however, it was ambushed by the wolf riders, unable to endure any longer, and its health finally dropped to 0, its life hanging by a thread. After its health dropped to 0, the immortality skill activated. In the desperate eyes of the wolf riders, the dung beetle raised its axe again, attacking whoever it saw, continuing to strike for 5 more seconds. After 5 seconds, a loud bang erupted as it self-destructed. Xiao Ran's loyal comrade, the dung beetle, held out for 2 minutes before making a heroic sacrifice. During those 2 minutes, new barbarians finished training, keeping the total troop count unchanged. If Xiao Ran continued with this strategy, he could ensure survival through the 5th wave of Monster Siege. The only regret was that due to the Qinglang's speed, no matter how the barbarians charged, they could only eliminate the slowly moving giants and mages, and could not reach or kill the Qinglong merely enduring the hits. Xiao Ran initially thought that if this continued, there was hope to drag it out until the 6th wave of Monster Siege. However, reality was not only harsh, but also cruel. Even if Xiao Ran changed tactics and maximized the army's combat power through flexible adjustments, he must remember that in the 4th wave of the siege, he had sacrificed a full 30 barbarians just to hold on. Would the 5th wave be so simple? The 32 wolf riders could not possibly have such a low siege capability. Just 30 minutes had passed since the start of the 5th wave. In the plump mage coalition, all the wolf riders suddenly gathered as if they reached a certain consensus, suddenly turning their heads and charging towards the archers who were hiding behind the barbarians. Upon seeing the direction of the wolf riders' movement, Xiao Ran's face instantly changed. The very thing he feared most had finally come. Xiao Ran's tactical formation harbored a fatal flaw. The barbarians' overwhelming dominance on the battlefield relied entirely upon 9 elemental archers tirelessly bolstering them from behind. Superficially, Xiao Ran had deployed only a single suicide operative, but in truth the actual combat strength far exceeded 1 individual. It comprised 10 warriors in total. This was a 1 frontline warrior supported by 9 auxiliary strategy, leveraging the collective power of 9 support units to elevate the frontline fighter's might to its absolute zenith, thereby enabling a single barbarian to hold back an entire army. As a world champion, Xiao Ran possessed encyclopedic mastery of every iconic tactic once popular on Earth: the 4 Protect 1 formation. For supports shielding a single core damage dealer, the 5 Protect 1. 5 players defending a super soldier, the Axe Lord Lane Cut. A melee warrior flanked by 2 healers to sever enemy supply lines. This time he employed an evolved variant, the 9 Protect 1 formation. Such a strategy bore a critical vulnerability. While the frontline warrior was exceptionally durable, the rear-line healers were exceedingly fragile. Should the enemy abandon frontal assault and instead target the healers directly, those support units would be left utterly defenseless, like fish laid bare upon a cutting board. What stunned Xiao Ran was that this pack of wolf cavalry had discerned the very chink in his tactical armor. Now abandoning their assault on the barbarians entirely, the wolf cavalry surged straight toward the archers. If they succeeded in eliminating all 9 support archers, the entire formation would collapse. Bereft of their buffs, the barbarians would stand no chance against the wolf cavalry's onslaught and would inevitably shatter into disarray. All barbarians, protect the archers. Xiao Ran issued the command without hesitation, instantly adapting his strategy. Yet the blue wolves moved with blinding speed. Even as Xiao Ran's voice rang out, several had already reached the front line, launching razor-sharp wind blades directly at the 9 supporting archers. Indeed, the wolf cavalry had not only identified the flaw in Xiao Ran's formation, they had also pinpointed precisely which 9 archers were channeling buffs to the frontline barbarians. Eliminate those 9 and the isolated barbarians, deprived of all support, would not even withstand a single spittle blast from a blue wolf. Their doom would be absolute. As the blue wolves struck, nearby barbarians hurled their axes in retaliation, but the wolves were too swift, their attacks too rapid. They struck and vanished, ignoring the barbarians, entirely focusing solely on the archers. Form a defensive circle, protect the archers. Xiao Ran's face turned ashen. These wolf cavalry were unervingly cunning. Yet upon reflection, it was hardly surprising they were not mere beasts, but a hybrid of blue wolves and goblin riders, possessing both lupin ferocity and equestrian intelligence. Under relentless harassment from the wolf cavalry, Xiao Ran's forces steadily contracted. Their original staggered formation, front and rear lines distinct, was gradually encircled, compressed into a tight defensive ring. 30 barbarians formed a living perimeter, shielding the archers within. At the very heart stood the 9 supporting archers, ceaselessly layering buffs upon the suicide operative, ensuring he could plunge deep into enemy ranks and halt the advance of the Fat Mage Legion. Perched high atop the city wall, Xiao Ran surveyed the battlefield and witnessed with mounting dread the horrifying spectacle unfolding below. It's over. We're surrounded. These wolf cavalry were not merely cunning. They were vicious. They even employed kiting, exploiting their superior speed to herd barbarians and archers into a compact cluster. Now they no longer feared failing to overwhelm Xiao Ran's forces. Once the Fat Mage Legion arrived and solidified its formation, giants anchoring the front line, while mages unleashed devastation from the rear, the consequences would be catastrophic. True enough, lured forward by the wolf cavalry, the Fat Mage Legion advanced steadily, its approach turning Xiao Ran's eyes blood red in an instant. A cold primal terror gripped him. He understood better than anyone what annihilation meant: total obliteration of his entire force. All barbarians, divide into 4 squads and launch rotating assaults to drive back the giants and mages. All archers, switch to wind, earth, and water elements, and provide full cover suppression for the barbarians' breakout. That command echoed like a final desperate gasp. By now, preserving personnel was no longer an option. Halting the Fat Mage Legion's advance was the sole imperative. For if the Fat Mage Legion established its offensive formation, Xiao Ran would have no chance whatsoever. Yet though the tactic was sound, it proved utterly unworkable. Each wolf cavalryman was deceptively astute. Spotting any barbarian attempting to break free, they instantly concentrated fire, zipping across the battlefield with uncanny mobility, sealing every potential breach. Any barbarian who emerged was met with a barrage of wind blades, forcibly driven back before escape could even begin. After half an hour of adaptation, the wolf cavalry had grown intimately familiar with these mutated third-tier. The barbarians' immortality and self-destruct abilities were devastatingly potent. Once embedded within the Fat Mage ranks, the enemy's formations dissolved entirely, especially the final detonation, which inflicted catastrophic casualties. Thus the wolf cavalry now fought with fanatical resolve. Not a single barbarian would be permitted to break through. Yet Xiao Ran's barbarians were no pushovers. Empowered by the elemental archers' formidable support, they pressed relentlessly toward the wolf cavalry, even without reaching the Fat Mage Legion. Though ultimately worn down by kiting, each dying barbarian lunged one last time into the wolf cavalry's ranks, detonating with such force that several blue wolves were left grievously wounded. Jin Gizi and Xiao Chong fell in succession. The barbarian host suffered crippling losses, and the archer contingent too came under stealthy assault by the wolf cavalry. The wily wolf cavalry exploited every gap in the defenses, unleashing wind blades that occasionally pierced the perimeter and landed among the archers' ranks. Archers possessed negligible health and were pure damage dealers. Against the blue wolves' corrosive spittle, they offered no resistance whatsoever. Even a glancing strike vaporized them instantly. The battle intensified relentlessly. Xiao Ran's dwindling force, now fewer than 50 troops, continued to erode before his eyes. Worse still, the Goblin Fat Mage Legion surged ever closer. Thousands of goblin giants converged like an impenetrable wall, completely encircling his army. Once the giants sealed the encirclement, over 30 wolf-riding goblin knights darted freely within the perimeter, racing exultantly, each mounted blue wolf eyeing the huddled barbarians and archers like a feast awaiting dissection. No sooner had the giants taken position than robed mages slipped deftly beneath their armpits, advancing swiftly to the front line. Hundreds of mages formed concentric circles, hands crackling with coalescing arcane energy, every spell aimed squarely at the barbarians and archers trapped within the suffocating siege. Death loomed overhead, like the sword of Damocles poised to fall. "It's over," Xiao Ran watched in utter despair. He had never imagined that 32 wolf cavalry could orchestrate such a cataclysmic assault upon his forces alongside the Fat Mage Legion. Was the fifth wave truly his limit? "All barbarians, break out together. Protect the archers and retreat to the village." Xiao Ran roared the order. His sole remaining hope lay in sacrificing every barbarian to ensure the archer's survival. It was a brutal, tragic end, but one he had no choice but to accept. Otherwise, annihilation would be absolute. Yet, just then, ding-dong. "Congratulations, Master. You have successfully repelled the fifth wave of monster siege." Warning, warning, warning. The sixth wave of monster siege has commenced. Even as the crisis of the fifth wave remained unresolved, the sixth wave had already begun. If Moonlight Village were to fall, the last straw that broke the camel's back would undoubtedly be this sixth wave of monster assaults. Though the monster siege was divided into 10 waves, each wave was not independent, but rather cumulative. If the first wave wasn't completely defeated, the next wave would stack upon it. Unless they could withstand the 10th wave, the goblins would never lessen their attack intensity, nor would they retreat. Xiao Ran looked up and saw in the distance 16 beast-skinned jungle beast tamers charging in on the backs of tigers, majestic and imposing. They faced no obstacles, easily passing through the barriers of giants and mages arriving before the barbarians and archers. These 16 were none other than the level 30 jungle beast tamers. At that moment, the remaining 20 or so barbarians received Xiao Ran's command and surged out, howling ferociously, risking their lives to break through the encirclement. 20 self-destructing barbarians, even the wolf cavalry, dared not face them heeding. However, the 16 beast tamers held strange bells, shaking them with a jingling sound. Suddenly the ground in front of the barbarians shook, energy surged forth, and roars of beasts and shrieks of fierce birds echoed in the void. The level 5 monster wind wolf, upon hearing the shrieks, showed signs of fear in its eyes. Its legs turned to jelly as it quickly retreated, keeping its distance from the beast tamers. Jingle jingle. The bells continued to shake, the magical energy intensifying. Before the beast tamers, monstrous beasts with terrifying visages tore through the void, appearing one after another on the battlefield, blocking the barbarians' path. These monsters were numerous, including beast-level hyenas, wild boars, mountain eagles, black bears, tigers, and gorillas, as well as monster-level man-eating flowers, tree spirits, armored ants, saber-toothed tigers, three-headed dogs, fire foxes, and giant lizards. It is no exaggeration to say that each level 30 jungle beast tamer commanded a terrifying army of monsters. The higher the level of the beast tamer, the higher the level of monsters they could tame. Each beast tamer possessed an ancient summoning bell. By shaking the bell, they could summon the monsters they had previously tamed, and by reciting a spell, they could call them forth. Through the battle system, Xiao Ran clearly saw the names and levels of these monsters. Level 1 monster, giant man-eating flower. Level 2 monster, icefang, saber-toothed tiger. Level 3 monster, flame, three-headed dog. Level 4 monster, white-backed armored ant. Amidst the dense horde of monsters, Xiao Ran even spotted a level 7 monster, blue-footed dragon snake. 2 levels higher than the wind wolf. With so many monsters, even without the assistance of the wolf cavalry and the Fat Mage coalition, they could easily devour Xiao Ran's army. What's more now, Xiao Ran's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It felt cold. With these 16 beast tamers present, even if the barbarians poured all their strength into it, they could never break through the encirclement. If the barbarians couldn't break out, it meant the end for his army. Now, with the army inside unable to break out, and the newly trained barbarians outside unable to rush, and surrounded by giants, mages, wolf cavalry, and beast tamers, the village's army had no chance of victory, only the outcome of total annihilation. Is there still hope? Xiao Ran unwillingly watched this scene. He couldn't lose, he couldn't lose. If he lost, Moonlight Village would be finished. But fate is hard to defy. Moonlight Village was originally just a modest village. How could it easily withstand a colossal beast invasion? At this moment, the shadow of death loomed so clearly over Xiao Ran's heart. If he couldn't withstand the 6th wave, what would happen with the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th waves? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Ran's mouth. He did not turn around, but said lightly, "Tesco, find Huang Lao and the others, they'll be there shortly." Just then the dung beetle was resurrected, rushing out from the training camp in a flurry. After being resurrected, the dung beetle retained its memories of war, not daring to delay, even for a second, wielding 2 giant axes and charging fiercely towards the battlefield. Dung beetle. Xiao Ran called out, stopping the dung beetle. Because it was useless. The current situation was beyond what a single dung beetle could turn around. Even 10 or 100 dung beetles could not withstand the army of monsters summoned by the beast tamers. Chief, what are your orders? The dung beetle gazed anxiously at the battlefield, watching its surrounded comrades, wishing it could rush forward and perish with the enemy. You take Tess and leave Moonlight Village through the back door immediately. Xiao Ran commanded. Chief. Okay. The dung beetle hesitated but said nothing more. It would do whatever Xiao Ran said. Tess. At this moment Xiao Ran turned around and reached out to grab Tess. However, when he looked back, where was Tess' figure? Where is Tess? Xiao Ran's expression changed dramatically. He had always thought Tess was by his side, as he was focused on commanding the battle and had no time to care for Tess. He had no idea when Tess had disappeared or how she had gone missing. Dung beetle, have you seen Tess? Xiao Ran exclaimed loudly, his face instantly contorting. The village could be destroyed, and he could even perish alongside Moonlight Village, but Tess must not come to harm. This is a man's responsibility and a man's bottom line. No, Chief. The dung beetle, just resurrected, couldn't possibly know where Tess had gone. While Xiao Ran was frantically searching for Tess, at the entrance of the camp, a girl dressed in a colorful magical robe, wearing a crown and holding a staff, appeared. She seemed to be unaccustomed to or had never worn this outfit before, walking somewhat awkwardly and limping. But in the urgent battle, she stubbornly and laboriously took one step after another, climbing up to a higher section of the city wall. The fierce wind whipped around her colorful feather robe, making it flutter, an excessively beautiful sight. Xiao Ran's gaze was fixed on the staff in her hand. The pink magical light flowing from it seemed to convey how terrifying an equipment this was, and her crown shimmered with a crimson light. My goodness. Xiao Ran could hardly believe his eyes. This was crimson gold. Crimson gold equipment. Only second to divine artifacts. What shocked Xiao Ran even more was that the girl gently turned her head, nodded slightly to him, and said, Lang, I'm here to help you. Xiao Ran never dreamed that at his most desperate moment, the first person to step forward would be Tess. His thoughts instantly tangled, his mind starved of oxygen. He gazed blankly at Tess, his mind utterly vacant. From the moment he rescued her, his impression of Tess had been fixed, a fallen princess, destitute and adrift. As for what kind of nation Arthas was, or even what a nation truly meant, he knew absolutely nothing. When Tess produced the bone ring, Xiao Ran never truly pondered who she really was. He saw her only as the woman he must protect. Her past and future remained unexamined, unexplored. Back then, when Bi-Fi invaded, this delicate, seemingly fragile woman stood beside him, weaponless, vulnerable, utterly at the mercy of fate. Now clad in resplendent robes and confronting the siege army, Xiao Ran realized he had committed a fatal misjudgment. He had assumed Tess was merely a gentle, innocent woman, forever sheltered beneath his arm. In truth, Tess's actual strength dwarfed his own. Even as a transmigrator, he could not fathom how vastly superior she truly was. After all, how could a princess of a sovereign realm possess no means of self-defense? Xiao Ran recalled the heavy bundle Morgant had entrusted to him. How could such weight possibly conceal only a single ring? Facing Bi-Fi, Tess had been outnumbered, but from beginning to end her emotions burned with nothing but fury, hatred, and tender concern for Xiao Ran. Even with Bi-Fi commanding legions, not a trace of fear flickered in Tess's eyes. She had refrained from clashing with Bi-Fi then, not from weakness, but because she herself had not yet prepared. Had she been pushed to the brink, donning these opulent robes, she might well have engaged Bi-Fi's entire host in open battle. Stunned beyond measure, Xiao Ran activated the combat system, for the first time, on Tess. Through it, one could view the fundamental attributes of any living being. Name Tess. Class Mage. Level 35. Village None. Tribe None. Vitality. Attack Power Hidden. Basic skills: Light of Healing, Venomous, Bite, Skeleton Summoning, Thunderfall, Frenzy. Other skills concealed. Equipment: Zuma Divine Crown, Crimson Gold Feather Robe of Radiance, Rose Gold Bone Jade, Scepter, Rose Gold Cloud Soaring Slippers, Obsidian Gold, Gold and Silver, Sash, Obsidian Gold Bracelet of Eternal Life, Obsidian Gold. Other hidden. He had no idea, until he saw it, how nearly it stunned him into idiocy. His own wife, with whom he shared bed and body, who had always been obedient, docile, and unfailingly compliant. Yet who could believe it? Tess was not merely a gentle companion. She was a mage of level 35, surpassing even the Beast Tamer class in power. What did level 35 signify? One need only glance at the opposing Beast Tamer. With a casual gesture, he summoned hordes of monstrous minions, effortlessly, as if playing a game. And her equipment, truly legendary: 1 crimson gold piece, 2 rose gold artifacts, and even her lowest tier gear gleamed with obsidian gold radiance. What humbled Xiao Ran most was this: he had transmigrated into this world half a month ago, and remained stubbornly at level 0. Xiao Ran silently resolved once this crisis passed, he would devote himself to cultivating true strength. This world was vast and wondrous. The village was but one facet of power, not its entirety. While still reeling from revelation, a serene, magical light descended upon the village from above. Supreme Goddess of Life, heed my call. In mercy forgive the sins of the world, in sanctity soothe their wounds. Light of healing manifest. Tess stood alone atop the ramparts, ethereal, sacred, and angel beyond profanation. Bathed in holy radiance, she bowed her head slightly, murmured incantations, then raised her scepter, pointing it toward the embattled barbarians and archers below. The sacred light rained down. Wounds sealed, vitality surged. The barbarians and archers regenerated before the eye could blink, restored fully to peak vigor. And this was only the beginning. As the light of healing faded, a new chant rose. Ancient demon lords, remember your covenant. Light is mercy's original sin. Grant me power that I may purify their defiled souls with the most venomous of poisons. Venomous bite manifest. A sickly tangerine-hued spell plummeted from the heavens, engulfing a vast swath of goblin troops. If Xiao Ran's memory served, this was no ordinary spell. It was the very poison magic used in tribal warfare to decimate reinforcements and slay warlords. Though renamed Venomous Bite, by test its function remained unchanged. It slowed enemies' attack speed and movement, inflicting escalating damage the longer they lingered within its blight. Restless dust, bewildered wanderers, the earth's fury, the stars, summons malevolent, will chaotic rebirth, untamed darkness. Descend now. By the name of heaven's thunder, I summon the storm. Thunderfall manifest. By my blood I swear unto thee, by my wrath I burn myself. O supreme war god, grant thy faithful servant ultimate strength, and visit equal suffering upon our foes. Frenzy awaken. Healing poison lightning frenzy, complete. She was no mere mage. She was a mobile arcane foundry. The barbarians moments ago teetering on annihilation were suddenly bathed in healing light. Their grievous wounds sealing their bodies revitalized at astonishing speed, combat prowess surging back to full capacity. Goddess! 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 Barbarians and archers alike raised their weapons skyward, roaring her name in fervent, ecstatic devotion. Simultaneously, the frenzy enchantment amplified the barbarians' base attributes by nearly 200%, including attack speed. Meanwhile, the poison spell blanketed the goblin ranks. Green wolves' staggered limbs leaden, their famed windborne swiftness vanished. Each step grew heavier, each breath weaker, as if aged a century in seconds, while crimson numerals floated above their heads: 20, 30, 40. Even the beasts summoned by the jungle beast tamer fell under the spell's colossal reach, their stats crumbling, their vitality ebbing. Lower-tier creatures soon lay dying, elite beasts writhed in agony, fleeing en masse, desperate to escape the poison's lethal radius. Yet above them thunderbolts crashed unceasingly, shattering goblin ranks. Low-tier soldiers perished instantly beneath the lightning, elites staggered, blood draining, battered, and broken. At that moment Tessa's voice rang out, faint yet edged with urgency. My love, I can cast spells of such magnitude only because of the Bone Jade Scepter's blessing. But the enemy numbers are overwhelming. I cannot sustain this long. Seize this chance. I have done all I can for you. Hearing her, Xiao Ran looked up, to find Tess gazing at him, her eyes brimming with quiet, profound tenderness. In that instant, a pang of inexplicable guilt pierced his heart. He had always believed Tess, frail, fiercely proud, was merely a dependent woman. Yet she was far more resilient, sovereign, radiant with hidden might. Xiao Ran steadied his breath, drew his long sword, and faced the battlefield beyond the village walls, bellowing, all forces heed my command. The sword rang clear, command was law. Charge, and slaughter them. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. Fueled by righteous fury, the barbarians and archers surged forward into the disarrayed goblin host. A counteroffensive began, not mere survival, but a breathtaking, decisive reversal, more glorious than any massacre. The Zumur Divine Crown and the Bone Jade Staff are both top-tier equipment used by mages. Among them, the Zumur Divine Crown amplifies spell strength, increasing the casting level by 8 levels at once. Even a level 1 novice mage can transform a level 1 ice arrow into a level 9 arrow rain, and a level 1 fireball into a level 9 magic flame when wearing the Zumur Divine Crown. In this world, mages can gradually learn various general spells starting from level 5, such as healing, berserk, and poison. The learning path for general spells is quite simple, as there are institutions for learning and selling spells in major neutral castles. However, spell intensity cannot be learned, it is solely linked to the mage's level. Generally speaking, every 5 levels a mage gains the spell intensity, or spell level increases by 1. The uniqueness of the Zumur Divine Crown lies in its ability to increase the casting level by 8, effectively turning a level 1 spell into a level 9 spell. In addition to enhancing the mage's power, the Zoomer Divine Crown also grants the caster a 50 chance of critical hits for all spell skills. These two attributes make the Zoomer Divine Crown one of the most supreme pieces of equipment for mages in this world. It is also the most formidable piece of equipment on ties. Besides that, the Bone Jade Staff is also not to be overlooked. The Bone Jade Staff is one level lower than the Zoomer Divine Crown and is classified as pink gold equipment. The main function of the Bone Jade Staff is to increase the casting range, and by how much? In 2 words, unlimited. Anyone wielding the Bone Jade Staff can increase their spell range to infinite distance as long as the mage has enough mana. Because of this, Tice's magical skills create such intense visual impacts and terrifying destructive effects. Looking around, the poison and lightning spells almost covered the entire battlefield, encompassing over 2,000 goblin giants, mages, and hundreds of magical beasts. The damage dealt by this wave of magic is calculated in tens of thousands per second. With such a powerful magical skill, not to mention Tice's a level 35 advanced mage, even a level 60 archmage would struggle to control it. The reason lies in the Zoomer Divine Crown and the Bone Jade Staff, these two terrifying mage artifacts. When both the Zoomer Divine Crown and the Bone Jade Staff appeared, the battlefield situation was instantly reversed. Whether it be level 10 giants, level 20 mages, or level 25 wolf cavalry, and level 30 beast tamers under the magic skills with a casting level as high as 9, and an endlessly expansive range, they all became lambs to the slaughter with no chance to resist. Kill, kill, kill. Outside the village, the sounds of slaughter were deafening as the barbarian and archer armies launched a fierce counterattack. Axes, fire, arrows, piercing attacks, combo hits, and explosive kills. Various skills exploded among the goblin army, causing rows of giants, mages, and magical beasts to fall like crops ravaged by a storm. Soul fragments 1,000. Soul fragments 1,000. Soul fragments 1,000. In Xiao Ran's warehouse, the data of soul fragments skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. Among them, the magical beast dropped the most soul fragments upon death. A level 1 magical beast drops 100 soul fragments, a level 2 drops 200 fragments, and the level 7 magical beast, the Azurefoot Dragon Snake, drops 700 soul fragments. However, level 7 magical beasts are indeed quite formidable. After being hit by the poison spell, they rampaged in the poison zone, being hacked by several barbarians, and then treated to a barrage of elemental arrows from the archers before dying unwillingly. Magical beasts not only drop many soul fragments, but also drop equipment in abundance. Xiao Ran noticed that many places where magical beasts died were shining with golden light, indicating gold-level equipment. Gold-level equipment cannot be found in low-level goblin camps at all. Xiao Ran opened hundreds of treasure chests, but only found dozens of silver equipment. He hadn't seen a single piece of gold equipment yet. The fact that the magical beast dropped gold equipment is definitely an unexpected good news. This battle was fought quite easily. More than 2,000 goblin giants, archers, cavalry, and beast tamers were slaughtered mercilessly by 30 barbarians and 30 archers without any chance to fight back. Xiao Ran seized the opportunity to work overtime, training the barbarians and archers, replenishing the lost personnel in a 4:0 ratio. The army's combat effectiveness was restored to 100 optimal condition. All troops, listen up. Pick up equipment on the spot, wear whatever you can, and waste nothing. Many of the barbarians' equipment had been destroyed, their durability exhausted, leaving them with no defensive capability. In contrast, low-level goblins hardly drop any equipment. Xiao Ran's side had already killed over 10,000 goblins, but only found dozens of ordinary and silver equipment. The drop rate was less than 1%, as if to say that the goblins' treasures were all hidden at home and not brought outside. However, the magical beasts were quite extravagant, dropping a plethora of equipment, which just happened to compensate for the losses of the troops. The scarab and the golden tortoise quickly gathered a new set of equipment, and among them the scarab and the golden tortoise were the luckiest, as they actually picked up a complete set of gold equipment. The overall attribute boost of the gold set is 35 times that of silver equipment. After putting on the gold equipment, the scarab's health surged from 1043 to 1853, and its attack power increased from 132 to 352, an overall enhancement of 80. As the saying goes, people rely on their clothes and horses on their saddles. With this full set of gold equipment, even if the scarab faced a level 1 Pikachu Hedon, it could beat it to the point of questioning life. Besides the scarab and the golden tortoise, other barbarians also donned new silver equipment. Over 20 sets of silver equipment dropped, while the remaining half of the barbarians and archers could only continue wearing ordinary equipment. The attribute boost from ordinary equipment is not as impressive as that from silver equipment, but the low-level archers wearing ordinary equipment still see their combat effectiveness increase by about double. Subsequently, Xiao Ran looked at the warehouse again, and the soul fragments had just broken through 8.0, enough for the archers to undergo their third evolution. Third evolution archers can learn an additional skill, and the rebirth also rewards a skill. Their base attributes continue to double, which would provide the archers with an increase of 44 attack power and an approximate 80 boost to their attributes, making it quite significant. System evolve the archers to the third level. Execute immediately. Archer current evolution level 2, 0 times. Evolve to third level 0 times. Total consumption of soul fragments 800. Remaining soul fragments 1624. Please confirm master. Confirm. Choose the skill to learn. Ghost. Ghost Archer. After death transforms into a ghost, the ghost retains 50 of the original bonus health and is immune to all magical attacks. If the ghost is not killed within 10 seconds, the ghost archer will revive. Please confirm master. Confirm. Congratulations master, the ghost archer. Rebirth successful. Xiao Ran felt that the strength of his army had reached a new pinnacle. For the first time, he held a glimmer of hope for victory against the approaching siege. However, a system alert suddenly rang in his ears. Warning, warning, warning. Master, your tenacity and slaughter have provoked the intense wrath of the Goblin Elder, who has activated the time curse and initiated the 7th wave of the siege ahead of schedule. The 7th wave of monster siege begins. What? Xiao Ran was taken aback. Initiated early. How formidable must this Goblin Elder be? Xiao Ran looked up and saw the goblin in the distance, who was dressed in a cloak and wielding a katana, appearing exceptionally furious. Suddenly, he produced a magical sphere which he crushed with a pop, unleashing powerful waves of magic that seemed to be the time curse spoken of by the system. The 7th wave of siege, which was supposed to start in another 10 minutes, had arrived early. In the distant sky, 8 transparent elemental spirits with pure and light colors flew closer. They were agile, standing only about 1 meter tall, yet with each flap of their wings the invisible magic spread with the wind, allowing one to sense the immense magical energy contained within their bodies from afar. Tess, who was casting spells atop the city wall, looked up at the approaching spirits, her face suddenly paling. Data about them appeared on Xiao Ran's battle system. Elemental spirits level 35, quantity. Before the 8 elemental spirits could get close, the overwhelming magical energy in the air made it hard. Soon the 8 spirits reached the battlefield. As they approached, one could see them entwined with vines of various colors, their features exquisite and their figures beautiful. Aesthetically, they were masterpieces of nature. The only downside was that they were much smaller than normal humans, resembling works of art. They held wands in their hands embedded with gemstones, and with a gentle wave, colorful magical energies cascaded down like sunlight, descending upon the goblin army. The poisonous spell released by Tess was instantly dispelled. Without the effect of the poison, the goblin army gradually regained its strength. The surviving giants, mages, wolf cavalry, beast tamers, and the remaining magical beasts all found their health stabilized, and their stamina quickly recovered. Bloodthirsty eyes once again locked onto the dung beetles and golden tortoises. Roar, roar, roar. Breaking free from the poison spell was like cutting the chains of a trapped beast. The liberated goblin army let out roaring cries of vengeance, eager to eliminate the detestable barbarians and archers before them to relieve their pent-up anger. Just now, it was the powerful side effects of the poison spell that rendered the goblin army powerless. If it came to a full-on brawl, Xiao Ran's forces would have no advantage against the wolf cavalry, beast tamers, and other high-tier units. Meanwhile, the elemental angels' wands continued to wave in the sky. Golden healing light, purple, white lightning light, orange poisonous light, blue ice light, pink acceleration light, cyan mirroring light, colorful and resplendent. The 8 elemental angels fluttered in the sky, dancing gracefully. As they drifted about, powerful supportive spells cascaded down like heavenly dew, showering the vast goblin army. The entire sky was illuminated by magical light, dazzling and magnificent. The scene was grand and awe-inspiring. The remaining coalition still had over 500 troops. With more than half of the wolf cavalry and beast tamers remaining, their combat power surged dramatically under the elemental angels' fervent boosts, with their speed and attack power more than doubling as they launched a fierce assault against Xiao Ran's barbarians and archers. All troops retreat, fall back to the village. Archers prepare earth elementals, all troops fortify shields. Barbarians prepare throwing axes, follow my command. Xiao Ran had already sensed the danger when the elemental angels were casting their spells. Without waiting for the enemy's army to counterattack, he hurriedly ordered his troops to retreat and assume a defensive formation. It should be noted that Tess could only cast 4 spells at a time, which was difficult to sustain, while these 8 angels seemed to scatter spells like confetti, their immense magic power rivaling that of Tess. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Ran's army retreated, a vast expanse of poisonous mist suddenly enveloped their previous positions, and the ground quickly froze. If it weren't for the quick escapes of the dung beetles and others, they would have already been turned into ice sculptures. Even having escaped one calamity, the situation remained urgent, The goblin army, bolstered by the 8 elemental angels, was advancing with unstoppable force. All goblin warriors were enhanced with acceleration spells, frenzy spells, and dazzling defensive auras such as burning auras and healing auras. Truly as level 35 wild creatures as spell creatures, even if they learned one skill every 5 levels, these 8 elemental angels could unleash over 50 different skills. The horror of it sent chills down one's spine. "Hold the village entrance, hold firm," Xiao Ran shouted, leaving no room for carelessness. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The walls which Xiao Ran regarded as a defensive barrier suddenly shook violently. Except for the walls at the village entrance, which were slightly further away and unaffected by the impact, the walls on the left and right sides instantly broke open a huge gap, allowing a large number of goblin giants, mages, cavalry, and fierce magical beasts to pour in, instantly ravaging the opposing defensive barriers. This. Xiao Ran's face turned ashen. Earthquake spell? Damn it, these elemental angels actually mastered the earthquake spell. This joke has gone too far. Earthquake spells can breach walls. No matter how thick the wall, after 4 casts of the spell, it will collapse 100. Yet the 8 elemental angels here, each casting an earthquake spell, instantly broke the walls of Moon Village on both sides. Tess' walls had not fallen yet thanks to her protection. However, once a breach appears in the wall, there would be no defensive capability left. Moon Village was instantly on fire at the back door, and the archers hiding inside the village became live targets, facing a frenzied hunt by the wolf cavalry and magical beasts. Over a dozen archers had yet to regain their senses before being rendered into ghost status. Ghost status appears as a pale, ghostly figure. In this state, mobility speed is reduced and attacks cannot be initiated, only fleeing is possible. However, physical damage is immune, and if not killed within 10 seconds, revival is possible. Of the 40 archers, nearly 30 were turned into ghosts floating throughout the village. One more hit, and they would be accompanying the goddess of life for tea. Thanks to Xiao Ran evolving the ghost archers, otherwise this wave would have decimated the archer unit. Even though it wasn't over yet, the situation was dire. The walls have fallen. The village has crumbled. The archers suffered heavy losses. Moon Village faced the most severe situation since the siege began, but as Xiao Ran looked up at the sky, he suddenly realized that perhaps this was the best situation for the upcoming battle. "Tess," Xiao Ran called out to his woman. His voice trembled slightly, a mixture of shock, anxiety, and concern interwoven together. Tess Lightning Strike is a continuous output spell that requires constant control. After being interrupted by 8 elemental angels, Tess suffered a slight backlash from the magic, leaving her pale and teetering. "Here, my lord," Tess hurriedly responded. "Get down, leave this place," Xiao Ran shouted. Tess did not answer, nor did she obey. She raised her staff again and began to chant the spell. "Ancient demon gods, remember the pact. Light is the original sin of mercy. Grant me strength." Tess bit her lip. The magic surged on the bone jade staff as a new poison spell rapidly brewed. The poison spell is one of the simplest and most effective spells against enemies. Regardless of whether they are low-level or high-level beings, those hit by the poison either flee or remain to await death. However, just as Tess finished half of her incantation, an unexpected change occurred. In the sky, 8 elemental angels lined up, flapping their wings simultaneously. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted, quickly merging into a magic projectile that fiercely attacked Tess, striking her bone jade staff. Wow! Tess spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body shook violently, and she almost lost her grip on the. Tess hurriedly wiped her lips clean and defiantly stared at the elemental angels in the sky. Tess is merely a level 35 high-level mage. Although she possesses powerful equipment, it is still too much for one person to face 8 magically proficient elemental angels. But did Tess surrender? No, as Xiao Ran's woman, she seemed more stubborn than anyone else. She glared at the elemental angels in the sky, opened her lips, and quickly chanted the spell. "Spirit of ice, please aid me. Ice arrow. Spirit of fire, please aid me. Fireball. Spirit of wind, please aid me. Windblade. Spirit of lightning, please aid me. Lightning." Under the blessing of the Juma divine crown, all her magic levels increased by 8. Ice arrows turned into a rain of frost arrows. Fireballs became magic flame bombs. Wind blades transformed into wind slashes, and lightning became heavenly thunder. The powerful magical energy swept across the entire Moonlight Village as if it aimed to destroy the world, launching a massive assault on the elemental spirits. "Tess, stop now." Xiao Ran's eyes turned red with urgency. Although Tess had magnificent equipment during the 6th wave of Monster Siege, she had nearly exhausted all her magical power, and now facing 8 equally powerful elemental angels was akin to courting death. But could Tess retreat? In front of her stood an unbeatable foe, and behind her lay her and Xiao Ran's home. A woman's obsession with her home is something no man can comprehend. When Xiao Ran called out Tess, she had already stopped considering her own safety. In the sky, the 8 suspended elemental spirits began to swirl rapidly, gathering their magic together to form a massive magical shield. Tess' rain of arrows, magic flame bombs, wind slashes, and heavenly thunder were all blocked. And next the elemental angels launched their counterattack. One blue elemental angel flew out of the formation, raised its staff, gripping it with both hands, aiming at a spot 3 meters ahead, and rapidly unleashed its magical power. The magic it released was also blue, belonging to wine magic. The only difference was that this time the elemental spirit was not casting with one hand, but with both hands, and it was a continuous release. Before the elemental angel, a small tornado gradually took shape. After its formation, the other 7 elemental angels rushed forward, surrounding the tornado, their staffs aimed at it, while infusing magical power into it. The tornado grew taller and larger, eventually reaching a height of 50 meters and a girth of over 20 meters, faintly emitting the roar of a beast. A massive black tornado. Go! The elemental angel spoke human words, and the gigantic tornado flew directly toward a 50-meter tornado. The imposing force was terrifying beyond imagination, as if it could engulf everything. Even from a distance, Xiao Ran felt the air pressure painfully against his cheek, and his legs were unsteady, as if he could be blown away at any moment. Within Moonlight Village, the battle came to a brief halt. All the goblin warriors and beasts looked in fear at the approaching black tornado, trembling and fleeing in all directions. At this moment, atop the high walls, Tess' ethereal robe billowed, her long hair waved behind her like waves. She gazed up at the giant tornado, her small figure not taking a step back. Mother of the earth, who nurtures life, open your loving embrace and protect your devout follower. When tolerance is seen as weakness, let faith transform into resilience. In the name of Tess, manifest, wall of size. Tess raised her bone jade staff, as if she understood the tornado's power better. The spell she released transformed into a level 6 earth defense magic. Wall of size. The level 6 earth defense magic was enhanced to level 14 by the blessing of the Juma divine crown, a thick earth shield condensed into a wall blocking the path of the tornado. However, the ferocious black tornado was controlled by the 8 elemental angels simultaneously. The furious winds howled, changing the color of the sky. The black tornado raged forward, crashing violently against the wall of size, as if hundreds of fierce beasts were gnawing at the shield, producing sharp and piercing cries. Tess held the staff tightly with both hands, continuously feeding magical power into the wall of size, while the 8 elemental angels kept flapping their wings, pouring magical energy into the black tornado. The level 14 wall of size managed to block the black tornado, but the black tornado showed no signs of weakening. Holding the staff, Tess braced against the wall of size, as if one person were holding up a massive mountain. Time passed slowly, each second felt agonizingly long. Tess' magical power waned, while the elemental spirits flapped their wings frantically. The black tornado's might increased rather than diminished. Finally, Tess' delicate body swayed unsteadily, as if she would fall at any moment. Yet she never took a step back, single-handedly blocking the black tornado that could devour the entire Moonlight Village. Tess. Xiao Ran's eyes grew moist. Who would have thought that the woman before him was so stubborn, so strong? Her tenderness was, after all, only for Xiao Ran. Come back, Tess, leave this place. Xiao Ran shouted. Yet Tess still did not obey, nor did she respond to him. She slightly lowered her head, her face pale, lips trembling, and one word at a time, she began to recite endless darkness from hell. At the very moment the incantation began, the 8 elemental angels suddenly became restless. They frantically flapped their wings, their speed increasing at least twofold. With the flapping of their wings, more and more magical power surged into the black tornado, continuously amplifying its power, as if they wanted to crush Tess and stop her chanting. Tess' hands gripping the staff trembled violently, her face growing paler and more wan, yet her unsteady body continued to support the wall of size. What kind of immense burden was she enduring that no one could understand? The speed of the spell's chanting increased rapidly, until finally the 8 elemental angels stopped flapping their wings and began to fly haphazardly in the sky, as if they wanted to escape from this place. Endless darkness from hell, obliterate the light. I swear to you with my blood, grant the same injuries to my enemies as my resentment. Destruction of the forbidden. Let you and your enemies perish together. The level 9 dark magic has arrived. Destruction of the forbidden. The forbidden destruction at the cost of burning levels temporarily elevates the caster's equivalent power level. Xiao Ran watched as Tai's level began to soar, increasing every second. Level 35, level 37, level 40, level 45. Tai's let out a gasp, a mouthful of fresh blood splattering onto the bone jade staff. Level 50, level 55, level 60. The bone jade staff radiated with a brilliant light, powerful magic surging forth. The energy of the wall of size seemed to ignite the surging magic, becoming endlessly volatile, with the energy wall surging like raging waves, repelling the black tornado, while continuously assimilating it, gradually devouring it. Go! Tai seemed to expend all her energy to utter this single word. The wall of size instantly boiled, resembling a cataclysmic energy tsunami rushing back against the 8 elemental spirits. A torrent of magical energy formed an impenetrable net of strangulation, instantly engulfing the 8 elemental spirits. Before the 8 elemental spirits could even let out a cry one by one, they were like kites with broken strings caught in the hurricane they had unleashed, and in the blink of an eye they were torn to shreds. At this moment, Tice's arms slowly lowered like a fallen angel with broken wings, or a petal battered by the storm. Her body swayed, and she gently fell from the city wall. The sky seemed to have been reopened, the dark clouds dissipating and sunlight flooding the city. Tice. Xiao Ran jumped down from the city wall, rushing forward to embrace Tice's delicate form. Tice felt light, frail, as if her body had been completely hollowed out. Xiao Ran opened Tice's information again, and took a look, instantly gasping in shock. Tice level 0. The forbidden destruction burned away 35 levels at once, completely resetting Tice's level to 0. The cost of this magic is simply terrifying. At this point, Tice was already close to fainting. This release of dark magic had caused permanent damage to her body, such as her level, which was directly cleared. Dark magic lives up to its reputation, a typical self-destructive power, inflicting 1,000 injuries, while damaging itself 800, yet its might is truly world-destroying. The 8 elemental angels were instantly annihilated, leaving not even a shred of bone. Tice. Xiao Ran called softly, his hands gently caressing Tice's back, desperately trying to pull her into his embrace. Tice weakly opened her eyes, and her first words were an apology. "I'm sorry, my lord, I'm too weak." Tice's face was as pale as paper. Her once beautiful visage had lost all its luster, and before she could finish her sentence, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, staining her ethereal dress crimson. "It's not your fault." Xiao Ran gently stroked Tice's cheek, his expression tender, as if everything around them no longer existed or mattered. "My lord, I don't know if we will survive this time. I am just a doomed princess, not worthy of your kindness, but having met you, I have no regrets left. Can you hold me a little tighter?" Tice said weakly. "We won't die." Xiao Ran held Tice tightly, but despite his words, could he really be sure? This disaster-level monster siege sought not just the village, but also his life. Once the village was breached, relying solely on Xiao Ran's strength, there would be no possibility of survival. Even a single giant or wizard could easily twist his head off and kick it like a ball. This was a moment of life and death for Moonlight Village, as well as for Xiao Ran. Tice turned her head and glanced at the battle situation in Moonlight Village. Without the assistance of poisonous spells, giants, wizards, cavalry, and beast tamers ran rampant through. The dung beetles and gold beetles fought desperately, but the wolf cavalry and beast tamers were too powerful. No matter how hard they fought, they could not withstand the cunning of the wolf cavalry and the ferocity of the magical beasts, and the situation grew dire as they were pushed back steadily. The archers fared even worse, unable to find a position to shoot from. One by one, the archers were reduced to ghostly states, with white specters floating all over the village. There was no hope. Tice seemed to understand the outcome. She withdrew her gaze, deeply gazing at Xiao Ran's cheek, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, as if she could never get enough of him. "Kiss me." Tice summoned all her strength to present what she believed was her most beautiful smile, and suddenly said. Xiao Ran bent down and gently kissed her pale lips. In that kiss, Tice finally could not hold on any longer, gently turning her head and fell into a complete unconsciousness. "Sleep now." Xiao Ran took off his cloak, laid it on the ground, and carefully placed Tice on top. Then Xiao Ran turned around, gazing calmly at the chaos in the village. Failure was not terrifying. What was terrifying was admitting defeat. Xiao Ran refused to admit it. Never would he admit it. His fists were clenched tightly for Tice, for Moonlight Village. Even if he had to fight to the last soldier, he could not give up. Xiao Ran lowered his head, staring at the ring on his left hand's ring finger. The dark gemstone resembled a strange eye, as if it too were observing him. Through the war system, the information about the ring was straightforward and clear. Bone ring, divine artifact. No one knew that during these 7 waves of monster sieges, over 100 goblin warriors were reduced to ashes, and how many undead the bone ring had ultimately transcended. A strange, evil fire surged in Xiao Ran's pupils, his voice like that of a ruler from the depths of hell, as he raised his left hand and gently uttered a phrase. "Come forth, undead army." Xiao Ran waved his hand, and dense hordes of skeletons, undead, and ghosts appeared in the village in clusters and swarms. The size of this army was overwhelmingly vast, extending beyond the borders of the village. There were skeleton warriors of levels 1 to 5. There were skeleton archers of levels 5 to 10. There were skeleton giants of levels 10 to 15. There were undead mages of levels 15 to 20, along with various wolf-riding ghosts and zombies of magical beasts. To call this an undead army is not an exaggeration at all. This undead army was Xiao Ran's ultimate trump card. It was also the only chance he had to turn the tide granted by the artifact, the skeletal ring. With the power of the skeletal ring, regardless of how strong the enemy was, as long as his army participated, any slain foes could be transcended by the skeletal ring. The more enemies there were, the stronger they were, the greater the number of undead transcended, and the stronger they became. Xiao Ran's strength could not merely be measured by the evolution of his troops. He also had a terrifying growth trajectory for his strength, which was the transcendence of the undead brought by the skeletal ring. After 7 consecutive waves of monster sieges, the skeletal ring had transcended over 300 undead, including more than 200 skeleton warriors and skeleton mages below level 10, with over 100 other giants, mages, and magical beasts combined. Compared to the goblin siege army, over 300 undead was not considered many. However, compared to any village leader, these 300 undead were equivalent to the combined armies of 30 to 50 villages, something that no ordinary village could possibly contend with. Xiao Ran would not use the skeletal ring unless absolutely necessary. But no one expected, not even himself, that the monstrous siege was so fierce, so destructive. He was already unable to withstand the previous wave from the jungle beast tamer, and had it not been for Tessa stepping in, he would have already brought out the skeletal ring to fight to the death. Worse still, even with Tessa's intervention, wielding both the Juma divine crown and the bone jade scepter, she could only block one wave, ultimately sacrificing all her levels to eliminate 8 elemental angels. The ferocity of the battle could be said to be unprecedented and unimaginable. But now there was no retreat, and whether they could withstand the remaining 3 waves of the siege depended solely on the undead army. At this moment, the 7th wave of the siege had not yet ended, and the village still had a large number of goblin troops remaining. For the barbarians and archers, the remaining army was still deadly, but before the undead army, it seemed insignificant. All barbarians fall back behind the undead army. All archers listen up. Split into 2 groups, one group to support the undead army with wind and earth elements, the other group to clear a path for the undead army with lightning elements. Execute immediately. Now the barbarians need to rest and recuperate, leaving the battlefield to the undead army. The archers could still play a significant role. Even those turned into ghosts could be resurrected under the protection of the undead army and regain their positions to deal damage. With the support of elemental archers, the losses of the undead army could also be greatly reduced. Every undead in the army was hardened, and once dead, they were gone. Unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Ran did not want to send these irretrievable undead into battle to die. Even if they fought, he aimed to minimize their losses as much as possible. Moreover, do not underestimate the undead. As mere lifeless beings, their combat power was not low. They bore the skeletal frames of goblins with 2 ghostly flames burning in their eye sockets, staring hauntingly at the goblin army. At a glance, they resembled an unstoppable tide of thousands, instilling an invisible pressure not at all weaker than an ordinary goblin army. After Xiao Ran completed the new deployment of his army, the situation in the village had fundamentally reversed. The goblin siege army, which had always relied on numbers to overwhelm, was now surrounded by Xiao Ran's forces. Indeed, fortune's turned this year. It was my turn. The dense skeleton army completely surrounded the remaining goblin giants, mages, and other units in layers, turning the entire Moonlight Village into an ocean of the undead. The surrounded high-level wolf riders and tamers wore panicked expressions, no longer displaying their initial arrogance. Who wouldn't take advantage of numbers? Now it was Xiao Ran's turn to overpower with numbers. In the distance, a goblin elder, witnessing the undead army, seemed restless, pacing back and forth. Had it not been for the siege rules, he might have already charged in with his weapon. Under such a staggering number of undead, the remaining goblin remnants had no chance whatsoever, with only annihilation as their fate. Kill them, Xiao Ran roared, drawing his sword and pointing it at the remaining goblins. These beasts that caused significant destruction to the village, the culprits that severely wounded Tessa, must be punished. With this thunderous roar, over 300 skeleton soldiers began to move in droves, the frontline skeleton warriors darting forward with agility, leaping into the goblin army like zombies from a horror movie, wielding short blades, slashing at anyone in sight. With each strike drawing blood, their combat prowess was ferocious. The skeleton soldiers in the undead army had a particularly disgusting trait. Unless crushed to pieces, no matter how many parts of a skeleton soldier remained, even if only a lonely skull was left, it could still bite with its teeth, inflicting dozens of points of damage to the goblins. Such an army was not just strong, it was downright cruel, bloody. Behind the skeleton warriors, skeleton archers and elemental archers gathered, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the goblin army. After one volley, the already weakened goblin mages suffered greatly, with over half of them losing all their health instantly, leaving behind some remnants before disappearing. The wolf riders and tamers with thicker health and greater combat power attempted to flee, but were blocked by the skeleton giants and undead mages. The few remaining wolf riders, while possessing fierce attack power, could only take down one skeleton giant at a time, and had to contend with the incessant harassment from the numerous skeleton soldiers. After several exchanges, their health plummeted, and they were already on the brink of collapse. 10 minutes passed, and the goblin remnants were completely annihilated. Xiao Ran called together the dung beetle, golden tortoise, little cockroach, and another barbarian named the unicorn, gathering them at his side. Xiao Ran ascended the city wall once more. In the distance, the once vast goblin siege army had dwindled to a small shadow. Among them, 4 goblins clad in luxurious armor, tall and robust, slowly emerged from the shadow. They drew their swords and approached Moonlight Village with swift, stealthy steps, silently reaching the front lines in the blink of an eye. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully repelled the 7th wave of Monster Siege. Warning, warning, warning. The 8th wave of Monster Siege begins. Xiao Ran turned to the dung beetle and the 3 others, saying, "You 4 are the strongest warriors of our Moonlight Village. Whether you can stop them depends on you." The dung beetle, golden beetle, cockroach, and stag beetle all lowered their heads, responding with an unwavering loyalty. In the face of the great calamity besetting Moonlight Village, we bear a heavy responsibility and shall not disappoint our leaders' high expectations. After the 7th wave of battle, these 4 barbaric warriors had all donned golden armor. The properties of the golden armor were 35 times higher than that of silver equipment, far surpassing what silver gear could offer. Judging by their current combat power, it was more apt to describe them as 4 super trucks rather than mere barbarians. Their equipment matched that of the level 40 goblin royal guards, both donning golden armor. Moreover, as 3rd transformation barbarians, they had mastered as many as 6 skills. For instance, the dung beetle had learned 3 skills: strength, stone skin, and self-healing, and had also acquired 3 rebirth skills: flying axe, self-detonation, and undying. Looking at the golden beetle, aside from the 3 rebirth skills, the other 3 random skills were strength, evasion, and holy shield. The cockroach had 3 random skills: stone skin, rebound, and rebirth, while the stag beetle had strength, divine protection, and invulnerability. After donning the golden gear, their health points ranged from 1500 to 2000, and with powerful defensive skills like stone skin and holy shield, their combat power was formidable. Additionally, Xiao Ran had equipped them with specialized elemental archers for range support, complete with earth element shields, wind element acceleration, and water element healing. Such a luxurious lineup could easily decimate even fully leveled trucks. Nevertheless, after witnessing the might of the level 35 elemental sprites, Xiao Ran had modest expectations for the 4 of them. He did not hope they could defeat the goblin royal guards, as long as they could hold off these 4 mini-bosses, and by time for the rear teammates to whittle down the enemies, it would be considered a victory. While ideals were grand, reality was harsh. The battle was about to erupt. The 4 royal guards soared toward them with incredible speed, moving at least 100 points per second. For Moonlight Village, the dung beetle roared. For Moonlight Village, the golden beetle charged forward, drawing out a golden giant axe. Attack! Attack! The cockroach and stag beetle followed closely behind, forming a small team as they rushed toward the 4 goblin royal guards. Take this flying axe. Without waiting for close combat, the dung beetle and the others hurled their flying axes at the enemy. The attack power of the flying axe was 5 times that of a normal attack. Under the full set of golden armor, although the dung beetle and the others were tanks, their output was not low. Each flying axe dealt at least 1,000 points of damage. However, the anticipated scene of the flying axes inflicting heavy damage on the enemies did not materialize. The 4 goblin guards simultaneously drew their swords, and with a sweep of their long swords, 4 powerful sword energies surged through the air, slashing toward the flying axes. Sword energy, a hallmark of swordsmen above level 40, and marked the transition to ranged damage capability for melee classes. Each sword energy contained astonishing power, embodying the essence of the swordsman's internal energy. The 4 sword energies struck the flying axes, sending them hurtling back with the same force, hitting the chests of the dung beetle and his companions. With the combined damage of the flying axes and sword energies, the leading dung beetle, after taking this hit, not only had his 500-point earth element shield instantly shattered, but also saw his nearly 2,000 points of health drop to just a few points. Xiao Ran was left stunned. What on earth was this? Was this level of damage something a human could inflict? Xiao Ran suddenly realized that despite having mentally prepared himself, he had still underestimated the destructive power of these mini-bosses when the fight truly began. As a stone-skin barbarian, the dung beetle would have all damage reduced by 50. Calculating this, the sword attack from the goblin royal guards dealt at least 5,000 points of damage. The outcome of the first clash was the dung beetle, possessing both strength and stone skin skills, was left in a severely weakened state. The golden beetle, lacking the stone skin skill, failed to evade and was left with empty health, triggering the undying skill. The cockroach, having stone skin but lacking the strength skill, couldn't withstand the sword energy and activated the rebirth skill. Meanwhile, the stag beetle, sensing the terrifying damage from the sword energy, immediately activated divine protection, becoming invincible for 1 second and managing to endure. This meant that even the most formidable dung beetle among the barbarians could not withstand these 4 mini-bosses. Archers prepare, the lightning arrows shoot. Xiao Ran urgently mobilized the archers, intending to utilize the paralysis effect of the lightning arrows to disrupt the attack rhythm of the 4 goblin guards. However, the goblin guards were not only fast, but also had exceptionally high evasion rates. After a volley of arrows from the archers, not a single hair on the guards was touched, all the shots missed. What was worse was that the guards seemed to have noticed the difference in the arrows shot by the elemental archers. The lightning arrows, which carried a 1-second paralysis effect, posed a significant threat to experts of the guard's caliber. Once paralyzed, the potential dangers and damage encountered within that second were incalculable. As a result, the moment the archers attacked, 2 of the guards split off and charged toward the elemental archers' ranks. Damn it! Their intelligence was far superior to that of the more than 30 wolf cavalry. The wolf cavalry took a full 30 minutes to change tactics from brute forcing through the barbarians to focusing fire on the archers, while the same strategy took only 3 seconds for the 4 goblin guards to discern Xiao Ran's tactical weaknesses and charge straight for the archers. This was not good. Barbarians, listen up. Prepare, the flying axes ready. Fire! Xiao Ran hurriedly rallied the barbarians, launching nearly 40 flying axes at the 2 goblin guards aiming for the rear. As a result, an extravagant scene unfolded. The 2 goblin guards, relying solely on a heavy sword, executed a fluid series of 8 basic actions: chop, slash, hack, cleave, flick, hang, sweep, and smear, launching one sword after another against the thunderous flying axes. When the heavy swords collided with the flying axes, the overwhelming sword energies erupted in all directions, and the tremendous energy collision produced a series of dull thuds. The momentum of the flying axes was instantly interrupted, causing them to return one after another, achieving nothing. Close to 40 flying axes were swatted back by the 2 goblin guards, as if they were mere flies. This was the signature skill of the barbarians. Xiao Ran's expression turned extremely grim. With such strength, how were they supposed to fight? As soon as the battle began, the 4 royal guards plunged into the fray, wreaking havoc. Be they barbarians or archers, they had no resistance against the onslaught of the guards. The guards boasted strong defenses and high damage, with normal attacks inflicting between 1,000 to 2,000 points of damage. Barbarians could withstand at most 3 hits before falling, while archers would perish with a mere touch. Moreover, every 10 seconds the guards unleashed a devastating sword chi, its power even more terrifying, overwhelming the barbarians. A wave of sword chi would leave a scene littered with corpses. Elemental archers, cease fire and withdraw immediately. Undead archers, prepare, ready. Fire. Undead mages, prepare, ready. Fire. The situation was deteriorating rapidly, and Xiao Ran hurriedly adjusted tactics, sending the undead army. However, the undead army's levels were quite low, with the highest being a level 20 mage. The strongest among them were a few zombie beast products of successfully converting magical beasts, yet even these zombies were no match for the level 40 royal guards. As the skeleton soldiers charged, the guards unleashed a wave of sword chi. All the skeletons were cleaved in half, their bones scattering, resulting in heavy casualties amidst the heaps of white bones. The sheer power disparity rendered them utterly helpless. The rain of arrows from the skeleton archers arrived, each shot landing on the goblin guard's armor with a clattering sound. A layer of protective chi materialized around the goblin guard's armor. 1. All attacks were intercepted by the chi, symbolically deducting 1 point from their health. This amount of damage was unlikely to keep up with the guard's healing speed. Unlike Xiao Ran's elemental archers, whose arrows inflicted hundreds of damage, the skeleton archers dealt an average of 10-20 damage per shot. Even with a relentless barrage, they would struggle to make a significant impact. If they relied solely on the skeleton archers to defeat the goblin guards, they would likely be wiped out before the guards even fell. Furthermore, the undead mages had a very short attack range and could not keep up with the goblin guards' speed. Before the mages could even act, the front line of skeleton giants was systematically cut down. They couldn't withstand even a single strike. If this continued, in no more than half an hour, Xiao Ran's undead army would be obliterated by these 4 goblin guards. Now the only viable options were the barbarians' immortality and the archers' phantoms. The immortality skill allowed barbarians to hold on for 5 seconds, which Xiao Ran dubbed the 5 seconds of true manhood. The phantom skill granted immunity to physical damage, making it particularly effective against melee classes like swordsmen. Swordsmen only gained access to magical attacks after reaching level 50 to upgrade to magic swordsman. Similarly, warriors could attain the title of magic warriors post-level 50, enabling them to wield magical energy through their powerful inner fighting spirit. For example, the mage Xiao Ran encountered modding, who served as the personal guard of a princess, was a magic warrior and should be between level 50 and 60. What does this mean? Comparing him to a goblin elder provides some answers. A goblin elder commands thousands, yet is only level 50. For the level 40 goblin guards, defeating a phantom required dispersing its energy with sword chi. However, sword chi as a high-tier skill had a cooldown of 10 seconds. Unless several guards coordinated, it wouldn't be easy to eliminate the phantom archer. On Xiao Ran's side, the 4 guards had caused a complete rout. All the barbarians and archers recognized the For Moonlight Village, the dung beetle shouted with a tragic voice. At this moment, it was the most critical time for Moonlight Village. For Moonlight Village, all the barbarians and archers shouted in unison. Kill! Kill! In this moment, all the barbarians charged at the 4 goblin guards, choosing to self-destruct in a collective act of mutual destruction. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions arose in quick succession. The archers also commenced a desperate counterattack. No archer chose to flee. In the face of such powerful goblin guards, escape was meaningless. Fleeing was not survival, but awaiting death. The doppelganger archer summoned 2 clones to shield him, loosing 3 arrows at once enhanced with elemental damage. Not even the level 40 goblin guards would dare to withstand such an onslaught. Meanwhile, the armor-piercing archer hidden among the ranks fired arrows with sharp tips. These arrows had a 10 armor-piercing effect, stackable up to 5 times. After 5 shots, that meant a 50 armor penetration. Just taking 1 arrow, the expressions of the 4 goblin guards turned slightly grim. What do bosses fear the most? Armor penetration. Bosses are characterized not only by high damage, but also by thick health and armor along with powerful recovery capabilities. For most bosses, while having thick health is one aspect, the real issue lies in their thick armor. Without armor penetration, no matter how high the attack power, it would seem utterly ineffective against a boss. In addition to the armor-piercing archer, Xiao Ran's injured archer was also formidable. Their arrows were inscribed with dark magical patterns, a form of curse magic that could reduce the target's healing and recovery effects by 50. And these were merely auxiliary skills. The real main event was the executioner archer. Execution is the only divine skill capable of hunting bosses with a 1 chance to inflict true damage equal to 1/10th of the target's maximum health, ignoring all defenses. This skill, second only to the doppelganger skill, is typically useless against minor enemies, but becomes a trump card against small bosses like the guards. After the 3rd rebirth, archers also had 3 rebirth skills plus 3 random skills. With numerous skills like doppelganger, armor penetration, injury, and execution, once they abandoned retreat, the sudden surge of damage from this group of archers made the 4 goblin guards' expressions change dramatically. Originally occupied with hunting down the barbarians, the 2 goblin guards immediately abandoned the barbarians to target the archers. Indeed, the extreme output capacity chosen by Xiao Ran for the archers could not be underestimated. Even granting them 10 seconds of output time would allow them to return to Xiao Ran a whole new world. In addition to the aforementioned skills tailored for boss fights, the other less optimal skills of the 3rd rebirth archers began to activate battle songs. Under the battle song, their attack speed skyrocketed. Once their attack speed was maxed, anyone still standing joined the offensive ranks, switching their magical elements to fire elemental magic arrows, inflicting 1 of maximum health as magical burn, making it still a top-tier skill for hunting bosses. With this, the fighting power of Xiao Ran's army surged, and the health of the 4 guards plummeted at a visibly. The seemingly invincible 4 goblin guards were actually left questioning their existence by this furious volley from the archers. Of course, such terrifying mutated archers also enraged the 4 goblin guards. Before the attackers even arrived, 4 blades of sword chi, each over 10 meters long and nearly double in power, simultaneously struck toward the archers' ranks. The remaining 30 or so barbarians, like human sandbags, shouted, "For Moonlight Village." They surged forward, forming lines, rows, and even more rows to shield against the sword chi. The powerful sword chi deformed their bodies, instantly draining their health as a dark energy enveloped them, triggering the 5-second immortality skill. Kill! 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 Surrounded by this dark energy, the barbarians held their ground against the royal guards, wielding heavy axes, fighting to the bitter end. Boom! 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 More and more explosions echoed throughout the village. Some barbarians were smashed to pieces, yet they still hurled their throwing axes as if determined to take someone down with them, even in death. Some barbarians, already cut down, still crawled madly towards the enemy, hoping to amplify the impact of their self-detonation, making it even more devastating. Some barbarians rushed straight from the training camp to the battlefield, and just 5 seconds later another self-detonation echoed, resulting in a heroic sacrifice. Xiao Ran had never experienced such a brutal battle, such a bloody war. He suddenly began to understand why the Huanggu tree had been so filled with sorrow, anger, and pride when recounting the past of Moonlight Village. Moonlight Village is a spiritual totem on the land of Huaxia. It once wielded immense power, shaking the seas and skies. It can be reduced to 0 as a village, yet it still stands tall here. The only two remaining barbarians, the Scarab and the Golden Beetle, repeatedly demonstrated to Xiao Ran why Moonlight Village would never fall, why Huang Lao and Akong had been waiting for 10 years, and why its name alone could instill fear in the hearts of enemies. This is the answer. 40 barbarians through what was essentially a suicide mission, self-detonated time and again resurrecting each time to continue their explosive assaults. 40 archers, some barely drawn their bows before being rendered ghostly, and after 10 seconds of resurrection, they resumed shooting only to be turned into ghosts once again after firing just 2 arrows. With the help of the armor-piercing archers, the skeletal archers who had previously been incapable of inflicting damage on the Goblin Royal Guard surprisingly began to deal 1. The damage gradually escalated to 3, 5, 7. The necromancers also found suitable conditions for output, continuously launching magical projectiles at the 4 Goblin Royal Guards. Other skeletal warriors, skeletal giants, and zombie beasts kept emerging to harass the 4 Goblin Royal Guards. Even if they could only peel off a sliver of health from the guards, it would be worth it. The ferocity of the battle was unprecedented. Xiao Ran's army was rapidly diminishing. The originally full complement of 80 soldiers was decreasing by the second. 80, 79, 78. 70, 69, 68. 60, 59, 58. In less than 5 minutes, half of them were gone. The Scarab and others had gone bloodthirsty, and the 4 Goblin Royal Guards were equally bloodthirsty. Because Xiao Ran's mutated archers were simply too monstrous, not in terms of attack power, but the skills were overwhelmingly powerful. While most elemental archers were focused on support, the 4 Goblin Royal Guards were still unaware of the might of this mutated archer army. But in the current situation, it was pointless for the mutated archers to provide support. They all began to concentrate their fire, unleashing a variety of bizarre attack skills in succession. Poison combo attacks, critical hits, armor-piercing, severe injuries, executions, and clones. Xiao Ran also discovered for the first time that the combat power of his mutated archers far surpassed what he had understood. Perhaps having the mutated archers assist the barbarians was inherently a flawed strategy. All along, Xiao Ran had focused on the barbarians while neglecting the power of the mutated archers. It should be known that the soul shards consumed by archers during each evolution were double that of the barbarians. Although their health was thin and they would die upon a single hit, if they truly unleashed their full force, anyone who came would have to pay dearly. Take the clone archers for example. With 2 clones and 1 original, unleashing 3 fire element magic arrows simultaneously resulted in a 3 magical damage per second. Even though the Goblin Royal Guards had high magic resistance, they could not withstand the persistent burning of the fire element magic arrows. It can be said that as long as the mutated archers were preserved, there would definitely be a chance to eliminate these 4 Goblin Royal Guards. At this moment, the 4 Goblin Royal Guards were entirely focused on trying to kill the 40 mutated archers, completely neglecting the task of destroying Xiao Ran's undead army. But killing the mutated archers was no easy feat. In front of the archers, a group of barbarians had long been accustomed to protecting their female archers behind them, and now they were desperately intercepting the Goblin Royal Guards, forming a line of defense with their bodies to buy more time for the female archers in the back. Other skeletal soldiers also kept jumping out to beat the 4 Royal Guards. By the time the guards finally reached the archers, a single slash would not instantly kill them. Instead, they would transform into ghosts. Unless they were struck by a sword chi, they would resurrect and continue shooting. The battle had reached a stalemate. The royal guards chased the archers throughout the village. The barbarians protected the archers throughout the village. The archers floated around the village completely unaware of how many times they had entered ghostly states. The archers in ghostly states were immune to physical attacks. This attribute nearly drove the 4 Goblin Royal Guards insane. Just imagine a group of swordsmen trying to strike at ghosts. How frustrating that must be. In the end, all the barbarians perished while half of the archers remained as ghosts floating around the village. At that moment, the blood of the 4 royal guards was also being slowly drained. One after another, they fell to the ground. 4-3-2. The number of ghosts continued to dwindle down to just 10 remaining. Finally, the penultimate royal guard could no longer hold out, dropping a pile of equipment and dying on the spot. In the training camp, the Scarab resurrected once more. Without a second's delay, the Scarab rushed towards the Goblin Royal Guards, still hunting the ghosts. After repeatedly resurrecting and sacrificing itself, its body seemed to have developed muscle memory. It charged forward, arms wide open, and tightly embraced the last surviving Goblin Royal Guard. The Goblin Royal Guard's eyes turned red, and with a slash it severely injured the Scarab. Then another slash triggered its resurrection skill. Even after the resurrection skill was triggered, the Scarab did not let go, for it wanted to die together. Due to the Scarab's distraction, another ghostly archer resurrected. As soon as it summoned a clone, it seized the moment and unleashed a barrage at the only surviving Goblin Royal Guard. More ghostly archers continued to resurrect, continuing their barrage. Armor-piercing poison, severe injuries, executions. Time passed second by second, and the scarab opened its numb and confused eyes looking at the densely packed undead army around it, then at the remaining goblin royal guard. It raised its head, and with a voice filled with joy and tears, shouted, "Leader, we held them off. We held them off. We did not disappoint your high hopes. We held them off, we held them off." This was a phrase that could move any leader, anyone present, to tears. All 40 barbarians perished. Only a few ghostly archers remained. The undead army suffered over 100 casualties. Xiao Ran knew the scarab would resurrect again, but he was still deeply shaken, speechless, simply murmuring 3 words: "We held them off." As the scarab's words fell, its body began to swell rapidly. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and along with the goblin royal guards, they vanished from the earth. "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully repelled the 8th wave of monster assaults. Warning! 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 The 9th wave of monster assaults begins." Boom! 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 The ground seemed to tremble, small stones bouncing up and down like chaff. Looking up 200 meters away, 2 giant beasts, each over 3 meters tall and more than 6 meters long, weighing several tons, adorned in heavy armor, were steadily approaching Moonlight Village. Alloy armored beasts, level 45, quantity 2. The alloy armored beasts took on a wolf-like shape, moving at a slow pace, their top speed even inferior to that of barbarians with acceleration auras. However, the gleaming silver armor and the metal claws over half a meter long indicated that this was a killing machine with terrifying defensive and offensive capabilities. Before these 2 alloy beasts, Xiao Ran pondered for a long time, but couldn't devise a strategy to counter them or find anyone capable of facing them. "Prepare the flying axe," Xiao Ran shouted, but heard no response. Turning around, he saw that apart from a few archers and the dark mass of the undead army, not a single barbarian remained. They were all long dead. "You go give it a try." Xiao Ran pointed at a flame Cerberus, indicating the alloy armored beast that was advancing slowly. The flame Cerberus was a formidable level 3 magical beast, standing 2 meters tall, with its 3-headed long neck giving it a height of 2.5 meters. It was only slightly shorter than the alloy beast, yet its build was undeniably robust and strong. In life, the flame Cerberus could shoot fireballs, and after being slain by Xiao Ran's army, it was successfully transcended and had now transformed into a dark Cerberus, shooting dark magical balls, still at the level 3 magical beast level, ranking high among the undead army in terms of strength and combat power. Hearing the command, the dark Cerberus immediately leapt out of the ranks, its 3 heads with 6 eye sockets ignited with eerie green ghostly flames fixating on the alloy armored beast. All 3 heads opened their mouths, simultaneously unleashing 3 dark magical balls, then arching their backs like arrows released from a bow, lunging towards the left alloy armored beast. The power of the dark magical balls was comparable to the wind blades of the blue wolf. Upon striking the head of the alloy armored beast, they sparked but vanished without a trace, as if only striking a match. 0, 0, 0. 3 magical balls dealt no damage at all. Xiao Ran's faced this metallic monster. Could it be magic immune? Meanwhile, the dark Cerberus closed in for a melee attack. The 2.5-meter-tall Cerberus bit down, its 3 heads together clamping onto the wolf-shaped head of the alloy beast. 10, 10, 10. The powerful bite force of the Cerberus managed to take away only 10 points of health from the alloy beast. However, given the size of the alloy armored beast, it was impossible for it to have less than hundreds of thousands. Hiss! The Cerberus couldn't break the grip on the alloy armored beast's head, producing an angry hiss. At that moment, the alloy armored beast moved. The alloy armored beast slowly lifted its head, the internal sounds of gears clicking, and with a sudden lift it yanked the stubbornly biting Cerberus into the air. Whoosh! A gigantic claw descended from the sky, crashing onto the Cerberus skeleton. Clatter! Hundreds of bones scattered like petals from the sky, littering the ground. In a single round, the dark Cerberus was reduced to a pile of bones. At this moment, the golden beetle revived, just coming out of the training camp. The golden beetle didn't care who the opponent was. Anyone coming to destroy Moonlight Village had to be stopped. For Moonlight Village. The golden beetle shouted the slogan and charged forward with 2 hand axes. Without needing Xiao Ran's command, the golden beetle adeptly used its skills, and before even nearing the alloy armored beast, threw a flying axe that smashed down onto the beast's head. This was Xiao Ran's first encounter with a monster able to withstand a flying axe through sheer defensive power. Whether it was the level 5 Wind Wolf or the level 40 Goblin Royal Guard facing the flying axe, they merely suppressed it with their strength, unlike the alloy armored beast, which didn't even glance at it, instead taking the flying axe heat-in with its metallic armor. Duong! The flying axe collided with the alloy armored beast, producing a sound like iron striking iron. 10. Xiao Ran's eye twitched. The flying axe that dealt 1,000 points of damage only took away 10 points from the alloy beast. This was nearly 100 magic immune and over 99 physical immune. The golden beetle, having missed its strike, charged forward, standing at 1.5 meters tall, blocking in front of the alloy armored beast. Lifting both hand axes, it struck the alloy-armored beast with a clatter. 0, 0, 0. Not a single point of damage was dealt. Meanwhile, the alloy-armored beast's claw came down, smashing the golden beetle into the mud. 5 seconds later, boom. The sound of self-detonation came from beneath the alloy-armored beast's claw, causing its massive body to tremble slightly, as if it was shaking off its body and settling into a more comfortable position, continuing its advance toward Moonlight Village. Several elemental archers rushed forward, their sparse arrows hitting the alloy-armored beast. However, the magic immunity of the alloy-armored beast was simply too outrageous. Neither fire nor lightning arrows had any effect whatsoever, showing no reaction to magical damage. The only thing that could affect the alloy-armored beast were the armor-piercing archers. A single armor-piercing arrow struck, causing the alloy-armored beast to shudder violently, forcibly weakening its armor strength by 10. However, the armor-piercing archers could only achieve a maximum of 50 armor-piercing effect. Even if the alloy-armored beast had 50 of its armor remaining, it was still incredibly formidable, as steady as the domestic Type 99 main battle tank. Xiao Ran turned to glance at his army. The barbarians were gone, the archers were few, and as for the undead army, it was even more hopeless. It was impossible to hold back these two unstoppable alloy-armored beasts. With magic immunity and over 99 physical immunity, no matter how many undead soldiers charged, and they would be ruthlessly destroyed like cannon fodder. Xiao Ran stood dazed atop the city wall, watching the alloy-armored beasts closing in, slowly unsure of what he was thinking. At that moment, Xiao Chong revived, rushing forward to clash with the alloy-armored beast. Fortunately, an archer shot a few wind arrows at Xiao Chong. With the acceleration effect of wind magic, Xiao Chong dodged the lethal claw strikes of the alloy-armored beast one after another, but no matter how hard Xiao Chong tried, he couldn't inflict any damage and couldn't stop the forward march of the alloy-armored beast. Leader. Xiao Chong's voice was filled with deep despair. We can't hold them back, we can't hold them back, leader. Xiao Chong frantically attacked the alloy-armored beast's thigh, ultimately clinging to it, being dragged step by step into Moonlight Village. We can't hold them back. How cruel and how desperate that phrase was. However, just then the previously motionless Xiao Ran suddenly moved. His gaze was deep and his thoughts were vague as he gently turned his head toward the dense undead army, saying, "No, we still have one chance." The bone ring as a divine artifact possesses 3 skills in total. They are exorcism, devouring, and summoning. Exorcism allows one to summon undead creatures from corpses and reclaim them as one's own. Summoning enables one to call forth undead creatures to battle at any time. As long as the undead creatures are alive, they can be summoned repeatedly. If it were merely exorcism, and summoning, the power of the bone ring would depend solely on the number of undead. However, this is not the entirety of the bone ring's might, for there is another skill known as devouring. Xiao Ran gazed down upon the undead army, and a flame of ghostly fire ignited once more in his pupils. This is a precursor to the activation of the bone ring. He extended his left hand like an unrivaled monarch, reaching out towards the over 3,000 undead warriors. Fallen beings, offer your souls and blood as a sacrifice in response to the call of the Dark Messenger. Open your embrace, devour freely, and in my name summon your awakening. Arise, dark devouring. As Xiao Ran's chant resonated, a chilling ghostly light erupted from the bone ring. The eerie glow fell, enveloping all the undead warriors. Just as the words were spoken, the burning undead suddenly began to move, approaching each other like 2 drops of melting ink, merging one after another into one. A level 1 skeleton warrior, after devouring 2 skeletons of the same level, transformed into a level 3 skeleton warrior. A level 5 skeleton archer frenziedly consumed several of its kind, merging into a level 10 skeleton archer. Then came the skeleton giant, the skeleton mage. The ghostly flames burned fiercer, and the number of the undead army decreased at a geometric rate. 3,000, 1,500, 750, 400, 200, 100. Soon the scarce undead mages were the first to complete the devouring. More than 300 undead mages vanished, replaced by a spectral mage swathed in a shroud of undead robes, grasping a bone staff, with a skeletal hand, its ghastly face enveloped in ghostly flames. Through the battle system, its data was laid bare. Spectral mage level 42, proficient in high level. Immediately after, the skeleton giant also completed its devouring. The last skeleton giant swallowed several zombie beasts in one bite, merging into an undead general towering over 3 meters, wielding an axe in its left hand and a shield in its right, enveloped in deathly energy adorned with bone armor. Undead General level 45, immensely powerful, unmatched in might, one of the high-level beings of the underworld. Subsequently, the skeleton archer completed its final fusion, evolving into a giant skeleton hunter, its height skyrocketing to 3 meters, clad in a layer of bone armor. Holding a bone bow crafted from the fusion of hundreds of skeleton archers, the bow's arms were long and wide, with a tumtor-long bowstring that sprang straight and a gentle breeze caused the bowstring to tremble, seemingly echoing the wails of the dead, the collective sorrow of countless ghosts. Giant Skeleton Hunter level 45, wielding a massive arrow weighing up to 3 kilograms and 2 meters long, capable of shooting accurately from 100 paces, even amidst a sea of enemies, it could take down the head of an enemy general. As the giant skeleton hunter stood firm, the blazing ghostly flames in the skeleton warrior's camp gradually extinguished. A towering skeleton lord 8 meters tall, wielding a bone sword and surrounded by ghostly flames, stepped forward. Every bone of its structure shone black, as if forged from special titanium alloy. Where its bones connected, a layer of armor protected them, and its large skeletal hands grasped a massive bone sword 2 meters long and 40 centimeters wide, wielded effortlessly, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Skeleton Lord level 45, like the undead general, is one of the high-level beings commanding countless skeleton soldiers of the underworld. Over 3,000 undead soldiers vanished without a trace, leaving the village of the moon significantly emptier. Within the village, only one spectral mage, one undead general, one giant skeleton hunter, and one skeleton lord remained. 3,000 undead beings only exchanged for these 4 undead creatures. They formed a shape at the village entrance, with the skeleton lord and the undead general at the forefront, one on each side, the spectral mage positioned in the middle behind them, while the giant skeleton hunter stood alone at the back. They had no eyes, their eye sockets filled with ghostly flames, and lacking flesh and blood, they resembled 4 statues, standing motionless at the village entrance, awaiting the approaching armored beasts. The strong wind howled, making the robe of the spectral mage flutter. Closer, closer. At some unknown moment, in a flash of lightning, the frontline skeleton lord sprang into action. The skeleton lord charged forward with its giant sword, taking long strides towards the left armored beast. The skeleton lord was exceptionally tall, and each step it took while running resembled that of a hurdle racer, its imposing presence striking. At a distance of 10 meters from the armored beast, it leapt an impressive 4 meters high. Already close to 3 meters in height, the skeleton lord's leap of 4 meters was truly awe-inspiring. In midair, the skeleton lord experienced a brief moment of suspension, lasting nearly 3 seconds. Initially holding the giant sword with one hand, it suddenly switched to grasping it with both hands, exerting force, and raising the sword high, cleaving towards the armored beast with a strength that could shake mountains and rivers. Boom! A tremendous sound. 10,000. The skeleton lord's massive sword carved a deep groove into the head of the armored beast, which weighed over 10 tons, halting it in its tracks with the skeletal lord's devastating strike. Meanwhile, the undead general also advanced. The undead general's jumping ability was ordinary, not as astounding as the skeleton lord's, but its physique was exceptionally robust. As it sprinted, its speed increased, resembling a tractor running at full throttle. At a distance of 3 meters from the armored beast, it raised its massive shield, bracing it with its arm, and collided fiercely with the armored beast, its size rivaling that of the armored beast. Boom! Another loud crash, a mighty clash, the sound of metal ringing, and the ground trembled. 5,000. Roar! Roar! The 2 armored beasts' eyes instantly turned red as they raised their heads and roared in fury. The great battle had only just begun. Thud! 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 The undead warrior swung the axe in its hand, chopping down repeatedly on the alloy armored beast. With each strike, it could reduce the alloy armored beast's health by over 1,000 points. However, the alloy armored beast was not to be underestimated. After taking heavy blows from the axe, it immediately hunched its body and swiped at the undead warrior, sending it flying 3 meters away. The characteristic of the alloy giant beast is its slow movement speed, high defense, and powerful albeit slow attacks. Even the undead warrior with its high defense could not withstand the massive mechanical strength of the alloy armored beast, suffering a 1/0.0 drop in health from just one hit. Yet since this was a battle of equals, both sides being tough bosses, such health loss was not a serious matter. The undead warrior shook its head a couple of times, used the axe to support itself, and stood up. Its ghostly eyes quickly locked onto the alloy armored beast, and it stepped forward to charge once more. Meanwhile, the battle between the skeleton lord and the alloy armored beast was also intensifying. The alloy armored beast swung its powerful steel claws towards the skeleton lord. The skeleton lord's defense was evidently lacking. It raised its giant sword to block, but the giant claw struck the sword with a dull thud, pushing the skeleton lord back 3 meters before it could regain its footing. The skeleton lord suddenly leaped again, charging in with greater speed and agility, its giant sword swinging horizontally and vertically, clashing repeatedly with the giant claws of the alloy armored beast, producing a continuous sound of metal against metal. It seemed that relying solely on the skeleton lord and the undead warrior to take down the 2 alloy armored beasts would be quite a challenge. However, the units that Xiao Ran had merged this time were not limited to just the undead warrior and the skeleton lord. Behind the undead warrior and the skeleton lord, the level 45 giant skeleton hunter and the level 42 ghostly mage were still watching the battle unfold. Finally, the giant skeleton hunter could no longer hold back. The giant skeleton hunter drew a heavy and thick bone arrow from its quiver measuring about 1.8 meters in length with a sharp and piercing arrowhead that gleamed with a cold light resembling a spear more than an arrow from a distance. Then the giant skeleton hunter raised its tumter-long, oversized bone bow, knocked the bone arrow onto the string, pulled it back, and aimed at the alloy armored beast which was engaged in close combat with the undead warrior. Whoosh! The bone arrow was released, the bowstring vibrating violently. Swish! The giant bone arrow shot through the air like lightning, startling, like a supersonic missile. Its sound was chilling to the bone. Boom! The bone arrow struck the neck of the alloy armored beast, instantly piercing through its thick armor. With a violent explosion, a tumter-long 1 meter wide plate was blown off, flying into the air. 50,000. The terrifying damage made Xiao Ran's eyes nearly pop out. Indeed, when it comes to violent output, archers are the true violent units. After landing a successful hit, the giant skeleton hunter quickly repositioned, for the alloy armored beast skills were also about to activate. Although the alloy armored beast moved slowly, it possessed a charge skill similar to a buffalo, snorting 2 plumes of white smoke from its nostrils, lowering its head, aiming in one direction, and kicking off with its hind legs, immediately charging in a straight line towards the skeleton hunter. In its charging state, the alloy armored beast's speed increased at least tenfold, making it no challenge to catch up with the skeleton hunter. Moreover, the force of the charge was astonishing. The undead warrior attempted to intercept, but was not only knocked away, but also suffered a 500-point drop in health. Thus, while the alloy armored beast appeared cumbersome, once it initiated a charge, it was unstoppable even for the undead warrior. However, the charge had one drawback: it could only attack in a straight line. As long as one had good mobility and quick positioning, they could avoid being crushed by the alloy armored beast. Yet although the skeleton hunter managed to escape this time, Xiao Ran's village was not so fortunate. The siege power of the alloy armored beast was far more terrifying than its combat prowess. After activating the charge skill, the walls and buildings along its path collapsed. No structure could withstand even one of the alloy armored beast's charges. Anyone in the direct line of the alloy armored beast's charge, no matter how resilient, would be obliterated instantly. After several rounds of charging in Xiao Ran's village, only the main camp and training grounds at the very back remained intact, while all other buildings, including the walls, were completely destroyed. In Xiao Ran's memory, once the village reached a certain level, it could construct a siege machine workshop, which could produce special siege machines like siege towers, airships, and hot air balloons. However, no matter what siege machine it was compared to the alloy armored beast, it paled in comparison and was overshadowed. This battle of deities ended before the deities even laid down, with Xiao Ran's village nearly kneeling first. Defend the village, make it quick. Xiao Ran had no place to hide. He picked up ties and took refuge inside the main camp, calling out helplessly. Xiao Ran sighed. After all, had double the manpower. Once the giant skeleton hunter exerted its strength, the ghostly mage's attacks also commenced. Since the alloy armored beast was immune to magical damage, there was limited space for the ghostly mage to exert its power, but it was not without utility. The ghostly mage summoned 4 giant hands made of bones which emerged from the ground, grabbing the alloy armored beast's thighs. This skill had no attack power, but each cast could hold the alloy armored beast for 13 seconds. In addition, the ghostly mage also used a high-level dark magic called Dark Eye, which could create a 3-meter diameter black hole that would devour everything around it and generate immense suction. Once swallowed by the black hole, a target would suffer massive magical damage. Although the alloy armored beast was magic immune, it still felt the suction generated by the black hole. Each time a black hole appeared, the alloy armored beast's movements became exceedingly difficult, whereas the battle for the skeleton lord and the undead warrior became significantly easier. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Whoosh! 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 The sounds of explosions and massive impacts echoed through the village. The skeleton lord and the undead general were responsible for the front line, while the 2 high-ranking undead creatures continuously struck the alloy armored beast's metallic armor with their giant swords and hand axes. With repeated heavy blows, the alloy armored beast's body gradually deformed and its health dropped below half. The attacks from the giant skeleton hunter were even fiercer. Each strike could topple several pieces of the alloy armored beast's armor. Once it succeeded, the alloy armored beast erupted in rage, breaking free from the entanglement of the skeleton lord and the undead general multiple times, charging wildly in pursuit of the annoying giant skeleton hunter. However, with the interference of the nether mage, the alloy armored beast could neither catch up to nor touch the skeleton hunter. Whenever the distance between them closed, the nether mage could swiftly trap the massive alloy armored beast, creating an opportunity for teammates to escape. The situation on the battlefield began to improve. The health of the alloy armored beast steadily declined, and its demise was not far off. On Xiao Ran's side with ample time, he revived 4 generals: the dung beetle, the golden tortoise, the cockroach, and the unicorn beetle. Then Xiao Ran started to revive 3 archers. After a round of combat with the goblin royal guards, he realized that to defeat a formidable enemy relying solely on a group of meat shields was insufficient. He needed to bring the archers into play. The archers he carefully nurtured were the trump card to destroy the enemy. Just when Xiao Ran thought victory was assured, an unexpected change occurred. One alloy armored beast, seemingly cornered, suddenly halted, opened its iron maw, and a fiery lava-like liquid erupted violently from it. The target was the giant skeleton hunter. The scorching lava illuminated Xiao Ran's cheek, leaving him utterly stunned. Xiao Ran could hardly believe that these 2 ironclad giant beasts, besides their magical immunity, super high physical defense, incredible attack power, and terrifying charge skills, actually possessed long-range offensive capabilities. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? In this prolonged stalemate, neither the skeleton lord, nor the undead general, nor the skeleton hunter, and nethermage in the rear, had anticipated that the alloy armored beast would have such a move, so they were entirely unprepared. Indeed, after such a long fight, the heavy and ferocious image of the alloy armored beast had long been ingrained in their minds. Who could believe that this iron turtle could actually leap and bite? At this moment, the giant skeleton hunter was caught off guard, desperately trying to evade, but it was too late. The searing lava slammed into the giant skeleton hunter's chest, instantly melting its bones. A massive hole was burned through the chest of the skeleton hunter, and the spine supporting its body was also shattered. The skeleton hunter collapsed on the spot, the ghostly fire in its eyes flickering violently, as if it were on the brink of death, unable to fight any longer. Meanwhile, another alloy armored beast opened its mouth wide, targeting the skeleton lord it was facing. The skeleton lord was a creature of agility, quick in speed and reaction. Upon seeing the alloy armored beast unleash its ultimate move, it quickly jumped aside, performing a roll to avoid this deadly strike. However, although the skeleton lord dodged, the nether mage behind it unfortunately became a live target locked on by the alloy armored beast. A stream of lava poured down, instantly melting the nether mage. In the blink of an eye, 2 warriors perished. After unleashing the lava, the 2 alloy armored beasts seemed to have exhausted all their energy, significantly reducing their movement speed and defensive capabilities. As they struggled more and more in battle, the skeleton lord and the undead general seized the opportunity and struck decisive blows one after another. The skeleton lord leaped high and thrust a sword into the forehead of the alloy armored beast, piercing through its skull, officially declaring the end of the battle. Meanwhile, the undead general's giant axe, after a series of heavy blows, swung round in a powerful strike that landed on the neck of the alloy armored beast. The tremendous force bent the beast's head, and it toppled over with a loud crash. After the 2 alloy armored beasts left behind 2 blueprints, they were reclaimed by the earth goddess and gradually vanished from sight. At the same time, a familiar voice echoed in Xiao Ran's ear. Ding dong. Congratulations, master, you have successfully repelled the 9th wave of monster siege. Warning, warning, warning. The 10th wave of monster siege begins. Xiao Ran looked up and saw that the once dense goblin siege army had already vanished. On the battlefield after the Great War, various scattered equipment, magic crystals, and items lay everywhere. But was it really over? No. In the distance, a goblin warrior wearing a cloak and carrying an eastern blade was leisurely walking towards the village. The only information Xiao Ran could see about it was a brief line of data: Goblin Elder level 50, 5 levels higher than the alloy armored beast. The Goblin Elder stopped 50 meters from the village entrance alone. Xiao Ran also stepped out, standing outside the base, gazing back at the Goblin Elder. This solitary figure, seemingly frail and weak, yet in Xiao Ran's eyes it exuded a pressure even greater and more terrifying than the ocean of goblins. What astonished Xiao Ran even more was that this Goblin Elder actually spoke. Damn humans. You are greedily, unrepentant, repeatedly slaughtering our Goblin Kingdom subjects. We have repeatedly retreated, reaching our limit. If this continues, our Goblin Kingdom will have no place to stand. Today, at the king's behest, I have come to take your head, both as punishment for your kind and as a deserved consequence. Do you have any last words before you die? Xiao Ran took a deep breath. At this point, was there still room to bow down and admit defeat? Xiao Ran said, enough. I have killed those that should be killed, and those that shouldn't have also been killed. No matter how vast the world is or how many laws exist, in the end it is the strong who reign supreme. Why bother with more words? Bring it on, let me see what you are truly capable of. Presumptuous. To dare speak so defiantly when death is upon you. Die for me. Xiao Ran's words incited tremendous rage in the Goblin Elder. Its left hand deftly rested on its waist, and its index finger flicked against the hilt, instantly drawing out a gleaming eastern blade that could cut through iron like mud. Beside Xiao Ran, the skeleton leader and the undead general stood on either side, their weapons tightened upon seeing the Goblin Elder unsheath its blade. Kill, Xiao Ran said coldly, and the skeleton leader and undead general charged forward simultaneously, attacking the goblin elder from the left and right. Ants. The goblin elder uttered human words, his expression filled with disdain. The skeleton chief leaped again, swinging a massive sword towards the goblin elder. The goblin elder slightly raised his head, a gentle breeze swept through his cloak, revealing a glimpse of his green-skinned delicate features and a pair of cold, merciless eyes. The goblin elder moved. He slashed the air twice, forming an X shape, his speed astonishing, as if he tore through the very fabric of the air. In the wake of his strike, residual sword energy lingered. The giant sword of the skeleton chief struck the sword energy, unable to advance even an inch. Then the goblin elder swept upward with another slash, the powerful sword energy striking the skeleton chief's body. Before the skeleton chief could react, his entire body was sent flying backward, 3 bones in his chest severed by the sword energy, with a horrifying number 50,000 floating above his head. With a bang, the skeleton chief landed, sliding 10 meters away, his massive sword falling beside him, looking disheveled and defeated. Was this just an ordinary slash? The collision of the alloy armored beast only dealt 50,000 points of damage, while the goblin elder required just 1 slash. At that moment, the attack of the undead warrior arrived. The undead warrior had a shield strapped to his left arm and a giant axe in his right hand, a creature that balanced offense and defense. As the undead warrior swung his axe down, just before it could hit the goblin elder mysteriously sidestepped the axe, grazing his cloak as it fell. Before the axe even hit the ground, a Eastern style sword emerged from an unexpected angle, ignoring the undead warrior's shield, executing a similar draw technique, enveloped in an unstoppable sword energy, striking the undead warrior's chest. The undead warrior's heavy armor was instantly torn apart, his health plummeting by 50,000 points as he hurriedly raised his shield to retreat. But the goblin elder was even faster, stepping forward and lightly uttering fatal 5 slash. The goblin elder was nearly pressed against the undead warrior, delivering 5 consecutive slashes to the undead warrior's chest. 50,000. 50,000. 50,000. The bone armor of the undead warrior was left in tatters. With a final bang, the goblin elder delivered the last slash, sending the undead warrior flying. 150,000. The undead warrior's health was reduced to 0, crumbling into a pile of bones, dying on the spot. Meanwhile, the skeleton lord took a long time to crawl up, as he was not a tank-type undead creature, and his health was not as high as the undead warrior's. The 50,000 damage from earlier had already left him severely injured. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ran was not the least bit surprised. Instead, he felt a sense of calm. After 10 waves perhaps, Xiao Ran had long understood that a colossal monster attacking the city was beyond what his level 4 village could withstand. Even with his hidden skill of the SSS rank and the countless artifacts coveted by leaders, the skeleton ring, along with the last-ditch rescue of Tessa's burning level, was it enough? Not enough. Far from it. Let alone 10 waves, it would already be a miracle if Xiao Ran could last. And after the 5th wave, the might of the elemental angels, the goblin royal guard, and the alloy armored beasts could be said to be unstoppable for his level 4 village. Now with the 10th wave, it was already the extreme limit. Powerless. After defeating the undead warrior, the goblin elder stepped toward Xiao Ran, his gaze filled with murderous intent. The skeleton chief rushed in quickly, trying to block the goblin elder's advance, but the goblin elder seemed furious and had lost patience with the skeleton chief. Full moon slash. The goblin elder executed a slash, the sword energy spanning 5 meters, breaking the skeleton lord's giant sword and cleaving him in half. Before dying, the skeleton chief gripped half of the giant sword, desperately striking at the goblin elder. 1. The skeleton chief's attack couldn't even break through the defenses. At this moment, the dung beetles and others rushed forward, one after another, no longer fighting, each hugging the goblin elder's legs, crying out, "Chief, you must run. We don't mind dying, but the moon village cannot be without you." However, Xiao Ran didn't know whether to run. He could escape, but what about Tess in the main base? Even disregarding Tess, could he at his current level of 0 outrun a level 50 goblin elder? Xiao Ran said nothing, turning back to the main base, picking up Tess, gently kissing her cheek, and smiling. "Baby, you've slept quite long this time." In her coma, Tess seemed to sense something, a sweet smile curling at the corner of her mouth, as if with Xiao Ran by her side, neither heaven nor hell would feel lonely. The village's main base had a defense mechanism that prevented non-village members from entering unless the main base was flattened. But for the goblin elder, a mere main base could not stop his advance. "You insignificant beings, do you think you can hide?" The goblin elder roared angrily, drawing his eastern sword and slashing at the level 4 main base. With a bang, just 1 slash caused the main base's health to drop to 0, the magical shield shattering instantly. Ding dong. "Warning, warning, warning. Master, your village main base has been destroyed." The system's voice echoed coldly in Xiao Ran's ears, devoid of any emotion. The Goblin Elder slashed again, sending the annoying dung beetles flying. Then the Goblin Elder approached Xiao Ran, his expression cold, asking, "Damn, human, will you now surrender?" Xiao Ran calmly glanced at the Goblin Elder filled with disdain and replied, "In the dictionary of my moon village, the word surrender has never existed. Moreover, what is there to be proud of in you defeating a level 0 leader as a level 50 old thing? You kill one of mine, I will kill thousands of your goblins. Surrender." What a joke. Upon hearing this, the Goblin Elder became furious, shouting, "If that's the case, then I'll have to send you on your way." The Goblin Elder raised his eastern sword, delivering a thunderous slash toward Xiao Ran. At that moment, a scarlet blood axe suddenly flew in from outside, crashing heavily into the Goblin Elder. A terrifying number floated above the Goblin Elder's head. 50,000. Meanwhile, the dung beetles, still in an undead state, cried out in joy. "Captain! Captain! Captain!" A shadow suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ran. He wore a cloak and knelt on one knee, panting, saying, "I am guilty of 1,000 deaths for being late to rescue. Please forgive me, master." No one can appear out of thin air unless they possess some special ability or skill, such as the additional skill of the Shadow Cloak, Stealth. The Stealth skill allows one to become invisible for 10 seconds, automatically failing after the time is up or upon initiating an attack. If used effectively, this skill can be a divine technique for burglary and assassination. However, if misused, it can become quite redundant. The person kneeling on the ground dealt a staggering 500 damage to the Goblin Elder with a single strike, clearly indicating that he was not an ordinary individual. Where did this traitor come from, daring to ambush me? The Goblin Elder stumbled back 3 steps, staring at the man kneeling before Xiao Ran, his expression a mix of shock and fury. He was astonished because he had no idea when this person had appeared, and with such a powerful strike, his strength was evidently formidable. Anger surged within him as he saw Xiao Ran on the verge of losing his head, only to be interrupted at a critical moment by the emergence of a savior. The man kneeling before Xiao Ran was clad in dark gold equipment that far surpassed even that of the Goblin Elite Guards. It's important to clarify that there are slight differences between the equipment worn by characters and that worn by troops. Most troop equipment consists of only a headpiece, armor, legs, shoes, and weapons. Advanced beings can wear more equipment, including bracers, belts, cloaks, rings, necklaces, bracelets, talismans. These pieces of equipment have a lower drop rate and are harder to acquire. The Shadow Wolf King that Xiao Ran defeated through sheer luck would normally never drop a shadow cloak, let alone that even golden or silver equipment is hard to come by. The reason he obtained dark gold equipment was solely due to the vast disparity in strength between him and the Shadow Wolf King. Greater differences yield higher probabilities of high-level equipment drops, according to the rules of this world. The man before him, aside from the common head armor and leg pieces, had rings, necklaces, and bracelets that were all dark gold equipment. Just looking at his gear was enough to conjure vivid imaginings about his terrifying strength. The figure of the newcomer gradually solidified, and before Xiao Ran could react, he thought, who has come to rescue me? A clear data stream appeared before him through the battle system. Name: Black Wind, level 50. 50 level. What the hell? The person coming to his aid was actually the level 3 captain he had released 10 days ago. Black Wind. When he left, Black Wind was level 3, clad in only a shadow cloak, while now he returned as a level 50, dazzling with dark gold equipment. It had only been 10 days. Although Xiao Ran knew that Black Wind possessed an SS-grade hidden skill, unlimited enhancement of troop evolution, which would surely lead to a glorious return in due time, he never expected Black Wind to become such a terrifying boss in such a short period. Instinctively, Xiao Ran glanced at Black Wind's attributes. Name: Black Wind, level 50. Troop Barbarian Captain, Special Evolution, count 5 times 1 time evolution direction, level 1 Crimson Blood Demon upgrade, condition Magic, Crystal Blood, Crystal Health, 4 damage per second, 0 defense reduction, 1 movement speed, 150 population occupation, 1 talent bloodline power, physical attacks, inflict bleeding and lifesteal effects. Nether blood armor, excess health crystallizes into a special battle armor. Blood Fury consumes health to add equivalent damage to weapon skills. Quick Strike, Brute Force, Splash, Bleeding Counter, Heavy Strike. Equipment: Godzilla Crimson Battle Axe, Dark Gold Godzilla's Guardian, Dark Gold Godzilla's Armor, Dark Gold Godzilla's Shins, Dark Gold Godzilla's Boots, Dark Gold Godzilla's Protector. Other skills: Stealth from the Shadow Cloak allows for 10 seconds of stealth. Godzilla Transformation, set skill transforms into Godzilla for 15 seconds. Black Wind's evolution mechanism differs from T, but what shocked Xiao Ran the most was Black Wind's evolution progress. 5 times 1 time. This fellow, has he been on drugs to evolve so quickly? Even more astonishing was that after 5 times 1 time, Black Wind's evolution direction had actually turned into a Crimson Blood Demon. Just from the name and seeing the talent skills, one could tell how ruthless this profession was. At this moment, kneeling on the ground, Black Wind was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, seemingly filled with guilt for arriving late to the rescue. because everything he possessed was given by Xiao Ran. Moreover, as a servant who signed a master-servant contract with Xiao Ran, if Xiao Ran were to die, he would also be forcibly erased by the system. One could imagine how anxious Black Wind was. If Xiao Ran died, no matter how powerful he was, he would still follow Xiao Ran to the grave. Fortunately, it's not too late. The sight of Black Wind made a faint smile appear at the corner of Xiao Ran's mouth. The mountains and waters were heavy, leading to doubts about the path. Just when it seemed hopeless, there was a glimmer of hope. A level 50 Black Wind against a level 50 Goblin Elder. There was a good show to watch now. Xiao Ran looked up at the Goblin Elder and said to Black Wind, "Get up. Now is your chance to redeem yourself. Tell me, how much of a chance do you think you have against that old fool behind you?" "Thank you, Master." Black Wind stood up with a sense of relief, but didn't even glance at the Goblin Elder behind him. Black Wind said, "Master, he is not my opponent and does not even deserve to be my opponent. If we talk about chances, it is 100%. As soon as Black Wind spoke, the Goblin Elder behind him was so furious that he almost spat blood onto Xiao Ran's face. What a disgrace. The dignified Goblin Elder, commander of 100,000 Goblin troops, was actually disdained by the servant of a level 0 leader to such an extent. "Traitor, you speak so arrogantly. Death is not to be regretted. Since that is the case, I shall grant you a death." Clang. The Goblin Elder finished speaking, and the blade light flashed as his eastern blade instantly unsheathed. Black Wind merely tilted his head to glance unperturbed and drew the Godzilla Crimson Battle Axe from behind. "Master, step aside. Give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Could it be? Black Wind intends to finish the fight in 10 seconds. Is this really a battle between a level 50 and a level 50? Even a level 60 against a level 50 wouldn't dare to be so arrogant." "All right." Xiao Ran said nothing more and turned to leave. Right now, Xiao Ran was not interested in how strong Black Wind truly was, or whether he could defeat the Goblin Elder. Instead, he was curious about how Black Wind would eliminate this Goblin boss in 10 seconds. The Goblin Elder was already furious, spitting 2 words as he charged with his blade. "Seeking death." But Black Wind only uttered 1 word. 10. The 10-second countdown began. Haifeng stirred, his body trembled as 3 shadows identical to him suddenly materialized upon the battlefield. It was an auxiliary ability from his first-tier skill, Mirror Image. Mirror Image can spawn 4 mirror figures indistinguishable from the host. The mirrors possess no offensive potency, but faithfully mimic the original's movements and vanish when struck. 9. The 4 Haifengs split apart, and from 4 distinct angles surged together toward the Goblin. The Goblin Elder's expression shifted violently. 1 Haifeng was troublesome enough, let alone 4. Higgered technique rise. The Goblin Elder's hulking frame shuddered as a torrent of battle chi tore outward and enveloped his squat body. He drew his blade in an instant, moving with a swifter, more ferocious tempo than when he fought the Skeleton Chief, and slashed 4 shaped cuts toward 4 separate directions. He unleashed 4 airborne bands of sword ki. It seemed the Goblin Elder had called upon the very pinnacle of his art. "Come out." Heaved by his strikes, the sword ki flew at nearly imperceptible speed and simultaneously lashed at the 4 Haifeng figures. As a peer of Haifeng's caliber, the Goblin Elder could sense that not every Haifeng possessed true offensive power. Of the 4, only 1 appeared genuine, the other 3 seemed mere fakes. Yet when the 4 sword ki struck their targets, all 4 Haifengs inexplicably dissolved into nothing. Impossible. With the mirror's disappearance, the Goblin Elder's face drained of color. Every one of the 4 Haifengs had been false. The true Haifeng was not among them. Only Xiao Ran knew that the mirror image produced 4 decoys, not 3. In other words, the moment Haifeng cast mirror image, he had already slipped into stealth and crept toward the Goblin Elder's most vulnerable defensive flank. At that instant, a ghostly voice whispered in the Goblin Elder's ear. 8. A razor-edged battle axe cleaved toward the Elder's waist. With Haifeng's current offensive potency, that axe would tear the Goblin Elder to the bone, or would there be any chance? None. The axe struck with a thunderous impact, double hit damage triggered, and the bleeding and knockback effects immediately followed. Those were merely ordinary attack effects. The real horror lay in Haifeng's Blood Demon class skill. While in Blood Rage, Haifeng consumes 1 of his own HP with each attack to deal equivalent damage. Every 20 seconds, he can unleash Vengeance Fury, expending 20 of his HP to inflict equal damage. 20% of Haifeng's life equated to nearly 1/0 additional damage. The terrifying essence of the Blood Demon class is concentrated entirely within Blood Rage. To foes, the exchange of 20% of life might seem costly to the Blood Demon as well, but the class' exceptional lifesteal ensures he constantly regenerates through his assaults, rendering the temporary HP loss a non-issue. On the offensive, the Blood Demon uses Blood Rage for rapid, brutal damage. On the defensive, he relies on lifesteal to continuously reinforce his nether blood armor. In short, the Blood Demon is a melee damage class defined by relentless striking. Haifeng's axe cleaved away a full third of the Goblin Elder's life. 100,000. The Goblin Elder was a blade wielder, not a tank. His health was not vast, at best around 300. That single blow had consumed roughly a third of his vitality. 7. While the Goblin Elder was still being cast aside, Haifeng shadowed him and brought his axe down again, rending the Elder's body. 6. Another swing. 5. Yet another. 4. The final blow. After the storm of strikes concluded, the Goblin Elder fell from the sky and crashed to the earth. At that moment, every bone in the Goblin Elder's body felt shattered. He crawled twice across the ground. Before trembling, he hauled himself to his feet. He was badly wounded, his life nearly spent. His cloak had fallen off at some point. Without it, his white beard and whiskers were exposed, his face a map of furrows and wrinkles. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked dust-streaked and defeated, like a mangy dog bereft of a home. "You have forced my hand." Yet the Goblin Elder did not yield. He gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with abyss. Godslayer slash. Finally, the Goblin Elder unleashed his ultimate. Godslayer slash. The supreme finisher of a level 50 blade wielder, summons a deity to deliver a cataclysmic strike. The Godslayer, it was said, was a faith-born entity in this world of godlike might. Mortals could not command such a being directly, yet through belief they could invoke it to fight at their side. The Goblin Elder sheathed his blade and closed his eyes. 3 seconds passed. Then he opened them, and twin sparks of ferocity shot from his gaze. A potent blade-bearing spirit rose from the Elder's back, swelling ever higher and larger until it became an 8-story-tall divine phantom. Its colossal silhouette and the surging divine force in the air pressed down like Mount Tai, stealing one's breath. The Godslayer moved in perfect unison with the Elder, opened its eyes, raised the war sword, and slashed toward Haifeng. Gales howled as the Godslayer's might descended like an overwhelming tide. Xiao Ran, watching from afar, felt his scalp go numb. This was the raw power of level 50. At level 40, the Goblin Vanguard were merely a cadre of swordsmen. Apart from their intimidating sword key, there was little else remarkable. At level 45, the alley-armored beast boasted a brutal charge skill and a lava jet, undeniably formidable. And now at level 50, it could summon a deity to assist in battle. It was almost unbelievable. Faced with the Godslayer slash Haifeng's shadow, cloak whipped violently, as if confronting an apocalypse. Then Haifeng spat a single word. "Want." At that syllable his form began to burn. A spectral blue flame rose like a shikigami, swelling higher and larger. Xiao Ran watched stunned, then realized with a jolt it was not Haifeng's flesh aflame, but his gear. The Godzilla set was burning. "Transform. Godzilla." Haifeng roared. In an instant he vanished within the blaze and erupted into an ancient saurian over 20 meters tall, dragging a massive tail, the very image of Godzilla. "My goodness." Xiao Ran was utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, even Godzilla has crossed over. Or is it that Godzilla was originally a creature of this world, just casually visiting Earth and becoming familiar? Before him, the colossal Godzilla faced off against an equally gigantic shikigami. Without waiting for the shikigami's large blade to descend, Godzilla strode forward, extending its claw to grasp the body of the shikigami. Swoosh. Amidst the shikigami's tragic wails, Godzilla ripped the shikigami in half. The anticipated scene of a battle between Godzilla and the shikigami never materialized. Within just 1 second, the fight was over. The shikigami was instantly killed by Godzilla. This move from Godzilla perfectly illustrated the adage that great strength brings miraculous outcomes. In contrast, the Goblin Elder's summoning of the shikigami failed, resulting in a massive backlash with damage levels reaching millions, leading to his immediate demise. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the exorcism was successful. You have gained a level 50 ghostly blade wielder. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you successfully repelled the 10th wave of monster siege. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you successfully repelled the elephant-grade monster siege. The Goblin King has sent a peace request. You can view the token attributes through the system. Finally, it was over. The sun shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle. The world remained unchanged, just as it always had been. The 3 lonely training camps in Moonlight Village and the scattered ruins seemed to narrate a tale of blood and fire. In front and behind the village, countless pieces of equipment, items, and magic crystals sparkled under the sunlight. A few surviving archers embraced each other, weeping joyfully, shouting. Xiao Ran looked up at the sky, and after holding it in for so long, Xiao Ran finally spoke, expressing only one sentiment. Damn it, I really have it tough. The tranquility of Moonlight Village restored once more. Turkeys, psyduck, pigeons, and fat geese hurriedly re-emerged, resuming their duties as the work of repairing the village unfolded in an orderly manner. Huang Lao and the others returned to the village without saying a word and collectively knelt before Xiao Ran. Moonlight Village was saved. The process of saving Moonlight Village was so tragic and heroic that it brought tears to the eyes of Huang Lao and the others, who had been hiding in the distance, feeling a deep empathy. This kneel was akin to worshipping a deity, though nothing was said. Many unspoken words were contained within. Everyone get to work, clean up the village, keep the valuables hidden, and gather everything that needs to be secured. Xiao Ran instructed. Understood, Chief. Huang Lao trembled as he stood up, taking a Kang Yang and 2 other villagers to clean up the battlefield. You all go help too. Xiao Ran sent out the newly trained barbarians and archers as well. At that moment, Haifeng returned from Godzilla's transformation. Upon seeing Huang Lao, Kang and the others, Haifeng was immensely excited, running over to greet each one, exchanging pleasantries. Perhaps due to the compliments from Huang Lao and the others, Haifeng was elated. Haifeng then scampered over to Xiao Ran, grinning and flattered. Master, did you see how impressive I was? Saying 10 seconds meant 10 seconds. Oh, a real man doesn't take more. At that moment, the dung beetle and the golden turtle were resurrected, one after the other, emerging from the training camp. Haifeng swiftly blocked the 2, calling out, Hey, you 2, come here, quickly tell my master how cool I was just now. Focus on the highlights, like how the giant monster ripped apart the small minions. Hurry up, my master is waiting. The dung beetle and the golden turtle looked confused. They had just been waiting for resurrection inside the training camp and hadn't seen how Haifeng had been impressive. Captain, when did you return? The dung beetle scratched his head, asking honestly. Captain, do you want me to praise you or for your outfit? The golden turtle also had a face full of questions. Haifeng's expression immediately fell. Xiao Ran shook his head. This Haifeng truly had an unchangeable habit, even at level 50, still the same. Go help Huang Lao. Xiao Ran said lightly. Master. Haifeng was on the verge of tears. Alright, I saw it, very impressive, kudos, keep it up next time. Oh yeah. Haifeng jumped 3 feet high, nearly overjoyed to the heavens. Then Haifeng bounced along, following Huang Lao and the others to clean up the battlefield. Xiao Ran watched Haifeng's departing figure, then glanced at the devastation in Moonlight Village, his brown eyes flashing with an incredibly complex expression. It was over, finally over. This battle was too hard and too tragic. If time could be rewound, and he was given another chance to choose, he would certainly never trigger this insane hidden mission. There was almost no chance of victory, and it was impossible to have any. His success was the result of timing, favorable conditions, and a 10th sandpoint luck bonus. Had anyone else been in his place, not only would they fail, but their corpses would likely be rotting by now. However, despite the difficulties and tragedies, the rewards of war were also quite astonishing. As Huang Lao and the others went to collect equipment, magic crystals, and other items, Xiao Ran picked up the items dropped by several bosses, inspecting them one by one. The items dropped by the bosses were quite worthy of their stature. The level 35 Elemental Angel dropped a dark gold bracelet, Elemental Walker. Elemental Walker bracelet, dark gold equipment, health, 200 mana, 200 attack, 80 health recovery, 100 damage reduction, 20. Additional skill, Elemental Blessing. Elemental Blessing, immune to damage from all magical skills below level 3. The level 40 Goblin Imperial Guard dropped a pink gold item, Tears of the Goddess. Tears of the Goddess necklace, pink gold equipment, health, 500 mana, 1000 attack, 200 mana recovery, 200 damage reduction, 100 additional skills, Elemental Affinity, Wrath of the Sea God. Elemental Affinity generates specific elemental affinity for wind and water elements, increasing damage dealt by 20 when attacking and reducing damage taken by 20 when defending. Wrath of the Sea God, level 8 water-type attack magic, unleashes a tidal attack on a designated area, dealing 120 of the caster's magical attack power, as magical damage, cooldown time 24 hours. The level 45 Alloy Armored Beast dropped 2 blueprints, the epic item, Alloy Armored Beast Construction Blueprint, and the rare item, Time Clock Tower Construction Blueprint. Xiao Ran's gaze seemed to have spotted something incredible, his pupils dilating, nostrils flaring, staring intently at the first blueprint, Alloy Armored Beast Construction Blueprint. What the heck? That unmovable, crashing, fire-breathing iron tortoise can actually be. If the Alloy Armored Beast can be constructed, then in the future, when leading troops into battle, taking 2 Alloy Armored Beasts along would be formidable. One must ask which village below level 10 could withstand the onslaught of the Alloy Armored Beast. Magic immunity, exceptionally high physical defense, capable of crashing through buildings, and can unleash 360-degree molten lava destruction without any blind spots. Just thinking about the attributes of the Alloy Armored Beast made Xiao Ran drool profusely. Xiao Ran carefully examined the specifics of the 2 blueprints. Blueprint for Alloy Armored Beast, Epic Item Mechanical Blueprint. Once learned, it allows the construction of Alloy Armored Beasts of levels 4060. The level of the Alloy Armored Beast produced depends on the level of the mechanical workshop and the skills of the dwarf craftsman. Blueprint for Time Clock Tower, Rare Item Architectural Blueprint. Once learned, it allows the construction of the Time Clock Tower, which can alter time, increasing all construction and training speeds in the village by 10-fold for 1 hour with a cooldown of 24 hours. In addition to the blueprint for the Alloy Armored Beast, the Time Clock Tower blueprint is also quite good. With the Time Clock Tower, the construction progress of Xiao Ran's village could be significantly accelerated. After all, one is an epic item, and the other is a rare item. But what truly made Xiao Ran envious and excited was the blueprint for the alloy armored beast. In this world, items and equipment are classified into 7 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Epic items are equivalent to treasures of the pink gold equipment level. Rare items are equivalent to treasures of the dark gold equipment level. Since the alloy armored beast can indeed be constructed, Xiao Ran was determined to build the alloy armored beast first. This iron tortoise is even more formidable than the mutated barbarians and archers. Now Xiao Ran's barbarians and archers have already reached the 3rd advancement, but in front of the alloy armored beast, they couldn't even take off a layer of skin. With this iron tortoise, for a long time, the ultimate weapon in Xiao Ran's village would no longer be the mutated barbarians and archers, but rather the alloy armored beast. However, constructing the alloy armored beast is not easy. Xiao Ran checked the construction instructions for the alloy armored beast. It requires a variety of miscellaneous resources, including white cloud, mica dense cloud, or rainstone, and other rare ores, as well as precious woods like rosewood, chicken bloodwood, ebony, and boxwood, and various magic crystals, alchemy materials, and monster remains. At least half of the items are ones Xiao Ran had never even heard of. Most of the items are low and intermediate materials which are not difficult to obtain. The most troublesome part is that constructing the alloy armored beast requires building a special building called the mechanical workshop, and the blueprint for the mechanical workshop is of rare quality, making it harder to obtain. Additionally, constructing the alloy armored beast also requires a special type of worker known as dwarves. Dwarves are neutral beings in this world who cannot be conquered or enslaved, only recruited. Whether or not they can be successfully recruited depends entirely on their willingness. Once a leader attempted to forcibly recruit a dwarf and ended up with their village being attacked by several tribes within 24 hours, with the leader's remains never to be found. Why would capturing a dwarf lead to an attack by other tribes? Is it because the dwarves receive protection from? The answer is not what one might think. There exists a special system in this world called the mercenary system. After reaching level 5, every village can build a tribe castle, which includes 2 primary functions: a trading system and a mercenary system. Once the mercenary system is activated, all leaders and advanced life forms from other races can issue and accept tasks through the mercenary system, receiving corresponding commissions upon completion. While dwarves are neutral beings without a country or army, they possess wealth. Whenever a dwarf is enslaved or mistreated, other dwarves will issue rescue tasks through the mercenary system. Just imagine, with high commissions and rewards, what would other leaders do? Thus, neutral beings in this world often have their own ways of living and significance. Any slightly reasonable leader would refrain from provoking neutral beings, especially dwarves who are numerous. Currently, Xiao Ran faces 2 challenges. The first is to build the mechanical workshop, and the second is to recruit dwarf craftsmen. Even if it were not for the construction of the alloy armored beast, Xiao Ran would still pursue these 2 matters, though the timeline has simply been accelerated. After all, the mechanical workshop can not only construct the alloy armored beast, but also various combat machinery, such as artillery, mechanical dogs, firearms, and mechas, and can ultimately even produce aircraft carriers. Of course, the prerequisite is that blueprints must exist. Otherwise, even the most skilled dwarf craftsman cannot create anything without blueprints. In this world, anything that requires blueprints for construction is not part of the village's growth system's buildings or weapons, but rather additional buildings or weapons that not every village can possess. Whether one can produce them depends on the strength and luck of the village leader. Likewise, any blueprint is a treasure among treasures. For instance, the 2 blueprints in Xiao Ran's possession are dropped only by level 45 bosses. In other villages below level 10, one wouldn't even dare to think about it, and even before level 15, it is uncertain whether they could accumulate even a few blueprints. After organizing the 2 precious blueprints, Xiao Ran turned his attention to the last item, a scroll dropped by a level 50 goblin elder. I must say, this level 50 elder is truly clean-handed and righteous, in other words, incredibly poor. For such a large boss, it surprisingly dropped only a single scroll. The scroll is quite tattered, protected by a layer of magic with a line of text engraved on it: Dual Cultivation Scroll of Magic and Martial Arts. What on earth is this thing? As Xiao Ran toyed with the scroll, he suddenly noticed 2 shocking words through the battle system: legendary item. This broken thing is actually more impressive than the blueprint for the alloy armored beast. A legendary item. Hastily, Xiao Ran checked the detailed description of the Dual Cultivation Scroll of Magic and Martial Arts. Dual Cultivation Scroll of Magic and Martial Arts legendary item. Upon use, the character will break the career barrier and can simultaneously cultivate both magic and fighting spirit, limited to use before level 5. This. Xiao Ran was stunned. Could this item be tailor-made for me? A special item for the rise of the underdog. In this world, character growth and village development are 2 distinct paths of evolution. Character growth, or the protagonist leveling up, does not start from level 1, but rather from level 5. Why is level 5 considered a watershed? It's not just because the tribal castle has opened, allowing the village to communicate with the outside world, where the chief can trade with other chiefs and accept or issue quests. Another crucial reason is that all tasks in the mercenary system provide character experience points, meaning the gameplay for leveling up officially starts at level 5. Regardless of who issues a task through the mercenary system, the system charges a certain commission and grades the tasks into 7 levels, 8 B, C, D, E, F, and G, assigning experience points according to the task's level. If you want to level up, it's simple: complete mercenary tasks. Each time a chief levels up, their strength increases, and upon reaching level 5 they can change professions and learn various skills. In this world, everyone can only choose one profession. Mages and warriors cannot cultivate simultaneously. One must choose to be either a mage or a warrior, and even other less common professions like knights, rogues, archers, or beast tamers are separated between magic and martial arts. This is because magic and fighting energy are two different forms of energy, which can have a primary and secondary focus, but must never be cultivated together. The legendary item, the Magic and Martial Arts Dual Cultivation Scroll, has only one function: to break the barriers of profession, allowing one to learn whatever they desire without any restrictions. This scroll is actually of little use to other chiefs. It could even be considered garbage. Why? Because the Magic and Martial Arts Dual Cultivation Scroll has a rather troublesome aspect. Regardless of the chosen profession, all professions start from level 0. This means that if Xiao Ran wants to cultivate both mage and warrior, he will need double the experience points. If he also wants to become an archer, he will need triple the experience points. If he then wants to learn beast taming, that would require quadruple the experience points, and so on. While other chiefs are exhausted playing one profession, Xiao Ran has to manage several, making the difficulty unimaginable. However, Xiao Ran is not worried about this issue, as after reviewing the profession descriptions, he discovered another path to leveling up. Like the Black Wind, he can devour magic crystals. All magical beasts drop magic crystals, while wild beasts have a certain chance of dropping magic crystal fragments. Above magical beasts, fierce beasts drop blood crystals, and demonic beasts drop demonic spirits, all of which can be absorbed by characters to level up. However, there is a time limit for devouring magic crystals. Due to their abundant energy, the experience effect provided per hour will be halved, and generally after 6 hours, if the magic crystal has not been consumed, it will almost have no effect. Therefore, leading troops to hunt magical beasts is also one of the paths for character leveling up. This made Xiao Ran incredibly excited. He lacks everything but magic crystals. After this monster siege battle from level 1 magical beasts to level 7 magical beasts, he collected over 200 magic crystals. So many crystals, he wonders how many levels he could potentially gain. System, how do I devour the magic crystal? Xiao Ran asked. Master, just eat it, the system replied. Oh no, it wouldn't be poisonous, right? Xiao Ran picked up a magic crystal and weighed it in his hand. It was a purple diamond-shaped magic crystal, a level. Magic crystals are all quite small, the largest only the size of an egg, but they come in many levels. The higher the level, the higher the purity, and they vary in shape: round, oval, diamond, ring-shaped, and so on. Xiao Ran held the magic crystal and placed it in his mouth, and it melted instantly, sinking directly into his dantian, transforming into a mass of chaotic energy. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 300 experience points. Congratulations, Master, level up 1. Congratulations, Master, level up 1. Congratulations, Master, level up 1. With a level 3 magic crystal, he rose 3 levels. The level 0 data panel that Xiao Ran had been concerned about finally showed some signs of movement. Chief Xiao Ran. Level 4. Health 800. Damage per second 100. Damage reduction 18. Movement speed 20. Population occupied 1. Other attributes hidden. Chief skill evolution of troops SSS. Soul fragments 20,311. This data made Xiao Ran so excited that he could hardly speak. I can finally defeat a giant. With 800 health and 100 attack, he can indeed engage in boxing with giants no problem. The key point is that after being a useless chief for so long, Xiao Ran finally sees a glimmer of hope for becoming stronger. System, use the Magic and Martial Arts Dual Cultivation Scroll. Execute immediately. Xiao Ran continued. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, usage successful. With this prompt, the Magic and Martial Arts Scroll instantly exploded, unleashing a magical energy woven of gold and silver, breaking the magical seal on the surface of the scroll, and in a flash it surged into Xiao Ran's dantian. Xiao Ran's consciousness followed this energy into his dantian, where he saw a Taiji diagram-like magic formation appear. On either side of the formation were 2 spheres of energy, 1 gold and 1 silver, corresponding to magic and fighting energy. Then Xiao Ran devoured another magic crystal. Congratulations, Master, level up 1. Master, you have reached level 5. Please choose the profession you wish to learn. A profession information panel appeared before him. Xiao Ran glanced over it. Overall, there are a total of 8 major professions in this world with countless sub-professions. The 8 major professions are mage, warrior, archer, rogue, knight, holy priest, sorcerer, and beast tamer. There are many sub-professions such as elemental mages and necromancers among mages, swordsmen and knife fighters among warriors, and assassins and ninjas among rogues, but sub-professions cannot be chosen through job changes. They require special encounters or items. Truly ruthless, are they forcing me? Looking at so many professions, the corners of Xiao Ran's eyes twitched slightly. Forget it, I'll either become the world's best or the worst. Xiao Ran decided to go all out, gritting his teeth and saying, I want to cultivate all 8 professions. Master, just a reminder, you are about to activate the most difficult cultivation mode of the magic and martial arts dual cultivation scroll. Once chosen, it cannot be reversed. Please confirm, Master. Confirm. Master, please wait. As soon as Xiao Ran said this, the 2 spheres of golden and silver energy in his dantian suddenly began to separate, transforming from 2 spheres into 8. The warrior, archer, rogue, and knight are on one side of the golden energy, while the mage, holy priest, sorcerer, and beast tamer are primarily on the silver side. 8 professions still have magic and martial arts, each occupying half, standing in equilibrium. Congratulations, Master, execution complete. As a reminder, Master, from now on your leveling speed will be 1/8 of the normal speed, with all experience points evenly distributed among the 8 professions. However, Master can possess different skills from all 8 professions simultaneously. Please make good use of them to defeat strong enemies. After the system finished speaking, it fell silent. The legendary magic and martial arts dual cultivation scroll, also due to energy depletion, transformed into a piece of worn-out parchment, rapidly aging at a visible pace. With a gust of wind, it crumbled into powder and vanished into the air. With over 200 magic crystals, Xiao Ran had Hei Feng bring them all to him. Suddenly reminded of this question upon seeing Hei Feng carrying the magic crystals, Xiao Ran asked, Master, I can indeed upgrade by consuming magic crystals, but the speed of my upgrades has slowed down significantly, so I've changed my diet to blood crystals. Thank you for your concern, but I won't eat any. Hei Feng quickly responded. Blood crystals? Yes, blood crystals are energy gems that can only be dropped by fierce beasts, a type of monster, even more powerful than level 10 magic beasts. I returned specifically to report this to you. Alright. Xiao Ran suddenly recalled why Hei Feng had returned so abruptly. And what about Hei Feng's Godzilla transformation? Where should I begin? Xiao Ran inquired. Hei Feng handed Xiao Ran a magic crystal. While serving him by absorbing the crystal, he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Master, it's like this. It turned out that Hei Feng had coincidentally encountered the crisis of monster attacks on Moonlight Village during this return. His original intention was to bid farewell to Xiao Ran. According to the original plan, Xiao Ran had sent Hei Feng to upgrade in Dadao Ridge, which stretches for hundreds of miles with the highest peak at 2,000 meters. Monsters roamed freely, ranging from level 1 to level 10, providing ample opportunity for Hei Feng to thrive without needing to return home for a year and a half. However, Hei Feng's speed of upgrading exceeded expectations. With the help of the stealth skill from the Shadow Cloak and the continuous enhancement of his attributes and learning skills from the SSS hidden skill, Hei Feng's growth was astonishing. In just 4 days, he nearly exterminated the monsters along the way. Having enjoyed his killing spree, Hei Feng lost his way and accidentally wandered into a winding canyon, following it forward until he reached the junction of mountains and sea. This was a flying land located beneath a great mountain, backed by the mountain and facing the sea, where hundreds and thousands of gigantic monsters, Godzilla, lay on the beach. Godzilla, a level 10 magic beast, is an amphibious creature capable of surviving both land and sea, with a massive physique and overwhelming strength, capable of unleashing 100 volts of electricity. By the time Hei Feng found Godzilla, he had already reached level 35. Thus, Hei Feng spent 5 days and nights on Godzilla's beach, continuously drawing aggro from one monster after another, fighting, drawing aggro, and fighting again, not only obtaining a complete Godzilla set, but also reaching level 50. Of course, engaging in battle with Godzilla was highly dangerous. Although Hei Feng spoke lightly of it, the awe and fear in his eyes revealed the peril and might of the level 10 magic beast Godzilla. Level 10 magic beasts are almost at the level of ferocious beasts, and ferocious beasts are a full tier above magic beasts. After reaching level 50, Hei Feng found that his experience points hardly increased, even when consuming level 10 magic crystals. At this point, Hei Feng said, I return this time to make a request to you, Master. I plan to go to the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest is a brand new map backed by Dadao Ridge, where the monsters are of even higher levels and ferocious beasts with the strength to shatter mountains and block rivers roam. It is a forbidden zone for leaders below level 50 or below level 15, hence it is called the Dark. Now that Hei Feng is at level 50, to continue upgrading, he must hunt ferocious beasts. However, the Dark Forest is vast, and the journey is long. Once he departs, it may be an indefinite period before he can return. Xiao Ran sighed, unable to believe that his little brother's growth speed had surpassed his own by hundreds or even thousands of times, and now he was planning to go to the dark forest for thrills. When are you leaving? Xiao Ran asked again. I plan to stay for 2 days. Once you stabilize and Moonlight Village is free from dangers, I will leave. Hei Feng paused for a moment, then grinned and said, I can protect you now, so please rest assured, master. Xiao Ran smiled, thinking that Moonlight Village might not face any threats. The Qiutian tribe was still queuing up for an attack. You plan to slack off for 2 days before getting back to work, right? Xiao Ran asked. Well, master. Hei Feng's eyes were filled with tears as he put on a pitiful expression. All right, I plan to visit Qian City tomorrow. Come with me, Xiao Ran said. Ahahaha, thank you, master, thank you, master. You are the best to me. Xiao Ran nodded, no longer saying anything. Since Hei Feng had returned, let him play for 2 days. Although Hei Feng was now level 50 and had made significant progress in strength, there was no need to always stay by his side guarding him through a life of leisure. Xiao Ran could not afford to nurture Hei Feng's growth. Whether it was magic crystals or soul fragments, he had to rely on himself. Moreover, Xiao Ran did not particularly need Hei Feng to protect him now, as he had successfully transcended the Goblin Elder, a level 50 underworld sword master, enough to handle most crises. As for Hei Feng wanting to stay for 2 days, it was just his mischievous nature wanting to reminisce and play with Huang Lao the Dung Beetle and others. Currently, the situation in Moonlight Village was such that having one more Hei Feng wouldn't make a difference. Having one less wouldn't matter either, so Hei Feng still needed to leave him and continue to grow, to develop, and to venture. Despite being level 50 and incredibly strong, Hei Feng's current strength might just be a meal for ferocious beasts. Above ferocious beasts there are demon beasts, and above demon beasts there are spiritual beasts. Judging by this siege, although the difficulty level was nearly hellish, it was merely a minor-scale siege among the various beast threats. Above minor-scale sieges there are tiger-scale, dragon-scale, and ghost-scale. Therefore, although Hei Feng had become stronger, he still had a significant gap from true powerhouses. In this world, he was merely an ordinary expert, far from being considered a powerhouse. Allowing Hei Feng to continue growing was both inevitable and necessary. After Xiao Ran meticulously checked the equipment dropped by several major bosses, Huang Lao and the others quickly cleaned up the battlefield outside the village. All the equipment and resources were placed inside the residential house. Huang Lao had no time to tally the accounts. Xiao Ran took a quick glance and calculated that including the equipment already donned by the Dung Beetle and others, there were 2 sets of golden equipment, 60 sets of silver equipment, and 542 sets of ordinary equipment. Each set consists of 5 pieces. So much equipment instantly filled the yard of the residential house. It seems we need to build a tribal castle. Xiao Ran scratched his head. The warehouse in the tribal castle has a larger capacity, which is perfect for storing resources. In addition to the equipment, the Goblin Army also contributed a large number of items, including high-level, mid-level, and low-level ones. High-level items: washing essence, spirit fruit, used to wash the marrow of pets, reshaping their qualifications and ensuring a mutation occurs. High-level binding, immortal rope, has a high probability of taming wild monsters into pets. Building book, 1 copy. Using it allows skipping the waiting time and immediately upgrading any building. Hero book, 1 copy. Using it allows skipping the waiting time and immediately upgrading any hero. Heart of Barbarian, 1 piece. A core item to strengthen barbarians. Using it can enhance to a super barbarian. Mid-level items: healing spell book, 1 for mages, berserk spell book, 1 for mages, swift skill book, 1 for warriors, sweeping thousand army skill book, 1 for warriors, explosive arrow skill book, 1 for archers, force shield skill book, 1 for priests. Low-level items: strength potion, 1 bottle training potion, 1 bottle resource potion, 2 bottles research potion, 1 bottle elf blossom brew, 1 bottle healing elixir, 1 portion, and various leather beast bones and parts dropped by other monsters. While Xiao Ran was tallying the items and sorting their uses, a sparse group of people was approaching on the small path leading to Dadeo Ridge behind the village. Listen up. If anyone tells anyone that I was trapped in a broken mountain cave for a day and a night, I will skin them alive, especially in front of my brothers. Heads can roll, but hairstyles cannot be messed up. Blood can flow, but face cannot be lost. Do you understand?